Yin Shu had a childhood friend who constantly opposed him throughout their upbringing. In kindergarten, he gifted a little girl in his class with strawberry milk, only for her to return home in tears, claiming he had stolen her drink. During elementary school, he exchanged Christmas cards with his deskmate, only for her to angrily consume the apple he had received. When he was confessed to by a girl during his studies, she reported him to the teacher for being in a romantic relationship. Later, a brother inquired, "Are you quite familiar with Sumire? Could you assist a brother by delivering a love letter?" Yin Shu declined. When asked why, he was at a loss. Perhaps it was simply because she was his very own childhood friend. She stormed into an internet cafe during his rebellious phase, dragging him out, and when he faced failure in his examinations and had to repeat a year, she consoled him by saying that she too had to repeat since she didn't get into her desired school. After he was heartbroken, she stayed by his side, drinking through the night and scolding him for being foolish with teary eyes. Eventually, they found themselves together, preparing for marriage, only for Sumire to be taken from him forever due to an unfortunate accident. With a smile, she said, "In your next life, could you confess your feelings for me a bit sooner? I've secretly liked you for so long." Upon reopening his eyes, Yin Shu found himself back at the age of 18, confronted by an exquisite girl who angrily thrust a pink love letter against his chest, declaring, "If you deliver another love letter for someone, I will inform Aunt Lu that you harbor feelings for me." Yin Shu, with an expression of innocence, replied, "I am not delivering this for anyone. It is my own composition, for I truly like you." The previously furious girl turned beet red and fled in embarrassment. Chapter 1. The first day of rebirth was a battlefield. The cacophony of sounds filled Yin Shu's ears. The heavy scent of smoke mingling with various food aromas and the odor of sweat made breathing feel laborious. "Brother Yin, wake up. Aren't we going home tonight?" A voice, both familiar and foreign, rang in his ears. Yin Shu sensed a few gentle taps on his shoulder and, in a sluggish manner, gradually lifted his head. Instead of his home, he was met with an unfamiliar environment. The sounds of keyboard clattering and foul language reached his ears, and before him was a face that was both familiar and strange. Zhang Sheng. Upon speaking, Yin Shu realized his voice was hoarse yet youthful. He was momentarily disoriented, as the individual before him reacted to his voice. Zhang Sheng assumed he was merely groggy from sleep, sighed, and pulled him up. "Brother Yin, you should head back. Pulling an all-nighter last night and doing it again tonight is reckless. Tomorrow is Monday, and we have classes." Yin Shu blinked, recognizing that Zhang Sheng was indeed his high school classmate. After he repeated a year, Zhang Sheng graduated and returned to his hometown, leading to little contact thereafter. Yet, he now found himself clad in their high school uniform. Zhang Sheng sensed something was amiss with Yin Shu today, waving a hand in front of his eyes. "Brother Yin?" Yin Shu grasped his hand firmly, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes as an absurd thought crossed his mind. "Tomorrow is Monday? Classes? Ah yes. Wait, Brother Yin, are you all right?" Zhang Sheng shook his hand, attempting to free himself from Yin Shu's grip. However, Yin Shu abruptly turned his gaze toward the illuminated screen displaying the year 20XX. Had he been reborn? Was he truly 18 now? Yin Shu processed this revelation and stood up abruptly. 18. His youthful self was still intact. Zhang Sheng was taken aback by his sudden movement, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Just then, the door of the internet cafe swung open, and the attendant lazily inquired, "Here to surf the web?" When he turned to see a beautiful girl at the entrance, his eyes lit up and his tone became eager. "Little sister, are you here to browse the internet? We don't check IDs here." He was accustomed to seeing heavily made-up girls with dubious intentions. Yet this pure and beautiful girl was a rare sight. The girl standing at the doorway had her long hair tied back, revealing a delicate face free of makeup that still held an exquisite charm. Her fox-like eyes were strikingly upturned, complemented by a petite nose and a slightly pouting mouth that hinted at her displeasure. Although she wore a thin outer garment that concealed her figure, her jeans accentuated her long, straight legs, suggesting she possessed an appealing physique, further emphasized by an aura of cool elegance that was quite out of place in this setting. Consequently, her entrance garnered numerous curious glances. However, Sumire was keenly aware of her surroundings, suppressing her discomfort as she quickly scanned the smoke-filled internet cafe. Her gaze fortuitously met Yin Shu's, who was standing and looking over. A subtle change flickered in her eyes as she hastily approached. Fearing he might flee again, she called out, "Yin Shu." The moment Yin Shu laid eyes on her, he froze, his heart racing as if it no longer belonged to him. After 3 years apart, he was finally seeing her again. Just as he intended to advance towards her, a soft hand suddenly wrapped around his arm. "Brother Yin." Yin Shu's body stiffened, and he instinctively tried to shake her off, but Sumire had already reached the trio, standing in front of him. Yin Shu thought to himself, "On the first day of my rebirth, it has turned into a battlefield." Sumire's gaze fell upon the small hand encircling Yin Shu's arm, glittering with striking sequins. An uncontrollable sadness flickered in Su Mier's eyes. Although she had long heard rumors of Yin Shu's closeness with Jean Lily from Class 9, and some claimed they had been together since last week, she never expected he would bring her along for a late-night internet session. In stark contrast to Yin Shu's cold sarcasm towards her, Su Mier felt on the brink of tears. However, she was never the type to shed tears easily or cry in front of others. Just as her expression hardened, preparing to remove the offending hand, Yin Shu, as if burned by the touch on his arm, swiftly shook off the hand gripping him, exclaiming, "No, little ear, you must listen to my defense. I mean my explanation." Initially, Jean Lily, who wore an expression of triumph while gazing at Su Mier, momentarily froze, staring incredulously at her own rejected hand before looking up at Yin Shu with disbelief. Yin Shu thought to himself, "Please, do not call my name." He was genuinely alarmed. Who among the good-hearted would experience a rebirth only to find themselves thrust into a scene of chaos? His wife had collided with his ex-girlfriend, both of whom were now online together. What a cataclysmic beginning. Indeed, the two girls before him, Jean Lily, his high school girlfriend, was not someone he had cherished deeply, though her fervent pursuit of him during their courtship had certainly bolstered his pride. Moreover, during Yin Shu's rebellious phase, she had indulged him in a life of indulgence, engaging in all manner of vices, drinking and smoking amongst them, culminating in her bestowing upon him an immense green hat upon their high school graduation, derisively mocking his innocence as akin to that of an elementary school child. She merely sought a companion for amusement, yet her interest had waned. The reason? During their year and more together, aside from their online escapades, moments of hand-holding and embraces had been scant, let alone kisses or any deeper intimacy. It was only later that Yin Shu realized he had become a human ATM. Jean Lily had been spending his money on other boys in a carefree manner. But that was a tale for another time. At this moment, he could not even ascertain whether he and Jean Lily were truly together. His memories were somewhat hazy. As for Su Mier, his childhood sweetheart and future wife, she had once hidden strawberry milk for him during kindergarten. In an elementary school, she would surprise him with the reddest apples and heartfelt cards on Christmas Eve. She was also the girl who, after a family crisis, searched for him in various internet cafes and gaming halls late into the night, accompanying him through his repeated studies, sharing a night of beer after he had been betrayed, her eyes red as she scolded him for being a fool. Eventually, they both enrolled in the same university, pursuing their master's degrees together. He finally confessed his feelings, and she looked stunning that day, even with tears staining her cheeks. When he proposed, they received the blessings of all around them. And then, she passed away from heart disease before they could celebrate their wedding. As he recalled this, Yin Shu's eyes grew slightly red as he glanced at Su Mier. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng, caught awkwardly between the three, felt the situation was quite absurd. However, based on past experiences, it was highly likely that Yin Shu would ignore Su Mier and leave with Jean Lily, as he seemed to harbor a strong dislike for Su Mier. Zhang Sheng was not the only one thinking this. Su Mier shared the same sentiment. But having searched through 7 internet cafes to find Yin Shu, she was determined not to let him slip away easily. With a pale countenance, she reached out and firmly pulled on his arm, insisting, "Come, let's go home." The commotion they were causing had already attracted the attention of many onlookers. A few boys, likely acquaintances of Yin Shu, laughed and jeered, casting lewd glances at the beautiful Su Mier. "Isn't it Yin Shu? Are you going to put a green hat on our Lily? Who is this sister?" Jean Lily, her makeup only partially concealing her displeasure, cast a scornful glance at Su Mier and yanked Yin Shu's arm back toward her. Yin Shu's household manager. "He wouldn't go with you. Who do you think you are? Right, Yin Shu? You better not go with her, or I will break up with you." Jean Lily spoke with a sense of confidence, for she knew well that each time Su Mier sought out Yin Shu, he would never return with her. She understood Yin Shu's current feelings. He was reluctant to go home and found Su Mier bothersome. Thus, she was certain he would not accompany Su Mier. With this thought, Jean Lily felt a surge of pride, her gaze towards Su Mier laced with malicious mockery. What did it matter how beautiful she was? What significance did being the school belle hold? In Yin Shu's eyes, she was nothing, while she, Jean Lily, was his girlfriend at present. Who would have thought that the seemingly dazed Yin Shu would suddenly brighten at Jean Lily's words? How splendid. This meant he would not have to initiate a breakup himself. He now vaguely recalled that he had only been with Jean Lily for about a week. There had been no hand-holding during that time. Thus, Yin Shu swiftly took Su Mier's hand in his, declaring, "Then we shall take our leave," and proceeded to lead her away, turning toward the exit. Chapter 2. Are you out of money? The audience, who were initially engrossed in the performance, found themselves momentarily stunned. This was not how they had envisioned things unfolding. Su Mier was equally taken aback. Although the sting of Jean Lily's words pierced her heart, she had grown accustomed to such sentiments. She had steeled herself for Yin Shu's rejection and biting sarcasm, as their relationship had long been fraught with tension. Yin Shu, however, was indifferent to this. All he desired was to whisk Sumi-er away from this wretched place, the atmosphere reeking of discomfort. Given Sumi-er's fragile health, it was unwise for her to linger here any longer. The two hastened out of the internet cafe, with Jean Lily's exasperated voice trailing behind them. Yinshu. As her voice echoed, a group of onlooking boys followed her out. At this moment, Yinshu was deaf to their clamor. Once outside, as the door swung shut, all sounds were sealed within. After taking but a few steps, he felt Sumi-er's hand slip from his grasp. He paused, turning to look at her, and was momentarily entranced, uncertain if the figure before him was indeed real. Sumi-er appeared even more youthful and innocent now, her complexion radiant, devoid of the frailty that had once marked her during her previous life. Her beautiful eyes held a glimmer of wariness, as if questioning what turmoil he intended to incite next. Her voice, cool and detached, betrayed the perception that she was aloof and unapproachable at school. Yet, only Yinshu understood that beneath that facade lay a tender and somewhat mischievous spirit, a proud girl who delighted in playful affection. However, observing her current guarded expression, Yinshu was acutely aware that it was unlikely she would indulge him in any endearing manner. His throat constricted slightly as he spoke, his voice rough around the edges. Little ear at this, Sumi-er paused, recalling how their relationship had soured since she had reported him for early romance during middle school. He had not referred to her as Little Ear since then. I have no intention of doing anything. Did you not say you were going home? Yinshu diverted his gaze, fearful that she might perceive the redness in his eyes, a tempest of emotions he struggled to contain, lest he frighten her away. Yinshu had swiftly accepted the notion of rebirth. Even if it were merely a dream, he yearned to rectify past regrets. He had promised not to keep her waiting too long, to express his feelings for her sooner. Given this second chance, he was determined to alter the outcome of their story. Yet, before he could articulate more, Jean Lily, in a fit of rage, had already rounded up her entourage and pursued them, accompanied by Zhang Sheng, who sought to mediate. A group of boys obstructed Yinshu and Sumi-er's path. Frowning, Yinshu confronted them. What do you want? Jean Lily's expression was one of distress, her eyes reddened, tinged with indignation. Yinshu, what is the meaning of this? You are my boyfriend. Her gaze shifted to Sumi-er. Are you planning to leave with her? Sighing, Yinshu replied, right now. I only wish to be with Sumi-er and do not want to waste time with you all. Did you not say that if I left with her, you would break up with me? In an instant, tears streamed down Jean Lily's face. How could you be so cruel? Zhang Sheng interjected hastily. Come on now, Yin. Are you still upset about Lily's tantrum last night? Girls need to be pampered. Sumi-er's expression darkened further. She glanced at Yinshu, acutely aware that he was someone else's boyfriend. This realization deepened her frown. It was equally impossible for her to allow him to abandon her to continue frolicking with Jean Lily. With a frosty demeanor, she retorted, Is this how you conduct yourself as her boyfriend? Spending time in internet cafes with him? Upon hearing her words, the boys laughed. Hey, little sister, should you focus on your studies? What is it to you if we hang out in an internet cafe? This is Lily's boyfriend. If he wants to be here, he can be, and it's none of your business. Yinshu's expression darkened as he grasped Sumi-er's wrist, shielding her behind him. Addressing the group of obviously rebellious youths, his tone turned icy. What I say concerns her, and it should concern you as well. Jean Lily, enough already. Stop your weeping. One might think you were deeply wronged. His eyes betrayed no emotion as he continued. When you brought your other boyfriend in front of your friends, did you two not collaborate splendidly? With this statement, Jean Lily and her companions were rendered speechless. Zhang Sheng stood dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief. What the hell? Is he going to get silenced? Jean Lily, who had been shedding tears moments ago, felt a surge of panic upon hearing Yinshu's words. Yinshu, what are you saying? Are you the one wanting to cheat? You think I like you that much? I'm only with you out of pity. Her immaturity shone through as she reflexively retaliated, her voice tinged with embarrassment and fury. Yinshu, however, paid her no heed. Whether she had become a rebellious octopus was no longer of concern to him. He impatiently declared, In any case, we're breaking up today. Is that clear? Otherwise, this will only become more awkward for you. Jean Lily glared at him, utterly bewildered by how he had transformed from a compliant boyfriend into someone resolute. Had someone whispered something in his ear? Yet, the moment her gaze met Sumi-er's, an inexplicable annoyance stirred within her. Finally, pulling at her friends, she warned, Yinshu, you'd best not regret this. Let us go. With that, she led her entourage away. Zhang Sheng lingered, feeling the tension, glancing between Yinshu and Sumi-er before muttering, Well, I guess I'll be on my way too? Yinshu nodded in acknowledgement, and Zhang Sheng, overwhelmed by the unfolding drama, swiftly departed. Once again, only the two of them remained. Yinshu cast a glance at Sumi-er, a torrent of words bubbling within him, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, he averted his gaze, afraid she might discern the turmoil within him. Sumi regained her composure, her expression a complex tapestry as she observed the averted Yin Shu. Was he wearing the proverbial green hat? No wonder he had been willing to leave with her. Was she merely a tool for him? With this thought, her demeanor hardened as she retrieved her phone to summon a ride, then spoke, "Rest assured, I want to speak of today's events. No wonder you were eager to leave with me." The latter remark dripped with sarcasm. Yin Shu, despite the weight of the situation, felt compelled to retort. "Today's events have nothing to do with that." But before he could finish, she interrupted. "Is it that you have run out of money? Has Uncle Yan's allowance been exhausted?" Sumi murmured, opening their chat window. Yin Shu noticed that she had pinned their conversation at the top of her chat list. A pang of bittersweetness coursing through him. A flicker of melancholy crossed Sumi's eyes. Interpreting his silence as acquiescence, she concluded. So it was indeed due to a lack of funds. The car arrived promptly. They entered in silence, and to mask his emotions, Yin Shu resisted the urge to join her in the back seat, opting instead for the passenger seat. Sumi's countenance grew even colder. The journey was marked by an oppressive silence. Their families were neighbors, residing across from one another in the same community. Even amid the turmoil of Yin Shu's parents' impending divorce, they had yet to separate, hence he had not moved away. After alighting, and as they ascended in the elevator, Sumi broke the silence. "I transferred 500 to you." Yin Shu paused. No need. Sumi abruptly interrupted him, looking up at him with a fierce expression. "If you dare to use my money for your girlfriend, I will." Just then, the elevator dinged. Sumi glanced at his bloodshot eyes, a pang of sorrow filling her heart, yet she refrained from finishing her sentence. She turned and exited the elevator. "I absolutely detest Yin Shu." Chapter 3. Sumi was still an impetuous little girl. Yin Shu followed her out, only to witness her hastily entering her home and shutting the door. Yin Shu stood before the unfamiliar, yet familiar door. In his past life, during his senior year, his parents, who argued daily, ultimately divorced. He chose to live with his father, thus leaving the home he had known for 18 years. He hadn't returned for a long time. He lingered at the door for quite a while. Suddenly, the door across from Sumi's opened, revealing a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to Yin Shu. Upon seeing the disheveled Yin Shu standing at the threshold, he called out, "Son, what are you doing?" Yin Shu turned to find his father, standing there with a trash bag in hand. The older Yin still looked quite youthful, not nearly as haggard as in his previous life. Yin Shu sighed. His rebellious phase in his past life could be attributed entirely to his parents, who, despite their lingering feelings for one another, fought incessantly over trivial matters. At that time, they believed a boy's rebelliousness was normal, completely oblivious to Yin Shu's emotional turmoil. It wasn't until he failed his college entrance exams that they recognized the gravity of the situation. Even though they later endeavored to mend their relationship, they nearly ruined Yin Shu's life. Had it not been for Sumi, he might have embarked on an entirely different path. One could only say that parenting, devoid of examinations, is indeed rather casual. Had Yin Shu from his past life been in this moment, he likely would have scoffed at his father and turned away. However, the 29-year-old Yin Shu standing at the door said, "It's nothing. Have you and my mother finished your divorce drama?" Old Yin's expression stiffened. In their household, the father took on a domestic role, while the mother was the breadwinner. His wife, a strong woman, often clashed with him over various issues. Yet when it came to divorce, he truly could not bear the thought. Before old Yin could finish his sentence, Yin Shu interrupted, "Dad, I'm 18 now." He reached out and took the trash bag from his father's hands, tossing it into the bin beside the staircase. Then, under his father's bewildered gaze, he strode past him into the house. "Stop causing a fuss. You two will reconcile anyway." "I certainly won't. Your mother is far too domineering." Old Yin's voice trailed behind him, but Yin Shu had already followed the path of memory into his room, shutting the door. Outside, Old Yin lamented, "Hey, is this a rebellious phase for you?" "Ah, boys." Yin Shu dropped his backpack haphazardly, squatting beside the door, tears he had been holding back finally spilling over. For 3 arduous years, he had strived to live after little ear's departure. Had the heavens finally taken pity on him? He was a doctor who had saved many lives. Yet he could not save the one he loved most. Fortunately, he was granted another chance. Yin Shu desperately tried to rein in his emotions, but he could not manage it. His face, streaked with tears and laughter, was undoubtedly unappealing. Yet the immense joy within him overwhelmed him, and he knew he had to release his feelings. Otherwise, he would be even less able to control himself when he saw Sumi again. He concealed his face, silently weeping for half an hour, until his emotions gradually calmed. He reached for his backpack on the floor, retrieved his phone, and discovered it was dead. After finding a charging cable and plugging it in, he walked into the bathroom, splashed water on his face, and gazed into the mirror at the disheveled young man staring back. His hair had grown long enough to obscure his eyes, with a few strands dyed. He looked rather unkempt. Yanshu decided to tie his hair up, exposing his red, swollen eyes from crying. Nonetheless, it was evident that he was quite handsome. Thick eyebrows, large eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips. Since childhood, he had always been popular with girls. Sumire, how could you have liked someone like me for so many years? He scrutinized himself for a moment. It seemed that Sumire could still continue to like him at this stage. Perhaps it was indeed due to some sort of filter. After showering, Yanshu emerged, the heavy scent of smoke and the residue of sleepless nights clinging to him. It was unbearable. He planned to go downstairs soon to get a haircut. After finishing his shower, he picked up his phone and powered it on. The device vibrated incessantly. The majority of notifications were from Jean Lily. Without needing to open them, he knew they were about the incident at the internet cafe. Yanshu tapped on Sumire as WeChat instead, pinning it to the top and renaming it. Initially, he had changed it to wife, but then reconsidered, realizing it would be inappropriate to have that name now. So he changed it to Little Ear. Their chat history was sparse, with the latest message being Sumire's transfer record. Above that, there was a series of messages from her, mostly consisting of her asking where he was. Yanshu had hardly replied. Flipping through the chat history, he murmured, "Yanshu, you truly are a piece of work." He refrained from clicking on the transfer record. Just then, a new message pinged in from her. Not enough. Then she sent another 300. Yanshu was certain that this was Sumire's secret stash. He quickly typed a response, "I have money." Yet he was unable to restrain himself from wanting to send more messages, such as asking if they could meet. However, he understood that now was not the right time. The reply came swiftly, "Oh." After a moment, another message followed, "Then you should return the money to me." It appeared cold and distant. Even the period seemed to convey a sense of indifference. Yanshu couldn't help but wonder. Did Sumire still have feelings for him at this moment? Why did she seem so frigid? His confidence began to wane. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Sumire was rolling around on her bed, hugging a pillow. Yanshu replied to me. They hadn't had a proper conversation in ages. Previously, he would never respond to her messages. A hint of pink crept onto Sumire's fair cheeks. After a while of rolling about, she couldn't resist opening the chat history that had gone unanswered. Looking at the 2 messages she had sent, she suddenly felt something was amiss. Was she being too cold? Frowning with a hint of regret, she realized she had become accustomed to this tone with Yanshu. It was a form of self-protection, as she had faced rejection from him far too many times. Sumire took a deep breath and sent another message. "I 1T, return it then." On the other side, Yanshu, who had been somewhat doubtful, suddenly smiled upon reading her message. He could even picture her expression at that moment. He almost forgot that at this time, Sumire was still an impetuous little girl, nothing like the composed yet secretly affectionate Dr. Su from his past life. Yanshu lowered his gaze and typed deliberately, "I'll return the cash to you tomorrow. Wait for me when you go to school in the morning." Sumire paused upon reading Yanshu's message. Was he inviting her to go to school together tomorrow? Chapter 4. How can this silly girl still like him? Yanshu mused as he observed the cold response that appeared on his phone. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, yet there was an unmistakable chill in the air. Why did it seem as though his wife no longer held much affection for him? Yanshu sighed inwardly as he sat at his tidy desk, striving to recollect his rebellious high school days. Casting a glance at the date, May 23rd, 20, he realized it was the latter half of his second year. Skipping classes and getting into fights, all while dating Jean Lily. A wave of darkness washed over him. How could he have ever thought that Sumi would still harbor feelings for him during that tumultuous time? What right did he have to believe that? Previously, Yanshu had maintained commendable grades, comparable to Sumi-E's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeated a year just to gain admission into a prestigious medical school. However, after the rebellious phase, his academic performance plummeted. His first college entrance examination results barely qualified him for a second-tier university. It was worth noting that they had attended a key high school, where Yanshu ranked 3rd in the city during the entrance exams, and Sumi-E was 5th. With a heavy sigh, Yanshu stared at the chat records on his phone, momentarily uncertain whether to view this reincarnation as a blessing or a curse. He rubbed his face, deciding to first get a haircut before addressing anything else. As he changed his clothes and opened the door, he was met with the sight of his parents, each seated on opposite sides of the sofa, their expressions frosty and silent. Yanshu observed them, recalling that in his previous life, they had divorced for a year, only to remarry with their bonds still intact. The only one who had suffered was the rebellious Yanshu, whose life had nearly spiraled into ruin. At that moment, he gazed at his parents and flatly stated, "I'm stepping out for a bit. What do you think you're going at this hour?" Did you not come home last night? And what's with that disheveled hair? Yin Shu, your teacher has informed me that your grades have significantly declined. You shouldn't be listening to your father's notions about teenage rebellion. Your focus should be on your studies. What do you mean, Luya? Are you using me as a cautionary tale in your parenting? Yin Chung interjected. What is wrong with our son? He is 18 now and entitled to his own thoughts. Yin Chung, can you stop being so childish? Yin Shu chose not to linger and pushed the door open, stepping outside. The onset of a child's rebellion is often inexplicable. He made his way to the neighborhood barbershop, where he dyed his hair and had it cut short. Throughout this process, he received incessant messages and calls from Jean Lily, yet he paid them no mind. In his previous life, Jean Lily had always sought to keep him on a string, while simultaneously dating another boy from the art school. This had largely fueled his rage upon their eventual breakup, as he had only then realized he had been wearing a metaphorical green hat for so long. Quite the humiliation for a teenage boy. Looking back now, Yin Shu mused that he had been rather unfaithful himself. In truth, they were both at fault. Neither could cast stones at the other. Moreover, Jean Lily had claimed that if he were with Sumi Yi, they would be considered broken up. At that moment, Yin Shu felt no psychological burden whatsoever. After finishing his haircut, he returned home and went straight to bed, looking forward to attending school with his wife the next day. The following morning, Yin Shu was awakened by his father's voice. After tossing and turning in bed until nearly 4 in the morning, he appeared rather disheveled. Concerned, old Yin reached out to touch his forehead. Are you feeling all right? If you're unwell, you should take a day off. Sometimes, Yin Shu felt his mother was right. Old Yin's approach to parenting was far from ideal. With a sigh, he replied, I'm fine, I'm heading to school. He casually grabbed 2 buns and a bottle of milk from the dining table before stepping out. Old Yin called after him several times, but he did not look back. Upon exiting, Yin Shu spotted Sumi Yi, clad in her school uniform and standing at the elevator entrance, engrossed in reviewing English vocabulary. It was already May, and the weather had begun to warm, prompting her to wear summer attire that revealed her delicate, pale arms, which were quite slender, adorned only with a light jacket. Sumi Yi suffered from a heart condition, rendering her physically frail. Thus, she had developed the habit of wearing a jacket regardless of the season. Hearing the door open, Sumi Yi turned to face him, her expression momentarily stunned upon seeing his freshly cut hair and the smile on his face. However, she quickly regained her composure and remarked coolly, You're too slow. The elevator is here, so I want to wait for you. As Yin Shu approached and pressed the elevator button, he apologized, I'm sorry, I overslept. I'll make sure to wake up earlier next time. The refreshing scent of mint from his post-shower routine wafted around him, and as he leaned slightly toward her to press the button, Sumi Yi felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he might envelop her in his embrace at any moment. This thought made her feel flustered, and she chastised herself for her earlier foolishness in stating she wouldn't wait for him when she hadn't even pressed the elevator button herself. How silly. Sumi Yi had grown accustomed to masking her emotions with a cold expression, yet she couldn't help but take a step back. Yin Shu noticed her retreat and wondered why his simple act of pressing the elevator button had caused her demeanor to darken even more. Ding! The elevator arrived. Yin Shu observed her subtle step back and assumed she was uncomfortable with him being too close, so he entered the elevator first. Feeling increasingly convinced that Sumi Yi might not harbor strong feelings for him at present. Once inside, Sumi Yi inquired, When you said we would go to school together, did you mean we'd take the bus? After all, it seemed Yin Shu was reluctant to give her a ride. As Uncle Yin had mentioned, he wasn't inclined to do so. Reflecting on this, Sumi Yi muttered to herself, I really dislike Yin Shu. Yin Shu replied, What is wrong with giving you a ride? He recalled having a bicycle in high school, completely forgetting his previous reluctance to transport Sumi Yi. Don't you find taking the bus exhausting? It's so crowded, and the odors are unpleasant. You shouldn't be comfortable at all. As he glanced sideways at Sumi Yi, he noticed her staring at him directly. A sense of inexplicable guilt washed over him, and he couldn't resist touching his nose. Is something wrong? You never wanted to give me a ride before. If you were worried I might tell Uncle Yin and Aunt Lu, you needn't be. As long as you don't go to an internet cafe all night. I want to tell them. Sumi Yi spoke softly, then stepped out as the elevator doors slid open. Yin Shu stood frozen, watching her retreating figure. Had he truly treated her poorly in the past? Why then, did this silly girl still harbor feelings for him? Seeing the elevator doors begin to close, Yin Shu hastily reached out to stop them and followed her out. Sumi Yi's faint flicker of hope extinguished completely when she did not hear him call out after her. She should have known that Yin Shu disliked her. He truly did harbor disdain for her. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Sumi Yi felt a lightness on her shoulder as someone lifted her backpack, momentarily taken aback before it was swiftly removed from her. Yin Shu, with a smile gracing his face, declared from today onward, "I'll carry you to and from school every day." Sumi furrowed her delicate brows, questioning, "Why?" "Because I like you," he replied. "I want to make amends and treat you well." Chapter 5. It's hard to express such sentiments without a decade of experience. Isn't it? The reason such thoughts remain unspoken is precisely because they are meant to be kept within. Yen Shu carried Sumi's backpack forward, adding, "No particular reason. I just realized I'm out of cash. Would it be acceptable if I repaid you through my work?" Sumi bowed, unable to discern whether she felt joy or disappointment, though perhaps happiness prevailed. At the very least, she had shared a brief moment of peaceful coexistence with Yen Shu. She hurried to catch up, exclaiming, "But you haven't initiated the transfer yet. Let us do it later. We're going to be late for school." In truth, no one has ever ridden in Yen Shu's vehicle, not even Jean Lily. Jean Lily had pursued Yen Shu since the beginning of their first year in high school. However, Yen Shu had remained indifferent to her until he entered a rebellious phase in his second year, during which their relationship began to improve slightly. During that period, Yen Shu seldom rode his bike, as he was indifferent to punctuality. The typical rebellious boy indeed. Thus, when he carried Sumi forward, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are far too light." Sumi, cautiously reaching for his clothing, retorted upon hearing his complaint, "What do you care? I don't eat at your house." Sumi, who had always maintained an aloof demeanor towards others, was different in her interactions with Yen Shu. Years of verbal sparring had instilled in her an irresistible urge to counter his remarks. However, after saying this, she regretted it, fearing that Yen Shu might suddenly become angry and demand that she get off. Just then, they encountered a red light, and Yen Shu abruptly halted the bike. Sumi, distracted, collided uncontrollably into his back. He had intended to say, "If you gained even a bit of weight from eating my family's rice, I would be annoyed." But before he could utter the words, he felt something soft crash against his back. Yen Shu stiffened momentarily. Indeed, Sumi was quite slender. Yet she had not neglected to develop in all the right places, something he was acutely aware of. After all, in his previous life, Yen Shu had been jolted back to reality by the blaring of car horns, accompanied by Sumi's quiet grumbling. "What are you doing? Let us go." Yen Shu adjusted his posture and resumed riding, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Meanwhile, the girl behind him gently covered her chest, her face flushed from the recent impact. Upon arriving at school, Yen Shu felt a bit disoriented, having been away for quite some time. He was somewhat relieved that his grades were not good. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. It seemed as if all knowledge from high school had vanished the moment he graduated. He mused that while he could write a medical thesis without issue, taking an exam would be entirely another matter. Moreover, he pondered why others had the fortune of traversing rebirths with systems while he was left with only death and a battlefield. In any case, it was rather unfortunate. Sumi reached for the backpack hanging from the front of the bike, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Yen Shu replied nonchalantly, rummaging through his own backpack to hand her a carton of milk. "I've had some. Here you go." Sumi paused, looking at the milk in her hand. "Why are you giving me milk? Don't you like it? You were upset last time because I gave it to another girl." Yen Shu recalled how, in his past life, the 29-year-old Sumi still remembered him giving strawberry milk to another girl in kindergarten. He was determined not to repeat past mistakes. To his surprise, Sumi's expression instantly turned icy upon hearing his words. She shoved the milk back into his hands and turned to leave. Yen Shu was taken aback. "What did I say wrong?" he thought, bewildered by her sudden temper. Yen Shu and Sumi shared a unique bond, having been classmates since kindergarten and continuing through to their second year of high school. Throughout the journey, Sumi silently cursed Yen Shu, as her earlier good mood evaporated entirely. Did he dare to mention the past? Was she upset that he had given the strawberry milk to another girl? Well, that was part of it. But the main issue was that he had deceived himself into believing he liked strawberry milk. While childhood Sumi had earnestly followed her mother's advice to get along well with brother Yen Shu. Though reluctant, she had given him the milk, only for him to turn around and hand it to another girl. Sumi felt she could remember this for a lifetime. Yen Shu had initially intended to chase after her, but upon seeing her cold demeanor from behind, he hesitated. They entered the classroom, yet their seats were quite distant. Sumi sat in the middle of the room, while Yen Shu occupied the last row, reserved for the academically challenged. As he entered through the back door, he contemplated which of his words had upset her. His deskmate, Zhang Sheng, greeted him excitedly, "Yen Ge." Yen Shu looked up to find Jean Lily, not from their class, seated in his spot. Zhang Sheng stood awkwardly beside her. Jean Lily had toned down her makeup for school, though it was still evident. Her eyes were slightly puffy as she fixed her gaze on Yen Shu. Zhang Sheng's loud voice caught the attention of classmates who had arrived early, including Sumi who had just placed her backpack down. Yin Shu frowned at Jean Lily. What are you doing here? Didn't we agree to break up? Why are you still in class? He glanced at Su Mi-er, who, along with her deskmate, wore faces of curiosity and indifference, respectively. Yin Shu cursed silently, his expression growing more impatient. Jean Lily felt wronged, and upon noticing his irritation, she stood up abruptly, her voice sharp. What do you mean? What are you doing here? Yin Shu, are you playing with me? You didn't reply to my messages last night, and you didn't answer my calls. Do you even remember that you're my boyfriend? Yin Shu frowned at Jean Lily's distressed face, believing she should have gotten the message by now. After all, he had been quite clear the night before. How could she still have the audacity to confront him? Her shrill voice drew the attention of students who were initially just spectators, and whispers began to circulate. Yin Shu, already lacking fondness for Jean Lily, had initially hoped to maintain some dignity for both of them, but given her disregard, he felt no need to preserve it any longer. He had to uphold his integrity in front of his wife. Didn't we break up last night? You have plenty of boyfriends. Stop making a scene, or you'll just become the laughingstock. Yin Shu's tone was devoid of inflection. To his astonishment, Jean Lily responded with a hurt expression. I'm just playing with them. I'm serious about you, Yin Shu. If you truly liked me, why can't you accept everything about me? You're the only one in my heart. Yin Shu was taken aback. What kind of statement was that? Only someone with a decade-long case of cerebral thrombosis could utter such words. This shocking declaration left not just Yin Shu, but the entire class in a state of disbelief. One explosive statement. Yet, Jean Lily appeared completely unrepentant. While it might be said that she had feelings for Yin Shu, they were not particularly profound. He was merely the person she had pursued the longest. And her main motivation was to provoke Su Mi-er. Being with Yin Shu would irk Su Mi-er, especially since she had lost to her in the high school flower election. Thus, she was unwilling to part ways with him, not to mention his good looks, wealth, and generosity, which made him quite the catch. After making this explosive declaration, Jean Lily reached out to take Yin Shu's arm. Yet, he immediately stepped back as if she were a virus, exclaiming in a thick northeastern accent, No, sister. Are you all right? If you have issues, we should see a doctor. This is no time for dragging it out. Your brain needs checking. Zhang Sheng stood too close, unable to suppress a chuckle that escaped him with a soft pft. He was not alone. Several boys nearby stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Zhang Sheng, however, was met with a sharp glare from Jean Lily. Su Mi-er, who had been approaching, halted in her tracks, her gaze fixated on Yin Shu. Since last night, there had been an unsettling sense that something was amiss with Yin Shu. Was it merely her imagination? After being laughed at, Jean Lily's face flushed crimson, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yin Shu, you. Yet, Yin Shu seized the opportunity to speak, adopting a tone reminiscent of the strict head teacher in Yodafeng. No, please. Spare us the theatrics. We are here to learn, not to indulge in a melodrama. Now off you go. Bye-bye. As she gestured with an exaggerated politeness, she maintained her verbal onslaught without missing a beat. And by the way, you were the one who suggested the breakup. We never even held hands, so rest assured. I want TB seeking compensation for lost youth. Damn, huh? The fitness committee member Feng Zhang, who had been sitting beside Yin Shu, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Upon noticing the simultaneous gazes of Yin Shu and Jean Lily directed at him, he quickly covered his mouth. Haha, sorry. I'll be quiet now. With him leading the charge, a wave of suppressed giggles erupted from the crowd. Jean Lily, being a girl, turned an even deeper shade of red. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Su Laosher, arrived, knocking on the classroom door. What's going on here? Why the commotion? Which class is that student from? Return to your own class. The onlookers quickly dispersed, well aware of Su Laosher's formidable reputation. As an English teacher, her reprimands often mixed languages, and while one might not fully comprehend, the intensity of her ire was unmistakable. Thus, the students held her in considerable regard. Jean Lily glanced at Yin Shu. We need to talk. I'll be waiting for you at our usual spot after school. With that, she lowered her head and hurried away. Su Mi-er frowned slightly. Although she couldn't hear Jean Lily's final words to Yin Shu, she sensed they were unlikely to bode well. No, she resolved to stick by Yin Shu's side throughout the day. Otherwise, he might slip away with Jean Lily and the others to skip class. Su Laosher strode in with a stern expression. Come on, everyone. It's the second semester of your second year. Are you still not taking this seriously? You'll be in your third year soon. ISNT, the college entrance examination, just around the corner. As she approached Yin Shu, her gaze softened slightly upon noticing his recently dyed and shortened hair. Yin Shu, come with me. Let us discuss your truancy now. Yin Shu sighed. All right, let me grab my backpack. Su Laosher nodded and turned to leave the classroom. Amidst the sporadic sounds of reading within the classroom, Yin Shu retrieved his phone from his backpack and sent a message to Su Mi-er. However, He was oblivious to the addressing issue as he sent it off just as Su Laoshi turned to glare at him. Following the sympathetic gazes of the boys in the back row, he accompanied Su Laoshi to the office. Yin Shu was well aware of what she intended to discuss as he trailed behind her. Sure enough, it was the same old lecture. Yin Shu, you've been skipping class frequently lately. Do you even realize you're in your second year of high school? I'm sorry, teacher. I was wrong. It won't happen again, Yin Shu quickly replied, his tone sincere. Su Laoshi, who had anticipated his usual silence, was taken aback. She had prepared a whole list of persuasive arguments, yet Yin Shu was deviating from the script. She faltered, pointing a finger at him, taking a deep breath. What is the deal with you and Jean Lily? You are students, and your primary responsibility is to focus on your studies. What kind of boys and girls will you encounter in college? If it weren't for the fact that you've been to university before, I might have believed you. Yin Shu silently scoffed. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor. After a few sentences, noticing his good attitude and admitting his mistakes, Su Laoshi found it difficult to continue. She sighed. All right, you may return. But if this happens again, I will have to call your parents, whether it's about skipping class or the matter with Jean Lily. Su Laoshi shot him a warning glance. Yin Shu nodded, understood, teacher. With a resigned wave, Su Laoshi dismissed him. Yin Shu felt no psychological burden. After all, he was not truly an 18-year-old boy. A little contrition towards his teacher was inconsequential. He remembered that in his previous life, Su Laoshi was quite responsible. Despite his poor academic performance, she never considered giving up on him and continually sought ways to help him learn more, although he had hardly listened during his rebellious phase. With a sigh, Yin Shu recalled just how childish he had been during that time, feeling an urge to slap himself for his past behavior. Upon entering through the back door, he immediately spotted Su Mir, who, for some inexplicable reason, was resting her head on her desk. Concern washed over him. Just as he sat down, Zhang Sheng leaned in. Hey, did old Su give you a hard time? No, Yin Shu replied, averting his gaze and lightly patting Zhang Sheng. What is wrong with Su Mir? Zhang Sheng looked perplexed, glancing ahead. I don't know. Yin Shu clicked his tongue. Let us switch places. I need to send a message. With no teacher in sight, the two of them stood up to change seats without anyone minding. However, as Yin Shu pulled out his phone, he saw the chat page displaying a message he had sent to Su Mir 15 minutes earlier. Wife, am I doing well? Cute JPG. He tightened his grip around the phone, staring at the word wife. Oh no, he had become too accustomed to it, and Su Mir had yet to reply. Yin Shu glanced up again, only to find Su Mir lifting her head. Mir, her deskmate Zhang Xian asked in astonishment. Why is your face so red? Chapter 7. Yin Shu felt oblivious, sensing that his wife was falling behind. Su Mir only checked her phone after Yin Shu had gone to the office. Being a diligent student, she seldom played with her phone at school, but whenever she did, it was invariably linked to Yin Shu. Moments ago, she had felt her phone vibrate. Initially, she had no intention of checking it, but a thought crossed her mind. Who could be reaching out to her at this hour? It seemed there was no one else. The first person who sprang to her mind was Yin Shu, though she privately dismissed the notion. But what if it were indeed him? Unable to concentrate on her studies, she succumbed to the temptation and glanced at her phone. It was as expected. A message from Yin Shu. However, a mere glance ignited a fireworks display in her mind, and her face instantly flushed. Fearing that someone might notice her reaction, she quickly bent down. Just as she had regained her composure, Zhang Xian's curious inquiry caused her cheeks to heat up once more. It's nothing, she mumbled. Zhang Xian, observing her blushing visage, remarked, You're really adorable. Then, glancing around cautiously, she leaned in closer to Su Mir, whispering, Do you think Jean Lily and Yin Shu have really broken up? I feel like she won't give up easily. She pursued him for quite some time. Su Mir's heartbeat slowed at Zhang Xian's gossiping voice, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Indeed, Jean Lily was Yin Shu's girlfriend, while she was merely the neighbor he found bothersome enough not to respond to. He must have sent that message by mistake. Yin Shu, caught in a dilemma on how to explain himself, suddenly felt a chilling gaze from the person in front, who turned to look at him with an icy glare. Yin Shu. Alas, 29-year-old Yin Shu found himself at a loss as to how to interact with 18-year-old Su Mir. Why was she so prickly? Yin Shu sighed. Suddenly, a piece of bread was tossed his way. Following its trajectory, he spotted Feng Zheng winking at him. What are you, a grown man, doing throwing me flirtatious glances? Yin Shu quipped, clicking his tongue. Feng Zheng, with whom he had a decent rapport since their sophomore year, had repeated a grade, and their friendship had grown stronger over time. In his previous life, they had maintained contact until Su Mir's untimely demise, during which Feng Zheng had taken a leave of absence to keep him company for a couple of months. They were indeed close friends, although they were not as familiar now. As for the reason Feng Zheng had to repeat the year, Yin Shu recalled that it was due to a romance with a girl from another school in their senior year that had led him to miss an important exam. Being an athlete, he had no choice but to retake the year. Yin Shu still vividly remembered the sight of Feng Zhang's father chasing him around the school with a hefty stick. But that was all in the past. At this moment, Feng Zhang looked exasperated by Yin Shu's accusation of flirtation, retorting, "Who has throwing you flirtatious glances?" Just a reminder, the entire world is currently labeling you a scoundrel. Contrary to Feng Zhang's expectations, Yin Shu took the bread and merely acknowledged it with a nonchalant "oh," appearing quite indifferent. He truly was indifferent. After all, the antics of high school students held little intrigue for him. He simply sought an opportunity to converse with Su Mier. However, as soon as morning reading ended, she strolled away hand in hand with her deskmate. During the first class, she went to fetch water with the girls in front of her, utterly disregarding him while still assisting him in getting water. By the time the long break arrived, Yin Shu had failed to seize a moment to utter a single word to her. During the break, the teachers and principal at the affiliated school mandated that they engage in a running exercise around the campus for the sake of their health. While the seniors ran on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the first and second year students were required to run every day, clad in their school uniforms. Students from various classes jogged in pairs, their movements lackluster. The broadcast station featured younger students reading encouraging scripts, their voices pleasant yet utterly ineffective. No one wished to run. Su Mier had a heart condition, so she could not engage in vigorous exercise, but slow jogging was permissible. Accompanying her was Zhang Xian, who jogged slowly alongside her. Yin Shu clicked his tongue and gradually fell in a step behind him. In high school, Su Mier was quite slender, even in her summer uniform. Her butterfly bones were prominently visible, and her neck was delicately pale. After just a short run, beads of sweat began to form. Yin Shu watched as a droplet slid from her forehead, tracing down her slender neck until it disappeared into the gentle undulations of her collarbone. He quickly averted his gaze. Lingering any longer would be perilous for an 18-year-old boy's self-control. Before he could lose himself in further thoughts, Zhang Xian was called over by the class monitor ahead, exchanging a few words with Su Mier before darting away. Su Mier's complexion was not favorable. She was not adept at sports, and, after Zhang Xian departed, someone suddenly approached her. At first, Su Mier paid no heed, as her slow pace meant many passed by her. However, the individual slowed their pace and offered her tissue. Su Mier's face paled, but she maintained an indifferent expression, refusing to accept the tissue. "Thank you," she said, her initial rejection morphing into something unexpected as she looked up. The words she had meant to utter fell silent. Yin Shu smiled at her. "You're sweating." Su Mier's gaze shifted from his face to the tissue, and she reached out to take it. With somewhat brusque movements, she wiped her face and neck, causing Yin Shu to notice her delicate skin reddening slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Su Mier interjected, "You sent the wrong message." Not exactly a mistake. As it had been intended for her, it was merely a habitual address. Seeing her broach the topic, Yin Shu decided to play along. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Mier halted abruptly, compelling him to stop as well. She then asked, word by word, "Who else do you call wife?" Yin Shu hastily replied, "I don't. I've only called you that, but now I wouldn't dare." Just as he was about to elaborate further, the sweet voice from the broadcast station shifted abruptly. "Hello, can you hear me?" The voice was somewhat familiar. The runners slowed their pace, murmurs of curiosity filling the air. "Who is it? Sounds familiar." The female voice on the broadcast giggled. "Good morning, everyone. I have an announcement to make," and instantly, the students erupted in a frenzy. Teachers from various classes who had been standing at the periphery rushed over. Yin Shu spotted Director Nyo, the head of the teaching staff, hastily making his way towards the broadcast station. "Yin Shu from class 6 of the second year, I really like you. Can we not break up?" The declaration resonated throughout the entire playground. Yin Shu's expression stiffened at the unexpected spotlight now cast upon him. Various gazes converged on him, yet amidst these looks, he sensed one imbued with palpable hostility. "Yin Ge, you're incredible. Who is so bold?" Zhang Sheng rushed over, excitement evident on his face. "Let us interview you." "Yan Yi, what do you feel?" Yin Shu's response was devoid of emotion. "I feel like I can't keep up with my own wife." Chapter 8. Women only slow down my problem-solving speed. The cacophony from the school broadcast continued, soon becoming a jumble. Yet, Yin Shu could still feel the weight of countless eyes upon him. While the first-year students might not recognize him, the second-year students were well acquainted with his presence. Yin Shu sighed, casting an innocent look at Su Mier, who was attempting to annihilate him with her glare. "I truly have no idea what just transpired. I am innocent." In a rare display, Su Mier rolled her eyes dramatically. "Right? You didn't know. Just like when you confessed to Jean Lilly on the basketball court. You said you didn't know." Her voice dripped with sarcasm, and yet the whole world knew. except for you. The reason Yin Shu had been pursued was indeed due to Jean Lily's utter disregard for public opinion. Just last week, Yin Shu's class had been invited to play basketball against Class 9. After school, they went, only to find Jean Lily standing at the center of the court in her number 8 jersey, which was the same as Yin Shu's, surrounded by a plethora of flowers. Dressed in the jersey, Jean Lily wore a short skirt that showcased her long, fair legs, and her feet adorned the same style of AJ as Yin Shu. Holding a bouquet, she stood confidently amidst the crowd, gazing at Yin Shu and proclaiming, Yin Shu, I really like you. Will you go out with me? Tsundere mused later that no boy could possibly reject such a grandiose confession, which catered to all the vanity of boys at that age. This also became her excuse for Yin Shu dating Jean Lily, despite the turmoil it stirred within her. Yet she knew she could never replicate such boldness, whether it was a confession on a basketball court or one over the broadcast. Tsundere recognized her limitations. Her condition meant she would likely never engage in anything overly thrilling or emotionally stirring. However, as she observed the innocent Yin Shu, she thought, even if she were to attempt the same, he would probably still reject her, not due to the inappropriateness of the act, but simply because he did not harbor feelings for her. Yin Shu simply did not like her. An increasing number of individuals gathered around, while boys from other classes chuckled, exclaiming, Yin Shu, you truly are quite fortunate. Their voices brimmed with envy. Just then, Teacher Su approached with a stern countenance, demanding, what is all this commotion? Disperse. Yin Shu, come with me. A look of concern crossed Tsundere's pale face. Yin Shu glanced at Tsundere, then at the grim-faced Teacher Su, and reluctantly acquiesced. Teacher Su felt that Yin Shu was innocent in this matter, yet Director Nyo insisted she escort him over. Yin Shu was led away, internally lamenting the overwhelming events of his recent days. There was so much to address, and he had yet to engage in a proper conversation with Tsundere, particularly since she appeared rather disinclined to interact with him. Yin Shu found himself in a state of vexation. Simultaneously, he pondered the boldness of Jean Lily, who unabashedly displayed her affections. Was she indeed fond of him? Yet, how could she so readily adorn him with a metaphorical green hat? It was utterly perplexing. Upon arriving at the disciplinary office, Yin Shu discovered Jean Lily and several boys already inside. Upon spotting Yin Shu, Jean Lily flashed him a smile. Director Nyo's expression darkened further. You're still smiling? Young lady, don't you possess a modicum of shame? Jean Lily retorted, Director, what do you mean by that? Expressing one's feelings is not wrong. One must be brave enough to declare their affections. Didn't we discuss this in class? Director Nyo pointed at her, visibly incensed. At that moment, Teacher Su interjected, Director, Yin Shu from our class had no involvement in this matter. However, Jean Lily countered, but he is the other protagonist. How could you say he was uninvolved? Yin Shu, avoiding her gaze, addressed Director Nyo. Director, I truly had no knowledge of this situation. A boy beside Jean Lily scoffed, Really? Yin Shu, are you that cowardly? ISNT at you, who's dating Lily? His tone was laden with discontent. Yin Shu replied with conviction, I assure you, it is not me. We have already broken up. At the mention of this, the smile vanished from Jean Lily's face. I don't agree with that. Yin Shu sighed, finally turning to her with a serious expression. Do you understand why school rules prohibit early romantic relationships? Because flowers that bloom too early often wither away. Our primary task now is to study, to strive for the future of our nation. Tsundere, laden with a stack of pamphlets, arrived at the office door just in time to witness this scene. Jean Lily and the two boys wore expressions of astonishment, while Yin Shu continued to expound on the importance of national development. Director Nyo and Teacher Su exchanged satisfied glances. The tableau was somewhat comical. Tsundere hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. It was Yin Shu who noticed her standing at the doorway, her arms burdened with pamphlets, and he frowned as he approached, momentarily halting his discourse on national development. He reached out to take the books from her grasp, noting their weight. Is everyone absent from class? Why are you carrying this? Tsundere, serving as the class monitor, typically collected assignments. However, these were books. Jean Lily abruptly snapped back to reality from Yin Shu's lecture, her tone sharp. Didn't you say you would maintain a distance from the opposite sex? What are you doing? Assisting a classmate, Yin Shu replied, glancing at her. To clarify, I intend to keep my distance from those who harbor ulterior motives towards me, as my current goal is to contribute to the nation's development. Women only serve to hinder my progress in studying. Yin Shu. Teacher Su quickly interrupted his ramblings. Yin Shu fell silent. Tsundere, still in shock, finally spoke. Director, this safety manual is indeed from our class, with signatures from both parents and students. Director Nyo's demeanor softened at the mention of good students. Very well. Place it over there. Yin Shu complied, setting the manual down where directed. He initially thought Su Mir would leave, yet she lingered for a moment before suddenly speaking. Teacher, director. Today's events truly have nothing to do with Yanshu. This morning, Jean Lily was already pestering him in class, but he rejected her advances. The recent incident at the broadcasting station was entirely unrelated to him. He was out running exercises, and the classmates can attest to this. Yanshu was momentarily taken aback. Was Su Mir here out of concern for him? Jean Lily's expression darkened as she realized Yanshu's attitude towards Su Mir had shifted. Teacher Su interjected. Let them both return. This matter truly has no bearing on our students. As Yanshu and Su Mir exited the disciplinary office, the class bell rang, echoing through the now empty corridor. With a smile, Yanshu asked, were you worried about me? If you receive another demerit, you might be expelled, and Aunt Lu will break your legs. Su Mir, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, then turned to leave. Yanshu followed her, still smiling. It's fine. You and T let me get my legs broken, would you? Chapter 9. Su Mir wants to be your desk mate. Yanshu disang Su Mer's conflicting emotions. Her hurried rush to the disciplinary office betrayed her concern for him. Yet when questioned, she maintained an indifferent facade. Yanshu felt the strain in their relationship was primarily due to his rebellious phase, accounting for 60%, with Su Mir's temperament likely contributing another 40%. Had he not known her prideful nature, it would have been understandable that his former self, during his rebellious phase, held a certain disdain for Su Mir. Yet, Yanshu dare not voice this. When they returned to class, a physics lesson was underway, taught by a meticulous old gentleman named Wang. He had always found Yanshu, who typically scored only 20 or 30 points on exams, to be an eyesore. Seeing Yanshu arrive late, he darkly commanded, Yanshu, stand at the door and listen. You'd only sleep if you entered. To Su Mir, he adopted a different tone. Mir, come in. However, Su Mir, who had already stepped into the classroom, retracted her foot with a decisive tone. Teacher, I returned from the disciplinary office with Yanshu, so we should both be punished to avoid any accusations of favoritism. Yanshu had been leaning against the wall, but turned to observe Su Mir's cold profile. The other students whispered among themselves, noting Wang's displeasure. Led by Feng Zhong, the boys in the back began to voice their concerns. Surely the teacher ISNT penalizing Yanshu simply because of his poor grades? ISNT this a clear case of favoritism? What about the dignity of struggling students? It was evident that Wang's reputation was not particularly favorable. He cast a cold glance at the usually compliant Su Mir before retorting, I don't practice favoritism. However, it was never stated that you both were returning from the disciplinary office. Come inside, take out your papers, and let us review your scores. Yanshu heard the derisive laughter and sneers from the boys in the back. He merely observed Su Mir's frail silhouette as he returned to his seat, not sparing her a second glance. Glancing at Wang, who was glaring at him, Yanshu rubbed his nose and made his way to the back. Clearly, struggling students were not well liked. It seemed that, apart from teacher Su, none of the other instructors held him in high regard. Yanshu realized he needed to focus on his studies. However, after years away from school, staring at the blank paper filled him with despair. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Director Nyo was known for his swift and decisive actions. Thus, the criticism notification for Jean Lily and her two companions was issued during the break, resulting in a major demerit. It was evident that Director Nyo was genuinely furious. Yanshu listened to the broadcast while making notes on the recent physics exam, realizing that he wasn't entirely incompetent after all. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng, seated across the aisle, was engaged in a conversation with his table-mate, Chung Su, speculating whether teacher Su was arranging the seating chart. What a nuisance. Aren't we nearing the end of the term? Zheng Su Zima? Yes, Feng Zheng replied. She mentioned that the back rows were too noisy and probably intends to separate us. Yanshu paused, glancing at the considerable distance between him and Su Mir. Raising an eyebrow, was this an opportunity? At that moment, Su Mir was listening to Zhang Xian complain about the new seating arrangements, expressing her dismay at the prospect of sitting with a boy. Goodness, who would want to sit next to a male classmate? ISNT teacher, Su worried about us engaging in secret romances at our age? Zhang Feifei, seated in front of them, turned and cheerfully asked, which boy from our class do you think you'd end up in a scandal with? Zhang Xian exclaimed, absolutely not. I find none of them appealing. The good-looking ones are Yanshu and Feng Zheng, and maybe Zhou Jiai, but I suspect Zhou Jiai wants to sit next to me or, Upon hearing this, Su Mir frowned, interrupting them, don't say such things. She bit her lip gently, I need to step out for a moment. Zhang Xian protested, hurry back. Class is about to start. But Su Mir remained silent, quickening her pace. Yanshu stepped out to buy some water, pondering why teacher Su would agree to move his seat closer to Su Mir. Given Jean Lily's commotion, he sensed that he might not encounter any female classmates near him again. With a sigh of annoyance, he was approached by Feng Zheng, who placed a hand on his shoulder. Yin-Shu, are you playing basketball at noon? Feng Zheng inquired, grinning. After your meeting with Jean Lily? Yin-Shu rolled his eyes. Why would I meet with her? I'm not playing basketball. I have other matters to attend to. Consider this, I have a secret to trade, Feng Zheng said mysteriously. Yin-Shu's interest was piqued. He glanced over. Go on. I just returned from Teacher Su's office, where I overheard Su Mir asking about changing her seat. She wants to sit with you. Feng Zheng chuckled. Aren't you the one who dislikes her? If you don't want to sit with her, just tell Teacher Su. She respects our opinions. Before Feng Zheng could finish, he noticed Yin-Shu's eyes light up, and Yin-Shu joyfully patted Feng Zheng on the back. Old Feng, you're the best. Lunch is on me today. As the class bell rang, Yin-Shu strode back to the classroom. Feng Zheng was left bewildered. Wait, are we that close now? Isn't just a basketball buddy? Learning that Su Mir was seeking to change seats with him. Yin-Shu's mood remained buoyant throughout the morning. This pleasant disposition persisted until the conclusion of morning classes. The affiliated school was not entirely closed off, allowing students to venture out for meals, and many opted to dine outside or go home. Yin-Shu noticed Su Mir walking with Zhang Xian and a group of girls. He initially stood up, intending to ask her if she wanted to join him for lunch, but Zhang Sheng interrupted him. Hey, Yan Yi, aren't you going to your usual spot? Yin-Shu turned to him, having completely forgotten about Jean Lily's mention of the old place. What old place? Your old spot with Jean Lily, by the activity classroom, Zhang Sheng said, his voice not particularly low. Feng Zheng, who had initially stood up to leave, glanced at Yin-Shu and spoke. Weren't you going to treat me to lunch? Are we going or not? Yin-Shu regarded Zhang Sheng, unsure whether he was genuinely oblivious or pretending. Hadn't his attitude toward Jean Lily been unmistakably clear? Why would they return to that old place? He patted Zhang Sheng on the shoulder. I've broken up with her. If you're trying to get closer to her through me, you might as well give up. Find someone else. Turning to Feng Zheng, he added, let us go, what are we having? He completely disregarded the awkwardness and stiffness on Zhang Sheng's face. Feng Zheng walked beside him, intrigued. I thought you wouldn't notice? Zhang Sheng never used to call you Yinga like that. Yin-Shu chuckled lightly, realizing that his previous feelings towards Zhang Sheng had been non-existent. It dawned on him that Zhang Sheng had become friendly with him only after Jean Lily began pursuing him. In both this life and the last, Yin-Shu had felt quite awkward when faced with Jean Lily's confession. However, Zhang Sheng had been the first to stir up a commotion. It could be said that men understand each other best. After the breakup, they had graduated, and Yin-Shu couldn't recall much of it. Yet, those memories were sufficient. Chapter 10. I'm not like you. I can live without someone's affection. These fragmented recollections suggested that Zhang Sheng harbored feelings for Jean Lily, yet he also supported her pursuit of other boys, an action Yin-Shu couldn't comprehend. At that moment, he smiled at Feng Zheng. Thanks for the heads up. Hey, don't mention it. I didn't remind you of anything, Feng Zheng replied, observing Yin-Shu. You're quite the enigma. Did you eat some elixir this weekend? You seem different. Not really. You're so concerned about me. You're not developing any inappropriate feelings for me, are you? I suggest you don't overthink it. I like girls. Whoa, get lost. You like girls. So you like Jean Lily? No. The bonds of male friendship often take root in the most peculiar of circumstances. Just as Feng Zheng began to appreciate Yin-Shu, this rascal had begun to use him as a tool. While the two contemplated what to eat at the backdoor snack street, Yin-Shu suddenly declared his desire for ramen. Feng Zheng thought that sounded fine, but was soon dragged over to their class's 3 girls, forced to share a table. Feeling awkward, Feng Zheng glanced at the empty table beside them. Zhang Xian and Zhang Fei, seated opposite them, appeared equally bewildered. Yin-Shu, however, inquired of Su Mir, what did you order? I'll have the same. Xu Mia. Looking at Yin-Shu across the table, felt an uncanny sensation wash over her, yet she pointed to the signature beef noodles on the menu. Yin-Shu scanned the menu, ordered the same, and then turned to Feng Zheng. Old Feng, what are you having? Feng Zheng thought, can you see the empty table next to us? I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. But he quickly ordered a bowl of noodles and a serving of dumplings, given his considerable physical activity. Zhang Fei, with her lively personality, broke the ice. You guys are awfully quiet. It's a bit awkward. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, feeling the pressure of 2 handsome boys sitting across from her. The atmosphere lightened as Feng Zheng, not one to be shy, joined in. But you have pressure every day in class, don't you? That's different. Finally, the tension dissipated. Yin-Shu kept his gaze fixed on Su Mir, unabashedly. Su Mir's face tensed for a moment before she could no longer hold her composure. She pulled out her phone and began typing. Yin-Shu felt his phone vibrate several times. Opening it, he found a message from Su Mir. What do you want? Stop staring at me. It's awkward. Unable to suppress a laugh, Yin-Shu drew the attention of others. Feng Zheng asked, what are you laughing at while staring at your phone? Are you in a virtual romance? Yin-shu raised an eyebrow. I'd love to have a romance, but I fear the other party might not be interested. Su-mi shot him a glare, but Yin-shu continued to smile. Zhang Xian, unable to contain herself, chimed in. Yin-shu, aren't you dating Jean Lily? Not dating, we broke up. It's all very clear. We didn't even hold hands. Yin-shu finally had the opportunity to express his innocence. Who would have thought that Feng Zheng would sarcastically interject? Yes, she didn't hold your hand, but she certainly didn't hesitate to take yours. Yin-shu was not bothered. After all, his brother was merely a supportive ally, and he could do without such a brother. Opposite them, Su-mi chimed in, holding hands inseparable. Zhang Xian detected an unsettling tone in these words and cast a furtive glance at Su-mi. Previously, classmates had noted Su-mi's evident interest in Yin-shu, yet he seemed to harbor a distinct aversion towards her. Many had speculated that Su-mi harbored a secret crush on Yin-shu, a notion she neither confirmed nor denied. Now, Zhang Xian could sense the jealousy in the air. Only Zhang Feifei remained oblivious, curiously asking, Yin-shu, why did you break up with Jean Lily? Because he is destined to contribute to the construction of our beautiful motherland. Women impede his study speed. Su-mi leisurely recounted Yin-shu's absurd excuse from the disciplinary office. Feng Zheng and the others paused, then erupted in laughter. Yin-shu joined in, and after a moment, remarked, Su-mi, you truly are adorable. You were so charming back in high school. The moment those words left his lips, the laughter around them abruptly ceased, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Su-mi's fair complexion flushed instantly, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yin-shu. The atmosphere turned peculiar once more. Fortunately, their ordered noodles arrived just in time. Feng Zheng chuckled. Well then, let us eat our noodles. The awkwardness deepened. Feng Zheng wondered if Yin-shu had lost his mind. Didn't he notice Su-mi's piercing gaze that seemed ready to bore into him? Their table attracted considerable attention, primarily due to Yin-shu's eloquence. There were even girls confessing their feelings for him at the broadcast station. Even those who initially did not know him were likely familiarized through various accounts. Not to mention, sitting across from him was Su-mi, a girl often regarded as the flower of the affiliated high school. Why often regarded? Because beauty is subjective, after all. Nevertheless, the sight of them dining together drew numerous prying eyes. Yin-shu could perceive Su-mi's discomfort and sighed. Should we take this to go? Before he could finish, Jean Lily stormed in through the door, her gaze fixed on Yin-shu, her anger palpable. Yin-shu, what do you mean by this? I waited for you at our usual spot, and here you are eating. Yin-shu couldn't comprehend her fury. With so many suitors, what difference would his absence make? Observing Jean Lily's aggressive demeanor, Yin-shu's tone grew impatient. I'm not eating. I'm having noodles. Enough is enough. Don't embarrass yourself. Jean Lily glared at him, trembling with rage. She couldn't fathom why Yin-shu, though initially indifferent, had become so hostile. She had always believed that given time, he would come to like her, considering they were in a relationship. But why'd he suddenly transformed into someone unrecognizable? Jean Lily's gaze shifted to Su-mi. Did she threaten to tell your parents? Pointing an accusing finger at Su-mi, she continued, Is this how you play? He doesn't like you. Are you really going to tell on him? How old are you? You're not still playing the childhood sweetheart possessiveness game, are you? Jean Lily's glare landed on the impassive Su-mi. Who would ever fancy someone as cold and unappealing as you? Yin-shu stood up, his expression icy, ready to speak. But Su-mi spoke first. Does it matter who likes whom? Unlike you, I don't feel the need to rely on anyone's affection to survive. Su-mi also rose, disregarding Jean Lily's ugly expression, and boldly tugged at Yin-shu's collar. Standing at 183 centimeters, Yin-shu had no choice but to lean toward her. And he heard Su-mi enunciate each word clearly. I have no right to interfere with his friendships, but I absolutely will not stand by and watch you lead him down the wrong path. The space between them narrowed, allowing Yin-shu to admire her flawless skin and exquisite features, while the faint scent surrounding her was intoxicating, blurring the line between hair and skin. He felt his throat involuntarily bob up and down. He missed Su-mi. He longed for her. Chapter 11, however, Yin-shu had never despised Su-mi. Although she spoke with fervor, she was actually terrified that at any moment, Yin-shu might break free from her grasp and walk away with Jean Lily. After finishing her statement, she turned, intending to shoot Yin-shu a warning glare to keep him in check. To her surprise, they were so close that as she turned, her nose brushed against his. Su-mi's face flushed crimson, and she released her grip on his collar, stepping back, her earlier fierceness evaporating in an instant. When their noses touched, Yin-shu distinctly heard the collective intake of breath from those around them, alongside the rapid beating of his own heart. If only he had had the audacity to lean forward, perhaps he could have kissed those soft lips. The entire noodle shop seemed to fall into a hush. Jean Lily's face darkened as she forced out, "I've never seen someone so brazenly admit to being a mistress. You're just as guilty of intrusion." "Jean Lily, enough is enough," Yin Shu replied with disgust. "What does our matter have to do with you? You don't need to wear a victim's expression. I initially intended to spare you some dignity, but clearly, you have no regard for your own. ISNT, my reason for breaking up with you rather simple. You've been straddling multiple boats. Need I help you count? There are even some from the vocational school sitting nearby, right?" The moment Yin Shu finished speaking, murmurs of gossip began to bubble up around them. Jean Lily had anticipated him to be so forthright. Did he not fear humiliation? Wouldn't he feel ashamed if others learned of his own embarrassment? "Moreover, I could break up with them for you. I like you the most," Jean Lily retorted, gazing intently at Yin Shu. "Didn't I already demonstrate how much effort I put into pursuing you? I'm sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession." Yin Shu replied with a forced smile, "And my family doesn't allow me to associate with troublemakers." Jean Lily's hands trembled, and she raised them as though to slap Yin Shu. Sumire's voice suddenly rang out, "Try touching him." This time, the murmurs grew louder. Jean Lily, feeling unable to maintain her composure, pointed an accusatory finger at the two of them. "Fine, break up if you must, but even if I end things with Yin Shu, it's not your place to interfere. He has told me before that you're the one he dislikes the most." With that parting shot, Jean Lily turned and left, tears streaming down her face, looking thoroughly aggrieved. Feng Zheng and Zhang Xian felt the tension rise, and at that moment, Su Mir, with a stoic expression, stated, "Let us go. We can't eat here anymore." She then picked up her backpack and headed for the exit. Jean Lily's earlier words had stung Su Mir deeply. It seemed that no matter when, Yin Shu was akin to a knife, always poised to pierce through her defenses. Jean Lily was aware of this, and it was a weapon she wielded with precision. Just like now, as she left in disgrace, she didn't forget to deliver another blow. Zhang Xian called out, wanting to follow, while Feng Zheng lamented, "What a waste. The noodles just arrived, and I didn't even get to eat." Yin Shu, meanwhile, scolded his past self internally for being foolish, hastening his steps forward. "You guys stay and pack up." Zhang Feifei, concerned, wanted to follow suit. Feng Zheng and Zhang Xian chorused, "Wait, pack it up." Zhang Feifei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it really necessary to have so many people for packing?" However, in the blink of an eye, Su Mir and Yin Shu had already vanished from sight. Yin Shu quickly caught up with Su Mir, who was making her way towards the school. Her eyes were tinged with red, and her nose also bore a crimson hue, which stood out starkly against her fair complexion. She appeared on the verge of tears. Yin Shu felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of her, calling out, "Su Mir." Yet, she ignored him. With a sigh, Yin Shu reached out and grasped her arm, saying, "Don't be upset. She is merely spouting nonsense." The two halted beneath the shade of a tree by the side entrance of the school, with a few students passing by occasionally. Su Mir shrugged off Yin Shu's hand, lifting her gaze to meet his and revealing a fleeting glimmer of tears in her eyes. "Yin Shu, you needn't pretend. I often fail to comprehend why you harbor such animosity towards me. Other people as childhood sweethearts are not like this, even if they are not overly intimate. It does not have to be like this, does it?" It seemed as if the entire world knew of Yin Shu's disdain for her. The tremor in her voice caused Yin Shu's heart to ache as he responded, "I do not dislike you. It is merely the two of us now. There is no need for this. I still maintain that I have no right to impede your friendships. However, I cannot simply stand by and watch you squander your time, day in and day out, engrossed in games or the computer." Su Mir averted her gaze, declaring, "Whether you believe I am putting on an act or not, if you continue to hang out with Jean Lily and the others, I will seek you out. If I cannot reach you, I will inform Aunt Lu. I am indeed a telltale, and you are free to continue disliking me." After uttering these words, Su Mir turned and resumed her walk to school. Yin Shu followed her, stating, "I just told Jean Lily that my family does not allow me to associate with bad students, and that is true." His words seemed somewhat disjointed, and Su Mir furrowed her brow, refraining from responding. Then Yin Shu added, "The family I referred to is you. You are my wife, after all. I will heed your words." Indeed, Su Mir's steps abruptly halted, and Yin Shu, relieved, prepared to muster his courage to speak of better interactions in the future. However, he was abruptly met with a sharp stomp on his foot. "Yin Shu, are you a jerk? I'm not your housekeeper," she retorted, her words laced with irritation as she ground her foot into his. With a fierce glare, she added, "Do not follow me," before sprinting away. Yin Shu winced, exclaiming, "What a fierce girl. She really means it." Yin Shu soon realized that taking things slowly was futile. It was a struggle just to speak with Su Mir. How had he not noticed before how difficult it was to communicate with her at this moment? She could fill in the blanks of his words with her own interpretations. Smirking at the thought, he considered that this predicament might indeed be of his own making. Had he truly expressed his dislike for Su Mi-er to many others in the past? Yet, he had never genuinely detested her, even during his rebellious phase. When she would seek him out incessantly, he had never harbored any animosity towards her. At lunchtime, Yin-shu found himself eating the noodles that Feng Zheng had brought back, albeit they had already congealed. He wondered if Su Mi-er had eaten as he was being dragged off to play basketball by Feng Zheng. Damn it. I was invited to dinner, yet I ended up paying for myself. Now I have to go play basketball. Feng Zheng grumbled. Yin-shu quickly apologized. Don't be angry. I'll transfer you the money. Get lost. Feng Zheng shouted, play basketball. Chapter 12. Rounded up, we are deskmates now. After finishing their game, both boys returned, drenched in sweat. Yin-shu discovered that playing basketball was indeed quite refreshing. In his previous life, he had been too busy to play, but this time, it was a rare and exhilarating experience. A group of boys burst through the back door, full of laughter and the scent of sweat, prompting a few girls to wrinkle their noses in distaste. Yin-shu glanced over at Su Mi-er's spot, and, just as she turned her head, their eyes met briefly before she quickly looked away. Yin-shu smiled. He had already contemplated that if speaking nicely did not work, he would simply be direct in their future interactions. After all, weren't they supposed to be deskmates? He was determined to see if he could indeed stir her feelings. Feng Zheng wiped his sweat, rummaging through the desk for something. Suddenly, he pulled out a piece of paper and called out to the front. Class monitor. Hey, coming. What is up? The class monitor, a boy named Chun Fong, replied, his mouth full of bread as he turned to face Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng waved the paper, saying, this is the arrangement for our summer outing. The classroom erupted in excitement. This so-called summer outing was akin to the autumn and spring excursions, where the class would embark on a journey together. It was something of a hallmark for their school, typically involving visits to museums, parks, or amusement parks. The two-day, one-night trips were exclusive to second-year students, scheduled for after the college entrance examinations. No classes would be held, and they would spend the night away, making it a highly appealing prospect. At that moment, the students began discussing where they would go this year. Last year, they went to see the temple fair. I'm so jealous. Hey, aren't you living with me, Lao Lu? Chun Fong quickly devoured his bread and approached Feng Zheng to take the activity sheet. Hey, hold on, he shouted, striding towards the podium. Before we discuss this, let us take a moment to review the new seating arrangement while we still have time. After class, you can change your seats directly. Make sure to switch before evening study. When the multimedia projector was activated, the new seating chart was revealed, plunging the classroom into a moment of silence. Then, it erupted into chaos as it became apparent that the new seating arrangement consisted of individual seats. Everyone would no longer have deskmates. The most jarring aspect was that the seats were arranged alternately between boys and girls. Their classroom had always been spacious enough for individual seating, and the previous year students had all been assigned individual spots. However, upon their arrival, Teacher Su had deemed it necessary for the students to grow accustomed to one another, hence the arrangement of deskmates. Now, all the pairs have been dismantled, leading to a cacophony of lamentations. Only Yin-shu felt elated to see Su Mi-er seated beside him. He caught a glimpse of Zhang Sheng, who seemed to have sighed in relief. Yin-shu glanced at him, but Zhang Sheng quickly diverted his gaze, likely feeling quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, Yin-shu looked forward to this new arrangement. Chun Fong tapped the podium, saying, stop shouting. The teacher will be here soon. In the meantime, let me show you the arrangements. You can change seats after school. Class monitor, share something exciting. What about the summer outing arrangements? Someone called out. Chun Fong glanced at the paper in his hand, responding, I haven't said yet. We have a meeting tonight. Mi-er, you're coming with me. As the vice class monitor, Su Mi-er's gaze shifted from the seating chart back to him, nodding in agreement. Having quarreled with Yin-shu at noon, she now found herself seated next to him in the afternoon. She thought to herself that she should have avoided seeking out the teacher. However, despite her inner turmoil, she could not help but feel a bubbling excitement within her. With the unfolding events of the afternoon, few had the inclination to focus on their studies. The afternoon consisted of two classes, one of which was a self-study session and the other taught by Teacher Su, who had intentionally scheduled it for the last period. As the dismissal bell rang, she stood at the podium, observing as the students reluctantly changed their seats. Among them, Yin-shu, with a smile on his face, seemed somewhat out of place. Feng Zheng could not help but click his tongue, exclaiming, what on earth is wrong with you, Yin-shu? Surrounded by the deputy class leader, the academic representative, the sports committee member, and the head of the class, and you still manage to smile? Yin-shu thought to himself, why not? But merely replied, aren't you sitting behind me? Sports committee member? Feng Zheng remarked, this person surely has some issues. However, to others, Yin-shu's position as the underperforming student indeed seemed rather dismal, with class representatives on all sides keeping a watchful eye on him. Delighted, Yin-shu placed his desk beside Su Mi-er. Su Mi-er, who was already seated, glanced in his direction before averting her gaze. Zhang Xian continued to cling to Su Mi's arm, mumbling about her reluctance to part. Su Mi felt a twinge of guilt. Initially, Teacher Su had not intended to seat Yin Shu, the underachiever, next to her due to her health concerns. Yet, Su Mi had insisted on it, even though her rightful place should have been beside Zhang Xian. Nonetheless, she genuinely wished to sit next to Yin Shu, as it would ensure she was the first to know if he decided to skip class. "All right, shall I accompany you for a meal?" Su Mi said, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Zhang Xian chuckled gleefully. At that moment, the newly seated Yin Shu interjected softly, "When will you ever speak to me with such gentleness?" Su Mi's face flushed instantly, even though he had not mentioned her name. Before she could ponder further, the program committee member, looking terrified, exclaimed, "No, Yin Go, I sent it only natural to be gentle with my girlfriend." Yin Shu had been fixated on Su Mi's face. But the tactless remark from the program committee member shattered the mood. Rolling his eyes, Yin Shu playfully slapped the back of the committee member's head, saying, "You're everywhere." Su Mi tugged at Zhang Xian, leading her out for a meal, not wanting to be caught in her own moment of misplaced affection. Just then, Feng Zheng and the others intercepted them, exclaiming, "Let us celebrate our Yin Ge, the only unfortunate soul surrounded by class representatives. Treat us to a meal, will you?" Yin Shu protested. "Why should I be the one to treat you all? Just a toast to your good fortune with a soda will suffice," they insisted. Yin Shu, encircled by a group of boys, missed the chance to intercept them. However, this sensation was rather novel. In his past life, he had drifted through school, perpetually sleeping or skipping classes. Following that, he had merely focused on endless practice questions during his repeat year. He had never truly experienced the earnestness of high school life. Perhaps this served as a remedy for his past regrets? On the first day of his seating change, Yin Shu had not managed to converse properly with Su Mi, for upon returning from the meal, she had already gone to a meeting. Chen Fong, the class monitor, had only rushed over after being reminded by Feng Zheng. Once the meeting commenced, the evening study session ended, and she had yet to return. After completing most of a test paper, only about 10 students remained in the classroom when Chen Fong and Su Mi finally re-entered. Chen Fong was taken aback to see Yin Shu still seated. "Why has Ti Ying gone home yet?" Su Mi, equally surprised, gazed at Yin Shu with wide eyes. Chapter 13. You disliked me even before you reached your rebellious phase. Finally seeing them return, Yin Shu exhaled, casually stuffing the partially completed paper into his backpack. He had just realized that apart from English, everything else had been quite challenging. After all, English was a commonly used language and seemed relatively easy. Mathematics and physics had nearly driven him to despair. At that moment, out of a sense of pride, he did not wish for his girlfriend to see the chaotic and largely blank test paper. Does the school have no sense of time during meetings? What time is it already? Yin Shu couldn't help but grumble, slightly raising his chin towards Su Mi. "Let us head home." As the thought crossed his mind, a smile involuntarily crept onto Su Mi's lips. At that moment, Yin Shu noticed a boy approaching with a backpack. "Mir, are you leaving?" he asked. Yin Shu recognized Zhou Jiai, who was of similar height and build. He vividly remembered him as an outstanding student who had scored first in the entrance exam for the affiliated school and frequently dominated the top of the grade rankings. In his previous life, he had nearly become the provincial champion. Of course, Yin Shu remembered him so well because this boy had been pursuing Su Mi. In fact, during his repeat year, Su Mi had also been accompanied by him. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Yin Shu was not particularly concerned about Zhou Jiai's pursuit. After all, in his past life, his attitude towards Su Mi had been so poor that Zhou Jiai had failed to win her affection. Now that he had been reborn, there was no way he would allow that to happen. However, as is instinctual for a young man, he felt an innate aversion toward a rival. Chen Fong was internally astonished, yet somewhat excited. Wow, it seems like both of them are vying for Su Mi's attention as they ask her if she wants to go home together. Which one will our esteemed school flower choose? Before Chen Fong could finish his internal monologue, Su Mi told Zhou Jiai, "You can go back. I don't need company." She then turned to Yin Shu, adding, "Yin Shu will accompany me." Zhou Jiai glanced at Yin Shu, slightly furrowing his brow, but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding goodbye, before turning and walking away with his backpack. Yin Shu couldn't resist asking, "Do you often go home together?" Su Mi shot him a bewildered look. "Why will we go home together?" Chen Fong hastily packed his belongings, exclaiming, "Hey Yin Ge, I'm off." Su Mi politely bid him farewell, while Yin Shu waved casually. As Chen Fong departed, Su Mi began to gather her things, saying, "Let us go." Yin Shu reached for her backpack, finding it quite heavy, and walked ahead. Su Mi attempted to reclaim it, but was deftly brushed aside, forcing her to follow behind him. The lights of the senior high school teaching building were still on, while several classrooms along their path had already turned off their lights. The two walked in silence, the only sound being their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Yin-Shu broke the silence. Were meetings always this late? Not necessarily. It's just uncommon for them to run this late today, Tsundere replied, sensing something odd about Yin-Shu. What do you want to say? Yin-Shu paused momentarily, slowing his pace. Finally, they descended the stairs side by side. The stairwell was equipped with motion sensor lights, but one section appeared to be malfunctioning, as no lights came on despite the sound. How do you get home after meetings? He suddenly inquired, realizing that he had scant memories of Tsundere from before his repeat year, most of which involved their arguments and her jibes, while he had responded with cold indifference. He had never known that she sometimes needed to attend meetings at night or return home so late. Tsundere had always been timid since childhood and suffered from a heart condition. How frightened must she be to return home at such a late hour? Yin-Shu recalled how he had roamed the night, leaving her to navigate the internet cafes alone. Most of the time, he had abandoned her to join Jean Lily and the others. She was so beautiful, yet he had left her behind. Would she encounter danger? Was she afraid? Some thoughts are best left unexamined. At this moment, Yin-Shu wished he could slap himself. Due to the lack of lighting, Tsundere could not see the regret and concern in Yin-Shu's eyes. Her tone remained unchanged as she replied, I take the bus. Sometimes. If it's too late, my dad comes to pick me up or I take a taxi. Finally, they reached a floor where the lights were on. Yin-Shu's voice broke the silence. I thought Zhou Jiai often walked you home. Why would he walk me home? Tsundere found Yin-Shu's words to be quite peculiar, as they merely shared the same bus on occasion, with a stop preceding hers by 2 stations. After voicing her thoughts, she paused and glanced at Yin-Shu, inquiring, What exactly do you wish to convey? Nothing. I merely meant to say that I will escort you from now on, Yin-Shu replied, masking his emotions with a smile. No matter how late it is, I shall wait. Tsundere slightly parted her lips, hesitating to speak, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. She remarked to herself how strange Yin-Shu was today, and his declaration only intensified her bewilderment. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Yin-Shu, you've become quite odd. What is the matter with you? She felt compelled to reach out and touch his forehead, sensing he might be unwell, yet she recalled his aversion to her touching him. Ultimately, with a downcast gaze, she withdrew her hand, expressing her confusion. I do not understand your intentions. If you're concerned about me informing uncle and aunt, I have promised not to tell them as long as you cease skipping classes and staying out all night. She lowered her long lashes. You needn't force yourself like this. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Not at all, Yin-Shu replied without a moment's thought. Then countered, Is it difficult for you when you treat me well? That is different. Tsundere thought of retorting, but just then, footsteps echoed from downstairs, signaling the arrival of more than one person. She turned and descended the stairs, her back seemingly imbued with a sense of hurried escape. Let us head home. By the time they reached the community entrance, Yin-Shu had yet to receive her response. Were it not for the weight in the back seat of the car, and the soft sensation that accompanied his occasional deliberate braking, he might have believed he had not brought Tsundere back at all. They entered the elevator in a peculiar silence. Once the doors closed, Yin-Shu contemplated changing the subject, yet Tsundere spoke first, not uncomfortable. Is it difficult for you when you treat me well? Not at all, he affirmed, though he refrained from elaborating further. Yin-Shu felt that this was sufficient. He had always known his beloved to be a stubborn and proud young lady, and at this age, her obstinacy had likely intensified. He chuckled and replied, I feel no discomfort either. Reflecting on his past misdeeds, he added, I suppose I was rebellious before, but now that phase has passed, I recognize who truly cares for me. The elevator chimed, announcing their arrival. Tsundere glanced at him, took her backpack from his hands, and, as she exited the elevator, she remarked, You disliked me even before you entered your rebellious phase. Yin-Shu, can I go back and scold myself? Chapter 14. In their previous life, they were on the brink of achieving fulfillment. The notion of scolding oneself was clearly unrealistic, and Yin-Shu could only watch as Tsundere, with an arrow piercing her heart, returned home. Before closing the door, she cast one last glance at him, pitying the sight of him standing there, motionless and gazing at her. She dryly uttered, Good night, before shutting the door. Yin-Shu felt easily placated, finding solace in the fact that she was simply being herself. Yet, a wave of guilt continued to swell within him. With a sigh, he turned and opened his own door. Uncharacteristically, his home was devoid of conflict. His parents sat quietly on either side of the table, 2 documents laid before them. You've arrived. I presume this is the divorce agreement? Yin-Shu already anticipated their forthcoming discussion. As expected, Yin-Chung spoke first. Son, if your mother and I divorce, who will you choose? Luya looked at him in silence. However, Yin Shu displayed no notable expression. I am of age now. I do not wish to choose anyone. Just ensure you send me my living expenses on time, as I will continue to reside here. With that, he retreated to his room. Both Yin Sheng and Luya were left in stunned silence. Luya stared at the closed door. What has gotten into our son? Yin Sheng shook his head. I have no idea. They exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. We cannot proceed with the divorce just yet. Something is wrong with him. I shall test the waters tomorrow. Unbeknownst to Yin Shu, the divorce that had previously sparked turmoil was now on hold due to his indifferent demeanor. One could only attribute this turn of events to fate. After entering his room, Yin Shu opted to take a shower. Meanwhile, Sumire arrived home, clearly burdened with thoughts, and called out, I'm back. Welcome home, sweetheart. Come drink this sweet soup. Su's mother emerged from the kitchen with a bowl in hand. Would you like to invite Xiao Shu over to join us? Sumire pursed her lips, deciding against it. He seldom comes even if I ask 10 times. Su's mother dismissed the concern. Boys at this age can be rather stubborn. What is troubling you, dear? You seem preoccupied. Su's mother shared a close bond with her daughter, having fought to bring her into the world despite her frail health. Thus, Sumire was indulged and raised with care, although her slight stubbornness was a source of endearment. Nevertheless, Su's mother believed that such behavior was typical for young girls and boys, finding it quite charming. Sumire confided in her mother about nearly everything, except her feelings for Yin Shu, as if instinctively fearing her mother would disapprove. She simply shook her head. It's nothing. Are Uncle Yin and Aunt Lu still arguing? I heard they are considering divorce. It's really Xiao Shu who is suffering. Sumire lowered her gaze, sipping her sweet soup, contemplating whether, if Uncle Yin and Aunt Lu truly divorced, Yin Shu would move away. Would they no longer be neighbors? After showering, Yin Shu was surprised to find a message from Sumire. Upon opening it, he noticed she had retracted it. He sent back, expressing his confusion. She replied, It's nothing, I sent it by mistake. Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle at the endearing awkwardness of the young girl. He brushed aside any grievances, replying, Wait for me tomorrow morning. I'll take you. Initially expecting her to be hesitant, he was pleasantly surprised by her swift response of oh. They exchanged playful emojis for a while, until she texted, Go to bed now. Yin Shu sent back a good night, kiss emoji. Yet, he noticed that after 5 minutes of her typing, not a single word was sent. It was likely she was feeling shy. Eventually, after 10 minutes, she sent a rather dry, good night. Yin Shu felt the weight of his previously suppressed emotions dissipate throughout the night. However, when it came time to sleep, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He dreamt of the previous life, the vividness and clarity of all, making him acutely aware that it was not merely a dream, but an event that had transpired. In their past life, they had been so close to achieving completeness, only to fall short by a hair's breadth. Sorry. Dr. Su, we tried our best, time was running out. It was essential to bid farewell properly. What a pity, Dr. Su. So young, such a golden couple. I heard they were about to get married. A cacophony of voices resonated in Yin Shu's ears, overwhelming him to the point where he felt as if his mind might shatter. The last image that lingered in his mind was that of a pale face, devoid of color, her once proud demeanor resembling that of a delicate swan, now weakened, as if she could vanish at any moment. Her usually vibrant lips were drained of color, and as she stirred, her long lashes fluttered, her bright eyes now dull yet still fixed on Yin Shu. Yin Shu, he reached out, grasping her icy hand, the delicate, beautiful hands that had saved so many, now marred with needle marks, bruised and purple. No matter how hard Yin Shu tried, he could not warm her, just as he could not hold onto the slow ebbing of her life. Yin Shu, can you confess your feelings for me in our next life? I've secretly cherished my feelings for you for quite a long time. Sumire made an effort to pull at the corners of her mouth, but failed to muster a smile. She thought to herself, what should I do? I wish to leave him with a beautiful impression, yet I surely look dreadful at this moment. Yin Shu reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and softly murmured, All right, in the next life, I will confess my feelings for you earlier. Will you wait for me, or perhaps drop a hint? You often call me a fool, don't you? His vision blurred, and he could barely make out her face anymore. Yin Shu wiped his eyes and tears, finally catching sight of her smiling countenance once more. She seemed to reach out, wanted to touch his face, but she had already lost the strength to do so. Yin Shu gently took her hand and placed it against his cheek. It was futile. He could not hold on. Those beautiful eyes ultimately closed for the last time. It was a revelation that, at a certain depth of sorrow, one could find oneself unable to weep. A series of images flickered before Yin Shu like a revolving lantern. 2 children, around 3 or 4 years old, walked ahead and behind each other, the little girl calling out softly, Yin Shu Gij. The boy, in a fit of impatience, replied, You're so annoying. The girl, in a fit of anger, hurled her strawberry milk at him, declaring, I won't play with you anymore. In the blink of an eye, The boy was now 8, receiving an apple and a card from his classmate for Christmas. The exquisitely beautiful girl suddenly snatched the apple from his hands and took a big bite. On their way back, they sat in silence in the back seat of the car, each ignoring the other. Suddenly, someone tossed a bright red apple and a crumpled card into his lap. Their Uncle Sue, who had come to pick them up, noticed and cheerfully remarked, "This is the prettiest apple that Xiao Erdwa selected after a night of careful consideration." "Dad!" the girl shouted in frustration, unable to resist stealing a glance at the boy, who promptly threw the apple back, exclaiming, "I don't want it." Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she bit into the apple defiantly. In middle school, when boys aged 15 or 16 received confessions from girls, he was too late to respond, and the girl stormed in with the teacher in tow. In high school, a friend asked him, "Are you close with Sumiya? Can you help a brother deliver a love letter?" Jiansu replied firmly, "No." When his friend pressed for a reason, Yanshu at the time was unsure, perhaps because she was his little childhood sweetheart. Later, when turmoil struck his family, she searched for him late into the night in various internet cafes and gaming lounges. She accompanied him through his repeat year, shared a night of beer with him after he was betrayed, and scolded him for being a fool with red-rimmed eyes. Eventually, they attended the same university and pursued graduate studies together. He finally confessed his feelings. She looked stunning that day, even with tear-streaked cheeks. During the proposal, they received the blessings of everyone around them. And then, the dream shattered, leaving him face-to-face with the lifeless form of his beloved. Yanshu sat up abruptly, his face stained with tears and the fatigue of a night filled with nightmares. Chapter 15. Another heartbroken soul at this school. Yanshu felt as though his mind was on the verge of fracturing. He covered his head with his hands and glanced around the pitch-black room. Reaching for his phone to check the time, it was 3 in the morning. In his previous life, for 3 years after Su Mir passed away, he dreamt of her death nearly every day. Even on days filled with surgeries and exhaustion where he collapsed in a bed, that dream never relented. Initially, when he had not dreamt of her last night, he thought perhaps it was due to his rebirth, believing he had finally overcome his old habits upon reuniting with the present Su Mir. However, it appeared he'd been overly optimistic. Yanshu took a deep breath. Reflecting on the days spent with Su Mir, she always wore a cautious demeanor, hiding her disbelief, yet consistently striving to protect him. All of this stirred a profound ache within him. In a fleeting youth that he had taken for granted, Su Mir's affection was so meek and tentative. This was something he had never noticed nor truly engaged with, and only now did Yanshu realize just how many years he had missed her. Unable to sleep any longer, he decided to rise and wash his face. He felt a slight urge to smoke, but there were no cigarettes in his room. In the past, Yanshu had no addiction to smoking but indulged occasionally. It served as a slight pick-me-up. However, after Su Mir's departure, his craving for cigarettes intensified. The mere thought of not smoking made him restless. Thus, he ventured out. To his surprise, the living room, which he presumed to be empty, held his father, Yin Cheng, who was smoking outside on the balcony. At this hour, every sound felt amplified. Yin Cheng turned upon hearing the noise and spotted his son standing behind him. He raised an eyebrow at the empty hands of Yanshu, initially thinking he had arisen to wash his clothes, an entirely normal behavior for a teenage boy. But Yanshu held nothing. Yancheng lowered his voice to inquire, "Why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" Yanshu walked over and picked up a cigarette box set aside, expertly extracting one and lighting it with a lighter. Yin Cheng sighed, muttering to himself, "Well, you're an adult now." After taking a puff, Yanshu looked at his father and asked, "And you? Why aren't you asleep? Your mother mentioned divorce, and I can't seem to find rest." Yin Cheng replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he admitted to discussing marital issues with his son. Yet Yanshu countered, "What is there to be embarrassed about? I'm an adult now, but if you don't want a divorce, why go through all this trouble? In the end, you'll just reconcile." Yin Cheng was taken aback. It seemed Yin had a proper conversation with his son in ages. Over the years, his relationship with his wife had soured, and they had both neglected their child. Reflecting on it now, had his child truly grown up? Had they even celebrated his birthday properly? "Your mother and I are not exactly model parents. Thank goodness you turned out all right," Yin Cheng said abruptly. Yanshu thought to himself that he had indeed strayed for quite some time, yet a particular girl had always been there to anchor him. At that moment, however, he said nothing, only replying, "I don't need you to worry about me. You two should sort out your relationship. I don't understand what you're arguing about, but I know neither of you wants a divorce." "Your mother doesn't want a divorce? She said that?" Yin Cheng asked, surprised. Yanshu glanced at his father, hesitating before giving a vague affirmative. After taking another puff, he declared, "I'm going back to sleep." Yin Cheng's eyes brightened as he replied, "All right, go on." As Yanshu turned to head back, he sighed. Indeed, his parents were negligent. In their world, he felt like the superfluous one, After rising for so long, he had only smoked a cigarette before retreating to sleep, and his father hadn't even bothered to ask him anything. However, Yinshu was accustomed to it. It was fine, for he still had Tsundere. His little ear duo truly cared for him. As expected, Yinshu overslept again the following morning. As he opened the door with a bowsy and milk in hand, he saw Tsundere standing by the elevator, glancing at her watch. Her expression softened upon seeing him. "I thought you had already left." Yinshu smiled and handed her the milk. "No, I overslept. I'll ride faster, and I won't be late." As the two entered the elevator, Tsundere took the milk from his hand. This marked the second day that Yinshu accompanied her to school. Since elementary school, Yinshu had been reluctant to walk to school with her. No, it actually began in the first grade, when she had given away the apple she had prepared for him to another girl. From that moment on, he no longer wished to accompany her. Reflecting on this, Tsundere pouted. At that time, she had merely been a bit upset that he had accepted an apple from someone else, while she had carefully chosen the most beautiful and reddest one for him. "Little ear?" Yinshu called out when he noticed she had no intention of exiting the elevator as it arrived. Tsundere was taken aback, her large eyes fixed on him. "What did you call me?" Yinshu was momentarily stunned as well. It seemed that throughout high school, he had indeed always addressed her by her full name. However, since he had decided to be straightforward yesterday, he smiled and replied, "I called you little ear, didn't I always?" Tsundere flushed slightly, averted her gaze, and with a brief "oh," stepped out first. Yinshu couldn't help but feel that her retreating figure resembled someone fleeing in panic. He quickly caught up and, just as he had done the day before, picked up her backpack. Yet, as he lifted it, he subtly grasped her hand. Tsundere seemed startled, recoiling slightly. Then she saw Yinshu walking ahead, as if nothing had happened. Had she merely overthought it? Nevertheless, it appeared that Yinshu had indeed changed. Tsundere stood still, contemplating his silhouette. Noticing she hadn't followed, Yinshu turned back and said, "Come on, we'll be late for school." Tsundere exclaimed and hurried to catch up. Yinshu, somewhat concerned, advised her to take her time. Tsundere couldn't help but remark, "You're quite demanding." Yinshu chuckled, "Just caring for you." He then noticed her lips pursing as she responded with an "oh," her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness. Yinshu squinted slightly, as if he had discovered the key to interacting with her. At this age, Tsundere seemed to become obedient whenever he was straightforward with her. Like a prickly hedgehog, she would reveal her soft underbelly if he coaxed her gently with small treats. Of course, this behavior was exclusive to Yinshu. This revelation dawned on him the following day. While Tsundere appeared soft and pliable in his presence, she was utterly ruthless towards others, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. After their morning classes, Yinshu noticed some student from another class beckoning Tsundere outside. Beside him, Chun-Fong remarked without a second thought, "Watch, another heartbroken soul is about to emerge from this school." "Huh?" Yinshu replied, "Why?" Chapter 16, Tsundere. "Do you have someone you like?" Yinshu was genuinely caught off guard, as his attention had been fixed on Tsundere exiting the classroom. It was now the midday break, and many students were making their way outside for lunch. Tsundere had been called out by a girl from the adjacent class, and it appeared that there was a boy with her as well, though Yinshu hadn't seen him clearly. "That guy, the class representative from class 3, must be here to confess," Chun-Fong whispered, lowering his voice to share the gossip. "I've heard he's interested in Tsundere, often finding excuses to talk to her during the competition tutoring sessions." Just then, they saw Zhou Jiai also leave his seat, heading in the same direction as Tsundere. "Oh, is there a love triangle forming?" Chun-Fong craned his neck to glimpse the scene. Unexpectedly, Yinshu, who had been sharing the gossip with Chun-Fong, stood up and made to follow. "Hey, where are you going?" Chun-Fong called out. "Going to eat?" Yinshu replied. "Wait for me," Chun-Fong exclaimed, rising to follow. Yinshu waved him off. "I'm meeting someone." "Oh," Chun-Fong replied, sensing a hint of urgency in Yinshu's stride. Was he that hungry? How could he not be? It seemed that everyone had set their sights on his girl. Yinshu walked towards the direction they had just departed, heading toward an empty information classroom, rumored to be a confessions hotspot, as the surveillance cameras have been broken for quite some time. Yinshu had once been cornered here by Jean Lilly during a confession. As he approached, he spotted Zhou Jiai's back. He hesitated, contemplating whether or not to approach. He knew that regardless of his decision, it would not alter the outcome. Tsundere would never accept anyone. This was the confidence Tsundere had instilled in him from their past life. Yet, he felt a strong urge to assert his claim, even if their relationship was still, well, merely that of childhood friends and innocent neighbors. "Tsundere, do you have someone you like?" Zhou Jiai's voice was gentle, mirroring his demeanor. Yinshu, who had raised his foot to step forward, hesitated again. Tsundere's response was laced with confusion. "Why do you ask? What does it have to do with you?" At that moment, Yinshu felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Jiai. What an unanswerable question. Yet, it was indeed something Sumire would say. Zhou Jiai, taken aback by her response, paused before sighing, I thought we were at least friends. Just now, I even interrupted someone else's confession for you. Sumire appeared perplexed, gazing at the boy before her, slowly realizing that he might have feelings for her. If that were the case, Sumire felt somewhat awkward. The truth was, she had never considered him in that light, which made the situation quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Yin Shu called out from around the corner, Sumire, it's time to eat. Sumire's eyes brightened, perhaps unaware of it herself, but Zhou Jiai noticed immediately. He had previously sensed Sumire's excessive attention towards Yin Shu, but since Yin Shu had never reciprocated, it seemed entirely normal for her to admire someone particularly outstanding. Yin Shu was indeed quite handsome, fitting the type that many girls would find attractive, especially since Sumire and Yin Shu were childhood friends. However, Zhou Jiai had also observed a shift in Yin Shu's attitude recently, which prompted his question today. Yet, he anticipated Sumire's response to be so dismissive. As he watched Yin Shu standing there, Sumire seemed to forget the earlier question and declared, I'm going to eat, before rushing toward the boy at the corner. Yin Shu met Zhou Jiai's gaze for a brief moment, catching a glimpse of his unwillingness to relent. However, Yin Shu quickly averted his eyes, focusing on the girl before him. Let us go. I've been waiting for you. Sumire's eyes sparkled with delight, though she playfully retorted, I didn't keep you waiting. Yin Shu smiled. Indeed, it was I who chose to wait, just to have lunch with you. Sumire's face flushed instantly. The expressionless countenance she had worn moments before while being confessed had transformed into a rosy blush at Yin Shu's words. The two figures, one after the other, faded from Zhou Jiai's view. Yin Shu glanced back at Sumire, who was trailing half a step behind him. Can't you walk alongside me? Sumire gazed at him, letting out a soft oh, for she had become accustomed to standing behind him. Yin Shu waited for her to approach his side, and together, they walked forward in silence. After a moment of waiting for her to speak, Yin Shu took the initiative to break the quiet. Was that a confession just now? Sumire was still mulling over Yin Shu's previous words when he suddenly spoke, prompting her to explain without a second thought. Not really. I didn't expect anyone to be waiting for me when I went out earlier, but Zhou Jiai came by. He didn't say much before leaving. Her mouth ran ahead of her mind. It was only after she finished explaining that she realized it was unnecessary. Perhaps Yin Shu had merely asked out of casual curiosity. However, to her surprise, Yin Shu followed up with, Does Zhou Jiai like you too? Sumire halted in her tracks, turning to look at Yin Shu. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. Yin Shu met her gaze directly, unflinching. For a moment, neither spoke. Finally, Sumire broke the silence, her tone remarkably candid. I've always thought there were quite a few people who like me. I can't stop others from having feelings for me. But love is a personal matter, as long as it doesn't disturb anyone else. I don't know, just like how my affection for you is my own affair, and you're unaware of it. After saying this, Sumire walked away. Yin Shu, who had merely intended to initiate a conversation, felt a shift in her mood after her words. He hurried after her. So I can tell he likes you. Do you like him? No. Sumire replied, seemingly exasperated. Yin Shu, you're far too inquisitive. Is that so? I don't think it's too nosy. Yin Shu chuckled. Hey, do you have someone you like? Hurry and say yes, and I'll ask more. If we shatter that thin veil of ambiguity, we could embark on a youthful romance together. Yin Shu's heart brimmed with schemes. Yet, it seemed he had underestimated the stubbornness and pride of his beloved. Sumire quickened her pace, replying, No, didn't you say? Our primary task now is to build our nation, and I believe you're absolutely right. No, building the nation doesn't require us at this moment. Jean Lily observed Yin Shu trailing behind Sumire, a shadow crossing her face. How could Yin Shu have transformed so dramatically? She refused to believe it. Chapter 17. Are you in a relationship? Although Yin Shu ultimately could not extract from Sumire whether she had someone she liked, he was already well aware of the answer. The lack of a response mattered little. Throughout the day, Jean Lily had not appeared before Yin Shu, which buoyed his spirits. After all, in matters of romance, parting amicably was essential, especially since the depth of their feelings was questionable, wasn't it? During evening study hours, Yin Shu wore a grave expression. Several test papers lay on the desk. From last month's exam. Feng Zheng glanced curiously at them, then gasped, picking one up for inspection. Wait, Yin Shu, your score. There's no way you could achieve such a low mark even by randomly guessing. Feng Zheng had always been intrigued by how anyone could score in single digits. Surely a few guesses would yield better results. Chun Feng leaned in to take a look, then exclaimed, Wow, Yin Shu, you're incredible. Yin Shu thought to himself that he indeed felt quite remarkable. A helpless smile crept onto his face, just average. Meanwhile, Sumire, seated not far away, turned to glance at his glaringly red score, her brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, Yanshu felt a pang of guilt. After all, Sumir's grades were truly exceptional. He placed his hand over his paper, conveniently concealing the score, and said, "I'll definitely do better next time." "Let's hope so," Feng Zheng replied, setting the paper down. Sumir noticed the glaring score of 9 on the physics exam, and her eye twitched. No wonder the physics teacher always seemed to target him. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher entered, which happened to be the physics instructor, who shot a disapproving glare at Yanshu. Every time, it was their poor scores that dragged down the class average, leading to perpetual low grades in physics and frequent mentions during faculty meetings. The teacher's expression towards Yanshu was far from pleasant. Yanshu felt as though he might be pierced by the physics teacher's glare and wished to inquire if his eyes were weary. Yet, seeing his expression, he feared that such a question might provoke an actual confrontation. However, Yanshu devised a clever plan that would not only enhance his grades, but also draw him closer to Sumir. After the evening study session, the two were able to leave on time. Sumir hesitated momentarily before getting into the car. Supplementary classes? Yanshu hung her backpack on the front of the bicycle, genuinely curious about what weighed it down so heavily. In contrast, his own backpack contained nothing but papers and pens, feeling light as a feather. Isn't my score an eyesore? Yanshu said with conviction. Didn't Uncle Su also say you should study with me more? This was a remark from a previous family gathering during the new year, when old Yen lamented his poor grades while praising Sumir and his academic prowess. This was from when we were in evening study, he recalled. Sumir paused, unable to refute him, and quietly replied, "But you said it wasn't necessary?" Yanshu's grades were indeed dismal, at least at present, and Sumir had previously inquired about them, only to be met with mockery from Yanshu, who claimed she was too good for his poor performance. It was clear he was unwilling. Consequently, Sumir had not brought up the subject again and would refrain from mentioning academic matters in his presence. To her surprise, however, Yanshu had raised the topic himself that evening. Yanshu, having prepared his excuse, spoke with a somber tone. "People will eventually grow on their own. With grades like mine, I might not even make it to university." He swung himself onto the bike, gesturing for Sumir to join him. "Are you going to help me with supplementary classes or not?" Sumir obediently settled into the back seat, gently tugging at the hem of his school uniform, and huffed. "Consider it your payment for giving me a ride." Yanshu smiled. "All right then." He pedaled away, unaware of the girl behind him whose eyes sparkled with delight, a smile blooming on her lips. As May approached, the weather began to warm, and the gentle breeze rustled their school uniforms. Their shadows stretched long on the pavement under the streetlights. Upon arriving home, it was just past 9, and Yanshu had been closely following Sumir. Sumir, who was about to open the door, could no longer contain herself and turned to him. "Why are you following me?" Yanshu feigned innocence. "Didn't we agree on supplementary classes?" Sumir's expression was one of disbelief now. Her tone was laced with confusion. "Huh, with my grades like this, what am I going to do for finals?" Yanshu declared with unyielding conviction. Sumir seemed to find a hint of logic in his reasoning. She pressed her lips together. "My parents are home, and your dad is probably in his study." Yanshu blinked, wearing an expression of realization, and then casually suggested, "Then why not come to my house? Although the study might not work, my room is fine. I'll open the door." Sumir, seeing that he had gone this far, felt she could hardly refuse. She nodded. "All right, I'll come over soon. Today we'll focus on physics." Yanshu recalled the glaring score of 9 and fell silent for a moment. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Only after watching Sumir step through the door did he swiftly turn and race back home. Yancheng barely had time to utter a word before he saw his son darting towards his room. Stunned, Yancheng hurried after him. "What's wrong, son?" Yanshu surveyed his relatively tidy room and breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed clean and odorless. "But why are you in such a hurry?" Yancheng followed him inside, glancing around. Yanshu replied vaguely, "Oh, just that Xiao Erdwa is coming over to tutor me." Yancheng nodded. "Oh, I see. Wait, weren't you reluctant before?" Yanshu mumbled, my grades have taken a turn for the worse. "No, I thought about it later. I sensed something was off last night," Yancheng said, reaching out to grasp his son's arm, scrutinizing him earnestly. "You've changed quite a bit these past couple of days, haven't you? Tutoring? Just the two of us at home. Are you secretly in a relationship? Is she upset about your grades?" Yanshu looked at his father, who appeared to be reveling in gossip and could no longer hold back. "Is it really appropriate for a father to say such things?" "What is inappropriate? You're 18 now," Yancheng retorted with a click of his tongue. "You're just like me." Before he could finish, a soft knock echoed from the door. Yanshu pushed his father aside and moved towards the entrance. His girlfriend had arrived. "What are you saying? You haven't even pursued her yet?" Yancheng exclaimed. Upon opening the door and seeing Sumire, a smile involuntarily spread across Yin Shu's face. You're here. Sumire herself was puzzled by her own nervousness. She had visited Yin Shu's home frequently as a child, only to come less often when their relationship soured. This thought caused her previously uplifted smile to falter slightly. She greeted Yin Chung politely. Hello, Uncle Yin, sorry to intrude. Chapter 18. Is there a reward if I pass? Yin Cheng's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Sumire, his eyes sparkling with affection for the girl next door. Showered what has come? Come on in. What's the disturbance? Uncle is grateful for your help in tutoring this rascal. Xuemia chuckled shyly. She stepped past the doorway, brushing aside Yin Shu, who seemed eager to offer her fruit. Dad, don't let her eat. She'll have trouble digesting fruit at night, and she doesn't tea like oranges. Hearing this, Yin Chung sighed. I completely forgot. Why don't you two just go study? I'll get you a glass of water. Sumire was taken aback by Yin Shu's comment. How did he remember her dislike for oranges? Moreover, the digestive issues were a recent development. Upon hearing Yin Chung's words, she quickly replied, No need to trouble yourself, Uncle. I feel bad if you do that. Yin Shu grasped Sumire's arm and said, Dad, we need to study, so please don't disturb us. I'll pour the water. He then pulled Sumire into the room, wanting to close the door but hesitating, fearing it might scare her. Yin Shu led her to a clean desk, which held only half-assembled Gundam models, and said, Just a moment, let me dry your hair, otherwise you might end up with a headache later. In his previous life, Sumire had often neglected to dry her hair, leading to prolonged headaches. During college, she had suffered greatly from it. Sumire was momentarily taken aback by his casual tone. By the time she regained her composure, Yin Shu had already fetched a hairdryer. Feeling awkward, she stood up. No need, it'll dry soon. Yin Shu observed her unease and stepped back, offering the hairdryer. Would you prefer to do it yourself, or shall I help? Eventually, she accepted the hairdryer. It was too odd to have Yin Shu do it for her. Yin Shu felt a tinge of regret. If she had insisted a bit longer, he might have forcibly dried her hair. Alas, as she turned on the hairdryer, Yin Shu moved to the desk, shifting aside his half-assembled Gundam to retrieve his physics exam paper, which he had scored a mere 9 points on. Unexpectedly, Yin Chung didn't eavesdrop. But then Yin Shu pondered. Having grown up together, Yin Chung probably wouldn't suspect anything untoward between them. After all, when they had been together in his previous life, the shock on their parents' faces had been unmistakably genuine. Yin Shu mused, Why do I feel a hint of disappointment? Am I really that at ease? He finally entered the room, carrying a chair and a glass of water. Sumire had finished drying her hair, and it looked voluminous. Yin Shu set down the water and chair, then reached out to touch her hair. All dry. His casualness made Sumire's cheeks flush, causing her to question whether she was overreacting. Yin Shu took a seat on the chair he had brought in, observing Sumire. Why don't you sit? Seeing her reddened face, he couldn't help but smile slightly. The first step was to make her accustomed to his touch. And sat down next to him. The desk was not small, but as a teenage boy, Yin Shu was already quite tall and broad-shouldered, making Sumire feel as though the table was too small, as they seemed too close for comfort. Her heart raced uncontrollably. This racing intensified upon seeing the glaringly poor grades on Yin Shu's paper. The initial flutter of youthful affection quickly morphed into shock at the abysmal score, leaving her expression devoid of emotion. Curiously examining the paper, Sumire wondered how he managed to score 9 points. Oh, you got one multiple-choice question right and half of a fill-in-the-blank question. The rest are mostly blank. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Yin Shu. Do you understand any of these questions? Yin Shu replied candidly. To be honest, I find that 9 a bit hard to look at. He had seen the paper before. Now, he actually understood quite a bit. Clearing his throat, he took the paper back, attempting to salvage his reputation in Sumire's eyes. I didn't concentrate during the exam. I do know some of it. Sumire's expression softened slightly as she returned the paper. Then write down what you know first. She then opened her own workbook and began to tackle exercises. Yin Shu had imagined a scenario where they would sneak glances at each other with accidental touches, scenes straight out of a romantic novel or film, but there was none of that. Instead, Sumire was like a relentless studying machine. After a while, realizing he was still holding the exam paper without making any progress, Sumire nudged him. Why aren't you working on it? Yin Shu sighed. All right, I got it. He picked up a pen and began to work on the exam. Sumire watched him intently for a while, her hand gently resting over her racing heart, feeling quite helpless. In the presence of Yin Shu, one finds it impossible to restrain oneself. It took Yin Shu approximately 40 minutes to complete all the questions he was capable of answering. He then propped his chin on his hand, observing Sumire as she worked through her mathematics problems. After watching her for a while, he suddenly pointed out a mistake with his pen, declaring, This one is incorrect. Su Mier, who had been struggling to find the answer, caught sight of Yin Shu's face, which bore an expression of skepticism. As she mentally calculated, Yin Shu inadvertently blurted out, "I blame my own quick tongue." He chuckled lightly, adding, "I merely jest." However, Su Mier recalled that Yin Shu had previously excelled in mathematics, consistently ranking in the competition class until it was discontinued, leading them to be placed in a regular class. Even in his apparent nonchalance towards studying, Yin Shu had never failed a math exam. Considering this, it seemed quite reasonable that he could identify errors in the problems. Su Mier responded with an O and recalculated at the spot he had indicated. Indeed, the final result aligned perfectly with the standard answer provided. She let out a sigh of relief and then glanced at Yin Shu's paper, asking, "Have you finished?" "MHM. I've written all that I know," Yin Shu replied wearily. "I did my best." Su Mier reached for the paper, but Yin Shu held it down, inquiring, "Is there a reward if I pass?" Chapter 19. "But aren't you supposed to take your little green plum home?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he spoke. However, Su Mier looked puzzled, reminding him that Teacher Wang had already written the answers on the blackboard that evening. It was hardly surprising that he remembered the answers. Yin Shu sighed, releasing his grip. "Well, I knew the reward wouldn't come easily." Su Mier examined the paper in her hands, recalling all the answers. However, Teacher Wang had only provided the answers without the processes. To her astonishment, the steps Yin Shu had written for the major problems were all correct. After calculating the score, she found that he had achieved 68 points, a remarkable feat compared to the glaring 9 points he had previously received. She was taken aback. Looking at Yin Shu, she asked, "These are the ones you know?" "Yes, but I cannot solve the rest," he replied, looking at her and adding, "Actually, I'm not that terrible, am I?" A smile spread across Su Mier's face as she cheerfully affirmed, "MHM." Seeing this, Yin Shu felt he had an opportunity to make a move. But before he could speak, Su Mier suggested, "Then let us go through the remaining questions together." The final physics paper was discussed until 11 o'clock. Uncle Su knocked on the door to remind Su Mier that it was time to go home and rest. Yin Shu, who had not made any advances, stood up to see her off. Clutching her paper, Su Mier bit her lip and casually asked, "Do you need it for tomorrow?" "Of course I need you," Yin Shu replied without hesitation, feigning disappointment. "Don't you want to teach me anymore? I need you." This declaration made Su Mier's lips twitch with a smile, which she fought to suppress. "Then, I will tutor you until the final exams." She glanced at her father, who was still chatting with Uncle Su in the living room, and whispered, "If you pass all your finals, I will consider any reward you desire." She added with a smirk, "Except for letting you spend sleepless nights online." Yin Shu's eyes lit up. "Is there really such a good deal?" He readily agreed. "All right." Su Mier glanced at him, softly saying, "I'm heading back now." They both exited in succession. After seeing the father-daughter duo off, Yin Chung mused, "Old Su's daughter is truly a treasure, unchanged for decades." He then looked at his son, who wore a joyful expression, concluding, "Daughters are indeed better." Yin Shu rolled his eyes. "Then you might consider having a second child with my mother. I have no objections. And it might also ease your relationship." With that, he turned and retreated to his room, oblivious to the implications of his words, which left his father in deep thought. Upon closing his bedroom door, Yin Shu was enveloped in the lingering scent of Su Mier's body wash, or perhaps it was her shampoo. Regardless, it brought him a sense of delight. Remarkably, that night, possibly due to Su Mier's fragrance, Yin Shu slumbered dreamlessly until dawn. The two maintained a routine of attending classes together during the day and engaging in supplementary tutoring in the evenings for an entire week. This week of school life was surprisingly tranquil. Jean Lily had not made an appearance, which Yin Shu found quite agreeable. Before they knew it, Saturday arrived. As they entered their second year of high school, they were required to attend classes on Saturday, albeit without evening study sessions. Since Yin Shu had exposed Zhang Sheng's hidden motives, their interactions had diminished significantly. With the seating adjustments, Yin Shu had forged stronger bonds with Feng Zheng and others. Yin Shu and Feng Zheng seemed destined to be good friends, their personalities meshing harmoniously. Over the course of just 1 week, their relationship had blossomed remarkably. Chen Feng had even remarked on their perceived closeness, drawing Su Mier as a thoughtful gaze. Yin Shu quickly withdrew his hand from Feng Zheng's head, exclaiming, "No way. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal." Feng Zheng retorted, "The way you said that makes it sound like we actually have something going on. Are you out of your mind?" Yin Shu? The surrounding boys erupted in laughter. Yin Shu caught sight of Su Mier, smiling as well. During the final lesson, Chen Feng and Su Mier left for a meeting. It was then that Zhang Sheng approached, intending to sit in Su Mier's seat. This was the last study period, and many students exchanged seats. Yin Shu noticed and called out, "Hey, don't sit there." Zhang Sheng froze mid-motion, pointing to Chen Feng's seat. "Can I sit here?" "Whatever," Yin Shu replied, averting his gaze and returning to his calculations. Studying had become the most agonizing task for Yin Shu at present. Zhang Sheng took a seat in front of him, where Chen Fong had been, and quietly asked, Yinge, why are you still studying? To contribute to the construction of a beautiful motherland, Yin Shu replied without looking up. Zhang Sheng pressed on. Are you going to the Wild Boys event tonight? All the guys are going. Didn't we plan for a group battle? Yin Shu, now attentive, raised his head. Zhang Sheng thought he had struck gold and quickly added, the old gang is going, right? Yin Shu regarded Zhang Sheng, tired of the runaround, asking directly, did Jean Lily send you? Zhang Sheng's expression faltered, his smile stiffening. No. Yinge, what are you talking about? Oh, I'm not going, Yin Shu stated seriously. You'll end up with nothing if you keep chasing after her. Why don't you just confess? I might actually feel sorry for you. Feng Zheng behind him couldn't stifle a laugh, prompting Yin Shu and Zhang Sheng to turn their attention to him. Feng Zheng feigned innocence. I wasn't eavesdropping. You guys are just speaking loudly. Ultimately, Zhang Sheng, likely feeling embarrassed, left with a scowl. Feng Zheng poked Yin Shu with his pencil, teasing, hey, socialist successor, are you playing basketball after school? His tone carried an uncontrollable chuckle. This was primarily because Yin Shu had been rejecting invitations to go online with his old crowd, citing reasons like being a socialist successor and striving to build a beautiful motherland. Feng Zheng and the others found it utterly hilarious. Those who comprehend can easily discern that this individual is merely presenting a feeble excuse for refusal. Typically, one would recognize the subtlety and refrain from returning. Feng Zheng has long taken to teasing him about this. Yin Shu found himself intrigued. The notion of going online held no allure for him, as he had long since outgrown the age of gaming. After becoming a doctor in his previous life, he scarcely indulged in games, let alone WeChat. Matters were typically resolved through direct phone calls. However, he consistently made time for basketball, as maintaining a doctor's health is paramount, and they all commit to regular exercise. At this moment, he cast a glance at Feng Zheng, pondering a full-court game? Why not? It was rare to have an evening without evening study sessions. Surely a full-court game was in order? Feng Zheng raised an eyebrow, then smirked. But aren't you supposed to escort your little green plum home? The mention of Sumi caused a slight smile to curve Yin Shu's lips. Ah, indeed, but I suspect she will come and watch me play. So confident? Feng Zheng exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Yin Shu smiled, exuding confidence born from the knowledge of being favored. Chapter 20. The Boldness of the Skilled, Brother Yin. Feng Zheng clicked his tongue. But what if she declines? Yin Shu regarded him with an incredulous expression. Then I shall first escort her home before returning. What else would I do? Feng Zheng conceded, realizing that this lad certainly harbored feelings for his little green plum. Although their relationship had seemed peculiar at first, his close observations indicated that there was indeed something significant between them. Meanwhile, Sumi had just concluded a meeting and was exiting the conference room alongside Chen Fong. Chen Fong sighed as he glanced at the itinerary in his hands. Didn't the last group go to a temple fair or a scenic spot, and were left with merely museums and parks? How unfortunate. Sumi merely smiled in response, not particularly enthusiastic about such activities. Yet she wouldn't consider skipping them entirely. As they were making their way back to class, a voice called out, Hey, Sumi. Both Sumi and Chen Fong turned to see Jean Lily approaching with a group of girls. Chen Fong muttered, Seriously, everyone else is here for school? Yet she's just wandering around every day. How pitiful, like a campus drifter. Sumi initially attempted to suppress her reaction, but couldn't hold back. As Jean Lily drew near, Sumi offered a smile. Jean Lily's expression darkened, feeling mocked. What are you laughing at? She demanded, her tone somewhat fierce. Sumi glanced at her, and, recalling that she bore the title of Yin Shu's ex-girlfriend, felt a twinge of displeasure. The smile vanished from her face. Is there something you want? Jean Lily clicked her tongue, confirming her disdain for someone like Sumi perceiving her as pretentious. Nevertheless, she remembered her primary aim was to provoke her, so she donned a smug smile. I just wanted to let you know that Yin Shu is going online with me today. It would be wise for you to stop following him around. It's rather annoying. Jean Lily was convinced that even if Yin Shu had lost interest in her, he couldn't possibly overcome his internet addiction so swiftly. Therefore, although Zhang Sheng had yet to respond, she remained optimistic. Curious, Chen Fong interjected, Has Yin Shu gone mute? Why do you need to bring him up? Initially, Sumi felt disheartened upon hearing that Yin Shu was going online, especially since he had promised to study with her. Her trust in Jean Lily stemmed from Yin Shu's history of inconsistency. However, Chen Fong's question jolted her back to reality. Indeed, Yin Shu hadn't mentioned anything to her. What significance did Jean Lily hold? Sumi cast a glance at Jean Lily, who was rolling her eyes and muttering to Chen Fong, Mind your own business. Leisurely, Sumi replied, I return your own business to you. I don't need your concerns regarding my relationship with Yin Shu. She then turned to Chun Fong, class monitor. We're leaving. Leaving Jean Lily, stomping her foot in frustration behind them. She declared, I'll be watching how you pursue Yin Shu. Sumi-er thought to herself, pursue? I never intended to. I know he doesn't like me. At this moment, she turned to Chun Fong. Thank you, class monitor. Jean Lily was somewhat notorious as a troublemaker in school, and most would have likely distanced themselves. After all, who wishes to stir up trouble? Yet, Chun Fong had been waiting for her the whole time. He waved his hand dismissively. For what? I wouldn't abandon any classmate in our class. Xue nodded, still expressing her gratitude. The two returned to class, one after the other. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Fong announced the upcoming trip on June 1st and 2nd. Instantly, the classroom, which had not been particularly quiet, erupted in excitement. Yin Shu recalled that in his previous life, he had taken a leave of absence and missed the trip. This time, however, he reached out and tapped Sumi-er's desk, and when she turned to him, he asked, Are you going? The class monitor mentioned their South and amusement park in the park. Sumi-er had always adored amusement parks as a child. Even though she could only partake in less thrilling rides, she still relished the experience. Yin Shu smiled and added, his voice unconsciously adopting a coaxing tone. How about I accompany you on the carousel and the Ferris wheel? Sumi-er felt her heart, previously pricked by Jean Lily's words, softened slightly at the sight of Yin Shu's smile. Perhaps she was indeed infatuated with him. It seemed that whenever it involved Yin Shu, he could easily placate her. Amidst the discussions of their classmates, she awkwardly declared, I was planning to go anyway. Yin Shu smiled and replied, great. He then remembered that he would likely return home later to play basketball, so he casually mentioned, by the way, I'll be home a bit late tonight. Before he could finish, he noticed Sumi-er's expression darken, and she shot him a glare. She seemed to be so irked that she pinched his hand. Yin Shu winced. Wasn't he that the habitual gesture of his girlfriend when she was upset? What had he done wrong? It wasn't necessary to be so fierce just because he wanted to play basketball. Are you planning to go online again? They both asked in unison, one fiercely, the other murmuring. Then they froze simultaneously. Yin Shu immediately perked up. I'm not going online. You're slandering me. He then turned to Feng Zheng. Come on. Tell her you asked me to play basketball. Feng Zheng, who had been deeply engrossed in conversation with the person behind him, was suddenly pulled into the conversation, looking bewildered. He then exclaimed, Oh, right, he just said he wasn't going online with Zhang Sheng, and I asked him if he wanted to play basketball instead. After saying this, he chuckled. Do you know what you two resemble right now? Sumi-er's face flushed slightly due to the misunderstanding, and as her delicate hand attempted to retract, it was firmly held in place. Accompanied by Feng Zheng's teasing, she remarked, You look just like my dad checking in with my mom before heading out. Yin Shu felt that, in a certain sense, Feng Zheng had hit the nail on the head. At least in his mind, that was precisely how it was. However, seeing Sumi-er's face turn crimson, Yin Shu playfully shoved Feng Zheng aside. Get lost. Yet, he didn't release Sumi-er's hand. Who could understand? After being reborn for a week, he finally held his girlfriend's hand. Seizing the opportunity, he held on a little longer while she was shy. Sumi-er's complexion was aflame, both from Feng Zheng's words and from the hand that held hers. She tugged back forcefully, but her efforts were in vain. Yin Shu had no intention of letting go. Instead, he softly remarked, Just now, you misunderstood me and were fierce with me, and before she could finish her sentence, she heard Sumi-er's voice, tinged with exasperation. This is school. Let go. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she awkwardly added, I'm sorry. Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing that she was genuinely flustered, he released her hand and asked, So, if it weren't school, would it be permissible to hold hands? Sumi-er, still youthful and shy, felt an unusual flush creep on her fair cheeks and chose not to respond, turning instead to rest her head on the table. It felt as though her hand, which had just been held by Yin Shu, was tingling and warm. What did he mean by that? Chun Fong, who had been observing the entire exchange, displayed his usual audacity, clearly impressed by Yin Shu's boldness. Chapter 21. My singleness is due to the fact that the one I like might not yet desire a relationship. With an audacious spirit, Yin Shu was in high spirits. Initially feeling a bit dejected after being reprimanded, his mood brightened considerably due to the significant advancement of holding hands. However, he still recalled Sumi-er's earlier words. After all, it was her misunderstanding of him that led to this situation. His gaze shifted to Chun Fong, who had just discerned something momentous. Upon meeting Yin Shu's gaze, he immediately comprehended the unspoken context. Leaning closer, he quietly recounted their encounter with Jean Lily, including her fervent assertion that Yin Shu would be online. Chun Fong pondered for a moment before saying, Her confidence was so unwavering that I believed her too. After all, Yin Shu does have quite a history. Yin Shu hadn't anticipated that Jean Lily would still be pursuing him, especially since he had already rejected Zhang Sheng. He felt a sigh welling up within him. Sometimes, when one is young, every action must be carefully considered. For instance, why had he agreed to be with Jean Lily when he clearly had no feelings for her? He found himself at a loss regarding his own motivations. Casting a glance at Su Mier, who was still resting her head on the table, he thought, but I cannot allow my girlfriend to misunderstand me. The final bell rang, signaling the end of class. The students continued to discuss their upcoming trip, excitedly anticipating the outing that would take place on Monday. For students of their age, it was indeed a delightful prospect. Thus, even with the bell ringing, no one seemed eager to depart. Feng Zheng, however, swiftly grabbed a basketball and dashed outside, exclaiming, "I'm going to claim the court. Remember to come, Yin Shu. If you're not coming, just send me a message." Yin Shu responded with a casual eye. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a strawberry-flavored lollipop, one he had taken from the supermarket when there was no change after purchasing water. He gently offered it to Su Mier, who was still resting her head on the table, and said with a smile, "Class is over." Once the lollipop was taken, the girl finally moved. At that moment, Zhang Xian, who had just finished packing her bag, asked Su Mier, "Do you want to come with us? We're heading to the bookstore." Normally, Su Mier would have eagerly joined Zhang Xian and her friends, but recently she had been going home with Yin Shu. Moreover, he had just mentioned going to play basketball, which piqued her interest. Yet, Yin Shu hadn't invited her outright. Biting her lip, she quickly glanced at him. Her gaze flitted away almost instantly, but Yin Shu understood her too well. With a smile, he addressed Zhang Xian. "Ah, classmate Zhang Xian, let's adhere to the order of invitations. I've already invited Su Mier to watch me play." Zhang Xian, possessing a playful spirit, retorted, "But you did say it was an invitation. Hasn't Mier yet accepted?" "Height, Mia?" A slight smile tugged at the corners of Su Mier's mouth. Gripping the lollipop tightly, she softly admitted, "Actually, I have." Zhang Xian gasped dramatically, turning to her companions. "Lily, we've been abandoned. Let us go by ourselves." She waved cheerfully at them. "Goodbye. Have fun." Su Mier felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet her heart bubbled with excitement. Yin Shu stood up and said with a grin, "Let us go. After all, you did agree to accompany me. Once we finish playing, I'll take you to a barbecue place they say is fantastic." Su Mia nodded, trailing behind him. While her expression remained neutral, her eyes sparkled brightly. Previously, she had only dared to observe from afar, never having the courage to stand alongside other girls at the basketball court. In truth, Su Mier was timid and insecure. She constantly feared encountering Yin Shu's impatience or disdain. Yet today, he had invited her himself. Upon reaching the basketball court, Feng Zheng and the others were already warming up. The court was mostly filled, given that there would be no evening study session and the time was still early. Yin Shu found a spot where they could leave their bags and asked Su Mier to sit there, holding onto their belongings obediently. He then casually patted her head, an action so natural it seemed instinctual, as if he had done it countless times before. In fact, he had done so many times in the past, making the gesture almost second nature. Afterward, he turned and ran toward Feng Zheng and the others, left in place with 2 bags in her arms. Su Mier touched her head, reflecting on Yin Shu's affectionate gesture. She had noticed the changes in him over the past few days, his dedication to studying, his punctuality, and his avoidance of the disreputable crowd he once mingled with, no longer spending time online. It felt as though everything had returned to its rightful course. Of course, the most conspicuous change was Yin Shu's drastically altered attitude towards her. This transformation was so profound that Su Mier often felt a sense of unreality. Even now, the smiling boys on the court appeared dazzling in her eyes. Yet, deep within, she remained skeptical of the authenticity of his feelings. It is often said that girls mature faster than boys. She realized her feelings for Yin Shu the first time she witnessed someone confessing to him. However, she also understood that he had never liked her, not even once. With these thoughts, Su Mier's gaze dimmed. In the realm of unrequited love, even her own considerable merits could not dispel her feelings of inferiority. "Ah, is that Yin Shu? The one who was confessed to at the broadcasting station?" A few girls' hushed discussions caught Su Mier's attention. She turned slightly to see 2 or 3 girls gazing in the direction of the court, smiles adorning their faces. They appeared unfamiliar, likely first-year students. "He's quite handsome. Does he have a girlfriend?" One of the short-haired girls asked, her interest in Yin Shu apparent. "Probably not. I'm not sure." Another girl began to respond but then noticed Su Mier's gaze. Upon seeing her face, she displayed a look of mild surprise and tugged at her companion. The short-haired girl followed her gaze and then smiled at Su Mier. "Hello, senior. You look even better in person than in the photos we saw." She was the type of girl with a delightful personality that was hard to dislike, Su Mier mused. Quite the opposite of herself, and likely the type Yin Shu would be drawn to. Yin Shu, who had been listening to their discussions about shooting hoops, turned to see Su Mir expressionlessly observing the three girls nearby. He frowned slightly, shoved the basketball into Feng Zheng's arms, and approached them. As he got closer, he heard one girl ask, "Senior, are you in the same class as Yin Shu? Do you know if he has someone he likes?" Sumi remained silent. Yin Shu chuckled. "Why don't you just ask me directly?" For pairs of eyes turned in unison towards him, with a smile gracing his lips. Yin Shu's gaze fell upon Sumi. "I have a girl I like," he mused, pondering that his current single status might be due to her hesitance towards romance. Chapter 22. Who is the girl Yin Shu likes? Yin Shu's candid admission about having a girl he cherished was quite striking. Eventually, the three girls present felt a wave of embarrassment and quietly departed. Yin Shu turned towards the momentarily dazed Sumi, contemplating whether to inquire if she was curious about the identity of the girl. Although confessing his feelings now seemed somewhat abrupt, he thought that if she were to ask, he would be inclined to answer. Planning everything meticulously consumed too much time. In his past life, Yin Shu felt he had already waited far too long. After spending time together, he had come to one undeniable conclusion. Sumi held a unique place in his heart, a position that instilled him with confidence. However, he did not receive the question he anticipated. Instead, he was met with Feng Zheng's furious shout. "Yin Shu, it's starting." Abruptly, Sumi seemed to snap back to reality, lifting her chin slightly. "They're calling you," her voice cold and devoid of emotion. Yin Shu turned to acknowledge her, then said, "Wait for me," before dashing back onto the court. Sumi's fingers tightened around her backpack, turning pale. Could it be that Yin Shu actually has someone he likes? Surely it wasn't Jean Lily. If he truly had feelings for her, he would have ended things so easily. Who could it be? Sumi pondered, struggling to reconcile the idea, especially since she hadn't observed him being particularly close with any other girls at school. Might it be someone he met outside of school? The thought made her frown involuntarily. Could it be one of those online friends? If so, she feared she might have to engage in behaviors that would annoy him again. Their relationship had, against the odds, become more amicable. Yet, a sense of discomfort stirred within Sumi. She found herself disinterested in the game, preoccupied with the identity of the girl Yin Shu liked. Ultimately, they only played half a game, as the captain of Class 2 had other commitments, leaving him short on players. As they dispersed, Feng Zheng continued his tirade, lamenting the prospect of dating and romance. Yin Shu thought, when you like a girl and still manage to mess up your college entrance exams, perhaps you should refrain from commenting on others. Noticing Yin Shu's silence, Feng Zheng glanced at him, then at Sumi, sitting by the court, rolling his eyes. "Forget it. You're not much better off." Yin Shu followed his gaze and spotted Sumi, who was bidding farewell to her classmates from the spot he had just designated for her. He smiled softly, thinking, "You wouldn't understand." With that, he waved and made his way towards Sumi. Upon noticing his approach, Sumi stood up, retrieving a bottle of water from his bag. "Why did you only play half a game?" Yin Shu chuckled. "Someone else in a hurry to meet their girlfriend. Besides, if we played a full game, I do worry you might get hungry." At that moment, the streetlights flickered on and dusk began to settle. After drinking, Yin Shu casually wiped away some sweat with a tissue and headed to the cafeteria to wash his hands. "I'll take you somewhere nice to eat later." He reached over and effortlessly took both backpacks. Sumi observed his actions, unable to fathom how tender he must be with the girl he liked. Noticing her silence, Yin Shu asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I'm just thinking about a question," Sumi replied, unsure why she lied, the words slipping out. Perhaps she didn't want to disrupt his benevolent demeanor. "Sumi, you truly have no shame," she chastised herself inwardly, feeling a touch of sadness. Learning about Yin Shu's affections for another girl struck her with a force akin to the initial shock of discovering his early romance with Jean Lily. However, Sumi realized she genuinely did not wish to know who the girl was. Knowing would make it unbearable to accept Yin Shu's kindness towards her. Having just finished playing, Yin Shu was still riding the high of the game and didn't dwell on the matter. He handed his backpack to Sumi at the cafeteria's entrance. "Help me carry this." The cafeteria wasn't particularly crowded at that moment, though a few students trickled out. To his surprise, he encountered someone who recognized him, a senior from the third year. At their school, the uniforms from first to third year looked alike, but the insignia on the chest differed, allowing for easy identification. The three boys emerging appeared rather carefree, reminiscent of Yin Shu's former acquaintances. The leader of the group noticed Yin Shu and exclaimed, "Hey Yin Shu, not going online today? Isn't there an event?" Yin Shu glanced up, struggling to remember the face. After all, it had been years since then. His memories from his past life were hazy, and he couldn't recall much. However, the familiar tone suggested they might have been old friends. Yin Shu smiled. "I quit. I was just playing basketball." The boy chuckled. but his gaze suddenly landed on Tsundere, who was waiting with her backpack. Of course, he recognized her. This junior had drawn considerable attention upon entering school, as her frail health had prevented her from participating in military training, making her the fairest among the new students. Coupled with her decent looks and figure, she quickly earned the title of schoolbelle in her first year. "Oh, has your taste changed with a new girlfriend?" the boy teased. "Weren't you always at the internet cafe with Jean Lily? You mentioned you didn't like the obedient type, right?" Yanshu was certain he had never made such a statement, especially since, at that moment in time, he had no one he liked. How could he have voiced a preference against obedient girls? He regarded the boy with disinterest, unwilling to waste time on idle chatter. After all, if he engaged, it would likely lead to further conversation, so he sidestepped the topic, eager to eat and move on. The boy clearly wanted to say more, but Yanshu was resolute in denying him that opportunity. He took the backpack from Tsundere's grasp, saying, "Let us go." Tsundere glanced back at the three boys lingering behind, a slight frown creasing her forehead. Their gaze was unsettling. She averted her eyes and walked alongside Yanshu. After a few steps, Yanshu noticed her pallor and turned to the trio, his expression devoid of warmth, his gaze icy. His stare rendered them momentarily speechless. Yanshu understood that these boys were likely close to Jean Lily, who had sought out Tsundere earlier that day, indicating that he hadn't resolved the situation entirely. In his past life, Tsundere's frail health had deterred him from engaging with her social circle, thus sparing her from their harassment. However, in this life, Yanshu's expression darkened. He would not permit anyone to disturb her. She was a precious treasure he had painstakingly reclaimed, and no one had the right to harm her. Chapter 23. Aren't you curious about the girl I like? Yanshu quickly composed his expression. Tsundere, preoccupied with her own thoughts, did not notice any discrepancy. Yanshu, aware of her distraction, leaned closer. "Do I smell like sweat?" Of course, he did. The weather was sweltering. Tsundere cast a glance at him, extending her hand to retrieve her backpack. From within, she extracted a strawberry-flavored lollipop and offered it to him. "Are you going to take a shower when you get back?" Yanshu replied without a moment's hesitation. "I certainly won't. You'll undoubtedly become too lazy to come out again and then drag me into studying." There was a hint of grievance in his voice. Tsundere blinked, fully aware that he was indeed correct. She would indeed insist on studying with him. Noticing her lack of rebuttal, Yanshu sighed and took the lollipop, unwrapping it before bringing it to her lips. "You're just a relentless studying machine." The pink lollipop lightly brushed against her soft, pale pink lips, which yielded slightly under the pressure. A flicker of awkwardness flashed across Yanshu's face as he swallowed hard. Before me is my wife. This isn't inappropriate, is it?" With that thought lingering in his mind, he found it hard to divert his gaze. Tsundere, caught up in his natural gesture, instinctively parted her lips. Her little tongue absent-mindedly licked the lollipop, confirming it was indeed a flavor she relished before she took it into her mouth. This habit of quickly tasting anything with her tongue had not faded even in her 20s. Yanshu's mind raced with more audacious thoughts, prompting him to release his grip in a slight panic, shifting the hand that held the backpack forward. Tsundere, oblivious to his unease, munched on a lollipop before musing aloud, "I was originally giving it to you. Don't you like it?" Yanshu's voice came out a bit dry as he cleared his throat, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. "Let's go." Tsundere responded with an "oh," feeling that his movements seemed rather unnatural as he walked ahead. "Did you hurt your foot while playing ball?" "No," he replied, yet throughout the evening, even until they finished dinner and it was time for tutoring, Tsundere sensed something peculiar about Yanshu. Both had since showered and were now studying in his room. The door slightly ajar. In the living room, Yin, Chung, and Lu Yu were engaged in some activity, though it was quiet. Yanshu suddenly realized that his parents had been quarreling less frequently lately, and there had been no talk of divorce in some time. Perhaps it was because Tsundere came over daily. Were they feeling shy? Yanshu's gaze flicked quickly to the person beside him before he averted it. Although he had considered doing something earlier while showering, Tsundere had a strong sense of time. Before he could even gather himself, she had already arrived. He could not possibly keep her waiting indefinitely, could he? Thus, he emerged, which led to his current predicament of harboring rather inappropriate thoughts about Tsundere. This was hardly his fault. After all, he was in the throes of youthful vigor, right? He couldn't be expected to maintain an ascetic lifestyle, especially when he was, at heart, a person who relished abundance. The torment of being able to see, yet not partake, was quite unbearable. Yanshu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Tsundere glanced his way, noting the distance between them. The table was just so wide. When they had previously sat together, they often unintentionally brushed against one another. Now, however, he had taken a seat in a corner, and bluntly speaking, there was enough space between them for another person to sit. It felt as if he was deliberately distancing himself from her. Sumier's mind recalled his earlier words about liking another girl. Was he afraid of her anger? The thought ignited a spark of irritation within her, prompting her to childishly shift her chair closer to Yin Shu, thinking, if you can, go find her for tutoring. Why do you have to keep me at a distance? Yin Shu, momentarily distracted, realized that his wife had now settled beside him. His body tensed as he glanced at the space between them. The other side of the table was practically vacant. Little ear, don't you think there's a distance between us? Yin Shu cautiously ventured. Sumier's pen came to a halt. She was already a shy girl by nature. Her earlier childishness had only been a fleeting whim. Being confronted so directly, she stiffly pulled her chair back, saying, "Oh." Yin Shu sighed, "You can come sit closer if you want." "Who wants to move closer?" Sumier retorted coldly, glancing at the paper before her. "Have you written anything?" Yin Shu glanced at the untouched paper. "Oh, I will get to it. By the way, next week we stop chatting and write." Sumier's tone remained flat. "Are you upset?" Yin Shu asked as he shifted his chair closer. Before he could even settle down, Sumier looked up at him. "Don't you think that's too close?" Yin Shu chuckled, realizing that his previous remarks had struck a nerve. He placed his hand over Sumier's, holding the pen. "Let's chat for a bit, shall we?" Sumier's heart raced as she felt his long fingers enveloping her own, her ears beginning to flush. Yin Shu's heart soared at the moment, thinking that if he confessed soon, they wouldn't have to maintain such distance anymore. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just then, a couple of knocks resonated at the door, and before they could respond, it swung open. Yin Shu felt his hand slip away from hers in haste. Luya entered, carrying a fruit platter. "Have some fruit, little ear. Your uncle just brought back some cherries. They're quite sweet." Yan Shu's to Sumia. Okay, aunt. He feared that if his mother got too close, she would notice Sumier's flushed face and make a fuss. So he quickly stood to take the platter from her, grumbling, "Mom, why don't you wait for us to agree before barging in?" Luya rolled her eyes. "The door opens as soon as you knock." Yin Shu replied with an "oh," urging her to hurry out. "Little ear is scolding me right now. It's awkward with you here." Luya laughed. "If little ear is scolding you, it's well-deserved for your poor grades." Despite her words, she was nudged toward the door, turning back to Sumier. "Don't be shy, little ear. Scold him as you please." Yin Shu promptly closed the door behind her, letting out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the fruit platter he was holding as he heard Sumier mutter, "I didn't scold you." Her voice brimmed with dissatisfaction. Yin Shu smirked. "So you would want my mom to see you blushing like that?" Sumier shot him a glance, momentarily locking eyes with his playful gaze before quickly averting her own. "Of course not. If possible, I would rather have you leave." She didn't want him to see. Yin Shu placed the fruit platter before her, broaching the topic he had intended to discuss earlier. "Aren't you curious about who the girl I like is?" Chapter 24, Yin Shu. Blocked? Sumier had not anticipated him to bring this up so openly. Did she want to know? Absolutely. She had been pondering it the entire evening. The test paper had only seen a handful of questions completed. Initially, she had entertained the notion that perhaps it could be her, considering Yin Shu had been spending time with her lately. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. Why would he like her? Though it was a painful realization, it was nonetheless the truth. In fact, Sumier had confessed once before, long ago, during that incident when she had interrupted Yin Shu and that girl with the teacher. That day, she had slipped her love letter into Yin Shu's drawer. However, during her duty, she unexpectedly discovered her love letter in the trash can. Without even glancing at it, it was inconceivable that Yin Shu would fail to recognize her handwriting. This could only indicate that he had no intention of reading it and casually discarded it. This realization propelled Sumier to seek out Yin Shu with her love letter in hand, only to find him smiling as he received a confession from another girl. In that moment, her heart raced with anger. At that tender age, she was unaware that affection does not guarantee reciprocation simply because one harbors feelings. Back then, Sumier had yet to mature into the understanding person she is now. She genuinely believed that having grown up alongside Yin Shu meant he could not possibly dislike her. Consequently, she committed an act that would irreparably strain their relationship in the years that followed. She approached a teacher. Later, Yin Shu confronted her, questioning her sanity. At merely 14, Sumier's eyes welled with tears, her cheeks pale as she retorted, "I am indeed unwell." Yin Shu's face contorted with disdain as he turned away. That marked the first time Sumier had a breakdown. Following the incident, Yin Shu faced reprimands and stood at the hospital door, exclaiming loudly, "I simply detest her. Why should I be responsible for her?" He vowed never to approach her again. They were merely children of 14 and 15, yet adults perceived it as mere childish temper. Sumier, however, understood that in the years that followed, Yin Shu truly harbored a serious dislike for her, and he kept his distance. Yet, he was still reluctant to abandon her completely. Each time she visited the internet café to find him, despite his sullen demeanor, Yin Shu would still come out to meet her. Nevertheless, he never accompanied her home. Instead, after calling a cab for her, he would threaten, "If you come again, I will inform your parents." Sumi-er feared her parents discovering that Yin-shu was a bad boy, for that might mean she could never approach him again. At that moment, when Yin-shu inquired if she wished to know the identity of the girl he liked, Sumi-er's expression turned icy. She promptly closed her book and retorted, "I do not wish to know. If you have no interest in studying, then I shall take my leave." She rose abruptly. Yin-shu sighed, perplexed that she was not adhering to the expected script. A moment of silence would have sufficed. He could have seized the opportunity to confess. But her dismissal left him baffled. He reached out to grasp Sumi-er's wrist, finding it alarmingly delicate, as if it could snap with a mere touch. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "Do you not eat?" Yet, Sumi-er recoiled as if scalded, jerking her hand away. "Mind your own business." She snapped, attempting to leave. As long as she remained ignorant of the girl's identity, she could feign that nothing had transpired and continue to linger around Yin-shu. Thus, her steps quickened, her urgency palpable. However, no matter how swiftly one walks, sound travels faster, does it not? What if it were you? Yin-shu's voice reached her ears. He watched as she unhesitatingly pulled open the door and exited, offering no response to his words. Yin-shu began to doubt. Did Sumi-er truly harbor feelings for him? It was evident she had affections, as she would secretly observe him daily. Yet why was she so indifferent in the face of his confession? Originally, he had intended to utter another phrase, "I like you," but outside the living room were his parents. Should he allow them to overhear his confession, he would surely face dire consequences, such as being punished and compelled to apologize to Sumi-er's father for harassing her. Sumi-er exchanged words with her parents in the living room before leaving. Yin-chung appeared at the door. Noticing, "Son, have you upset Xiao-er? Why are your eyes red?" Yin-shu frowned, sensing something amiss. Had he missed something significant? How could he have reddened his eyes from his own confession? "I haven tea. Perhaps my poor grades and lack of comprehension have angered her," he replied as he made to leave. "Maybe I should go next door and appease her." Luya just closed the door when she interjected, "Forget it. What time is it? If you're not resting, she's certainly isn't either. Discuss it tomorrow. Young people squabble. If all else fails, just message her." "See, this is the trouble with high schoolers," Yin-shu thought, halting his steps. Yin-chung continued, "You could at least show some leniency toward Xiao-er. Don't anger her. Remember back in middle school, when you made her so upset, she fell ill?" Yin-shu froze, recalling that incident vividly. It was due to another person's confession that Sumi-er reported them to a teacher for being in a romantic relationship, resulting in him having to write a self-reflection. That memory was etched deeply in his mind. He still recalled Sumi-er's pallid face in the hospital bed. After that, he had been too afraid to approach her, feeling as though any contact might shatter her. Their relationship deteriorated further. Yin-shu felt a headache coming on and turned back to enter the house, muttering, "I want to study." "Remember to soothe Xiao-er," Luya reminded him, as she had been tutoring him regularly. Yin-shu responded with a non-committal before shutting the door amidst his parents' chatter. Once inside, he immediately made a phone call, a habit from his previous life as a doctor. He preferred direct communication over lengthy messages that would take forever to elicit a response. Inefficient. However, the other party was uncooperative, and the call was abruptly terminated. Yin-shu sighed, collapsing onto his bed with nostalgia for the temperamental Sumi-er from his previous life, the one who had been so forthright about her feelings. At least back then, she expressed herself without hesitation, making it easier for him to understand her. Navigating the complexities of a teenage girl's emotions proved challenging. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Yin-shu still lacked emotional intelligence. Yet, that was inconsequential. He possessed an abundance of patience when it came to Sumi-er. After all, she had stood by him for so many years, enduring so much. What was his own minor discomfort in comparison? With this thought, Yin-shu's expression softened. Sumi-er had silently accompanied him for so long, enduring countless grievances. What did his own troubles amount to? He opened WeChat and patiently typed, "Are you angry? Can you let me finish?" The message was sent, but the recipient declined it. Yin-shu? Was he blocked? Chapter 25. Sumi-er has already confessed? Meanwhile, Sumi-er, her cheeks flushed, returned to her room. The first thing she did was block Yin-shu. Su's mother, concerned, called out from outside, "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Your face is so red." "Nothing. It's just that Yin-shu's room wasn't air-conditioned," Sumi-er replied, not adept at lying. Fortunately, due to her frail health, her emotional fluctuations were subtle, making her tone appear unremarkable. Su's mother sighed in relief. "That's good. Make sure to rest early. By the way, are you all going on a trip to the neighboring city on Monday?" The school sent a message. "Yes, everyone is going. I want to go too. I'll be careful and want to engage in any thrilling activities," Sumi-er said, patting her face as she approached the door. Seeing her mother's concerned expression, she spoke softly. Sue's mother's eyes filled with worry. I'm just a little anxious about your health. You've always been quieter than others. She reached out to grasp Sumir's hand, asking, will Yanshu be joining you? Thus, Mother felt a sense of relief. Recently, she had observed the two of them attending classes together, a notable change from their previous reluctance to do so. She recalled having once asked Sumi why she did not accompany Yanshu to class. At that time, Sumi had explained that, given their age, it would attract unwelcome attention. Although Sue's mother worried about Sumi lacking companionship, she could only acquiesce to her reasoning, recognizing that it was typical for boys and girls in their adolescence to maintain a certain distance. However, it seemed that recently, the two had suddenly abandoned their caution. This piqued her curiosity. Reflecting on this, Sumi recalled Yanshu's earlier words. She tightened her grip on her phone. Oh, it was merely the remuneration for the tutoring I provided him. I'll just take a break, Mother. Sue's mother shook her head and muttered, you young ones go on. Rest. If you're leaving, I shall inform your teacher. Sumi nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mother. After closing the door, Sumi approached her bedside, seized a nearby teddy bear, and delivered a couple of punches to it. I utterly despise Yanshu. Her voice was fierce. She then engaged in a silent stare-off with the innocent bear for a moment before pulling it into her embrace and lowering her gaze to remove Yanshu from her blacklist. Though uncertain whether Yanshu's earlier remark was genuine or merely a jest, Sumi felt a genuine surge of anger. How could he joke with her in such a tone, after she had confessed her feelings? It was infuriating. Meanwhile, Yanshu sent a series of emoticons every 5 minutes, all of which were rejected. Finally, one message successfully went through. Yanshu sat up abruptly and typed, I'm sorry. One should not strike a smiling face. An apology first. The screen indicated that he was typing again, and after another 5 minutes, he could no longer contain himself. Do you intend to scold me for this long? The typing notification on the other end vanished. Yanshu felt an urge to sigh. What on earth were girls of this age thinking? A moment later, a message appeared. Do not joke about such things in the future. Yanshu instinctively replied. I wasn't joking. Having broached the subject, he had no intention of retreating or waiting for her response. I mean it. I have a girl I like. Why can't it be you? Yanshu patiently waited a full minute. Ultimately, he placed a call, which, as anticipated, was promptly disconnected. He contemplated knocking on her door. At that moment, Sumi silenced her vibrating phone and tossed it aside, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at it, as if it were a monstrous creature. This behavior from Yanshu was truly unsettling. It had only been a short while. She could not believe that the boy who had always harbored disdain for her could suddenly harbor affection. It was too peculiar. Having known Yanshu for 18 years, she considered herself well acquainted with him. Just weeks prior, he had been unwilling to share an elevator with her, even if it meant being late. Now, he was questioning why the girl he liked could not be her. Sumi felt her eyes welling up with tears. Yanshu, how could you do this? The phone vibrated again, yet no one answered. Yanshu felt a wave of discouragement. He regretted not having stopped her earlier. Now, he doubted Sumi would answer his calls in the future. She would not respond to his messages either. Frustrated, he sent several texts to Sumi. Can we talk? This one resolve anything. You know you cannot avoid me, right? His temperament had calmed significantly since becoming a doctor. In the past, he would have acted impulsively, seeking her out without hesitation. Now that the proverbial window had been shattered, he decided to abandon pretense. After all, he was determined to experience a youthful romance with his girlfriend. Sumi had harbored a crush on him for so many years. How unfair was that? Such injustice could not be allowed to continue. He sent another message. It's fine. I can pursue you slowly. Rising from his bed, he accepted that he would not sleep well that night. Approaching his desk, he noticed a piece of draft paper that Sumi had inadvertently left behind, scribbled with his name repeatedly. His heart lightened. She had not been as serious as he had presumed. He remembered how earnestly she had appeared while seemingly working. Surely, she had written nothing substantial? Yanshu picked up the paper, snapped a few photos of it, and carefully folded it before placing it in a drawer. Sumi seemed to be quite timid. Yet, he could not fathom why, based on his understanding of her, she did not seem like someone who would shy away from confessing her feelings. In a previous life, he had asked her about it, but she had stubbornly refused to divulge her reasons or when her feelings had begun. Whenever he posed the question, she would become annoyed and disregard him. Yanshu furrowed his brow. He had always been focused on appeasing her. Now, he sensed something was amiss. How could Sumi be forthright about having once harbored feelings for him, but unwilling to share why? Did that even make sense? It was all too strange. Yanshu exhaled deeply, contemplating whether there was something he had overlooked. Or perhaps Sumi had confessed to him before. The mere thought of it caused him to exclaim in disbelief. If Sumi-er's character was any indication, she would never engage in secret admiration. She appeared aloof and indifferent, yet she was resolute and assertive in certain matters, especially regarding her feelings. If she truly liked him, she would have confessed from the moment she realized it. Yet, he had no recollection of such confession. Chapter 26. Yinshu, why are you spreading rumors? The following day was Sunday. After being teased by Sumi-er on Saturday night, Yinshu found himself preoccupied with thoughts of whether she had ever confessed her feelings. He truly had no recollection of it. Eventually, he drifted off to sleep around 3 in the morning, experiencing a dreamless slumber. Yet he still had to wash his pants upon waking. Yinshu lamented that this was the downside of being reborn. One could see but not partake. A fine youth left sleepless at night. After finishing his laundry and hanging it up, he happened upon Yin Cheng doing the same. Yin Cheng raised an eyebrow at the pants in his son's hands, commenting, "Youthful indeed." Despite being far from youthful, Yinshu's heart remained steady as he glanced at his father. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old boy. Yin Cheng was still curious whether Yinshu had a crush on someone. With time on their hands, why not chat for 5 minutes? Yinshu glanced at his phone. Sumi-er had not texted him since last night. What does it mean for a message to sink into the void? This was it. Yinshu felt another sigh escape him. It was time to talk. There were chairs on the balcony, so the father and son settled down for a chat. "So, do you have someone you like?" Yin Cheng asked directly, without preamble. As he later reflected, it seemed that he'd been outmaneuvered by that young rascal during their last encounter. This time, he resolved to be straightforward. Yinshu gazed earnestly at his father and remarked, "Old Yin, it appears that you are rather lacking in your role as a father." Yin Cheng nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed. So, have you been seeing a girlfriend or not? You've transformed into a completely different person lately. No, when I acted that way before, you ignored me. Now that I'm studying diligently, what are you worried about?" Yinshu genuinely did not comprehend his father's concerns. Yin Cheng was candid in his response. "How could I have ignored you? Even when I tried to reach out, you didn't pay me any mind. So, I decided to let it be. Perhaps you'll understand once you face some setbacks. However, now it's different. At your age, romantic entanglements can be impulsive. I fear that the girl might get hurt. What if something goes awry?" Yin Cheng looked at his son with a serious expression, primarily concerned about potential severe consequences. Yinshu sensed that, although it may be a flawed argument, there was indeed a hint of validity in his father's words. Yet, this did not mask the fact that his parents were indeed irresponsible. He sighed, "I'm not in a relationship." The person he wished to pursue was currently ignoring him. "Oh, it seems little ear hasn't deceived me after all," Yinshu muttered. "Wait, have you inquired about Sumi-er?" Yinshu questioned his father, recalling that he hadn't seen the two engage in conversation. "I did. Since you wouldn't answer me, I asked little ear." Yin Cheng shot him a glare. "Do not refer to her as little ear. I wasn't saying anything inappropriate about her," Yinshu retorted, then suddenly remembered something. "If I'm with her every day, why don't you suspect us of being in a relationship?" Yinshu truly could not fathom this. In his previous life, he had cohabited with Sumi-er, and when his mother visited and saw her in pajamas, she assumed Sumi-er was merely staying over for the night, never considering anything more. It was the same now. Despite his father's suspicions about an early romance, no one seemed to question his constant presence with Sumi-er. Yin Cheng clicked his tongue. "Didn't you say you disliked girls with little ear's personality? Just thinking about it makes me want to punch you." Yinshu was taken aback. "When did I ever say that?" "That incident when little ear had her episode, I almost lost my cool," Yin Cheng expressed, growing agitated. "You've hit your rebellious phase early, and it's lasting too long. Do you even remember how she fell ill? You were the direct cause." Yinshu recalled that Sumi-er had indeed fallen ill once, during the time when the teacher came to catch him in an early romance. It had strained their relationship significantly. However, upon reflection, Yinshu sensed something was amiss. Although Sumi-er could be prideful and difficult, why would she suddenly inform the teacher about his supposed early romance? This did not seem characteristic of her at all. Before he could ponder further, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Yinshu rose to open it, only to find Sumi-er standing there with an impassive expression, clutching a book. Upon seeing Yinshu, she brusquely commanded, "Let us get to work." Yinshu couldn't help but chuckle. She had indeed promised to tutor him today, and even in her moodiness, she remembered to come. He stepped aside slightly, his voice laced with mirth. "I thought you weren't coming." Suemiya walked in, her ears tinged with pink, replying, "I remember I promised." She was known for her reliability. The only time she had failed to keep a promise was when she vowed to live her life to the fullest, yet ultimately departed. Reflecting on this, Yinshu's smile faded a bit. "Hello, Uncle Little Ear is here. I'm going to buy groceries. We'll have lunch at home." "All right, Uncle." Conveniently, my parents want to be home for lunch. Yen Shu observed Su-mi-er's slender frame as she turned away, blinking his eyes. This time, nothing would go awry. As long as she didn't accompany him to study medicine, everything would remain untroubled. Su-mi-er sensed Yen Shu's gaze fixed on her, and despite the previous night's events, she found herself wanting to see him. Yen Cheng failed to notice the subtle tension between them, engaging Su-mi-er in conversation for a moment before heading out to buy groceries, cautioning Yen Shu not to bully her. Once the door closed behind his father, leaving just the two of them, Yen Shu sighed, "My dad has really overestimated me. I wouldn't dare bully you. I'm afraid you might ignore me." Su-mi-er glanced at him, pressing her lips together, and murmured, "Don't say such things. I wouldn't ignore you. I'm not saying anything out of turn." Yen Shu protested, feeling wronged, yet he recognized his previous poor attitude and the distance it had created between them. However, Yen Shu felt his patience waning. Having been reborn, he didn't wish to squander time on unnecessary misunderstandings. Since they had already begun with candor the previous night, he decided to continue in that vein. "Little ear, have I done anything to upset you in the past?" "Oh, there's quite a lot," Su-mi-er thought to herself, her expression remaining neutral. Thus, she did not deny it, replying, "Yes, many things." Yen Shu was taken aback by her directness, nearly at a loss for words. He sighed, "I'm truly sorry. I was indeed rather terrible in the past." He glanced at Su-mi-er, whose face bore no expression, and with a firm resolution he asked, "Did I ever reject you?" Indeed, Su-mi-er's eyes widened in surprise, locking onto Yen Shu's. Yen Shu thought to himself, as expected, "Yen Shu, you have some nerve to fabricate such claims." Su-mi-er's incredulous voice interrupted his thoughts. "Huh, is that not the case?" Chapter 27. Words run ahead while thoughts lag behind. In Su-mi-er's eyes, Yen Shu had not truly rejected her. After all, he was so lazy that he couldn't even be bothered to reject her outright, simply discarding her love letter into the trash. Remembering the little love letter still tucked away in her drawer, Su-mi-er's gaze grew colder. It was filled with the innocent musings of a 14 or 15-year-old girl, and along with her youthful joys, it had been tossed into the bin by Yen Shu. Su-mi-er regretted coming over. She glanced towards the door. Since Uncle Yen had already left, perhaps she should just head back. She could say she had plans with classmates and wouldn't come over after all. Although she felt a twinge of guilt towards Uncle Yen, seeing Yen Shu only made her feel worse. Yen Shu noticed her shifting gaze towards the door and guessed she wanted to leave, quickly saying, "Hey, I was just joking. I was merely curious. Why don't you trust what I say? I thought I must have done something foolish in my youth that made you doubt me." Su-mi-er replied with a simple, "Oh," then countered, "So, are you still studying? Is studying all we have to talk about?" Yen Shu exclaimed, his tone tinged with exasperation. To his surprise, Su-mi-er nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that seems to be the case." Yen Shu took a deep breath. "Then how about we start dating?" Su-mi-er's heart began racing uncontrollably. Over the past few days, Yen Shu had transitioned from subtle hints to outright declarations. And now she was starting to wonder if he was serious. Yen Shu observed her expression with concern. "Don't be too excited. I'm serious. Will you go out with me? Or rather, should I pursue you first?" The thought of this troubled him. He had never pursued anyone in his past life. Even when he eventually ended up with Su-mi-er, it had been more of a natural progression, with her taking the initiative initially. Now, he pondered how much mental preparation she must have undergone back then to be so proactive. No one understands Su-mi-er's capricious nature better than Yen Shu. Upon this realization, Yen Shu felt that his previous speculation regarding her confession seemed rather superfluous. If she had indeed confessed, given Su-mi-er's temperament, it was highly likely she would have never taken the initiative again. Just as Yen Shu dismissed his own conjecture, he heard Su-mi-er speak. "Yen Shu, you discarded the love letter I wrote for you. Are you now insulting me with your current demeanor?" "What? I did not. You cannot slander me." Yen Shu blurted out instinctively, firmly convinced that he had never lost Su-mi-er's love letter. He had not even laid eyes upon it. Observing the earnest expression on Su-mi-er's face, he insisted, "I genuinely did not. I acknowledge I was quite the jerk before, but when have I ever been indifferent towards you?" After his declaration, he sensed something was amiss, and added, "Well, the past 6 months don't count." Su-mi-er regarded him with her dark, penetrating eyes, scrutinizing him intently. Finally, she spoke slowly. "So, you are implying that your feelings for me are sincere? You wish to pursue a romantic relationship?" "Huh? Yes." Yen Shu's eyes sparkled, as if he glimpsed the dawn of victory. Yet the next moment, Su-mi-er replied in a remarkably flat tone, "Oh, we have known each other for 18 years. For the first 17, you despised me. Suddenly, in this 18th year, you wish to date me? Have you been possessed, Yen Shu?" Her tone lacked any variation. However, Yen Shu, who had bottled up his feelings for 2 lifetimes, finally had the chance to clarify, I never hated you during those 17 years. I refused your strawberry milk, not because I disliked you, but because you loved it too. I merely swapped it for sugar. The milk he had obtained was originally intended for Tsundere, but upon seeing many little boys offering her milk, he had consumed it out of frustration. In elementary school, I accepted that girl's apple because I won a bet against her. I had topped the math exam. Yet Tsundere devoured the apple she had given to that girl instead of the one prepared for her by Yin Shu, which incensed him, leading him to reject her apple thereafter. As for middle school, you must understand, I was prepared to turn down that girl. However, Tsundere brought the teacher over, effectively placing the label of early romance upon him. This was when Yin Shu began to find Tsundere rather bothersome. Why did Yin Shu feel compelled to explain these matters? Because in their past life together, Tsundere had often brought them up, revealing how much she truly cared. Initially, Yin Shu had wished to clarify, but later found delight in observing her petty grievances. It was undeniably charming. After airing her grievances, she would take the opportunity to demand he do something for her, which was essentially her way of being affectionate. Yet, this lifetime necessitated an explanation. Without it, he might lose his beloved wife. Upon hearing Yin Shu's words, Tsundere was genuinely taken aback. How could he know that these were the matters she cared about? Furthermore, was this truly how he perceived things? Tsundere blinked and regarded Yin Shu. But, Yin Shu, you are truly peculiar. Ever since you distanced yourself from Jean Lily and the others, you seem to have become somewhat odd. Yin Shu, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, Could it not be that I have merely found my way back to the right path? Tsundere responded with a soft, perhaps. But you should not harbor feelings for me. Indeed, it should not be so. After all these years without a hint of affection, how could he suddenly develop feelings? Moreover, he had even discarded his own love letter. What a scoundrel. Tsundere pouted adorably. Yin Shu, you are truly infuriating. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yin Shu unconsciously edged closer. Why should I not? I like you. As he drew near, Tsundere felt an urge to retreat. With just the two of them at home, Yin Shu inexplicably exuded an overwhelming presence. She took a small step back. Do you truly not remember discarding my love letter? Yin Shu's expression stiffened. What? I absolutely did not. Yet, upon uttering those words, it seemed to clarify why Tsundere reacted the way she did to his confession. Yin Shu couldn't help but wonder, had he truly committed such a foolish act? It should not be. He had no recollection whatsoever. When had this occurred? He could not resist asking. Oh, it was when you were caught for early romance. I did out of spite. I was petty. How could you discard my love letter and then accept someone else's confession? Tsundere glared at him, her eyes filled with grievance, yet her tone remained fierce. Yin Shu felt a pang of sympathy, swiftly denying her accusation. Impossible. At that time, the object of my dreams was you. How could I have discarded your love letter? The words escaped before he could process them, and the air around them grew thick with tension. Yin Shu froze, his mind racing with disbelief. Chapter 28. Yin Shu the scoundrel. Tsundere's face flashed with confusion. What had Yin Shu just said? Dream object? Her face turned crimson as she instinctively clasped her hand over her heart, unable to handle the sudden emotional surge. Initially blank, Yin Shu, noticing her reaction, hurriedly reached out to steady her. No, don't be agitated. It's my fault. I'm the one being shameless. Tsundere, captivated by his beautiful hands, instinctively recoiled, her thoughts racing to the implications of those hands, which had surely learned about anatomy in health class. Now that Yin Shu was 18, it was certainly. This was not something to ponder deeply. The more she thought about it, the more her breathing became erratic. Yin Shu, who had felt slightly hurt by her retreat, now noticed her quickened breath and, concerned, stepped back. Don't overthink it. I want to touch you. I merely wish to clarify that I could never have discarded your love letter. In discussing this, Yin Shu revealed something he had never shared with anyone before. His first romantic dream object had indeed been Tsundere. As a middle school student, having learned about such matters in health class, it was quite normal. As someone who had once been a doctor, Yin Shu understood perfectly that this was a natural part of healthy development. In truth, it was this very dream that had made him feel awkward around Tsundere, causing him to act strangely in her presence. Gradually, he had become hesitant to approach her, feeling increasingly shy. Yes, it was a mixture of embarrassment and shyness. He had not dared to dwell on his dream, for various reasons, particularly the immaturity of his thoughts at the time. If the current Yin Shu were to look back, he would undoubtedly pursue her openly. Wasn't it obvious? He had feelings for Tsundere, but the Yin Shu of middle school was oblivious to this reality, leading to a series of subsequent events that strained their relationship further. As he entered high school, the onset of his rebellious phase caused him to forget the affection he once felt for Tsundere, to share an awkward confession. During his rebellious phase, Yanshu had even felt that the entire world conspired against him. How juvenile. At this moment, Yanshu cautiously observed Tsundere, who sat on the sofa, her face flushed as she clutched her heart. He sighed. I speak the truth. I have never seen your love letter. Something must have been lost in translation. Yanshu felt a mix of grievance. Had he seen it earlier, perhaps none of this would have transpired. The nuances of one's stature may indeed evolve alongside one's partner, potentially rendering the rebellious phase a mere memory. Tsundere cast a swift glance at Yanshu, only to avert her gaze as if scorched, mumbling, I wish to have a sip of water. Her primary concern was that Yanshu might not be flitting about before her at this moment, as her heart raced uncontrollably. Yanshu responded with a simple "oh," turning to pour some water, adding with a hint of concern, don't think of making a run for it. Tsundere shot him a glare, retorting, what would I run for? It's not as if I lack shame. Her voice trailed off. It's not like she had dreamt of anything shameless. Although she understood such feelings were commonplace, the very thought of Yanshu articulating it directly was mortifying. How awkward. Tsundere felt a twinge of guilt. She indeed had contemplated escaping. Yanshu, unfazed by being called shameless, merely smiled. What of shamelessness? To be modest would mean never catching up with the proud little lady that Tsundere was. In this lifetime, he would not squander time as he had in the previous one. As he stepped into the kitchen, he pondered whether such thoughts were worth having at all. Why speak so hastily? This could only lead to embarrassment. Yet, the outcome was not entirely unfavorable. Despite the playful banter, the misunderstanding had been clarified. Moreover, although Tsundere's cheeks flushed, she had not bolted. However, Yanshu had perhaps overestimated her fortitude, just as he reveled in the fact that she hadn't fled. The sound of a door creaking open reached his ears. He turned sharply, catching sight of her petite figure dashing away. Yanshu mused that perhaps he had indeed overestimated Tsundere's resilience. She truly was quite modest. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to pursue her, fearing that her excitement might overwhelm her heart. He stared at the glass of water he had poured, sighed, took a sip, and moved toward the door. Hearing the sound of her door closing, signifying her return home, as he reached for his phone, he contemplated sending Tsundere a message, though he was unsure of what to say, yet felt the need to assert his presence. With the misunderstanding resolved, surely his affections warranted a response? However, his attention was drawn to a sticky note on the table. Approaching it, he discovered that it bore Tsundere's handwriting, adorned with various messages. Do not contact me, and do not seek me out. Yanshu, you shameless rogue. No dreaming about me. The last line, punctuated with 3 exclamation marks, seemed to emphasize her sentiment, didn't it? Below was a simple doodle depicting a little girl playfully striking a small boy. Given the limited time she had, it was evident she had put forth considerable effort. A smile crept onto Yanshu's face as he envisioned her blushing while sneaking glances at him, hastily sketching away. Goodness, my wife is utterly adorable. He sighed, carefully collecting the sticky notes. Such a charming girl deserved tender affection, he mused, recalling the image of Tsundere. Her face flushed and eyes brimming with tears after he had kissed her. Ah, how should he express it? He felt a surge of excitement. He drained the last of his water, returned the cup to the kitchen, and with the sticky notes in hand, retreated to his bedroom. Though Tsundere had insisted he not reach out, Yanshu leisurely typed a message, not attending tutoring anymore. Naturally, it fell into the void, receiving no response. The shy girl would undoubtedly prefer to avoid him for the time being. He was hardly surprised and sent another message. What if my dad asked why you didn't come for dinner? At that moment, the screen indicated she was typing. After a brief pause, a message arrived. I have plans with Zhang Xian for dinner. Yanshu chuckled. She was so stubborn yet soft-hearted, always concerned about others. She even clarified whom she was dining with. His heart warmed. Tsundere had always been well-behaved, ever since childhood. The only act of rebellion she had exhibited was her insistence on accompanying him for a repeat year, despite her family's objections. She had even quarreled with her family over it, resulting in a slap from her mother. It was a wake-up call for Yanshu, who had felt lost amid his parents' tumultuous relationship. Chapter 29. You see, the whole world knows you like me. To this day, Yanshu recalls the sight of Tsundere. Her face flushed and her eyes red, stepping into his room to say, Yanshu, what is the big deal? It's not like I did poorly on the exam. I didn't get in my desired school either. Let us repeat the year together. At that time, Yanshu was in a dismal state. His parents were embroiled in a tumultuous divorce, with no one to attend to him. What he had thought was his girlfriend had turned into a heavy burden, rendering him a mere jester. Though he didn't harbor deep affections, the years spent together had undeniably forged a bond. His primary concern was the embarrassment of it all. Yet he couldn't help but notice her pale complexion, the redness standing out starkly, and her eyes slightly swollen. What happened to your face? Yin Shu asked, his tone less than gentle. Are you still going to cry? Did someone bully you? But Su Mi simply smiled. I'm not bullied. I'm perfectly fine. So, Yin Shu, do you want to repeat the year with me? Yin Shu fell silent, uncertain of what he could possibly do. It felt as if anything he attempted would go awry, leading him to consider doing nothing at all. His silence only deepened the redness around Su Mi's eyes. She said nothing more, turning to leave. At that moment, Yin Shu thought, let everyone leave him be. Yet, moments later, Su Mi returned, carrying a multitude of beers. The room was dimly lit, with the door ajar, allowing the light from the living room to illuminate her face. She remembered to buy them chilled. In a hushed voice, she remarked, they say ice-cold beer tastes better. Su Mi cracked open a can and handed it to Yin Shu, asking, want some? Yin Shu gazed at her for a long while. Even in his foolishness, he recognized that Su Mi's feelings for him were different. He accepted the beer, and Su Mi remained quiet. It was likely her first time drinking. She scrunched her face, wrinkling her nose and sticking out her tongue, clearly disliking the taste. How could a girl who loved strawberry milk enjoy beer? Yet, she quietly sat beside Yin Shu, sipping her icy drink. After finishing his own, he took the beer from her hands, insisting, if you can't drink, don't force it. I have milk on my table. Yet, he himself had never been a fan of milk. Su Mi pouted in protest. I can learn. Yin Shu chuckled. What is the point of learning that? Aren't you fond of girls like that? Su Mi countered, smoking, drinking, surfing the net, completely unlike me. You simply don't like me. Her voice was soft, tinged with grievance. Yet she held back her tears, affirming, well, I dislike you too. Yin Shu laughed. Disliking me doesn't seem to bother you, does it? It does bother me. Su Mi retorted fiercely, but upon noticing the tears welling in the corners of Yin Shu's eyes, she too couldn't hold back her own tears. Yin Shu, you fool. Such a fool. That day, Yin Shu realized that perhaps his seemingly dismal life wasn't as unbearable as he had thought. He seemingly possesses nothing, yet paradoxically seems to have everything. He has a childhood companion, and they appear to harbor mutual disdain for one another. However, in the moments when everyone else forgets him, she remains steadfastly by his side. She reaches out to him, guiding him toward the light. Su Miat, cool your sentiments. Yin Shu gazes at Su Mi's response, his vision blurring slightly. Such a well-behaved Su Mi. He takes a deep breath and replies, all right. Do you need me to give you a ride? On the other end, she begins to retreat into her shell once more. He patiently continues to message, I assure you. I speak the truth. Have you considered it? There are regrets in youth when one refrains from early romance. Inside her room, Su Mi stares at Yin Shu's message, bewildered, who claimed that early romance would impede her endeavors in nation-building. Is this not a double standard? Yet, this also prompts Su Mi to realize that perhaps Yin Shu's words carry some truth. Does he genuinely harbor feelings for her? The mere thought of this possibility sends her heart racing once more. Yin Shu likes her? The mere notion elicits a faint smile at the corners of Su Mi's lips. She gazes at the messages on her phone, her delicate fingers twitching, unable to resist replying. Su Mi has never been able to refuse Yin Shu. Though she feels somewhat lacking in self-respect, she simply cannot help herself. Thus, Yin Shu receives her reply. You have influenced my nation-building. What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? Sometimes, one truly ought to refrain from uttering nonsensical words. Yin Shu winces at her response, but it matters not. He is unfazed. No worries, I won't hinder your nation-building. You focus on that, while I can build a home for our love. Admittedly, it is somewhat cheesy, yet he reasons that it is perfectly fine to be a tad corny when his beloved is so aloof. After that, there is a silence. Yin Shu sighs, locating Zhang Xian in their class group chat, and adds her as a friend. He is uneasy about Su Mi going out alone, yet he fears that if he accompanies her, they might not even leave the doorstep. Thus, he devises a roundabout way to ensure her safety. Zhang Xian is likely preoccupied with her phone, as the friend request is accepted swiftly, accompanied by question mark. Yin Shu types out his message carefully. Are you going out to eat with Su Mi? She may be experiencing some emotional fluctuations today, so please keep an eye on her, and contact me if anything seems amiss. Thank you. A swift reply comes. Yin Gu, have you confessed? Is it enough to cause Su Mi's emotional upheaval? Accompanied by a cheeky emoji. Yin Shu, no. Has this girl installed surveillance in my house? How'd she know? He sends 3 question marks in response. Zhang Xian quickly retracts her previous message. Sorry, forget I sent that. Yin Shu then sent a voice message. I saw it. But I just wondered if you had installed surveillance in my house. Zhang Xian responds promptly with excitement in her voice. Wait, did you really confess? How thrilling. Yan Yi, you're amazing. Yin Shu, how do you know that my confession would make her so emotional? Because Su Mi, my dear, is usually an emotionless academic robot. After knowing her for so long, Aside from her reactions to your matters, she exhibits no emotional fluctuations about anything else. She is incredibly innocent and likely thinks she is concealing her feelings well. Please, we can all see she likes you. It's just unspoken. You know, last time she lost that first prize in the competition to the principal's niece, she didn't even get upset. But when she found out you skipped class to go online with Jean Lily, she nearly resorted to taking medicine in secret. Yingu, Sumire really adores you. If she rejects you, it will surely be out of shyness. You mustn't give up. You see, the whole world knows you like me. I was the only fool oblivious to it. Chapter 30. Who told her to like Yanshu so much? Zhang Xian's words struck Yanshu's heart like a bolt. He felt a pang of sympathy for Sumire over the years. Her affection was so evident, yet only he remained oblivious. In stark contrast was Yanshu's previous demeanor towards Sumire. Zhang Xian cautiously probed, but Yingu, it seems you rather disliked Mir, didn't you? No offense, haha. Just reflecting on your past attitude. The girl believed her probing was subtle, but Yanshu saw through it effortlessly. Much like Sumire thought her affection for him was concealed, while everyone else was aware. I am unafraid of everyone knowing I like you. Yeah, I fear you discovering it. This indeed was something Sumire would do. Yanshu inhaled deeply. I do not dislike her. I actually like her very much. But how does one articulate this sentiment? Thankfully, upon hearing his confession, Zhang Xian exhaled in relief. That's good. Yingu, rest assured. I will look after Mir. Even after the call had ended, Yanshu remained somewhat dazed. His hand, which clutched his phone, trembled slightly. Yanshu gazed at his hand, taking a deep breath, and slowly settled into a nearby chair. Upon returning, he repeatedly reminded himself not to dwell on past foolishness, but to pursue Sumire earnestly and amend the regrets of a previous life. Yet, it turned out that these thoughts lingered, despite his attempts to set them aside. Yanshu inhaled deeply and suddenly comprehended why Sumire's reaction had been such. She had already afforded him a measure of grace. If even he perceived it as a jest, what of the change in attitude? Yanshu closed his eyes and muttered, Yanshu, you truly are a piece of work. Finally, he rubbed his face and proceeded to wash up. All right, take it slow. Little Ear has a heart condition and cannot be rushed. She has liked me for so long, I must take my time. That day, Sumire did not respond to any of Yanshu's messages, nor did they meet. For this, Yancheng reproached Yanshu, questioning whether he had upset Sumire. Yanshu silently conceded. In the evening, while Yanshu was organizing his belongings, Yancheng stood at the door, munching on fruit while reminding his son, when you go out, take care of Mir. Her health isn't great. I know, Dad, Yanshu replied. Yancheng chuckled. You seem much more obedient now. In the past, when I advised you, you would simply shut the door. Yanshu paused. Was I really that unkind to Sumire? Yancheng exclaimed, I wouldn't know. All I can say is, in our presence, you behave that way. Previously, Lao Su even asked me if you had some issue with Little Ear. Yanshu felt as if an arrow had pierced his chest. He walked over and pushed Yancheng out. All right, let's leave it at that. I'm going to bed. Yancheng sighed, but the door had already closed. Teenage boys these days are truly a handful, he muttered under his breath, ultimately deciding to let it go. Once Yanshu closed the door, he ceased his restless fidgeting. After all, it was merely an overnight stay. He collapsed onto the bed, his spirits low. He reached for his phone, contemplating messaging Sumire, but found himself at a loss for words. Today, Zhang Xian had informed him that Sumire appeared to be doing well. They had gone out to eat and then to a bookstore together. Aside from occasional lapses in focus, everything seemed quite fine. Yanshu sighed, lost in thought. Was he pondering about me? Memories flooded back, and he abruptly sat up in bed, striding over to his desk. He pulled out several sheets of paper and grasped a pen. Yet, as he poised the pen, he found himself at a loss for words. Yanshu had never penned a love letter before. With merely 2 romantic entanglements to his name, and strictly speaking, both had pursued him, in a state of indecision. Yanshu retrieved his phone, opened the browser, and began to type. The format of a love letter, classic phrases for love letters, how to write a heartfelt letter. Ultimately, he managed to compose a rough draft of a 500-word love letter, inscribed in a handwriting that perhaps only he could decipher. As he gazed at those words, he couldn't help but wonder if Sumire took a long time to write her letter. He yearned to know what she had expressed to him. Would she be willing to compose another one for him if he asked? After a moment's contemplation, he felt the likelihood of receiving an eye roll was considerably higher. With a heavy sigh, he flung himself onto the desk, exclaiming in frustration, reborn yet unable to return to an earlier time. How trivial. He had nurtured his wife from childhood. Meanwhile, while Yanshu struggled to find rest, Sumire was equally restless. Zhang Xian had approached her with palpable excitement, inquiring whether Yingu had confessed to her, even presenting her with screenshots of their conversation, leaving Sumire in a state of bewilderment. Deep down, She had begun to waver in her belief that Yin Shu harbored feelings for her. It seemed increasingly plausible. Upon seeing the chat history with Zhang Xian, the notion that Yin Shu truly liked her took root in her mind. He had claimed he had never disliked himself. Su Mi'er pulled a nearby doll close, pressing it against her face while her ears turned crimson. Could it be true that Yin Shu had genuine feelings for her? If so, would she confess her desire to be with him? Without a moment's hesitation, the thought flashed through her mind. Yes. She had liked Yin Shu for so long and yearned to be with him, even when uncertain if his teasing was intentional or a genuine affection. Her first instinct upon facing his confession was to agree, simply because it was Yin Shu. At worst, if it turned out to be false, she could endure a little ridicule. Her feelings for Yin Shu were not something to be ashamed of. If anyone else were to ask her about her feelings for him, she would readily admit it. Yet, when confronted with Yin Shu, she found herself lacking the courage to acknowledge it. Although he had explained the trivial matters she once cared about, the years of distance could not simply be erased. Su Mi'er had always been a somewhat awkward girl, as she herself was aware. Her parents often reminded her that she need not be so reserved, that she could express her likes and dislikes openly. However, one cannot easily change one's nature, just as her feelings for Yin Shu were not bound to change with the passage of time. Removing the pillow from her face, she whispered, "If Yin Shu confesses again, I'll agree." As she spoke, her delicate lips curved into a faint smile. So, should she agree? After all, she adored Yin Shu. Hadn't she waited for him for so many years, hoping for another confession? Chapter 31. Class Monitor. Why didn't you call my name? Regrettably, Yin Shu lacked the ability to read minds, thus remaining oblivious to how close he was to success in his confession. The following morning, he ventured out unusually early, clutching the strawberry milk he had purchased the day prior, awaiting the elevator. He carried a backpack. For today, they were to embark on a summer excursion with the school, necessitating the transport of supplies. He even brought along the love letter he had rewritten multiple times. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain whether to present it to Su Mi'er. He recalled how pale her face had turned yesterday. What if he pressed too hard and overwhelmed her? Lost in thought, the door across from him swung open. Su Mi'er's mother followed her, offering gentle reminders to take care of herself and avoid strenuous activities. Upon noticing Yin Shu, she paused momentarily before smiling. "Good morning, Yin Shu." Yin Shu swiftly straightened. "Good morning, Auntie." Su Mi'er glanced at Yin Shu, feeling her face grow warm, and quickly lowered her lashes. As Yin Shu engaged in small talk with her mother, she couldn't help but overhear her mother urging him to look after Su Mi'er, given her delicate health. Although she harbored doubts about Yin Shu's reliability over the years, it was comforting to have a familiar face keeping a watchful eye. Yin Shu feigned innocence before her mother, assuring her, "Don't worry, Auntie, I will take good care of Xiao Er." Su Mi'er could no longer bear it, exclaiming, "Mom, we're going to be late." Only then did her mother relent, pressing the elevator button for them. "Do take care and stay safe." They both obediently acknowledged her. As the elevator doors closed, it was just the two of them, yet neither spoke. Yin Shu cautiously glanced at Su Mi'er before extending the strawberry milk towards her. "Have you had breakfast?" Initially, she intended to decline, saying she had eaten, but upon seeing the strawberry milk, she couldn't resist reaching out to accept it. She had long outgrown the indecision over a single bottle of strawberry milk. However, since it was from Yin Shu, it felt different. Seeing her take the drink, Yin Shu felt a wave of relief. He reached for her backpack, noting its considerable weight. "Let me carry this for you." Su Mi'er finally spoke. "No, it's a bit heavy. I can manage." "You do realize it's heavy, right? Be careful not to stunt your growth," he remarked casually. 162 centimeters. Su Mi'er abruptly looked up, her eyes blazing. In the north, 162 centimeters was indeed not considered tall, especially standing next to Yin Shu, who towered over her at over 180 centimeters. Su Mi'er glared at him. "Are you implying that I'm short?" Yin Shu quickly retorted, "No. Isn't it the case that women have never been reasonable since childhood?" He truly meant no offense, knowing Su Mi'er was among those who developed later. She had grown from 162 centimeters to 168 centimeters during her senior year, yet she aspired to reach 170 centimeters. Su Mi'er, feeling a bit obsessive about her height, was irritated. Yin Shu, with a look of innocence, insisted, "I genuinely didn't mean that. You're quite adorable as you are." He couldn't help but ruffle her hair playfully. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Su Mi'er puffed up her cheeks, thrusting her backpack into Yin Shu's hands before turning to exit. Let us hope Yin Shu doesn't grow any taller, though he was already sufficiently tall. Su Mi'er remained preoccupied with her height, especially compared to Jean Lily, who was quite tall. Yin Shu's comment about not growing taller seemed to suggest he thought she was short. Fuming, she resolved that she disliked Yin Shu the most. Unbeknownst to Yin Shu, Within mere minutes, he had transformed from a figure of potential romantic interest to the object of her disdain. He rubbed his nose, sighed, and called out, "Wait for me." Yanshu still rode his bike to school. Upon arriving at school, there was no need to attend the classroom. Instead, everyone gathered directly at the school gate. The class monitors held up signs, awaiting their respective groups. Typically, 5 or 6 classes would embark together. Yanshu's class was adjacent to Jean Lily's, making an encounter inevitable. Jean Lily's gaze remained fixated on Yanshu from the moment he appeared. She observed as he handed Su-Mir her backpack, only for Su-Mir to reclaim it with an outstretched hand. Yanshu seemed to sigh softly, murmuring something under his breath. His expression was one of resignation, yet it also bore a hint of indulgence. It was as if he were entirely unconcerned about the presence of others. Jean Lily had only pursued Yanshu for a few days, and their so-called dates primarily consisted of playing games together. Yes, still in a 4-person queue. Yanshu exhibited no interest in accompanying her to the movies or shopping. He perpetually wore an impatient, aloof demeanor. Initially, Jean Lily believed this to be his true nature, which conveniently appealed to her. However, witnessing his behavior towards Su-Mir ignited an uncontrollable anger within her. She began to doubt whether Yanshu had merely been toying with her, relishing in her misfortune. She averted her gaze, reassuring herself that there would be more opportunities. Yanshu, resigned, handed the backpack to Su-Mir. What if someone saw? It mattered little. He almost welcomed it. Yet Su-Mir, being somewhat shy, pursed her lips and shouldered the backpack herself. At that moment, Chun-Fong had already spotted them. "Mir, come take attendance." Su-Mir was the vice class monitor. She responded promptly, hurrying over. Just then, Feng Zheng emerged from behind Yanshu, playfully exclaiming, "Oh no, how tragic, left behind." Yanshu swiftly grasped his neck, both boys of similar height, causing Feng Zheng to bend slightly. Hey, Yan-Ye, my mistake. Please let me go." Yanshu clicked his tongue softly, remarking, "So your mouth has been this cheeky from the very beginning." Feng Zheng, perplexed, didn't quite catch it. Yanshu, however, continued to drag him towards the back of the classroom, deliberately avoiding another glance at Jean Lily. Jean Lily bit down on her candy. Her previous fervor in pursuing Yanshu now overshadowed by whispered discussions among their peers. The topic inevitably circled back to her and Yanshu, with Su-Mir being mentioned as well. Jean Lily exhaled, vowing to herself that Yanshu would never develop feelings for Su-Mir. In contrast, Yanshu appeared unconcerned with the opinions of others, merely watching Su-Mir as she called out the names of their classmates. When she finally declared everyone present, he interjected, "Hey, class monitor, why didn't you call my name?" Laughter erupted from the boys. "Yingo, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" "Ha ha ha ha." Just teasing the class monitor. With a smile in his eyes, Yanshu maintained an innocent tone, "But you really didn't call my name." Su-Mir's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at him. After a brief moment, she blinked and called out, "Yanshu." "Yes, I'm here, class monitor." The laughter from the class grew louder. Su-Mir bit her lip, stealing glances at Yanshu, who continued to gaze at her with a smile, igniting a secret joy within her. Chapter 32. Do you still like me? At this age, boys could be relentless in their teasing, drawing curious glances from students in other classes. Yanshu noticed Su-Mir's face was nearly crimson, just as he intended to intervene and quell their raucous behavior. Su Laoshi and the others approached. Since the entire class was heading out, 2 teachers were supervising them. Yanshu's class was fortunate with their homeroom teacher, Su Laoshi, and a young, amiable PE teacher, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou inquired with a smile, "What is going on? Let me hear." Feng Zheng, with a mischievous glance at Yanshu, exclaimed, "Oh, they're asking about our Yango." Yanshu once again tightened his grip on Feng Zheng's neck. "Is it just you with the big mouth?" "Mr. Zhou continued, "Come on, Yanshu, tell us." The atmosphere was light as Su Laoshi maintained her composure, asking Chun-Fong, "Is everyone accounted for?" Su-Mir, blushing, handed over the attendance sheet. "Everyone is here, Su Laoshi." Chun-Fong stifled a laugh, confirming, "All present, teacher." "All right, everyone board the bus. We'll take attendance again once we're on." "Understood, teacher." "Lao Lu, sit with me." "Get lost." One by one, students boarded the bus. Yanshu caught Su-Mir's eye, and their gazes met. He smiled and mouthed, "Will you sit with me?" Su-Mir quickly averted her gaze. Yanshu, in high spirits, interpreted her silence as consent. He turned and boarded the bus, seeking a favorable seat. Chun-Fong and Su-Mir were the last to ascend, with the 2 teachers following behind. Once on the bus, it appeared all seats were occupied, save for 2 at the front. Su-Mir spotted Yansha, who was seated next to Feng Zheng, who was reaching for something. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su-Mir's eyes. He had clearly said he would sit with her. Chun-Fong glanced at the empty seats, asking me, do you prefer the aisle or the window? Zhou Jiai, in the second row, frowned slightly, about to speak. However, Feng Zheng had already stood up, declaring, no, Vice Monitor, that's my seat. Yours is over here. After their earlier teasing, Feng Zheng's shout prompted another round of laughter from the bus. Yin Shu clicked his tongue, exclaiming, all right, enough already. Are you not done? Feng Zheng, clutching snacks, grinned. Exactly, are you all still at it? As he approached, Yin Shu also stood, vacating the window seat, eyes fixed on Su Mi'er. Without hesitation, Su Mi'er met his gaze. Her lips pressed together, and after a moment, she walked over, her face growing increasingly red amidst the teasing crowd. Yet her steps towards Yin Shu were unwavering. Yin Shu's smile blossomed further as Su Mi'er settled into the window seat, her backpack once again in his possession. Rather than placing it in the overhead compartment, he rested it on his lap. Su Laosher and Mr. Zhou boarded, calling out, all right, what is all this commotion? Let us take attendance first. Why isn't it in the compartment? Su Mi'er inquired, glancing at the backpack on his lap, knowing the journey would last 2 to 3 hours. Keeping it there would be cumbersome. Although she wasn't keen on placing it above, the burden of carrying it alone felt different than sharing it with Yin Shu. Without a second thought, Yin Shu replied, I'll hold it. It's cleaner this way. Otherwise, you'll just end up uncomfortable again. Xuem Iya, how's it, studying Yansha? He caught her gaze and asked, what's wrong? She slowly shook her head. Nothing, it's just that sometimes it feels like you understand me very well. This wasn't a mere flippant remark from Su Mi'er. It was a genuine sentiment. In certain nuances, details that many overlooked, Yin Shu seemed to grasp effortlessly, including her little habits. It was a disconcerting feeling, especially in the presence of Yin Shu. Su Mi'er was quite certain that their relationship over the past few years had indeed been rather ordinary. If there was anything extraordinary about it, it might be her continuous presence trailing behind him. She was well aware of many of Yin Shu's habits, as her gaze had always been fixed upon him. However, Yin Shu was different. He was the one being pursued, and thus his awareness of his own habits seemed rather peculiar. Yin Shu did not anticipate her to voice such a sentiment, and his hand, which was holding Su Mi'er's backpack, froze momentarily. After all, it was merely a habit. Habits are rather strange entities, much like how, even after Su Mi'er had departed for 2 or 3 years, Yin Shu would still find himself stopping by her favorite dessert shop whenever he went out to dine, instinctively purchasing her beloved treats, even though no one would consume them upon his return. Though Yin Shu had no fondness for sweets, he would devour every morsel of the desserts he bought for her after she left. He would add a poached egg and luncheon meat when cooking noodles, as she had once suggested it was delicious. He would insist on washing the comforter separately from the pillowcases, for that was her preference. He always left his left hand free, so that he could grasp hers at any moment. During business trips, he had to sit by the window. Otherwise, he would suffer from motion sickness. Su Mi'er had departed, yet Yin Shu had unconsciously molded his existence to resemble hers. It was as though she had never truly left. She remained present in his every small gesture and quirk, all of which Yin Shu meticulously remembered. Following his rebirth, he found no trace of unfamiliarity. He continued to accommodate these seemingly inconsequential habits. However, Su Mi'er had noticed. Yin Shu smiled slightly. Is that so? It feels quite strange, she murmured softly. In fact, I've always felt a bit odd about it. As the vehicle began to move, Yin Shu heard her say, often, I feel as if you are quite familiar to me. I don't mean our length of acquaintance. Rather, at times, you give me an odd yet unfamiliar sensation. Su Mi'er turned to the boy beside her. Her eyes filled with confusion. Why was that? She should be very familiar with Yin Shu. Yin Shu gazed into her eyes, which were now brimming with uncertainty. They also bore that familiar intensity he had come to know. Su Mi'er had always looked at him with unwavering focus, regardless of what he was doing. Even during their most intimate moments, her concentration never waned, as if that was the only way to etch him into her memory. A sharp pain pierced Yin Shu's heart. He wondered if perhaps his heart was truly in trouble, for how else could it ache so? He chuckled softly. Perhaps this is another side of me that you have yet to discover? Su Mi'er responded with a soft "Oh, is that so? Then, do you still like this version of me?" Yin Shu suddenly inquired. The car was somewhat noisy, with everyone engaged in hushed conversations and laughter, accompanied by the sound of the engine. Yet, Su Mi'er could hear her own heart racing anew. Chapter 33. Does it feel like being caught in an affair? As her heartbeat quickened, Su Mi'er heard herself rapidly concluding in her mind, I do like you. As long as it was Yin Shu, she liked him. In truth, Su Mi'er could not precisely articulate why she was fond of Yin Shu. Perhaps it was because he had always been by her side since childhood, making it difficult for her to pinpoint any moment when her heart would lose its rhythmic pulse in relation to him. Due to her frail health, those around her had always been protective, and Yin Shu had also shielded her, albeit somewhat awkwardly, yet unwaveringly. Over the years, Su Mi-er had been aware of this. So when exactly their relationship had evolved remained unclear, and she could not identify the cause. Nevertheless, despite their rocky relationship over the years, Su Mi-er had never regretted her feelings for Yin Shu. However, at this moment, under Yin Shu's intense gaze and direct question, she found herself shying away from his eyes. Muttering softly, "Who likes you anyway?" If only her words were more convincing without the flushed cheeks and evasive glances. Yin Shu heard her words and was not angered. Instead, he smiled, reaching out with his free hand to gently ruffle her hair. "How can you be so adorable?" Su Mi-er did not meet his gaze. Instead, she leaned her head slightly into his palm. Yin Shu felt as though his heart might melt. How could he not like such a Su Mi-er? Throughout the journey, Su Mi-er produced a pair of earbuds and glanced at Yin Shu. "Are you listening to English listening exercises?" Although it was a question, she promptly inserted them into his ears. Yin Shu protested. "Aren't we supposed to be having fun? Why are we listening to English?" In truth, Yin Shu's English was quite commendable. He grasped Su Mi-er's hand, his tone laced with playful exasperation. "You're so ruthless, even while we're out having fun." Su Mi-er attempted to retract her hand, but was unsuccessful. Her gaze flickered as she nervously glanced around, relieved that no one was paying attention to them, save for Zhang Xian, who was making faces at her from across the aisle. Su Mi-er, her face flushed, exclaimed, "Let go of my hand." "Not a chance." Yin Shu insisted, his own face reddening as he held her hand firmly on his knee. "Stay still. If you don't move, I can focus on my listening." Su Mi-er bit her lip, casting him a sideways glance. "What is wrong with you? We don't even have that kind of relationship yet. And here we are holding hands." Yet, her struggles gradually subsided. She lowered her gaze to her iPod and pressed play. Yin Shu glanced at their intertwined hands. She had ceased her resistance. The English words flowed into their ears. Yin Shu looked over at the person beside him, who had already closed her eyes and leaned back in her seat, uncertain whether she had genuinely fallen asleep or she hastily straightened her posture. Unable to meet Yin Shua's gaze, had she truly fallen asleep in his embrace? Yin Shua shifted his numb side, while teacher Su called out from the front, urging everyone to wake up as they were nearing their destination. Gradually, students began to stir, and the soft murmur of conversation filled the air once more. Yin Shua observed as her petite ears flushed a delicate shade of crimson, feigning a sharp intake of breath. Indeed, the girl who had just been too shy to look at him suddenly turned her head in alarm, her voice laced with concern. "What's wrong?" Yin Shua pointed to the shoulder she had been leaning against, indicating it had gone numb. Su Mi-er, her eyes wide with apprehension, reached out her hand hesitantly, unsure whether to touch him. "I'm so sorry." Yin Shua took her hand and placed it on his shoulder, pressing gently. "It really is numb." Su Mi-er felt the slenderness of his shoulder beneath her palm, yet she could still discern the subtle definition of muscle. Biting her lip, she began to apply gentle pressure. Hearing Yin Shua's sharp intake of breath, she felt a pang of regret. "Why didn't you call out to me?" Yin Shua merely smiled. "You were finally sleeping soundly. By the way, don't press too hard. Drink some water first, your lips are parched." Yet, Su Mi-er's hand resting on him did not budge. Teacher Su continued, "Soon, we'll head to lunch, and this afternoon we will visit K Mountain Park, where there is an amusement park." As she outlined the day's itinerary, her gaze swept over the pair, noticing their closeness. Squinting her eyes, she wondered if the two were growing a bit too familiar. Sensing Teacher Su's scrutiny, Yin Shua abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with her contemplative gaze. His movement was rather conspicuous, prompting Su Mi-er to look up as well, only to retract her hand as if scalded. She was not particularly concerned about Teacher Su discovering anything, but she dreaded the notion of Teacher Su harboring any negative opinions about Yin Sha. As Teacher Su noticed the distance between them widening, she averted her gaze and resumed discussing the itinerary. The other students were joyfully chatting about their forthcoming plans. Yin Sha, however, chuckled softly, nudging Su Mi-er's hand. "Do we not resemble a couple caught in a clandestine affair?" Su Mi-er's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze filled with incredulity. "Are you even aware of what you just said?" Yin Shuo responded, "I seem to have forgotten that you're my high school wife." Chapter 34. Buddy, why not sit over there? Yet it mattered not. Yin Shuo, his confidence had grown, and he flashed a radiant smile at the astonished Su Mi-er. Others remained oblivious to his previous remarks. Lacking his audacity, Su Mi-er simply chose to ignore him, reaching over to retrieve the earbud from his ear as they disembarked. The vehicle had indeed come to a halt, revealing a hotel outside. It seemed the school had booked the entire place, as no other vehicles were in sight. Other classes began to alight from the bus in succession, while Teacher Su instructed them to disembark in an orderly manner. "You can leave your bags on the bus. The driver will secure the doors." Yin Shua grasped Su Mi-er's wrist, urging her to wait for the others to disembark first. Su Mir instinctively flinched at his touch, yet he did not release her hold. A sense of urgency surged within her. Anyone glancing in their direction could easily observe their interactions. Nevertheless, Yin Shuo showed no intention of letting go. His wife was clearly anxious around him. Perhaps they should start with the simplest of physical contact to ease her into it. Su Mir glanced at him, and he wore an expression of innocent curiosity, clearly intent on maintaining his grip. Resigned to his persistence, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Yet, the warmth from his touch began to spread across her skin, intensifying her heartbeat. Su Mir's long eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably, reminiscent of a startled butterfly. Yin Shuo watched as sunlight bathed her fair face, casting a golden hue upon her lashes, rendering her truly enchanting. Zhang Xian observed their hands, incredulous at their blatant display of affection. Yet it must be said, the two were indeed well matched. She coughed softly. Mir, let us go. If we linger any longer, more people will notice. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's voice, Su Mir recoiled her hand as if startled. Oh. Yin Shuo sighed, rising to his feet as well. Su Mir hesitated. Shall I help you carry your bag? It felt odd to leave her belongings behind on the bus, and having Yin Shuo carry them would be even more peculiar. She reached for her backpack. No need, just leave it. The bag was placed by the window, and Yin Shuo nodded in acknowledgement before stepping out first. Su Mir followed closely behind. Zhang Xian then rose alongside Zhang Feifei, trailing behind Su Mir. Zhang Feifei remarked, Xian, do you realize what you look like? Zhang Xian asked curiously, like what? Like a love security guard. Zhang Feifei exclaimed, her tone laced with both admiration and a whisper of teasing. Just as Zhang Xian had noted, it was obvious to anyone familiar with Su Mir that she treated Yin Shuo differently. Zhang Feifei could see it too, hence a remark about Zhang Xian's demeanor. Zhang Xian nodded, that's wonderful. If they marry, I can't be at the table serving dishes. It was a jest, yet Su Mir overheard. Her ears flushed with color as she glanced back at them. What nonsense are you all speaking? Yet her heart pondered the question. Marriage? She and Yin Shuo? Will they truly wed? She gazed at his retreating figure, noticing Feng Zheng approaching him, seemingly sharing some news. Yin Shuo playfully patted Feng Zheng on the shoulder. Afterward, Yin Shuo turned to glance back at the group, where Su Mir was now with Zhang Xian and Zhang Feifei, their faces rosy from laughter. Teacher Su was nearby, and Yin Shuo refrained from being overly conspicuous, following Feng Zheng and the others toward the hotel. Teacher Zhou led the way. Teacher Su's gaze flitted between Yin Shuo and Su Mir, reflecting on her extensive experience as an educator. The affection between these young ones was all too apparent. It was merely a matter of whether she chose to confront it. Frowning slightly, she couldn't fathom how these two had come together. In truth, she should have been alert the moment Su Mir chose to sit beside Yin Shuo. With a resigned sigh, Teacher Su diverted her gaze, deciding to address this matter upon their return. Upon entering, the lobby was nearly filled to capacity. Chun Feng and a few class leaders had claimed 5 tables, ample for their needs. Feng Zheng tugged at Yin Shuo, eager to sit with the boys, anticipating a crowded table. However, Yin Shuo hesitated. This section was entirely male. What other option is there? The girls are all seated over there. Feng Zheng thought little of it, and pulled Yin Shuo down to sit. Su Mir was similarly guided by Zhang Xian and the others to sit on the girls' side. Yin Shuo withdrew his gaze, accepting the arrangement. However, they were unaware that theirs was the last table, and it remained incomplete. To share a table was not the most frustrating aspect for Yin Shuo. Dining together was commonplace. Yet, why were they paired with Jean Lily's class? Jean Lily had already seated herself nearby, and upon realizing they would be sharing a table, she stood and approached them. A few individuals who typically trailed behind her also followed suit. The classmates who had initially intended to sit elsewhere took their places beside them. The affair between Jean Lily and Yin Shu was well known, and although it seemed to have quieted down recently, her current actions still provoked a stir among the onlookers. Su Mir gazed at Yin Shu through the crowd. Jean Lily had already made her way to his side, though he was flanked by others. Jean Lily smiled at the boy next to her and said, "Could you please make some room? I would like to sit here." Just as the teachers entered from the doorway, they witnessed this scene. Chun Feng had already risen, suggesting that perhaps a seat swap with Yin Shu might be in order. Feng Zheng also cast a glance at Jean Lily. Yin Shu sighed, pressed a hand on the somewhat awkward classmate beside him, and stood up, saying, "If you truly wish to sit here, then by all means." He scanned the room. Chun Feng waved. "Yinggu, take the seat." Teacher Su, appearing somewhat exasperated, approached. "No need for everyone to crowd together. You wish to share a table, I see." She glanced at the girls' table across the room. "All of you girls should sit over there. Mir, bring a few girls to join you here." Zhang Xian and Zhang Feifei tugged at Su Mir, saying, "We'll sit there, teacher." 2 more girls, Also class officers, stood up as well. Jean Lily's expression soured, and the girls behind her looked somewhat embarrassed, exchanging glances. Teacher Sue looked at them and said, "You should go sit." The homeroom teacher of Jean Lily frowned. "Why aren't you going over?" Jean Lily had caused quite a bit of trouble before, and her teacher was quite weary of her antics. Reluctantly, Jean Lily walked over. Yen Shu resumed his seat and patted the shoulder of his friend beside him. "Could you shift over a bit?" The classmate next to him, with a gaze filled with resentment and complexity, sighed and moved to the other side. The newly vacated space was just enough for 5 girls to sit. Yan Shao watched Xu Me approach. Chapter 35. Is it because he is also paying attention to me? Xu Me, though aware that others were oblivious to any connection between them, felt that Teacher Sue's gaze upon her was laden with significance. Nevertheless, she took a seat beside Yin Shu under his smiling gaze. Had it not been for the presence of the teachers and Chen Fong, she would not have allowed Jean Lily to sit next to him. No way that was happening. Yin Shu had professed his affection for her, and thus could not be so intimate with another girl, especially one who was his ex-girlfriend. The thought of this caused Su Mir's expression to grow even colder. With the teachers present, the crowd was hesitant to make a ruckus, as they had before. Conversations were muted as everyone treaded carefully. Teacher Zhou was calling over several teachers to join them for a meal. It wasn't until all the teachers were seated at one table that chatter began to fill the air. A boy chuckled, "Yin Ge, it seems Jean Lily still isn't ready to give you up." Many had heard Yin Shu's rejection of Jean Lily back in class. Yin Shu thought to himself how adept this boy was at finding topics, oblivious to the little icebox of tension beside him. Feng Zheng couldn't contain his glee and let out a chuckle. The classmate beside him glanced at Yin Shu and Su Mir, and as someone with a girlfriend, he seemed to perceive something amiss. He casually remarked, "I was just contemplating whether I should get up. It feels awkward either way." The topic was deftly redirected. Yin Shu felt it necessary to treat his classmate to a meal, dismissing Feng Zheng as a troublesome friend, as their friendship had yet to deepen significantly. Perhaps it was time to reconsider his circle of friends. The conversation shifted due to the classmate's interjection. Initially, the girls were quiet, but being classmates, they soon engaged in lively discussion, except for the expressionless Su Mir. Yin Shu stole glances her way and softly asked, "Are you feeling jealous?" "I did not get sour." Su Mir's tone was rather rigid, clearly indicating her annoyance. Yin Shu chuckled softly, finding her adorable. He nodded, "All right, I understand." Then, he retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, placed it in her palm, and said, "Here, something sweet." Su Mir paused, staring at the candy in her hand. "Why do you carry candy with you?" "Well, to help me quit smoking," Yin Shu replied with a gentle smile. "I can't have you inhaling secondhand smoke." In his previous life, Yin Shu had desired to quit smoking. He had indeed managed to refrain for a while during his repeat year. However, any smoker knows that while it is relatively easy to quit when the craving is low, starting up again is equally effortless. Being a doctor was undeniably exhausting. Yin Shu couldn't recall when he had resumed smoking. It seemed to have happened after a day of performing 5 surgeries, from morning until the early hours. Upon emerging, utterly drained, a fellow doctor had offered him a cigarette, and he had taken it. Su Mir had a heart condition, and Yin Shu was aware that he shouldn't smoke. Yet exhaustion had overwhelmed him. He returned home after showering, but as soon as Su Mir embraced him, she had known, "You've been smoking?" Her voice was soft, laced with concern. "You must be so tired." On that occasion, Su Mir had not pressed him to quit as she usually did, saying, "It's all right if you're too tired. Just have 1 or 2. Yin Shu recognized her tendency to be gentle with him. In the aftermath, he had largely curtailed his smoking, but whenever she was absent, he found himself unable to resist lighting up in moments of solitude. Still, he was accustomed to showering before returning home, fearing that the scent might disturb her, even though she had long since left his life. At that moment, Yin Shu gazed upon her youthful, beautiful face, saying, "You keep me in check." Su Mir looked at the candy in her palm, realizing how easily she could be appeased. A single word from Yin Shu had lifted her spirits, and she controlled the urge to smile, simply responding with an "oh." The tension that had built within her dissipated entirely. The hotel served the dishes swiftly. Dining in a large group often resulted in mediocre food. Yin Shu felt adequately satisfied, though Su Mir seemed to still be hungry, as many of the dishes did not appeal to her. Indeed, Su Mir was somewhat picky with her food, though it was not severe, more of an inconspicuous preference. Yin Shu sighed internally, contemplating getting her something to eat later. After lunch, there was little time for rest, and under the teacher's urging, everyone boarded the bus. Yin Shu had no opportunity to buy Su Mir a snack. They arrived directly at a park featuring an amusement area. It was rather dated, and due to it being a weekday, there were few visitors. Teacher Su and Teacher Zhou took photos with them at the entrance. outlining some safety precautions before instructing Chun Fong to distribute the tickets. You will all operate in groups, freely forming teams, preferably with a mix of genders. And be mindful of safety. Select a group leader. Each group should comprise 6 to 8 people. As teacher Su conveyed these instructions, the classmates began to spontaneously form groups. Yen Shu swiftly seized the opportunity, pulling his friends Feng Zheng and Cheng Su toward Su Mier and her 2 companions. Zhu Jai approached. Xuem Ia. May I join your group? Meanwhile, his desk mate was calling out to him. Jai, are you not joining us? Yen Shu clicked his tongue as the vice class monitor. We won't be with you too. Feng Zheng and Cheng Su chimed in. Only you, not us. Yet neither of the 2 spoke up. Understanding the unspoken agreement between them, Su Mier stole a glance at Zhou Jiai, whose bashful eyes were unmistakably evident. Zhou Jiai's gaze dimmed momentarily. After all, Su Mier's previous demeanor had been quite telling. However, who wouldn't he be intrigued by a beautiful and accomplished girl? He couldn't help but entertain the notion of trying once more. As fate would have it, with Yen Shu around, it seemed Su Mier would never choose anyone else. He chuckled softly, remarking, with 6 of you here, I shall join the others. Nodding slightly, he made his way toward his waiting desk mate. Su Mier glanced at Yen Shu, stating, I'll inform the teacher. Feng Zheng, grinning, replied, all right, vice class monitor. Such a cheeky remark earned him a playful slap on the back from Yen Shu, nearly causing him to choke. Damn, you rascal. Su Mier's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to seek out the teacher. Yen Shu, eyeing a nearby convenience store, announced, I'm off to grab a few things. Do wait for me. With that, he departed. Zhang Sheng observed Yen Shu's retreating figure, then glanced over at Class 9. Jean Lily had urged him to follow Yen Shu, but feeling rather awkward, he decided against it. When Su Mier returned, she held a ticket in her hand, only to find that Yen Shu was still absent, while Feng Zheng and the others were engaged in conversation. Where's Yen Shu? She inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping in. He went to buy something. Feng Zheng pointed towards a convenience store. Just then, they spotted Yen Shu emerging with a large bag. Was he planning to buy snacks for the entire class? Zhang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Yet, upon meeting Su Mier's gaze, Yen Shu smiled at her. Su Mier blinked slowly, a strange sensation washing over her. Was he truly buying treats for her? Perhaps he was indeed paying attention to her. Chapter 36. For some individuals in certain matters, a slight misstep can lead to a lifetime of consequences. Su Mier's intuition was not unfounded. Yen Shu had indeed purchased all those snacks with her in mind. After all, the scrutiny in teacher Su's eyes had been all too apparent. Yen Shu surmised she had caught on to something, and although he was unperturbed, he hoped it wouldn't affect Su Mier. Thus, he had procured such a bounty. As Yen Shu approached, he glanced at Su Mier and asked, Got the ticket? Shall we head inside? Other groups had already begun to filter in. Su Mier responded, Oh, I have a ticket now. Let us go. The group proceeded inward. This event was essentially a response to prior complaints from students overwhelmed by pressure at school. To the institution, it was merely a means to confine them in a different setting for a bit of fun before returning home. Hence, there were no stringent requirements, except for a 5:30 p.m. assembly at the entrance. The park had been leased by the school, and once they entered, they wouldn't be able to leave until the designated time, ensuring a semblance of safety, which allowed teachers to largely refrain from monitoring them. Once inside, others began discussing what activities to partake in, but Yen Shu proposed, how about we find a spot to enjoy some snacks? Feng Zheng immediately countered, I'm quite full. We just had a meal, didn't we? Su Mier glanced at the large bag in Yen Shu's hands. He must be feeling quite weighed down. Zhang Xian noticed that Su Mier hadn't eaten much earlier and suggested, let us find a place to sit for a bit. I'd hate to feel nauseous after just having eaten. Everyone concurred and sought a suitable spot. Zhang Feifei had brought a picnic blanket, and they settled down in the park. Many others did the same. Yen Shu promptly emptied the contents of the bag, then handed Su Mier a bottle of strawberry milk, stating, This is the only brand available, not your usual one. Su Mier acknowledged it, noticing a red mark on Yen Shu's hand from the bag's grip. She accepted the milk, which, though unopened, felt as if it had already begun to sweeten. Beside her, Feng Zheng teasingly handed Yen Shu a bottle of water, saying, Yingo, I want some too. While Yen Shu was looking for snacks Su Mier might enjoy, he quipped, Shall I give you a slap instead? Feng Zheng quickly retracted his hand, replying, No thanks, that's quite unnecessary. Laughter erupted from the others, and Yen Shu joined in, placing the snacks he had bought for Su Mier in front of her, while the rest were mere fillers. He turned to her, urging, Do eat more. You hardly had anything at lunch. Su Mier nodded, her gaze resting on the snacks before her, most of which were her favorites. A faint smile graced her lips, though she carefully set it down. Fortunately, aside from Feng Zheng's antics, no one else was making a fuss. The clock had barely struck 3. and they began pondering how to entertain themselves until 5. Zhang Feifei sighed, admitting, I really don't enjoy amusement parks. We're not children anymore. Plus, there's always the hassle of checking in our belongings. At that moment, Sumir interjected, It's all right. You all go enjoy yourselves. I'll keep an eye on the things. I can't participate. Her easy demeanor, however, brought a look of remorse to Zhang Feifei's face, as she recalled Sumir's delicate health. The activities they found tedious were precisely those Sumir could not engage in. Zhang Feifei murmured, I'm so sorry. Yeah, what is there to apologize for? Sumir smiled gently, my condition has nothing to do with you. Go ahead and have fun. I'll watch over the belongings. The class monitor hesitated, but how could we leave you behind? You could at least ride the carousel or something. Yen Shu shook his head, insisting, No, someone must stay behind to watch over the things. You all go. I truly don't mind. He flashed a warm smile at them, inadvertently deepening their guilt. A subtle pain throbbed in Yen Shu's heart. Sumir's congenital heart condition had been with her since birth. Despite numerous examinations, the consensus had always been against surgery. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. In her previous life, she was on the verge of undergoing the procedure. When she returned, she would have been able to proceed with the operation. However, during an educational trip, she encountered a severe flu, which turned critical. The area was even quarantined, leaving them stranded and infected. Yen Shu and the others were frantic, yet helpless, as they found themselves separated by circumstance. The scheduled surgery was, of course, rendered impossible. Sumir and her group were confined for half a year. The flu was eventually contained, but she could not take the necessary medication. Due to her heart condition, many drugs were off limits. Even if she did take them, her body and heart might not withstand it. After a half-year wait, Yen Shu finally reunited with a frail beloved. Before he saw her, she had been deceiving him, claiming to be fine, with all her colleagues aiding in the concealment of her true state. The memory brought tears to Yen Shu's eyes as he turned away, masking his feelings by popping a mint into his mouth. You all go ahead. I want to join you. Sumir shot him a quizzical look, why not? Because your Yengu is too cool for childish pursuits. Feng Zheng and the class monitor exclaimed in disbelief. Sumir couldn't help but retort. I'm just a tad older than you, so I shouldn't be calling you Ge. Yen Shu chuckled, teasingly ruffling her hair, but I'm taller than you. When we step out, you'll certainly look younger than me. Unable to endure the atmosphere between the two, Feng Zheng and the others stood up. Well then, we'll take our leave, Zhang Xian announced. We'll play for a while and return, allowing you two to explore. With that, she shot Yen Shu an encouraging glance and led Zhang Feifei away. Yen Shu's spirits remained somewhat subdued, despite the passage of time. He found himself reluctant to revisit the painful memories of the past. The sharp pang in his heart was unbearable. Sumir, ever perceptive to Yen Shu's emotions, noticed the redness around his eyes. Why are your eyes so red? She inquired. It's just that this mint candy is a bit spicy, Yen Shu replied, shaking the wrapper of the mint candy in his hand. Sumir glanced at it, recognizing the candy she had tasted before, which was certainly not spicy. Nonetheless, she lowered her gaze and rummaged through the array of snacks before extracting a peach-flavored candy. She tore open the wrapper and extended her small hand toward Yen Shu, saying, Spit it out. Let's change the flavor. Yen Shu looked at her outstretched hand, bemused. Spit it into your hand. You, of all people, have a cleanliness obsession. Yet Sumir nodded affirmatively yes. Yen Shu chuckled, taking her soft hand in his throat bobbing slightly as he swallowed the candy. Why are you so foolish? Can't you use a tissue? I haven't tea. I've only kissed you, a little girl. Sumir blinked, realizing her own silliness. She smiled shyly, attempting to retract her hand, yet you swallowed it. However, the grip on her hand showed no signs of loosening. Sumir's eyes widened slightly as she glanced around. What are you doing? What if the teacher sees us? Then we'll just admit to an early romance. Yen Shu quipped with a cheeky smile. He noticed her face gradually turning a shade of pink, reaching all the way to her neck. Absolutely adorable. The cooling sensation and sweetness of the mint candy left his throat a bit dry, and he couldn't help but swallow again. Who has an early romance with you? Sumir retorted fiercely, her other hand crudely shoving candy into his mouth. Let go. Her voice tinged with irritation. The candy was unwrapped, yet being plastic. Yen Shu feigned a gasp and covered his mouth with his hand. Sumir withdrew her hand, albeit with concern, as she noticed his pained expression. Are you all right? Her gaze shifted to his covered mouth, then to the candy wrapper in her grasp. Was Yen Shu really that fragile? His expression still bore a hint of pain as he playfully asked, Could you check if I've cut my lip? It feels like there's a metallic taste of blood. At his words, Sumir grew flustered. I'm sorry. Let me see. Without further thought, she leaned in closer. Yen Shu, seeing her face draw near, swiftly lowered his hand and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. The motion was light and quick, so rapid that Su Mir barely comprehended what had transpired. The soft warmth of the contact served as a reminder of her reality. His heart softened as he smiled at Su Mir. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself." Su Mir's already rosy cheeks ignited with surprise and confusion. Did Yanshu just kiss her? The warmth of his lips lingered on her skin, and she instinctively covered her face with her hands, leaning back and even scooting away a considerable distance. However, she never considered slapping him. In truth, Yanshu had braced himself for a potential slap, not even contemplating dodging it. He never anticipated Su Mir's reaction would resemble that of a startled snail retreating without a hint of resistance. Yanshu was momentarily speechless, then broke into laughter. He had witnessed Su Mir confront others in the past, and it was evident that her timid demeanor was solely due to the fact that he was the object of her surprise. This realization only fueled his desire to engage in more audacious antics. As he began to speak, Su Mir, still shielding her face, snapped, "You be quiet." Yanshu, feigning resignation, replied, "All right, we are in public, so you better not run away. I want to say another word." The two settled on opposite sides, with Su Mir burying her face in her knees, too shy to meet Yanshu's gaze. Yet Yanshu's eyes remained locked on her, oblivious to the trio of girls standing nearby. One of the girls cautiously glanced at Jean Lily. "Lily, should we go over there?" Jean Lily, her expression unreadable, shot a glance at the girl who spoke. What for? To witness their romantic escapade? She tightened her grip on the 2 cups of milk tea she held and pivoted away, discarding 1 cup into a nearby trash bin. Having spent considerable time locating Yanshu, she had stumbled upon him leaning in to kiss Su Mir. To deny her feelings would be disingenuous. She genuinely liked Yanshu, or she wouldn't have pursued him so tenaciously. Yet he had suddenly changed, breaking up with her and seemingly developing feelings for Su Mir. Jean Lily now contemplated whether to win him back. Men's hearts are notoriously fickle. The 2 girls exchanged glances, and one spoke up, "Lily, I feel like it would be difficult to approach Yanshu, so why not threaten Su Mir instead? She seems so fragile. Are you out of your mind? She has a heart condition. Who would take responsibility if something happened to her?" Jean Lily's voice dripped with impatience. What if she gets scared and has an episode? Don't even think about it. If she could manipulate Su Mir, Jean Lily wouldn't need their assistance. Despite her annoyance with Su Mir, she had always refrained from taking advantage of her health issues. The 2 girls acknowledged her point, for they knew Su Mir's health was precarious. However, they had never truly considered the reasons behind it. Surprisingly, Jean Lily remembered. The girl who had initially spoken chuckled. "Lily, how do you remember that so clearly?" Jean Lily rolled her eyes. "I invested so much effort in pursuing Yanshu. Su Mir is a childhood friend, so of course, I know all about her." Mentioning this subject seemed to irritate her further. "Enough of this. I'm leaving to have some fun. I'm fed up." The trio swiftly made their way toward the amusement park. Meanwhile, Yanshu remained focused on Su Mir, who stubbornly refused to meet his eyes. They had been in this standoff for half an hour, and Su Mir steadfastly avoided looking at him. Yanshu sighed. "What would it take for you to glance at me?" "I'm not looking." "Why are you like this?" "What do you mean, like this?" Yanshu couldn't resist teasing her. "I haven't done anything. Haven't I kissed you before?" "You." Su Mir couldn't help but glare at him. "That was before I turned 3, back in kindergarten." Their intimacy had waned after they started school. Reflecting on this, Su Mir shot Yanshu another glare. Yet he continued to smile. "Isn't that a glance?" But he dared not mention it further, fearing she might retreat into her shell again. He chuckled. "I've already apologized. If it comes to it, shall I kiss you again?" At the mention of this, Yanshu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Su Mir never anticipated that his audacity would be so remarkably brazen. Yet, she appeared to be at a loss, never intending to confront Yanshu, feeling utterly powerless against him. Furthermore, it was abundantly clear that ever since Yanshu confessed his affection for her, he had seemingly begun to make attempts at physical and verbal contact. However, despite this, he had yet to declare his feelings again. Thus, it could be concluded that Yanshu was merely toying with her. After reaching this conclusion, Su Mir's tone grew somewhat sharp as she questioned, "Do you treat other girls this way as well?" Her voice carried a fierce edge. Yanshu hastily replied, "I haven't. You are the only girl I've kissed." Chapter 38. Yanshu, why do you lie? Yanshu spoke these words without a hint of guilt, for it was indeed the truth. What was there to feel guilty about? He gazed earnestly at Su Mir and asserted, "In truth, you were my first kiss as well. You often kissed me when we were children. Shouldn't you be responsible for that?" The more he pondered, the more rational his argument seemed. This was a matter of distinct gender roles. Was it not a responsibility? Su Mir was taken aback by Yanshu's shamelessness and countered, "Then why aren't you responsible for me? You kissed me when we were kids. At that time, they were merely infants. Wasn't it entirely normal for children to kiss each other's cherubic faces? How had this innocuous act turned into Yin Shu's frivolous antics? Shu Mi'er was astonished. Yet, as soon as these words escaped her lips, she sensed an unsettling shift. However, it was too late. Yin Shu smiled and said, "All right then, I'll take responsibility. Just afraid you won't be willing." Shu Mi'er's face, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of crimson at Yin Shu's remark. She glared at him, feeling as though she had fallen into a trap. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. No matter how she approached it, her argument felt flawed. But he had never properly confessed. Yin Shu simply observed Shu Mi'er, awaiting her response. However, before she could reply, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Yao Yao. Both Yin Shu and Shu Mi'er turned to the source of the commotion and witnessed a girl collapse on the ground, convulsing, while two other girls hesitated nearby, seemingly wanting to help her. Instinctively, Yin Shu sprang into action, propelled by a deeply ingrained reflex. Shu Mi'er followed closely behind. The park was quite expansive, yet many students had gathered due to the girl's scream. Yin Shu pushed through the murmuring crowd and immediately spotted the girl on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Her jaw clenched, and her limbs trembling uncontrollably. This was an epileptic seizure. At that moment, two boys crouched down, intent on touching her. Yin Shu's voice turned authoritative. "Do not touch her. The greatest danger lies in someone applying force to an epileptic patient's arms or legs during a seizure, which could easily lead to fractures. Some might even press on the philtrum when the patient briefly loses consciousness, which is entirely incorrect." Yin Shu quickly knelt beside the girl, gently maneuvering her into a supine position. She wore a short-sleeved shirt, so there was no need to loosen the collar or sleeves. He supported her head and body to one side, allowing saliva and vomit to flow out. He then looked around and called out, "Does anyone have a handkerchief or something similar?" Shu Mi'er jogged over and handed him a small handkerchief, a habit she had cultivated. Yin Shu placed the handkerchief in the girl's mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. As her convulsions gradually subsided, he carefully turned her onto her side, awaiting her recovery. An ambulance had already been called, and soon the teachers arrived. The air was thick with murmurs, yet Shu Mi'er's gaze remained fixed on Yin Shu. His hands were steady, his movements swift and composed, exuding an air of familiarity that both comforted and confused her. This version of Yin Shu felt foreign to Shu Mi'er, evoking an unfamiliar sensation within her. The teachers soon approached, noticing Yin Shu's tension as he knelt beside the girl. "Stay back," they instructed. Yin Shu stood. The ambulance arrived promptly, and the girl had already regained consciousness. Nevertheless, she was escorted into the ambulance by her class teacher. One of the doctors remarked, "Your school's teachers are quite professional." This was handled very well and in a timely manner. Shu Mi'er and the other students who had witnessed Yin Shu's actions turned their attention to him. He maintained a calm demeanor, not betraying any signs of distress, as if he had seen it all on television. Yet, Shu Mi'er sensed the untruth beneath his composed facade. Soon, the ambulance departed, and the teachers encouraged everyone to resume their activities. The crowd began to disperse gradually. Yin Shu sighed with relief, thankful that no one pressed him with questions. His actions had been instinctive, perhaps a little too practiced. Surely, no one had noticed? Teacher Zhou and Shu approached the two, offering praise for Yin Shu. Then, Teacher Shu inquired, "Where are your group members? Why are only the two of you here?" Shu Mi'er spoke up, "They went to play, and I'm watching their bags." While Yin Shu was just asking me about a problem, so he didn't go either. Yin Shu glanced at her, realizing how she was continuously enhancing his reputation. Teacher Su's expression softened slightly. Teacher Zhou cheerfully proposed, "Why don't you join us for a while?" The teachers had only come over upon hearing the commotion. At that moment, Yin Shu quickly interjected, "Teachers, let us not. It's a rare outing, and facing teachers would be a tragic affair." Teacher Zhou chuckled, "You cheeky boy." Shu Mi'er promptly added, "We're still watching over the bags for others. Let us just wait here for them and not disturb the teachers." Teacher Shu regarded them thoughtfully before nodding. "All right then, if anything arises, seek out a teacher. Don't act impulsively." This statement was directed at Yin Shu's earlier actions. Hearing this was rather uncomfortable. Teacher Zhou hastily clarified, "Your teacher is merely concerned that you might not know what to do. If anything were to happen to that student, it would be quite troublesome. Just remember to consult the teacher if any issues arise." Although vague, both Yin Shu and Shu Mi'er understood the underlying message. Today, they were fortunate. The girl was unharmed, and Yin Shu's technique had been quite adept. Had anything gone awry, Yin Shu would likely have borne the brunt of the blame. Ultimately, their concern for them prevailed. Both Yin Shu and Shu Mi'er nodded obediently. After Teacher Shu issued a few more instructions, she turned to leave. Yin Shu glanced at Shu Mi'er and said, "Shall we head back? You can explain the problems to me?" His words carried a playful tone, deliberately teasing her with her earlier comments. However, Shumir did not share in the mirth. Instead, she furrowed her brow, studying Yinshu earnestly. Yinshu, touching his face, remarked, "Though I'm quite handsome, your intense gaze makes me a bit apprehensive." Primarily, he was uncertain as to why he felt a twinge of guilt. Unexpectedly, Shumir directly questioned him. "Yinshu, why did you lie earlier? Your movements were too practiced. It seemed like you had done it many times before. This couldn't have been your first time." Yinshu's heart sank. How was he to respond? It seemed that as long as Shumir was around, she could easily uncover his discrepancies. Uncertain whether to feel elated or entangled, Yinshu gazed at Shumir and inquired, "What do you think is happening with me?" Chapter 39. I wish to attend the same school as you. Shumir was taken aback that he would return the question. How could she possibly know what was going on? It was precisely because she was perplexed that she had asked. She regarded Yinshu with earnest eyes, his familiar visage, his well-known smile. Yet the tenderness in his gaze always induced a fleeting moment of reverie within her. "Yinshu, something seems off." Yet she could not articulate what exactly felt amiss. Yinshu was aware she would likely not fathom the truth. After all, how could one even guess at the concept of reincarnation in reality? It required quite the imaginative leap. If this were a novel, your situation might resemble that of a character who has traversed time or been reborn. Sumir's voice abruptly interrupted Yinshu's train of thought. He widened his eyes, staring at her serious expression with astonishment. "Wait, you're reading novels?" Sumi looked puzzled. "Why not? Is it strange to read?" "No. But what kind of novels are you reading? Time travel and reincarnation?" Yinshu cleared his throat, striving to maintain a natural demeanor. "Oh, it's a book recommended by Zhang Xian and the others, written by an author named Spicy Rabbit Head with a dash of sugar. It is quite captivating. Many people in our class are reading it." She nodded affirmatively, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as she added, "I don't read it every day, just occasionally during breaks." As she spoke, Sumir scrutinized Yinshu, "But that is not the point. Why do you seem a bit anxious?" Yinshu chuckled lightly. "It's not anxiety. It's just that your imagination is rather wild. Reality isn't like a novel. Reincarnations and time travels are hardly commonplace." Sumir fell silent for a moment, acknowledging that indeed, novels and reality could not be directly compared. Unbeknownst to her, she had brushed past the very truth itself. Yinshu realized he needed to concoct a suitable excuse, so he finally spoke up. "The reason I seem familiar is that I have a keen interest in medicine. Otherwise, why would I have started studying diligently recently? It's because I found a goal." Internally, he commended himself, believing this reasoning to be rather sound. Yet Sumir looked at him with surprise and a hint of disappointment. I thought you were studying hard for my reward. So you just found your goal." Sumir exhaled. "That's quite good. Having a goal is beneficial." Yinshu noticed the flicker of disappointment in her eyes, wondering if he had overlooked something. But before he could analyze it further, Sumir asked, "Do you want to be a doctor in the future?" Yinshu regarded her with a hint of caution, hesitating to respond, and countered with, "What do you wish to study?" "I don't know. I haven't decided yet." Sumir replied obediently. However, Yinshu felt a sense of relief, mixed with pity, realizing that the Sumir from his past life had chosen to study medicine because of him. But this lifetime must be different. Her health was not suited for the rigors of being a doctor. Yinshu softly murmured, "No rush. There is still time to think. Unless you choose to study medicine." Sumir suddenly remarked, her eyes lighting up. Yet Yinshu's expression darkened. "No, my wish to study medicine has nothing to do with you." His tone was strict, tinged with nervousness. Sumir's face fell, revealing her hurt feelings. In truth, if Yinshu had not been momentarily caught off guard, especially by her mention of reincarnation, he would not have mentioned his desire to study medicine. He feared that Sumir might once again choose that path because of him. Sumir's expression sourde. She realized she had misinterpreted the situation. His recent behavior and ambiguous words had led her to believe he might want to study medicine alongside her. She knew he had always disliked attending the same school as her. With a cold demeanor, Sumir stood up, her voice icy as she stated, "I was joking. You don't need to be so tense." Yet Yinshu noticed the hint of redness creeping into her eyes. Her fair complexion magnified the blush. Yinshu quickly rose, his tone laced with regret. "That wasn't my intention. I simply don't want you to choose a path you don't love because of me." However, Sumir was overwhelmed with embarrassment and disappointment, instinctively stepping back when she saw his outstretched hand. "I understand," she murmured, eyes downcast, though Yinshu knew she did not truly comprehend, likely misunderstanding his intentions. Yinshu understood a crucial principle. Misunderstandings should not be hastily clarified. She needed time to cool down. The consequence of this cooling off period might lead her to seek solace in someone else. A lesson learned from past experiences. Therefore, he stepped forward, grasping her wrist. You think you understand, but you're probably overthinking things. His voice was filled with helplessness and indulgence. I want to attend the same school as you, but more importantly, I want you to find a field you love. Tsundere was momentarily taken aback by the tone of indulgence in his voice, casting a tentative glance at Yanshu. This unfamiliar side of him stirred her heart. Moreover, studying medicine is quite arduous, and your health is already fragile. When I say I would miss you, I truly mean it. Yanshu's hand slid down to hold hers firmly, his voice earnest. If you genuinely wish to attend the same university as me, when you discover a major you enjoy, I can choose the same field as you. Yanshu spoke from the heart. He indeed had a passion for medicine, having saved countless lives from the clutches of death. However, his aspirations paled in comparison to Tsundere's sentiments. Ultimately, all that mattered were her words. Tsundere felt his hand envelop hers, and she instinctively moved, muttering softly, I don't want to attend the same school as you. Dansuchakil, no. It's I who wishes to attend the same school as you. The earlier discomfort in Tsundere's heart began to dissipate, a small smile betraying her lips. Yanshu noticed this change and felt a sense of relief. Though she was proud, she was also easily appeased. He playfully shook her hand. Are you no longer upset? I am not angry. Tsundere, somewhat embarrassed, shot him a glare, but when their gazes met, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. After all, she was but a young girl. Reflecting on her previous behavior, she realized she had indeed been unreasonable. She bit her lip and whispered, I'm sorry. In truth, Yanshu was correct. Her health was not robust, and pursuing a medical career would likely be exhausting for her. Tsundere's eyes dimmed, feeling as though she could never match Yanshu's pace. Chapter 40. Do you have someone you like? Yes. Yansha's hunt. Don't overthink things. Let us focus on our studies for now. We still have time. This statement was his attempt to cheer her up, having noticed her low spirits. However, upon hearing this, Tsundere hesitated, casting a glance at him. Yanshu thought, the harm is minimal, but the insult is quite profound. He had forgotten his own poor academic performance. Saying such things to Tsundere, who consistently ranked first, was indeed inappropriate. Tsundere clearly had something to express. Yet she hesitated, fearing that it might wound Yanshu's pride, and thus refrained from voicing her thoughts. Consequently, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the gathering. However, it was not long before Zhang Xian and the others approached from another direction, providing Tsundere with the opportunity to withdraw her hand. This time, Yanshu did not insist on holding it any longer. Upon seeing Tsundere standing there unharmed, Zhang Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Zheng, known for his forthrightness, recounted how he had overheard someone mention an incident involving a girl that had summoned an ambulance, which had alarmed them greatly. They were particularly concerned that Tsundere, who was not in the best of health, might have been affected, prompting their immediate return, abandoning any inclination to continue their amusement. Yanshu rolled his eyes, suggesting that it might be best for Feng Zheng to remain silent. Cheng Su nodded in agreement. Tsundere smiled, reassuring them. Thank you. I'm Yufine. It was another girl who seemed to have an epileptic seizure, as the doctors mentioned. Only then did they truly relax. Zhang Feifei, however, scrutinized Tsundere's complexion and suddenly inquired, Are you feeling unwell? You don't look quite right. All eyes turned towards Tsundere. She touched her face and replied, No. I'm Yufine. Yanshu frowned slightly, aware that, although she had not explicitly stated it, she was likely sensitive about his previous remarks. Despite the clarification, he sighed inwardly. Recognizing Tsundere's heightened sensitivity. After their return, the group lost interest in further activities. Feng Zheng rummaged through his backpack and suggested playing cards, either a game of Three Kingdoms Kill or Werewolf. He sighed as he searched, reflecting that there was little enjoyment to be had at the amusement park, what with all the waiting in line. Oh, and there's also Truth or Dare. Are you all interested? The group indeed had little enthusiasm for the amusement park and opted to sit down instead. Forming a circle, they turned their attention to the board games in Feng Zheng's hands. Yanshu commented, You seem well prepared. Feng Zheng, with a look of righteous indignation, replied, What else would we do? Just stare at each other. The first game was Werewolf, but after a few rounds, Yanshu cheerfully declared he was done, his gaze landing on the somewhat guilty-looking Tsundere. This is devoid of any gaming experience. No matter her role, she was always the first to be eliminated, often at the hands of the little ear leader. Feng Zheng, ever the instigator, only added to the chaos. Isn't this pure retribution? Such a mischievous child. At that moment, Tsundere appeared particularly sheepish, her furtive glances at Yanshu betraying her concerns about his irritation. Cheng Su remarked, With so few of us, Werewolf loses its charm. The group nodded in agreement, and Zhang Xian swiftly suggested, How about Truth or Dare? I have a hunch that something's amiss between you two. Yin Shu caught her sly gaze, but chose not to respond, instead turning to Sumire and asking, would you like to play? Sumire hesitated. Reluctant to partake in a game she felt would not favor her luck, yet she did not wish to dampen the spirits of the others. After a moment of indecision, she nodded, all right. Then let's agree on truth only. We can't ask anyone to jump into the lake, can we? Zhang Feifei laughed, prompting a chorus of agreement. Is truth acceptable for everyone? Feng Zheng queried, producing a deck of cards. He then turned to Chung Su. Hey, go grab some cola. Chung Su, smiling, dashed off toward the convenience store. Isn't there drink available here? Zhang Xian pointed to the water they had previously purchased. Feng Zheng countered with a grin. It's not the same. Cola causes bloating, while water does not have that effect. Yin Shu noticed Sumire's worried frown and leaned closer to whisper, don't worry, I'll drink it for you. Sumire felt his breath tickle her ear, causing it to flush, and she playfully retorted, I might not lose after all. Yin Shu merely smiled in response. Initially, both Sumire and Yin Shu enjoyed a streak of good fortune, winning several rounds. Chung Su's girlfriend was from the same class. And Feng Zheng's first crush from middle school was unearthed. Zhang Feifei revealed her secret infatuation with a boy from their class, eliciting a collective ooh from the group, though they refrained from pressing further, sensing her discomfort. Feng Zheng remarked with interest on Yin Shu's good luck, to which Yin Shu nodded. Indeed. Sumire felt a sense of impending dread. Sure enough, in the next round, her card was the lowest, while Chung Su held the highest. Jiang Su hesita, as he was not well acquainted with Sumire, yet the other's eager eyes glinted with curiosity, urging him onward. Come on, don't be shy. Ask what we want to know. Sumire, already anxious, felt her tension heighten at their insistence. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she fixed her gaze on Chung Su, who, despite his loyalty to his girlfriend, found it hard not to feel a twinge of sympathy for the striking Sumire. So, despite knowing what the others hoped to hear, he finally asked, do you have someone you like? How to respond to such a query? It was nearly as good as unasked, yet it had indeed been posed. The question grazed the edges of what the others were eager to discover. A chorus of disapproval followed. Even Yin Shu let out a soft TSK. Is this guy even capable? Despite his words of reassurance to Sumire, one could sense a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Sumire caught Yin Shu's subtle reaction and turned her profile toward him. Understanding that he was not as innocent as he pretended, Yin Shu flashed her an innocent smile, indicating it was not his doing. In the eyes of the group, the question posed was clear enough to make Sumire blush, but she still managed to respond softly, yes. Chapter 41. Call me Yin Gu, and once you do, I won't ask anything more. The others erupted in playful teasing, quick, next round. They hoped Sumire would be the one to draw again. Although they wished for someone other than Chung Su to pose the question, he was not the right fit for it. Perhaps the group's expectations were too evident. From the next round, Sumire's card was again the lowest, and the interrogator became Yin Shu. Ooh, Feng Zheng immediately perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at Yin Shu. Yan Yi. Sumire followed suit, directing her gaze at Yin Shu as well. Yin Shu held a joker, while Sumire had the three of spades. Gazing at her lovely face and those captivating eyes, he empathized with Chung Su's earlier reluctance. Ignoring the cheers and jeers from the others, he declared, call me Yin Gu, and I won't ask anything else. Otherwise, my question will be rather difficult. Wait, how can you be so shameless? Feng Zheng exclaimed, incredulous. Wasn't it agreed that this would be truth? Exactly. Yin Gu, how could you play like this? Zhang Feifei, expressing her dissatisfaction, exclaimed, I want to pose a question. Although calling Yin Gu, brother Yin, is undeniably sweet, Zhang Xian, filled with excitement, pinched Zhang Feifei's cheek and remarked, actually, that could work. I have a feeling that Sumire will choose the truth. After all, it is widely acknowledged that Sumire is rather shy. Meanwhile, a nearby bystander observed Sumire's face reddening, feeling enlightened, pondering how he could tease his girlfriend during their outings. Truly, Yin Gu is remarkable. Sumire's cheeks flashed brightly, and while she could hear the murmurs of her classmates, the clarity of their words eluded her. What resonated more distinctly was the rapid beating of her heart. Her gaze remained fixated on Yin Shu without a moment's pause. She believed in Yin Shu's integrity. Perhaps the questions she had not dared to voice were indeed beyond her capacity to answer. But in front of so many, to call him Yin Gu? Although she had heard Feng Zheng and others address him as such, it bore a certain awkwardness for Sumire, who was older than Yin Shu. In her childhood, he had even referred to her as sister. When had she ever called him brother? Yin Shu, noticing Sumire's hesitation and the defiance in her eyes, found it amusing. He prodded her gently, urging, come on, time waits for no one. If you don't ask, I will. Before he could finish, Sumire, somewhat flustered, interrupted him. I will ask. Her face was flushed from being teased, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, giving her an exceptionally aggrieved appearance. Yen Shu's fingers brushed against the cards, feeling an overwhelming urge to relent. Yet he hesitated. Meanwhile, Sumi had already reached for a can of cola, declaring, I choose the third one, cola. The crowd gasped in anticipation. Feng Zheng lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have bought the cola. Sumi had seized the cold can, a customary choice on a hot day, though she was not particularly fond of icy beverages. Nonetheless, no one seemed to notice her discomfort as she effortlessly popped the tab open, while others began to collect the cards. Observing the can's opening, Yen Shu sighed, taking the cola from her hand. The chilled can against his palm was certainly not something he wished Sumi to consume. Zhang Xian, noticing their subtle exchange, teased Yen Shu, who was now tilting his head back to drink the cola. Why bother, Yinge? Feng Zheng chimed in. Are you deceiving her for cola? Unfazed by the banter, Yen Shu responded, and what if I am? Laughter erupted among the group, while Sumi merely watched as he drained the cola, enveloped in sunlight that seemed to illuminate him entirely. The sight of his Adam's apple moving up and down, paired with his casual smile, was complemented by his offering of strawberry-flavored candy. Though the candy remained unopened, Sumi could already scent the delightful mix of strawberry and cola, sweet and refreshing, yet unexpectedly pleasant. Her fingers curled slightly before she reached for the strawberry candy he had extended. Come on, chug it down. Are you raising fish? Urged Feng Zheng. Yen Shu, with a playful exclamation, managed to gulp down the last of the cola, feeling triumphant as he noticed the candy finally claimed by Sumi. Her hands, warm in the pleasant weather, brushed lightly against his palm. The cola had left him with a burp, and he felt the chill lingering in his throat and stomach. Thankfully, he had not allowed Sumi to take a sip, as he had initially hoped to share the drink in a way he fancied as an indirect kiss. But ultimately, he could not bring himself to let her drink something so cold. As he turned to glance at her, he found Sumi engrossed in unwrapping the candy. He chuckled softly, playfully chiding her for her lack of gratitude. In response, her long eyelashes fluttered as she met his gaze, offering him another candy, this one orange-flavored. Stunned for a moment, he accepted it, realizing he had no desire for sweets after the cola. Yet he could not refuse her, even for a single piece. The mingling flavors of orange and cola created a refreshing concoction, momentarily transforming his perception of cola into a delightful orange soda, perfect for summer. As the next round commenced, Sumi silently wished that fate would not turn the wheel towards her again. Her hopes were somewhat fulfilled as Feng Zheng endured the brunt of Yen Shu's relentless questioning. Even having his childhood embarrassment about bedwetting unearthed, Feng Zheng grumbled, while Yen Shu reveled in the amusement. However, the gods of fortune seemed to intervene, and the next question fell upon Yen Shu. Bursting with mirth, Feng Zheng called out, Yen Gu, the wheel of fortune turns. It was indeed Yen Shu's first time being caught off guard, and the inquisitor was none other than Feng Zheng. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he eyed Feng Zheng warily, cautioning, make sure to ask appropriately. There are girls present. Feng Zheng retorted, when you asked me about my bedwetting, did you consider the girls? Yen Shu chuckled, well, if you ask that, I can answer. I won't. Feng Zheng teased, his gaze darting between Yen Shu and Sumi, provoking a simmering irritation within Yen Shu. He took a deep breath, casting a warning glance at Feng Zheng, who seemed to deliberately ignore him. With a mischievous grin, Feng Zheng posed a question to the group. Does anyone here have a crush? Chapter 42. You wouldn't understand. This is called flirtation. The question nearly made Yen Shu laugh. Realizing that Feng Zheng had some wit after all, he glanced at Sumi and replied with a smile, I do. The others exchanged knowing looks, and Sumi's heart began to race. The fleeting glance Yen Shu had given her, coupled with the presence of others, led her to conclude that it could only be her. The mere thought sent her heart into a flurry. Yen Shu, observing Feng Zheng and the others, awaited their next inquiries, believing he could seamlessly introduce his own feelings. After all, confessions of the heart are not wrong, are they? His mind raced with possibilities, but alas, cooperation was essential. Zhang Feifei and the others were eager to probe further, yet Feng Zheng's playful antics thwarted their efforts. Yinga lost a round, just one question. Yen Shu wished he could toss Feng Zheng into the nearby artificial lake for his intentional mischief. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile through gritted teeth. Just wait. You little rascal. Unfortunately, throughout the remainder of the game, both Yen Shu and Feng Zheng found themselves without a chance to confront each other. Despite Yen Shu's desire to lose once more, luck remained on his side, and he emerged victorious. With the group now somewhat fatigued from the game, they settled into conversation. Yen Shu, feeling bloated from the cola, stood up and strolled around. He spotted Jean Lily, surrounded by a throng of admirers not far off. Zhang Sheng was also present, and upon catching sight of him, Jean Lily quickly turned her gaze in his direction. Yin Shu's expression remained inscrutable, and his heart was devoid of any tumult. The incident with Jean Lily felt like a distant memory. He had never harbored any affection for her, and dragging her along had indeed been an uncomfortable situation. However, she had not exactly behaved well either. Thus he felt no sense of guilt or obligation. Retracting his gaze, he turned and settled back beside Su Mier. The gathering of their class had commenced, and a few individuals were tidying up, ensuring that all trash was disposed of properly. Zhang Feifei continued to inquire. Everyone is going to the temple fair tonight, right? There's a famous street for it here. Yin Shu could discern that Su Mier was inclined to go. Although there were numerous attractions she could not partake in, the culinary delights were still enticing. However, Su Mier voiced her concerns. But the teacher might not allow us to go, right? I believe it should be fine. The previous year it was permitted, provided we return within the designated time. Let's see. I suspect the boys in our class will also inquire with the teacher. Sure enough, on the bus back to the hotel, someone did ask Teacher Su. In truth, Teacher Su seemed apprehensive about safety and appeared reluctant to grant permission. Nevertheless, Teacher Zhou interjected, suggesting that the students were old enough and could move in groups, as they did in the afternoon, provided they return on time. Seeing the eagerness in their eyes, Teacher Su relented, stating they should gather in the hotel lobby by 9:30. No, teacher, it should be 10:30. There's fireworks at 10. Chun Fong interjected, his voice trembling under the gazes of his peers, with him leading the charge. Others soon followed suit. Eventually, Teacher Su, overwhelmed by their persistence, conceded. Su Mier was swept up in the cheers of her classmates, a smile illuminating her face. Yin Shu, upon turning his head, caught sight of her and felt a smile break across his lips, no matter her age. Su Mier always relished wandering through night markets and food streets. In truth, she had quite an appetite, yet her picky eating habits prevented her from gaining weight, all while she maintained an aloof demeanor. In their past life, she had often lamented to Yin Shu that whenever dining with unfamiliar people, they assumed she would eat little, which made her hesitant to indulge. Yin Shu would chuckle, urging her, "Eat what you like. Why concern yourself with their opinions?" The proud little girl would retort, "I fear it would make them uncomfortable." A true little hedgehog with a soft heart concealed beneath her prickly exterior. Feeling his gaze upon her, Su Mier turned to meet his eyes. "What are you staring at?" Yin Shu replied without hesitation, "Just admiring you." Xu Mia, flustat, found herself at a loss for words. How could he be so brazen? Yin Shu noticed her expression, devoid of any emotion, yet with her ears betraying a blush. As she retrieved an earplug and deftly inserted it into his ear, the familiar English once again filling the air. The girl, having secured her earplug, turned to gaze out the window. This time, they each had one, listening to the same English poem. The sky outside had darkened, and the streetlights glimmered to life. And Yin Shu caught a glimpse of his faint reflection in the glass, aware that Su Mier was likely observing the same image, though she would probably never admit it. At that moment, Yin Shu's heart grew tranquil, lulled by the poetry in his ears and the presence beside him. Since his rebirth, he had been in a constant rush, always yearning for speed. Yet now, gazing at her profile, he felt an unexpected sense of ease. They had ample time ahead of them. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, reminding himself to remain calm and not to startle her. The journey from the park to the hotel was not lengthy, merely half an hour. They had dinner at the hotel, and everyone instinctively took their seats according to where they had sat during lunch. The hotel rooms were standard doubles. Su Mier shared a room with Zhang Xian, while Zhang Feifei paired with her previous deskmate. Yin Shu graciously invited Feng Zhang, who initially declined, but ultimately succumbed to peer pressure. After distributing the room keys, Teacher Su admonished, "Students wishing to go out should form groups and come to me for registration." Although somewhat cumbersome, the prospect of an outing excited everyone, and they readily agreed. Nearby, it was mentioned that another class's teacher had denied them permission to go out. The boys and girls were on separate floors. So Yin Shu and Su Mier parted ways in the elevator, arranging to depart at 7:30, allowing for a brief respite. As Yin Shu ascended with Feng Zhang, he overheard the boys from Class 9 cursing their teacher for being unreasonable, lamenting that while other classes could go out, theirs could not. It turned out the restrictions applied to Jean Lily's class, which fortunately would not affect Su Mier's mood. Yin Shu felt his spirits lift. Feng Zhang unlocked the door with the room key, muttering, "Yinge," toned down that infatuated smile. Yin Shu raised his hand as if to strike him, warning, "Call me Yinge one more time, and I'll hit you." Feng Zhang grumbled as he entered the room. "Aren't you embarrassed? You better not be harboring a crush on me." Following closely behind, Feng Zhang scoffed, "I'm straight. I just enjoy disgusting you." Tossing his bag aside, he continued, "Now you find me repulsive? But just moments ago, when you flirted with the vice class leader, calling yourself Yengu, didn't T find that disgusting? Feng Zheng wore an expression that seemed to question what foolishness might come from Yin Shu's mouth next, waiting for him to feel bashful. But who was Yin Shu? Would he ever feel embarrassed? Certainly not. At that moment, he smiled at Feng Zheng. Ah, you simply do not understand. This is called charm. Feng Zheng gasped. How can there be someone so shameless? Chapter 43. She glimpsed the profound emotions that could not be unraveled. Yin Shu's smile was refined and graceful, while Feng Zheng was left in astonishment, gaining a newfound appreciation for Yin Shu's audacity. They casually chatted before taking turns to shower. Meanwhile, Sumi found herself blushing fiercely under Zhang Xian's relentless questioning. We truly did nothing. Sumi's gaze darted, unable to meet Zhang Xian's scrutinizing eyes. Observing Sumi's flushed face, Zhang Xian sighed. Oh Mir, you have no idea how beautiful you look right now. Even though you are lovely, it is evident that you are lying. So Shime. Sumi sensed that Zhang Xian was on the verge of uttering something scandalous, and quickly pushed past her, exclaiming, I'm going to shower. Watching Sumi flee, her neck flushed crimson, Zhang Xian felt she was tantalizingly close to uncovering the truth. Thus, she texted Yin Shu, Yingu impressive. Just now, Mir went to shower with a face full of blush. Upstairs, Yin Shu pondered, thinking he hadn't done anything particularly impressive. Why was she blushing? Perhaps he could inquire later. After synchronizing their gathering time, they proceeded to inform Teacher Su. After offering a few brief instructions, Teacher Su permitted their departure, although her gaze lingered on Yin Shu and Su Mir a moment longer. The two seemed inseparable. Her suspicions were evidently not unfounded. Teacher Su felt a twinge of worry. However, the others were unperturbed, their spirits buoyed by the prospect of adventure. The six of them deliberated and decided to take a taxi. Initially, it was perfectly arranged with the girls in one car and the boys in another. Yet, Yin Shu insisted that 3 girls would be unsafe, thus forcibly joined them in their vehicle. While it was indeed a forceful suggestion, the 3 girls felt comforted by his presence, knowing it was an unfamiliar locale. Feng Zheng quipped, you truly have no shame. The ride to the temple fair was not long, taking merely 20 minutes. Initially, they believed that the temple fair would be a distinctive affair, only to discover that the term temple fair merely referred to the name of the street. Feng Zheng exclaimed in disbelief, wait, this is false advertising. I assent it. This resembles an ordinary night market. Chung Su, ever patient, reassured him, it's all right now that we're here, there must be something unique to experience. And there are fireworks too. Since we come this far, what else can we do? Thus, they reluctantly ventured inside. In truth, the food street resembled many others, and what they initially expected to be different turned out to feature only a couple of stalls that showcased local specialties. The majority were standardized offerings found in food streets nationwide, such as stinky tofu and grilled squid. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was indeed vibrant, bustling with a crowd predominantly composed of students. Yin Shu even spotted several familiar faces from their school. After walking for a while, Zhang Xian suggested, why don't we split up? This food street is quite expansive, and there's a fork in the road ahead. She exchanged knowing glances with Yin Shu and Sumi, implying, how about we form pairs? Upon hearing this, everyone understood immediately, although Feng Zheng playfully teased Yin Shu. He wasn't so inconsiderate as to ignore the hint. He promptly stated, perfect, I'll accompany Chung Su to explore that way. He casually pointed in a direction. Zhang Xian linked arms with Zhang Fei, saying, let us go back and buy those plum blossom pancakes we saw earlier. Yingu, you can go with me, We'll contact you later. Before the two could respond, the 4 of them had already disappeared from sight. Hey, Sumi called softly, but her voice went unheard. Yin Shu thought to himself that these friends were truly considerate. When they eventually wed, they must sit at a separate table. He glanced at the obviously aware Sumi beside him and said, let us go. We shouldn't waste their well-intentioned gesture. Sumi chuckled at his description, revealing a subtle dimple beside her cheek, making her look adorably sweet. Yin Shu felt a sudden urge to poke her, but he sensed that if he did so, she might not want to walk with him anymore. With a hint of regret, he rubbed his fingers together and asked, I assume you didn't have a hearty dinner? What are you in a mood for? Sumi still smiling, gazed into Yin Shu's eyes, which sparkled under the lights. Behind her lay the bustling world, while before him stood a treasure of the earthly realm. He thought to himself that perhaps this moment constituted the most beautiful scene he had ever witnessed. Shall we venture further? Crowded places often have the best food, right? Sumi suggested softly, reaching out to grab the strap of Yin Shu's backpack, a habit formed from sitting in the back seat of his car during school days. However, Yin Shu brought a backpack that day. Sumi's hand already outstretched, withdrew sheepishly as she blinked. Yet, Yanshu gently took her hand, leading her forward. His movement was smooth and natural, as if they had performed this act countless times before. Yanshu felt her hand stir in his palm, and he initially thought she would pull away as she had done before. He was prepared to explain that the crowd was dense, making it easy to get lost. However, the anticipated withdrawal did not occur. Her small hand merely shifted slightly, seeking a more comfortable position. Surprised, Yanshu turned to look at her, only to find her cautiously stealing glances at him. When their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze to observe a nearby stall. Yet, the bright lights illuminated her embarrassment and shyness, making it all too clear. A smile crept onto Yanshu's lips, and for once, he refrained from teasing her. Their hands intertwined, creating an unspoken connection, as if a heartbeat pulsed at their point of contact. The rapid rhythm of youthful, innocent emotions began to spread from their palms. The food street was indeed lengthy and lively. They encountered fellow students, who expressed surprise upon seeing the two holding hands, with some boys even exclaiming in delight. Yet neither of them showed any intention to let go, even as Sumi felt her heart racing faster. Yanshu was preoccupied with finding something delicious for her. After some effort, he located a stall selling egg pancakes, recalling that Sumi had loved them in their previous life. Though he himself was uncertain of their appeal, he released Sumi's hand, saying, "Wait here, I'll get you one." There was still a queue at the stall. As soon as he let go, Sumi felt as if her palm had suddenly lost its warmth. She clenched her hand gently and murmured an acknowledgement as she watched Yanshu join the end of the line. He stood out in the crowd, being the tallest and most handsome. Consequently, Sumi's gaze remained fixed upon him, her heart fluttering with joy. Yanshu was indeed strikingly handsome. Occasionally, some girl's eyes would linger on him, but Yanshu was oblivious, engrossed in his phone. Whenever he glanced at Sumi, she would quickly avert her gaze, filled with a sense of mischief. Yet, in those fleeting moments when their eyes met, Sumi felt as though she saw an indelible affection reflected in his gaze. Chapter 44. This is what we call an indirect kiss. Yanshu was certainly aware of Sumi's gaze upon him. Often, he felt like a kite soaring high, yet the string remained firmly in Sumi's grasp. He observed the little girl waiting patiently beside him, and, slowly, she began to merge with the memory he held of her. In his recollections, she always wore a smile, playfully raising her eyebrows when their eyes met, which he found utterly charming. Yet now, she seemed more shy. At times, a pang of disappointment washed over Yanshu. Despite their shared past of deep affection, it felt as though everything had to begin anew. She remained unchanged, while he had transformed. This sensation was akin to someone who had dined at a lavish banquet, suddenly reverting to street food. Perhaps this analogy was inappropriate, likely due to their current situation in line. As a student of the sciences, Yanshu's metaphors often fell short, and this was the best he could muster. He merely sought to articulate the profound emotional disparity he felt. At this juncture, Sumi often made him feel a bit anxious, which fundamentally stemmed from his own insecurities. He yearned for her to express the same affection as in their previous life, to reassure him that she still loved him. Yanshu found himself lost in thought, occasionally casting his eyes downward. He sometimes believed he was unworthy of Sumi's affection. He feared that in this moment, she might not feel the same way about him and could easily turn away. Yet he was utterly devoted to her, terrified at the thought of her potentially realizing that he was not deserving of her love, and what would happen if she chose to withdraw at that moment. Yanshu lacked the confidence to reclaim Sumi's heart. All along, it had been she who had approached him. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the psychological evaluations he had to undergo regularly due to his previous profession. Each time, he barely passed, indicating that his mental health was less than optimal. Despite putting on a brave front, it was merely for others to see. After purchasing 2 egg pancakes, he turned to find a boy standing before Sumi. Her expression had reverted to a blank facade, and she slowly shook her head. The young man was likely a university student, accompanied by a few friends. Sumi was dressed in her own attire. After all, who would wear a school uniform while out for leisure? A simple white t-shirt paired with a skirt and white sneakers formed the quintessential girl next door ensemble. However, her striking beauty rendered her more radiant than her peers. Yanshu quickened his pace, and, as he approached, he overheard a boy asking, "Which university are you from?" "Let us be friends. I'm not a bad person." Sumi replied with a frigid tone, "I'm a high school student." The boy seemed taken aback, momentarily awkward, yet he pressed on, "Haha, that is even better. I do quite well academically. Perhaps you'll be my junior someday." Yanshu interjected with a smile, "No need for that. She excels too, often ranking first in her grade." Standing beside Sumi, he handed her the egg cake he held, urging her to eat it while it was warm. "I bought 2 flavors. The boy watched as the seemingly aloof girl, who had appeared unapproachable moments earlier, obediently accepted the treat with a soft "oh." Yanshu then turned his attention back to the boy, flashing a bright smile. "Why not add me on WeChat, senior? My grades aren't that impressive." The boy awkwardly stepped back, "No, sorry," and retreated with his friends, who could be heard whispering, "They must be a couple, right? They seem well-matched. But do high school students really look like this now? Haha, awkward, isn't it?" Yanshu's gaze returned to Sumir's dark, expressive eyes. He paused, asking, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my tutoring?" Sumi exclaimed, cool, taken aback that the conversation had diverted to this topic. Shaking his head, he assured her, "No, not all." "Oh, I thought you might be looking for someone else," she said coolly, then bit into the egg cake in her hand, her eyes squinting in delight at the taste. Yanshu, realizing her enjoyment, chuckled helplessly. "I can't just say, hey, you can leave now. That feels a bit rude." Sumire shot him a glance before her gaze fell on the egg cake in his hand, longing for the different flavor. However, one egg cake was quite sufficient. If she finished both, she would have no room for anything else later. She hesitated momentarily. Yanshu instantly discerned her indecision. Taking the egg cake from her grasp and placing it in her hand, "Go ahead, eat. If you can't finish it, I will." Sumire felt her face flush slightly. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Isn't this something only couples do?" She nibbled her lip. "This feels wrong." "What is inappropriate about it? I used to eat leftovers from your plate when we were kids," Yanshu casually remarked, though he almost slipped by saying when we were younger. Sumire tightened her grip on the treat, but that was childhood. "We've grown up now." "Indeed. We've grown up, which means we can date now," he said with a playful grin, deliberately taking a bite of the egg cake she had just tasted. "This is what you call an indirect kiss." Sumire's eyes widened slightly, staring at the smile on his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. She stammered, "Why you?" But couldn't articulate her thoughts. Yanshu, sensing her hesitation, suggested, "Why don't you eat first? It'll taste bad if it gets cold." Sumire abruptly turned and walked ahead, her movements slightly clumsy, a fact she was oblivious to. Yanshu watched her from behind, finding her adorable, and raised his phone to capture a brief video before chasing after her. "Hey, wait for me. Tell me what you were trying to say just now." "Shut up." "No." "Are you shy? Your face is so red." "Yanshu, how could you?" "Well, it's because I enjoy teasing you. You're truly infuriating." Yanshu observed as she took a hearty bite of the egg cake, his eyes filled with a tenderness she remained unaware of. Yanshu was indeed bothersome. Yet Sumire found herself inexplicably drawn to him. In the end, Sumire never revealed what she had wanted to say. Her heart raced with excitement. Fearing her own emotions and the absence of her medication, she realized that Yanshu had taken to teasing her fart too much lately. It was deliberate. Sumire cast a fleeting glance at her companion, perplexed by his contradictory behavior, his playful teasing, the occasional glimpses of sadness, and the inadvertent gentleness he bestowed upon her. Everything felt so perplexing. Chapter 45. Are you jealous? Sumire refrained from probing further. Her previous attempts at subtle inquiries had been deftly sidestepped by Yanshu. Thus, she resolved to relax and enjoy the moment. After chasing after him for so long, she felt a sense of joy that he finally turned his attention towards her. Regardless of the reason, they strolled through an absurdly long food street. Yanshu remarked, "I truly believe this place thrives for a reason. I've never seen such an extensive food street." It was indeed lengthy. After 30 minutes of walking, they hadn't yet reached the end. Sumire was beginning to feel weary, still clutching a cup of milk tea, while Yanshu juggled an assortment of snacks. Each time Sumire expressed a desire for something, he would dutifully queue to purchase it. However, the food at the stalls often looked delectable, yet the flavors could be deceiving. Yanshu sampled everything he could, and when he couldn't eat anymore, he simply held onto the extras. By this point, Sumire had nearly reached her limit. She gazed at the items in his hands, feeling a twinge of guilt. What should she do? Had they perhaps bought too much? Her tone was somewhat sheepish. "I didn't think we got so much earlier, but now it seems like quite a lot." Yanshu, catching the hint of guilt in her eyes, smiled reassuringly. "No worries, I'll just consider it a late-night snack." Sumire couldn't bear the thought of wasting food, as she had always been frugal. Sometimes, she even donated her saved allowance. Even during her work, she would donate every 6 months. She was truly a kind-hearted girl. Sumire bit her lip and glanced at him. "Aren't you full?" Yanshu raised an eyebrow. "What is so strange about that? Boys our age get hungry quickly." He checked the time. "Let us head to the bridge and secure a good spot. We'll watch the fireworks soon." Yet it was evident that many others shared the same intention. By the time they arrived, the bridge was nearly packed with people, and the prime viewing spots were heavily crowded. Yanshu assessed the situation, deciding against squeezing Sumire into the throng. Instead, he led her to a slightly less crowded area beneath the bridge, which still offered a good view but was far less congested. He instinctively shielded her from the crowd, sighing, "Is it really necessary to see these fireworks? It's not like we haven't seen them before. Why are there so many people?" Sumire glanced at him, responding, "But I want to see them." Yanshu, with no strong stance, said, "Then let us watch." The fireworks were scheduled for 10 o'clock, and by the time they found a spot and settled in, it was already nearing 50 minutes past. The surrounding crowd was loud and boisterous. Yanshu felt his phone vibrate several times, but had no free hand to check. It was likely messages from Feng Zheng and the others. Soon, the countdown began, starting from 30. Until the countdown reached 10, they could not help but gaze upwards at the sky. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang! The magnificent fireworks erupted in the air. Sumire looked up, her eyes sparkling with the brilliance of the fireworks, a smile gracing her lips. However, Yanshu's gaze, from a moment of that bang, remained fixed on Sumire's face. Her small visage radiated joy, her eyes reflecting the blossoms of fireworks. Yet to Yanshu, there existed only the singular presence of Sumire. He longed to reach out, to kiss her, yet he was acutely aware that now was not the moment. Suddenly, Sumire turned her head. Yanshu, she paused, looking at him. "Are you feeling sad?" The emotion was unmistakable. Yanshu noticed the concern etched on her face and replied, "No." He gestured subtly towards her back, explaining, "I merely caught a whiff of dog food." Sumire turned to see a young couple kissing beneath the fireworks. As the colors burst forth in the sky, they embraced in a moment of shared affection. Sumire's lips parted, as if to speak, but ultimately she managed only to utter, "Well, if you have a girlfriend in the future, that's fine. What? So, I can do anything if I have a girlfriend?" The words felt oddly out of place. Sumire glanced at him. "How would I know to ask about your girlfriend? Isn't that still a girlfriend?" Yanshu chuckled. "So I thought I'd inquire in advance. Not yet a girlfriend. And you want to inquire in advance?" Sumire was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat dazed. She pouted. "Let us just watch the fireworks." Was Yanshu a fool? Why didn't he ask a little more? If only he had, she would have agreed. Yanshu reached out, gently ruffling Sumire's hair, whispering, "What is with you?" But she swatted his hand away. "Don't mess with my hair." Yanshu, perplexed, wondered why she had suddenly become so fierce. Was it because he teased her? Were girls' thoughts truly so inscrutable? The fireworks, after all, lasted but a fleeting 2 or 3 minutes, quickly fading away. The crowd began to disperse gradually. Yanshu remained close to Sumire, intending to wait until the throng had thinned before departing. At that moment, Sumire checked her phone, recalling how Feng Zheng and the others had mentioned they couldn't find them, thus opting to watch the fireworks first. To facilitate communication, the 6 of them had formed a small group chat. Yanshu responded with an "oh," thinking it fortunate they hadn't been found, lest it be a disturbance. Sumire typed a few replies, arranging to meet at the entrance shortly. She glanced around, noting the crowd had significantly diminished. "Shall we leave?" Yanshu checked the time. It was past 10, and Ms. Su had said they needed to return before 10:30. "Let us go." Then, quite naturally, he took Sumire's hand, asserting, "It's crowded. We might get separated if we don't hold hands." Sumire bitterlich. "I wasn't even asking about that." Yanshu smiled. "Then what did you want to ask?" "Nothing," Sumire replied somewhat dryly. "Hey, don't you find it uncomfortable to leave things half said?" Yanshu sighed. "But I'm quite uncomfortable. Go ahead and finish." Sumire glanced at him. "So, if I say it, say it. Were you like this when you were dating Jean Lily?" Yanshu. "Maybe you shouldn't say it." Had he known it would lead to this, he wouldn't have asked. Did every girl, regardless of age, enjoy dredging up the past? Yanshu felt another sigh, rising. But he countered, "Are we even dating?" At that, his hand was abruptly released. "We're not." Watching her cold, indifferent back, Yanshu hurried after her. "Wait, aren't you worried I'll get lost?" "I swear, nothing happened with Jean Lily. We just surfed the internet together, no hand-holding involved." "Oh," Yanshu observed Sumire, wondering why she seemed so prickly. He pinched her cheek playfully, and when she turned around, fuming, he leaned in slightly closer, gazing in her eyes. "Jealous?" Chapter 46. It's merely a matter of unwillingness. Sumire took a step back, her demeanor slightly awkward. "What are you talking about?" "Let's hurry back." She then turned her gaze away from him. Yet this only confirmed for Yanshu that she was indeed shy. He followed closely behind Sumire, admiring her petite frame. She hasn't grown taller yet. Next year, she'll surely grow taller, and one seem so delicate. After a short while, Sumire's heartbeat gradually steadied. Noticing Yanshu had fallen behind, she couldn't resist glancing back. He stood a short distance away. It wasn't far, yet Sumire felt an inexplicable distance. Her hand moved slightly. Just moments ago, they had been holding hands. She called out, "If you don't catch up, I might think you've gotten lost." Yanshu chuckled and strode over, naturally taking her hand once more. "Then we get lost." The corners of Sumi, her mouth twitched upwards, but she quickly released his hand. Who told you to hold my hand? If someone sees, they might misunderstand. Well, I'll only hold it for a moment, Yanshu replied cheerfully. I won tea, let anyone see. Sumi protested. A lot of people saw when we first arrived. Who cares about that? Yanshu retorted playfully. True to his word, he let go of Sumi's hand once they reached a less crowded area. After the fireworks, the food street was significantly less populated, appearing much emptier. Sumi glanced at her empty hand, wondering why she had never noticed how obedient Yanshu could be before. She cast a neutral glance at him, remaining silent as she continued walking ahead. Yanshu? What else with that look? Should I not have let go? However, he had seen a teacher from their class earlier at the food street. It was one thing for classmates to see, but if a teacher did, it could lead to complications. The two soon arrived at the entrance where Feng Zheng and the others were already waiting. Having encountered other classmates from their group, they all took a taxi back together. This time, Yanshu couldn't return in the same car as Sumi, as it was already full. When they returned, it was nearly at the designated time, with Ms. Su and Mr. Zhou waiting for them in the lobby. They were the last to arrive, but at least everyone was accounted for. Ms. Su breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been troublesome if even one of you were missing. All right, you all go up and get some good rest. It's late. The group nodded and proceeded to take the elevator in batches. As Sumi, and the others exited the elevator, Yanshu called out good night. Although he didn't specify, everyone understood to whom he was addressing. Feng Zheng chimed in good night, while Zhang Xian and the others echoed the sentiment, smiling. Sumi cast a glance at Yanshu, feeling quite happy after the day's outing. A smile crept on her lips as she replied, good night. As the elevator doors closed, Chang Su remarked, I must say, our vice class leader is truly beautiful. Yanshu shot him a glance. Recalling how he had previously let things slide during their gaming sessions, is it appropriate for someone with a girlfriend to say that? Jiangsu Feigen Ino-sen. My girlfriend thinks our vice class leader is beautiful too. After all, she is a little school flower. Many find her attractive. It's just normal aesthetics. Feng Zheng sighed from the side. Old Chung, you clearly don't grasp what Yanshu meant. He is feeling jealous and doesn't want you to praise her. Jiangsu. Apologies, Yinge. But have you caught up with the vice class leader? That stings, my friend. Yanshu felt a twinge of pain in his chest amid Feng Zheng's uproarious laughter. Chung Su wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. How on earth did this fellow find a girlfriend? Why does he have one while I do not? Is that even fair? Feng Zheng's laughter echoed boisterously beside them, prompting Chung Su to interject. Could you please stop laughing? What's so amusing about this? The elevator doors chimed open. The trio stepped out together, with Chung Su appearing perplexed. Yanshu rendered speechless, and Feng Zheng sporting a look of gleeful schadenfreude. However, upon spotting Jean Lily stationed near the elevator entrance, their expressions morphed into a collective question mark. Although this was a hotel and not a dormitory, they were certain this floor was exclusively male. Jean Lily had ascended alone. It wasn't as if she could simply take the elevator up from the school dormitory. Her class was not permitted to go out tonight, as the teacher was vigilantly monitoring downstairs. After engaging in a game of cards with her classmates for a while, she found it rather dull. Her thoughts were consumed by the image of Yanshu interacting with Su Mir earlier that afternoon, a stark contrast to the Yanshu she was familiar with. Thus, she decided to come, waiting patiently until she finally saw him. Standing upright, she fixed her gaze on Yanshu. Shall we have a chat? I've been left in the dark about our breakup, and surely I deserve some clarity? Yanshu sighed as he regarded Jean Lily. Isn't it clear enough? I simply prefer not to be too direct. Just then, a new group arrived in the elevator, including Chun Fong and several boys from their class. They paused momentarily upon seeing Jean Lily. Chun Fong, accustomed to his role as class monitor, interjected, What are you doing here? This is not the girls' dormitory. He hesitated, realizing that his words didn't quite fit. Yet, Jean Lily continued to focus on Yanshu. Can we talk? It seemed she understood how to engage him, steering the conversation towards Su Mir. As expected, Yanshu's attention shifted to her, though his demeanor remained icy. Someone from their class suggested, Should we call the teacher? This elicited a few chuckles. Indeed, we are right by the door. Feng Zheng, who had never been fond of Jean Lily's group, tugged at Yanshu's sleeve. Let's go. It's a waste of time to linger here. Jean Lily persisted. If you don't want to talk to me, I can always find Su Mir. Yanshu took a deep breath. So, you want the reason for our breakup? I know you've been entangled with other boys, and frankly, I'm not fond of the color green. There is no need for you to feign excessive distress. Your dating pool is vast. What does it matter if I'm no longer a part of it? His gaze toward Jean Lily was unmasked in its irritation. You needn't act as though you were heartbroken over me. We were together for merely a few days, just a handful of outings online. Your current discontent stems solely from the effort you invested in pursuing me. only to be rejected. Yin Shu's tone was flat, resembling that of someone relaying an ordinary fact. The murmurs around them and Jean Lily's increasingly sour expression failed to elicit any emotional response from him. The matter of their breakup was solely between them, and he had said his piece. So, it would be best not to disturb Tsundere. Otherwise, he might not remain as civil. Jean Lily gazed at Yin Shu as though she were meeting him for the first time. Suddenly, she chuckled and nodded. I understand. Chapter 47. Wife, you're back? To everyone's surprise, after Yin Shu finished speaking, Jean Lily truly turned and headed back to the elevator. Zhang Sheng, who had remained silent, followed her into the lift. Yin Shu heard Feng Zheng mutter, "Does Zhang Sheng like Jean Lily?" Yin Shu paid no heed to this, stretching lazily and declaring, "I'm off to bed. Good night, everyone." He then walked toward his room, with Feng Zheng waving goodbye to his classmates as he trailed behind. Yin Shu hadn't invested much thought into Jean Lily. In fact, had she not mentioned Tsundere, he likely wouldn't have bothered to respond to her inquiries at all. There was no necessity, and Jean Lily lacked the standing to question him. Their so-called relationship truly amounted to nothing. While he could sense her lingering resentment, he felt no obligation to assuage it. Otherwise, every girl who held a fondness for him would come seeking explanations for their discontent. He had no capacity to accommodate them all. His sole responsibility lay with Tsundere. However, it seemed that little earthen child was not inclined to grant him the opportunity to fulfill that responsibility. Yin Shu sighed and collapsed onto his bed, remaining motionless. Feng Zheng, just entering the room, closed the door behind him with a soft click. What's wrong? Regretting being too loud just now? Shouldn't you refrain from speaking if you have nothing of substance to say? Your mouth truly is a source of trouble. How have you not been reprimanded yet? Yin Shu replied languidly. Feng Zheng chuckled. Who says no one has reprimanded me? They just can't match me in strength. Yin Shu shot him a glance, recalling that Feng Zheng had mentioned in a previous life that he had met his then-girlfriend through a fight. To Yin Shu, that process of acquaintance seemed rather explosive. At that moment, he felt too disinterested to engage further. Feng Zheng rummaged through his phone while searching for clothes and casually reminded him, by the way, the class group is buzzing about your encounter with Jean Lily. You might want to think about how to explain this to the vice class leader. As he spoke, he ambled into the bathroom. Yin Shu muttered a curse, pulling out his phone to check the muted class group chat, where indeed, discussions were underway. The topic revolved around Jean Lily waiting for Yin Shu at the elevator. The gossip originated from a male classmate known for his penchant for chatter. Yin Shu thought, I underestimated their eagerness. I didn't expect them to gossip in a group where the parties involved are present. Scrolling through, he noted that Tsundere had not contributed to the conversation. She had been feeling jealous of Jean Lily tonight. What a mess this was. He opened a private chat and sent a message. Are you asleep? Accompanied by an innocent emoji. Previously, Yin Shu had not favored sending such endearing emojis, but Tsundere adored them, and each time he did, she seemed more amenable. Her reply came swiftly. I'm asleep. Yin Shu chuckled aloud. Then are you sleepwalking to chat with me? Yes. Then can you sleepwalk over to my room? There was a moment of silence on her end. Yin Shu, you truly have no shame. He could vividly imagine her blushing furiously, yet feeling compelled to respond. Yin Shu decided to send a voice message, his tone laced with laughter. I just wanted to see if you were indeed asleep. Ignore the nonsensical chatter in the group. I am innocent. Downstairs, Tsundere, upon receiving his voice message, glanced toward the bathroom. Zhang Xian was in the shower. She played the voice note, listening attentively before replaying it. Was Yin Shu attempting to clarify things? This made Tsundere somewhat pleased. The earlier chat in the group had indeed affected her mood. She simply detested seeing Yin Shu's name associated with other girls. Initially, she had only wanted to prevent him from being with Jean Lily, but now it seemed she disliked him being with any girl at all. Tsundere found herself astonished by this shift in her feelings. As she grappled with her thoughts, Yin Shu's explanation arrived. Tsundere, listening intently, felt an overwhelming urge to inquire, what about me? Am I also innocent? She was eager to discern Yin Shu's definition of innocence. Pressing her lips together, she tapped once more. Just then, Zhang Xian emerged, catching the tail end of Yin Shu's words. Innocent and pure. She recognized Yin Shu's voice, momentarily taken aback. What does he mean by innocent? Then she observed Tsundere toss her phone onto the bed as if it were too hot to handle, swiftly rising to her feet. Exclaiming, it's nothing, I'm going to take a shower, and hurriedly retreated. Zhang Xian, taken by her flustered demeanor, couldn't help but find her adorable. Why does she always resort to such antics? It was simply too charming. However, she had Yin Shu's contact information. If she chose not to speak, she could always ask him directly. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yin Shu awaited Tsundere's response, contemplating whether he ought to compose a brief message to assert his innocence. At that moment, Zhang Xian's voice message arrived. Hey, Yinshu, what is going on with you and Mir being all innocent? I asked her one question, and she blushed and ran away. Yinshu felt an urgent need to treat Zhang Xian to a meal. He chuckled as he typed a response. It's nothing. She isn't angry, is she? The reply came swiftly. She doesn't seem angry, more like shy. With a sigh of relief, Yinshu responded, I will definitely take you out for a meal sometime. Zhang Xian replied with an okay emoji and then curiously inquired, how's the progress with your pursuit? Upon reading this, Yinshu felt a sense of exasperation. Why was there no movement on this progress bar? He had kissed her cheek and held her hand, yet their relationship remained purely platonic. Feeling a pang of frustration, he replied, the revolution has yet to succeed. I am still striving. Zhang Xian sent him a cheerleading emoji. Yinshu set his phone down, grateful that someone was relaying Su Mir's emotional fluctuations, alleviating the need for him to guess. Until he succeeded, he would simply continue his efforts. He thought of his love letter. Yes, that would be a good starting point. That evening, they spent the night at the hotel, and the following morning, they were to return home. Unlike their exuberant departure, the return journey found everyone listless. Each student instinctively took their original seats. Su Lauscher remarked a few times about the lack of vitality in today's youth. The class merely responded with half-hearted affirmatives. Yinshu glanced at Su Mir beside him. She appeared to be in good spirits. Perhaps his gaze was too conspicuous, for Su Mir expressionlessly plugged her earphones back into her ears. This time, it was not English, but some principles of physics. Thus, Yinshu dozed off during the ride. He was gently roused just before their arrival. As he opened his eyes, still groggy, he saw Su Mir and smiled, pulling her hand to his lips for a kiss, saying, Wifey, you're back. Xumef Hotza. Chapter 48. It's over. Wifey 1T, let me touch. Yinshu's voice was not particularly loud, and most of their classmates were still asleep. However, that did not mean no one heard him. For instance, the programmer sitting behind them was wide awake, his expression akin to that of an elderly man on the subway, staring at a phone. Wait, did Yinshu just call her wifey? He wouldn't dare call his girlfriend that. The programmer quickly covered his mouth and glanced around, relieved to find no one else awake. In truth, Yinshu had merely been in a daze. He hadn't fully come to his senses. Su Mir felt her hand where he had just kissed her growing warm. Did he just kiss her hand and call her wifey? What was happening? Just then, Su Lauscher stood up, calling everyone to wake up, announcing their impending arrival at school. This loud call jolted the previously dazed Yinshu into full awareness. He sat upright, still holding Su Mir's hand, his eyes wide with shock. Did I just fall asleep? What did I just say? Wifey? How do I backtrack? Fortunately, he didn't need to immediately cover up, as Su Lauscher instructed Chun Fong and Su Mir to disembark first to take attendance. Su Mir silently withdrew her hand and turned to exit the vehicle. Yinshu sighed in relief, but felt a deeper headache brewing. This was utterly ridiculous. How could he salvage this? One by one, the classmates began to alight from the bus. Sitting towards the back, Yinshu remained in his seat. As he fretted over his predicament, the programmer's head peeked over from behind, startling Yinshu. Whoa! The programmer quickly apologized. Sorry, Yinshu. Didn't he mean to scare you? After a brief pause, he added, you kind of scared me too. Yinshu eyed him. You heard that? Yeah, I heard it. Yinshu, you're impressive. Is this how you pursue girls now? The programmer's tone held admiration, though he added, but next time, maybe choose a different spot? There are so many people here. If you don't end up with her, it'll be a bit awkward. That was genuinely sincere advice. Yet Yinshu felt a surge of irritation at the mention of not succeeding. He took a deep breath and replied, thanks, but did a lot of people hear that? Not really, just me, the lucky one. The programmer adjusted his glasses. Everyone else was asleep. Yinshu responded with a chilling smile. So if I don't succeed, I could just silence you, and I wouldn't feel awkward. The programmer's face fell, and he hurriedly made his exit. No, Yinshu, you're definitely going to succeed. Did you hear anything? Someone inquired curiously. Nothing. Why are you so nosy? Yinshu watched the programmer flee, feeling a bit lighter despite his earlier turmoil. He optimistically thought, perhaps Su Mir is too shy to ask about it, and then he wouldn't have to answer. With this thought in mind, Yinshu's mood lifted, and he stood to collect their backpacks before disembarking. He was the last to get off. As soon as he stepped down, Su Mir reached for her bag. Yinshu glanced at her, but did not insist, relinquishing his hold. Su Lauscher gathered everyone at the entrance, shared a few words, and took a group photo to confirm their safe return. Afterward, they were dismissed to go home, with classes resuming the next day. The school was indeed quite accommodating in this regard. Yinshu waited for Su Mir, remaining stationary while bidding farewell to other departing classmates. Feng Zheng remarked that he resembled a lucky cat. In retaliation, Yinshu playfully kicked Feng Zheng a few times. Meanwhile, Su Mir handed the attendance sheet to Su Lauscher. Hearing Feng Zheng's cries for Big Brother Yin, she couldn't help but glance over. Su Lauscher also looked, remarking, "Boys these days are so immature, aren't they?" Su Mier paused, meeting Su Lauscher's probing gaze. She recalled that during their outings, Teacher Su's gaze seemed to consistently linger on her and Yin Shu. The current probing was also glaringly unmasked. Su Mier hesitated, contemplating how to respond. However, this hesitation was already sufficient. Teacher Su had guided countless students. Those who yearned for early romance, those who had already delved into it, were all difficult to escape her discerning eye. It felt akin to a teacher standing at the podium, observing students below who thought they were concealing their mischief well. In truth, everything was visible from the podium, entirely dependent on the teacher's willingness to intervene. The same was true now. Teacher Su took a deep breath and addressed the evidently hesitant Su Mier, saying, "All right, you may head back now. Be careful on the road." Su Mier cast a glance at her, inexplicably feeling guilty, even though her relationship with Yin Shu was currently non-existent. Known for her reticence, Su Mier could only murmur, "Goodbye, teacher." Meanwhile, Yin Shu had already chased after Feng Zheng, delivering a few playful kicks. Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, Feng Zheng hurriedly exclaimed, Hey, the vice monitor is leaving." This tactic proved effective. Yin Shu initially thought it was intentional, but upon turning, he indeed saw her walking ahead without calling for him. A bit unsettled by the earlier incident in the car when he called her wife, he now assumed she was upset. Sighing, he glanced back at Feng Zheng and returned. Feng Zheng waved, saying goodbye. The playful atmosphere had dissipated, as he could discern Yin Shu's sudden shift in mood. Yin Shu pivoted and hurried after her, feeling an urge to explain everything. If this matter were to surface, he would need to provide a thorough account. In truth, Su Mier was not angry as she walked. She took out her phone to send Yin Shu a message. "I'll wait for you at the next intersection." Otherwise, under Teacher Su's knowing gaze, Su Mier felt a twinge of guilt. However, just as the message was sent, Yin Shu caught up with her. "Lilir, why didn't you wait for me?" A familiar voice rang out. Su Mier froze for a moment, turning to meet his anxious and apologetic gaze. The previously forgotten term wife surged back to her mind. Initially taken aback, Su Mier soon realized that Yin Shu appeared to be half asleep, and she dismissed it as a mere dream. After all, dreams possess no rules or reasons. Perhaps he would forget upon waking. Yet, Yin Shu's gaze made Su Mier aware that he remembered. What else could this look signify? Noticing that Su Mier remained silent, Yin Shu furrowed his brow and reached out to take her hand, only to have her shy away. A pang of concern struck him. Was it truly this serious? She wouldn't even allow him to touch her? Then he heard Su Mier softly utter, "Teacher Su is watching." Chapter 49. Are you feeling a bit better? If not, I'll keep searching. Upon hearing her quiet remark, Yin Shu finally exhaled in relief. He retracted the hand that had been reaching for hers. Not daring to look back, lest it draw too much attention, they walked forward, one behind the other. Was it merely his imagination? Or did this feel a bit like a clandestine affair? Yin Shu asked, slightly worried. "Did Teacher Su say anything about us?" Xuem Ia paused momentarily, quietly inquiring. "What is there between us?" Yin Shu replied, "Currently nothing, but there will be plenty in the future." He sighed, murmuring under his breath, "If you give me the chance, our story could fill a book." After saying this, he chuckled lightly. "Actually, if we started writing from the moment we were born, we probably could publish a book by now." Su Mier couldn't help but laugh at this. They had known each other since birth. If they truly began chronicling from that point, it would indeed make for an interesting read. Seeing her smile, Yin Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. As they turned a corner towards the place where Yin Shu had parked, he dared to glance back, only to find that Teacher Su was no longer in sight. She likely couldn't see them either. He pressed on, "What did Teacher Su say? Did she make things difficult for you?" Su Mier turned to look at him, but said nothing. "I don't have anything that would provoke her," he reasoned. This was the truth. Su Mier excelled academically and was not a troublemaker, making her a favorite of Teacher Su's. As long as she didn't engage in early romance, there was little to discuss. Yin Shu felt somewhat reassured. He reached his car and retrieved it, saying, "With your reaction, I thought something was wrong. Let us head home." Su Mier obediently handed him her backpack before settling into the back seat. Yin Shu pedaled forward, and she asked, "If Teacher Su mentioned me, what do you plan to do?" "Well, then I can only avoid getting too close to you at school. I'm quite concerned about you being talked about." "I'm indifferent, my skin is thick after all." Yin Shu's voice was somewhat carried away by the wind. Su Mier merely responded with an "oh," falling silent. It was precisely because she feared that she hadn't confided in him about what Teacher Su might have noticed. Comparatively, she would rather face scrutiny herself than have him distance himself from her. Xumi, or clutch her thoughts in silence. Yin Shu, believing she was merely tired, slowed his pace on the bike. He felt her lightly rest her forehead against his back. For a moment, Yin Shu's body tensed before relaxing. The journey from school to the neighborhood was not long. Even at a leisurely pace, Yin Shu would reach the neighborhood in under 30 minutes. Throughout the ride, Tsundere refrained from inquiring about the wife incident. Initially, somewhat worried, Yin Shu eventually felt a tinge of disappointment. How to articulate this feeling? If she had asked, he could have probed further or hinted at something. Yet, the usually earnest Tsundere didn't utter a single word today, as if she had completely forgotten the matter. This left Yin Shu feeling somewhat frustrated. It was only when they reached his home and stood at the door that Yin Shu finally spoke. "Are your parents working late today? Would you like to come over for dinner?" Tsundere's parents, one a doctor and the other a teacher, were often busy. Aunt Huang, being a doctor, frequently worked overtime, while Uncle Su, a third-grade homeroom teacher, was also quite occupied. Thus, Tsundere often found herself home alone. In her childhood, she frequently dined at Yin Shu's home due to this reason. After all, his father could be considered a part-time caregiver. Yin Sheng was a full-time caregiver, as he was a screenwriter, spending most of his time at home writing scripts. As for Luya, she had founded a small company, or rather, it can no longer be called small. Having developed significantly in recent years, it had now become a medium-sized enterprise, and Luya was increasingly busy. Consequently, Yin Shu received more pocket money, while his parents often quarreled, leaving little room for his mother's companionship. This was a primary reason for Yin Shu's rebellious phase in his previous life. Sensitive as he was during adolescence, hearing his parents argue daily, sometimes uttering hurtful words like, "If you hadn't gotten pregnant with Yin Shu, my company wouldn't be struggling," was profoundly painful. Only those who have experienced it can comprehend the depth of such words. Tsundere glanced at Yin Shu, who had extended the invitation, and shook her head. "No, I'll be going to the hospital to have dinner with my mom." Yin Shu didn't press further, merely asking, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No, I can take a taxi. Otherwise, it'll require you to make another trip," Tsundere replied, feeling a strange atmosphere between them. Though she couldn't pinpoint what felt off, Yin Shu nodded without uttering another word, a sense of inexplicable melancholy enveloping him, the cause of which eluded him. Tsundere observed him, hesitantly inquiring, "So, shall we say goodbye?" "Yes, do head back, and let me know when you leave and when you arrive." Yin Shu replied with a faint smile. Tsundere acknowledged him and stepped through the door. It was only after she had entered that Yin Shu rubbed his face with his hand, realizing that his small companion had likely detected his emotional turmoil. He didn't wish for it to be so, yet he found himself unable to rein it in. At that moment, he had a strong desire to smoke. Taking a few deep breaths, he turned and headed home. Rarely was there no one at home at this hour, and he certainly did not wish for Yin Chung to notice his distress. Upon entering his room, he instinctively reached into the drawer for cigarettes, only to find it empty. It dawned on him that he had intended to quit smoking, as his little companion could not tolerate the scent of tobacco. However, in the later years of his previous life, his craving had been overwhelming, and now, faced with a moment of discomfort, he longed for a cigarette. Instead, he fished out a strawberry lollipop from the drawer, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Then, his gaze fell upon a love letter draft tucked away in the corner. Ah, yes, the one he had penned last time. As he glanced at it, the mere sight of Little Ear softened his features. Little Ear is still here. Yin Shu, do not rush. Patience is essential. Just moments ago, upon waking in the car, he had found himself unable to break free from the dream of his past life. He felt as though he had merely been ensnared in a long dream. Convinced that once he awakened, his little companion would be before him, much like the countless times he had fallen asleep in the lounge after a grueling surgery, only to be gently awakened by her, who would tenderly say, "Darling, it's time to go home." As this thought crossed his mind, the smile in his eyes faded considerably. At that moment, his phone vibrated, followed by several more notifications. He picked it up to discover that it was Tsundere who had taken the initiative to message him. Upon opening the message, he found a link to a Weibo post. A collection of cold jokes. She had earnestly shared about 5 or 6 links with him, concluding with, "Feeling better yet? If not, I'll keep searching." Chapter 50. Is that so? That was in fact a love letter I spent the entire night writing. Yin Shu gazed at the messages, his mind conjuring an image of Tsundere earnestly frowning as she searched for cold jokes. Undoubtedly quite adorable. He felt as if the lollipop in his mouth had become even sweeter. Regardless of her age, Tsundere could always detect the shifts in his mood. This feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. Yin Shu lowered his gaze and replied, "Much better, though seeing your selfie would make it 100% better." The typing indicator appeared, and he patiently waited for what felt like an eternity, yet no response came. He sighed inwardly, suspecting she might not reply. Tsundere was far too bashful now, easily flustered. Just as he resolved to let it go, she sent a photograph. Yin Shu paused for a moment, his fingers instinctively tapping to open it. The image depicted a young girl clad in pajamas adorned with a cute duck pattern, looking endearing yet somewhat awkward. Her rosy lips pursed. She appeared more serious than in an ID photo. Most would not look appealing in such a shot, but Tsundere was undeniably beautiful. Her features exquisite. Previously, someone had even stolen her ID photo from the honor wall at school, prompting the installation of glass to protect it. Thus, Yanshu found his wife utterly charming and swiftly saved the photo. However, the very next second, the image was retracted, accompanied by a message that read, "Then you can continue feeling down." Tsundere regretted sending the photo almost immediately, finding it silly and sensing Yanshu's teasing tone. In a flurry, she retracted it and prayed he hadn't seen it. Her face burned with embarrassment. There was something undeniably awkward about sharing a photo. She mentally berated herself for not being as photogenic as other girls, who always seemed to take stunning pictures. Yet, the following moment, Yanshu sent her a selfie, coupled with a simple, "Okay." Tsundere, unable to control her hands, quickly saved the photo before examining it closely, primarily to prevent Yanshu from retracting it. In the image, the young man gazed at the camera with a smile in his eyes, the corners of his lips subtly curling upwards, truly handsome. Tsundere face, which had merely been warm, now flushed a deep crimson. Yanshu was indeed attractive, and he looked splendid in photographs. After sending the picture, Yanshu anticipated that Tsundere would likely ignore him henceforth, but he knew she would save his photo in secret. He exhaled deeply, setting down his phone to glance at the less-than-stellar love letter he had written. There was still time. He could rewrite it. The next day, they met again at the elevator entrance. Tsundere claimed it was a chance encounter, not one she had orchestrated. They proceeded to school together, as if nothing had changed. The academic workload for the second semester of sophomore year was quite heavy, and upon entering the classroom, both of them diligently engaged in their studies. Yanshu was particularly motivated, as he recalled Tsundere's mention of a reward for passing all subjects at the end of the semester. He aspired to surprise his wife with more than just passing grades. Therefore, he focused intently, even as Tsundere went out for lunch with Zhang Xian. He remained engrossed in his studies. However, upon her return, he was no longer at his desk. Chun Fong had taken his place. Tsundere placed the milk tea she had brought him on the table. Yet as she resumed her seat, she noticed a pink envelope nestled within her drawer. Zhang Xian, ever observant, asked in surprise, "Hey, who wrote you a love letter?" Tsundere's expression mirrored her confusion. Chun Fong chimed in, "Oh, I think a boy from a neighboring class came looking for Yanshu earlier. When he came in, he must have left that envelope in your drawer. It's probably his love letter, as he had been sneaking glances at you before Tsundere's expression darkened. Yanshu, just yesterday, he sent me a selfie. And today he's delivering someone else's love letter. What a scoundrel." After returning from lunch, still feeling a bit anxious about the letter, Yanshu sensed an unusual atmosphere upon his return. There was a puddle of liquid on his desk, likely a drink that had been hastily removed. Meanwhile, Tsundere's desk held a cup of milk tea. Typically, she would bring her own, so why hadn't she today? He gently tapped on the surface of her desk, where she was busy writing, and smiled, asking, "Where's my milk tea?" "At the milk tea shop," Tsundere coldly replied, returning to her work. Yanshu was taken aback. What else with her? Why does she seem upset? His mind raced, recalling that he hadn't provoked her that morning. She had even asked if he wanted milk tea during lunch and had insisted on getting some for him. Just then, Zhang Xian entered, observing Yanshu's sigh and shaking her head disapprovingly. Yanshu asked, "What is going on?" He yearned to steal a glance into Tsundere's drawer to see if the love letter he had placed there still remained. Was it perhaps due to his inadequate writing? Yet, Tsundere's body obscured his view, rendering the contents of the drawer invisible. Just as Yanshu contemplated retrieving his phone to inquire with Zhang Xian, he suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Hello, director." It seemed the director was making the rounds. Yanshu had no choice but to return his phone to his pocket. This delay meant that by the time afternoon classes commenced, he was still oblivious to what he had done wrong. Surely, if he was dissatisfied with the love letter, he could rewrite it until it met her approval. After school, students gradually filed out to go for dinner. Tsundere remained still, her frustration escalating with every passing moment. What exactly did Yanshu mean? When Zhang Xian came to ask if she wanted to join for a meal, Tsundere declined, clutching the crumpled pink love letter. She had yet to even open it. She had always been like this, never bothering to read the love letters given to her. Unfortunately, Yanshu was unaware of this. He too skipped dinner, determined to get to the bottom of the situation. As most of the class had departed, after all, the evening was still quite young. Feng Zheng and the others planned to play basketball and asked Yanshu if he wanted to join. Yanshu declined. At that moment, Tsundere turned to Yanshu, her voice icy. "Come with me." Yanshu noticed the familiar envelope in her hand, and his heart sank. That expression, was he about to be rejected? Nevertheless, he rose to follow her outside, where it seemed they were headed towards the empty classroom at the end of the corridor. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhang Xian. Yengo, have you lost your mind? Why are you delivering love letters for someone else to me? Yanshu thought to himself, no, that's not it. I spent an entire night writing that letter. Who had the audacity to claim it? Chapter 51. I truly like you. Yanshu was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that someone would intrude upon his heartfelt confession. Meanwhile, Chun Fong, on his way to the cafeteria, sneezed and mumbled. Is my grandmother thinking of me? Su Mir, her expression stern, strode into the empty classroom. A few boys inside, having been smoking, mistook her arrival for that of a teacher and hastily extinguished their cigarettes, scrambling off their desks. Upon realizing it was Su Mir, one of them, a classmate, sighed in relief and complained, "You scared us, vice class monitor." Yanshu entered just then, immediately assaulted by the acrid stench of smoke. He exclaimed softly. As he and Su Mir walked in, one boy curiously inquired, "Yingo, what's going on?" Yanshu smiled, just discussing something. "Are you all heading for dinner?" A few boys exchanged teasing glances between the two, chuckling, and then, led by their classmate, they filed out the back door, still whispering about them. The smoke was making Su Mir uncomfortable, and she grimaced. Yanshu walked over and opened the window. Just as he turned back, he found Su Mir standing right behind him, her exquisite features marred by anger, her face flushed. She slapped the crumpled pink love letter against his chest, her voice fierce. "If you help anyone else deliver a love letter, I will tell Aunt Lu that you have a crush on me." Yanshu, feigning innocence, looked at her flushed face and glistening eyes. "But I didn't help anyone. This is my letter. I truly like you. You could tell my mother." The once fierce girl was instantly rendered crimson, her eyes wide with shock and helplessness as she gazed at him. Yanshu expected her to respond, but instead, she fled in a panic. Su Mir hurried out of the classroom, her initial indignation shattered by Yanshu's earnest declaration. A wave of confusion mixed with sweetness surged uncontrollably within her heart. Yanshu had confessed his feelings. He had just said that. Su Mir struggled to articulate her emotions, overwhelmed by the intensity of her feelings. Her once rosy complexion paled, and she headed back to the classroom, realizing she needed her medication. Yanshu quickly caught up with her. Noticing her clutching her chest, his heart sank. He hurried her aside, urging her softly, breathe slowly. He then pulled a girl from their class. "Please grab some medicine and water from Su Mir's bag." The girl, initially annoyed by the abruptness, immediately turned back upon seeing Su Mir's pallor. "Let go," she exclaimed, rushing back, for all the classmates were aware of Su Mir's condition, and even the mischievous boys would never intentionally provoke her. Yanshu allowed Su Mir to lean against him, placing his hand over her heart. "Relax." Her pulse was indeed rapid. Who could have predicted that a mere confession could cause such turmoil? At that moment, Yanshu felt regret. He shouldn't have said it then. Fortunately, the girl returned swiftly with the medicine and water, and classmates followed suit, some even calling for an ambulance. Everyone understood that a doctor's hands must be steady, often cradling a life, a family, or perhaps more. Yet, Yanshu's hands trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Su Mir's pale face, gripped by fear and regret. Thankfully, after taking her medication, Su Mir's breathing gradually stabilized. She had grown somewhat accustomed to this. After taking her medicine, she typically tried to manage her emotions, rarely experiencing extreme highs and lows. She noticed Yanshu's ashen face and assumed he was frightened by her episode. The last time he had seen her in such a state was back in middle school. Her icy hand gently grasped Yanshu's, and though it was summer, her temperature was chilling. "It's fine. I don't often feel this way. Please don't be afraid." Su Mir's voice was laced with caution. "I'm just like everyone else. You needn't worry." Despite the presence of many classmates nearby, Yanshu unabashedly tightened his grip on her frigid hand, bringing it to his lips. "I know. Our little ears are incredibly resilient." His voice trembled, unbeknownst to him, and even his body shook. Whispers circulated among the onlookers regarding Su Mir's condition and Yanshu's intimate gesture. The teacher rushed in. "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here?" Soon after, the ambulance arrived. Su Mir's complexion was still not favorable. Although she claimed to be fine, everyone remained anxious. Ultimately, she had no choice but to board the ambulance. Teacher Su, observing Yanshu sitting in the ambulance, felt a vein in her temple pulse uncontrollably. "Yanshu, why are you getting in?" Yanshu appeared significantly calmer now, though his eyes were still slightly red. With a face full of righteous indignation, he declared, "I'm a family member." Su Mir tugged at him. "What kind of family member are you?" Teacher Su was so infuriated that her voice cracked. Yanshu glanced at the visibly distressed Su Mir, curled her lip, and remarked, "We have known each other since childhood. When she had her episode, I was right there beside her. Surely, My presence was more beneficial than yours. Teacher, I will accompany her until her uncle and aunt arrive, and then I shall return to class. I assure you. Teacher Su retorted, what worth does your assurance hold? Yet, as she beheld Yin Shu's resolute demeanor, she realized that dragging this out was futile. Taking a deep breath, she conceded, fine, but you must call me when you do. At this moment, Su Mir softly interjected, perhaps we shall return together shortly. Ultimately, Teacher Su watched as the ambulance drove away. A lingering sense of unease gnawing at her. Yin Shu settled beside Su Mir, observing that while her complexion had improved from earlier, it was still far from rosy. Su Mir sighed, your complexion is worse than mine. The nearby nurse chuckled, were you startled? This seemingly innocuous comment caused a fleeting shadow to cross Su Mir's eyes. She had never witnessed her own distressing episodes, yet she was acutely aware that they were far from pleasant. How could one possibly look appealing while suffering? Did Yin Shu find her frightening? Did she regret it? For years, Su Mir had navigated her feelings for Yin Shu based on her internal estimations. But today, Yin Shu had confessed her affection. Thus, she bit her lip and finally spoke up, her voice laced with hesitation and a slight tremor. Yin Shu. Chapter 52. A smile that never fades, only shifts. Yin Shu, still shaken from the earlier events, immediately tensed at the unusual tone in Su Mir's voice. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? The nearby nurse and doctor turned their attention as well, with the doctor already extending a hand. Su Mir quickly waved her hand dismissively. Me fine. I just got a bit anxious and forgot where I was. Yin Shu, still feeling uneasy, grasped her hand gently, insisting, if you feel unwell, please speak up. Don't endure it in silence. Yin Shu recalled that in her previous life, Su Mir had deliberately prepared medicine and water for her when she prompted Yin Shu to confess her feelings. Indeed, in their past, Su Mir had instigated Yin Shu's confession. At that time, they were both preparing for their graduate entrance exams, and Yin Shu had naturally harbored feelings for her. However, Yin Shu had never been particularly self-assured, especially after developing feelings for Su Mir, as she was simply too remarkable. Nevertheless, Yin Shu could sense that Su Mir regarded her differently, after years of companionship. Even a fool could discern that. Yet, Yin Shu hesitated to take that next step, questioning whether it was truly appropriate. Affection could render even the most exceptional individuals timid and insecure. Not to mention, in comparison to Su Mir, Yin Shu did not perceive herself as particularly remarkable. It was undeniable that their relationship was strong. As close friends, the transition to a romantic relationship was uncertain for Yin Shu. She hesitated for just a moment, and that was all it took. But Su Mir's sensitivity to her emotional shifts was acute. That very evening, she invited Yin Shu to the library. As usual, they remained in the library until closing time. The campus paths were deserted, with merely half an hour until the dormitory doors locked. Passing by the basketball court, Su Mir remarked, Yin Shu, a junior confessed his feelings to me a couple of days ago. Yin Shu, having heard of this incident, was aware that Su Mir, still the campus belle, had no shortage of admirers. The gossip was always easily accessible. At that moment, Yin Shu, with a hint of envy, thought the junior was merely a naive child who did not understand how to care for others. Su Mir stood still, gazing into Yin Shu's large eyes, which shone with a light that made Yin Shu feel guilty. Previously, you said that being older might create a generation gap, and my peers, who have yet to achieve anything, dare to pursue me. What kind of person should I seek? Are you considering a relationship? Yin Shu countered. To her astonishment, Su Mir nodded earnestly. Yes, I am in my 20s now. As she spoke, she handed her water cup to Yin Shu, who instinctively accepted it and twisted off the cap, saying, what is so great about being in a relationship? Yin Shu, why don't you say you like me? Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if her heart had begun to race inexplicably. Before she could respond, she saw Su Mir, pale-faced, pulling out a few pills. If you don't answer me, I won't be able to hold on. I like you. Yin Shu's expression shifted dramatically, hastily passing the water back. Are you all right? She then witnessed Su Mir smile, her complexion still pale, but no longer indicative of an episode. I like you too, she whispered. So, shall we take the next step and start dating? All right, let us date. Later, Yin Shu would discover that Su Mir had indeed come prepared with medication, as she was genuinely nervous. Subsequently, during Yin Shu's proposal, she refrained from creating too grand a surprise, deliberately allowing Su Mir to guess a hint beforehand. Su Mir's heart condition was akin to a ticking time bomb. Thus, even in her rebirth, knowing that Su Mir harbored feelings for her, Yin Shu could only cautiously proceed, allowing her to acclimate gradually. Yin Shu could not afford to take risks. Yet today, she acted impulsively. She had never considered that Su Mir hadn't read the love letter. From the moment she requested Yin Shu not to deliver love letters for others, Yin Shu had realized that Su Mir likely hadn't seen it. Otherwise, she would have recognized that the letter was penned by Yin Shu herself. Written words often possess a gentler impact than spoken declarations, providing a buffer of time. Ultimately, unable to restrain herself, Yin Shu confessed that it was indeed she who had written the letter, admitting her feelings, as she did not wish for Su Mir to misunderstand. At that moment, Yin Shu softly apologized, her tone filled with regret. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." "Do you regret it?" Su Mir's voice grew slightly urgent. The nurse nearby observed the two children's overt emotional exchange and gently reminded them to manage their feelings and not become overly agitated. Su Mir instinctively responded with an apology, and Yin Shu followed suit. Yin Shu comfortingly patted Su Mir's hand, acknowledging her impulsiveness in speaking too candidly, yet maintaining that her words were sincere. "My feelings for you are genuine." Su Mir gazed at Yin Shu, her previously tense heart seemingly soothed by gentle caresses. A faint smile graced her lips, so the girl, clearly wanting to laugh, feigned indifference. Yin Shu, observing the smile, refrained from asking her, "What is your answer?" In truth, it seemed no answer was necessary. Yin Shu's own lips curled into a smile, yet her eyes were filled with concern. The ambulance swiftly arrived at the hospital, where Dr. Huang awaited at the entrance, her expression far from pleasant. She had just received a call from Teacher Su, informing her of Su Mir's episode, which had alarmed her. Seeing her daughter step off the ambulance, though still pale, but otherwise well, eased her worries slightly. Yin Shu was unharmed and merely followed the group as they watched Su Mir enter for examination. It was only when Dr. Huang confirmed that Su Mir was indeed all right that she sighed in relief and turned her attention to Yin Shu. "Thank you, Yin Shu. I heard from your teacher that you were the first to notice something was amiss with her little ear. We are so fortunate to have you." Yin Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment at the gratitude, glancing at Su Mir, who sat by the bedside, watching her. Only the two of them understood that the reason for Su Mir's episode stemmed from Yin Shu. In the end, Yin Shu did not return to school, but rather accompanied Su Mir home in her uncle's car. Dr. Huang kindly arranged for both of them to take time off. Unsurprisingly, during the car ride, Yin Shu once again received her uncle's gratitude. At this moment, Su Mir's complexion brightened, as she observed Yin Shu awkwardly accepting her father as praise. Yin Shu sighed, "Uncle, please refrain from complimenting me. I feel quite embarrassed." Indeed, he was genuinely uncomfortable. Su Lauscher had always been a considerate person and understood that children of this age tend to be rather shy. Thus, he nodded and deftly shifted the conversation to their childhood. "I still remember that Christmas a few years ago, right? You both were at odds. It seemed Little Ear had spent quite some time selecting apples at home, which you refused to accept. Consequently, she returned home in tears, refusing to share the apples with us, and angrily tossed them away. Such a charming memory." Su Mir's smile faltered, replaced by a hint of awkwardness. "Father, how long ago was that?" The smile, however, did not dissipate, but merely transferred to Yin Shu's face, who nodded with a grin. "Indeed, how adorable. Did she prepare for a days in advance?" "Yes, she insisted I accompany her mother to buy a large bag of apples, arranging them neatly on the table for selection." "Yin Shu," Su Mir called out softly, her voice tinged with urgency. Yin Shu turned to her, whispering, "The apples you discarded, I retrieved them." Chapter 53. Is there any issue with preserving photographs of my girlfriend? This was not Yin Shu merely trying to placate Su Mir. It was the truth. They were young then, and their quarrels were genuine. Given their families lived across from one another, Yin Shu regretted the incident afterward. When he returned home, Yin Sheng mentioned how long Little Ear had prepared and even inquired about which apples Yin Shu preferred. Reflecting on it, he realized how heartbroken Little Ear must have felt when he rejected her offering. Yin Shu, by nature, was a child who quickly moved past anger, and he found himself conflicted at the doorway, contemplating whether to apologize. He watched as the little girl, in tears, emerged with the apple, tossing it into the trash before turning back. He heard Su Lauscher say something at the door, only to be met with Su Mir's fierce retort. "I don't want it. I dislike Yin Shu the most." Once the door closed, Yin Shu stepped outside and retrieved the apple from the trash. When he returned, Yin Sheng was unaware of its origin and assumed they had reconciled, appearing quite pleased. Subsequently, Su Mir never gifted him apples again, opting instead for grapes, kiwis, and peaches, but never apples. The little girl certainly held a grudge. At this moment, Su Mir was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his quiet admission of having retrieved the apples. Yin Shu did not elaborate further, and soon resumed conversing with Su Lauscher, who was driving. Su Mir had many questions for Yin Shu, but since they were being driven home by her father, they had little opportunity for privacy. Moreover, her father was currently in a tense mood. making it unlikely for her to use studying as an excuse to converse with him. Ultimately, she had to accompany Su Laoshi home for the time being. After Yin Shu watched the father-daughter duo enter their home, he turned to head back to his own. Yin Sheng was surprised to see him return so early. Why are you back so soon? Aren't you supposed to be in evening study? Isn't it Wednesday? He had likely mentioned to Yin Shu earlier that he would be returning with Little Ear, so he would probably discuss Su Mir's episode with his father later. As expected, Yin Sheng wore a worried expression, lamenting, what a delightful child Little Ear is. It's a pity her health isn't good. Yin Shu had been about to sit on the sofa, but lifted his gaze to Yin Sheng, who wore a face of genuine regret. In his previous life, when he intended to marry Little Ear, things had not gone smoothly. Being an only child, he knew that Su Mir's health was not conducive to having children. This was also the reason she wished to undergo surgery hastily. She wanted to give Yin Shu a child. However, for Yin Shu, it truly mattered little. All he desired was Su Mir, and whether or not they had children was of no consequence. Yet, parental perspectives differ significantly. He had endured considerable friction with his family regarding the matter of children. His parents often lamented, "You are our only child. If only you had siblings, we wouldn't care." Now, observing his still youthful father, Yin Shu suddenly asked, "Old Yin, how are things with my mother?" Yin Sheng chuckled, "You little rascal, what do you expect? It's just the way it is. I previously suggested you consider this seriously. A few years ago, didn't T-Mom express a desire for another child? You insisted it was unsafe due to age." Yin Shu earnestly advised, "You're just in your early 40s. A checkup could still allow for another child." "Wait, what are you trying to suggest?" Yin Sheng looked at his son, wary of his earnestness. "When you were younger, you cried vehemently at the mere mention of wanting a sibling. Come on, old Yin, that was childhood. I'm much older now." Yin Shu spent considerable time persuading his father, and it was evident that he was indeed intrigued by the notion. This reassured Yin Shu, as he understood that neither of his parents truly wished for divorce. However, their relationship had become too strained. Perhaps a child would ease the tension. It would be beneficial for the entire family. Upon returning to his room, Yin Shu discovered his phone had run out of battery. After charging it, he noticed a message from Su Mir pinned at the top. "My father is worried about me going out, even though it's just a few steps. Our backpacks are still in the classroom. Do you want to do some exercises?" Below was a stack of exercise photos. Truly, scholars are quite diligent. Yin Shu had no inclination to complete the exercises, but he wanted to see Su Mir, so he unhesitatingly replied, "Yes, give me 5 minutes." Then Yin Shu opened the door and inquired, "Dad, has soup been prepared today?" "Yes, are you hungry?" "It's ready." "No, just pack some for me. I'll study over there." Even as he watched his son leave with the soup, Yin Sheng felt something was amiss. When had his son become so studious and considerate? He was voluntarily going over to study. When Yin Shu knocked on the door, Su Wang was preparing to cook. Seeing him with the soup, he remarked that he wanted to thank old Yin. Little Ear is studying in her room. She simply can't sit still. Please, go in and encourage her to balance work and rest. Understood, Uncle, Yin Shu replied obediently. Su Laoshi then went over to express his gratitude. Yin Shu felt that his future father-in-law sometimes bore a striking resemblance to Su Mir, both carrying a certain innocence. They exhibited no awareness of gender distinctions whatsoever. When Yin Shu approached Su Mir's door and was about to knock, it swung open. Su Mir stood at the threshold, her snow-white face devoid of expression. She glanced at Yin Shu and said, "Come in." Yin Shu observed her impassive face, yet her petite ears were slightly flushed. She must have overheard him conversing with her uncle in the living room and had stealthily awaited his arrival behind the door. As he had not knocked, she took the initiative to open it. The little white rabbit willingly opens the door to let in the big bad wolf. How utterly adorable. Yin Shu made an effort to control his amusement, pretending not to notice her reddened ears, and entered, carrying the soup. He intended to drink it first, as it seemed to be at the perfect temperature. Su Mir obediently followed behind him with an "oh," reaching out for the soup, but Yin Shu gently evaded her grasp, sitting down to drink instead. He then moved toward her desk. Su Mir's room was laid out similarly to Yin Shu's, albeit adorned with a touch of pink, reflecting a young girl's aesthetics. Yin Shu had been familiar with it in his previous life, but this was his first time entering after his rebirth, evoking a wave of nostalgia. The room was imbued with a familiar, subtle fragrance associated with Su Mir. Yin Shu noticed she had already bathed and changed into comfortable home attire. Why is it not that little duck? Yin Shu placed the soup on the table just as Su Mir was about to take a seat. She stiffened momentarily. "Did you see it?" Yin Shu observed her expression, which seemed to reflect shyness. Her emotions were stable, so he candidly admitted, "I was waiting by my phone for your pictures. How could I possibly have missed it?" At this moment, Su Mir earnestly recalled the previous photo and, biting her lip with a blush, asked, You haven't saved it, have you? Yin Shu looked at her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What's wrong with saving pictures of my girlfriend? However, she wasn't even his girlfriend yet. Chapter 54. Please, allow me to bear this small trouble. Sumier blushed at the term girlfriend, yet she still remembered to retort. When did I ever become your girlfriend? Is there such a thing as forced affection? Yin Shu felt a pang of grievance at her words, but he began, only to let out a dejected sigh halfway through. All right, I understand your meaning. You are rejecting my confession, aren't you? His lowered eyelashes concealed the mirth in his eyes, though his voice carried a note of disappointment. I don't think I want to study right now. I've just experienced a heartbreak and need time. But I never said I rejected you. Sumier exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. She stood up, reaching for Yin Shu's hand, but hesitated. I didn't refuse. The implication of not refusing was that she liked him, wasn't it? Liking him meant being together, and being together meant she would be his girlfriend, didn't it? Yin Shu looked up at her, unable to hide the delight in his eyes. Sumier, seeing his gaze, realized he had not been feigning disappointment. He had always known she liked him. Her delicate face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, predominantly the former. Who says that liking someone necessitates being in a relationship? I never agreed. Now, it was Yin Shu's turn to be taken aback. Wait, so you like me, but don't want to date me? Is this some sort of tragic romance? If it were any other girl, he might think she was playing hard to get, but Sumier was not that type. Given her personality, it was hard to imagine her being the one to lead someone on. Of course, the only one capable of keeping her was him. As his thought crossed his mind, Yin Shu's mood settled, and he patiently asked, so, what you mean is you like me but don't want to be my girlfriend? Is there something about me that isn't adequate? No, Sumier replied, biting her lip. She hadn't anticipated that this topic, which she had struggled to bring up, would evolve so naturally into this moment. But since they had reached this point, her expression grew serious. I have an illness. Huh? And? I know, Yin Shu replied gently. I don't mind. Such a lovely girl must have been deemed too perfect by the heavens. Thus they had given her a small flaw. Yin Shu did not see this as a significant issue. Across lifetimes, it was never a considerable problem. However, Sumier hung her head in silence, hesitating. She had never blamed her parents for her health issues because she knew they loved her and always provided her with the best. Yet that did not mean she was free from insecurity. As a child, she often wondered why she couldn't engage with the things other children could. She had cried and thrown tantrums, but as she matured, she came to understand everything. Later, when she realized her feelings for Yin Shu, her heart brimmed with shyness and joy, followed by the urge to confess. But then there was that episode of illness. Yin Shu had been arguing with Uncle Yin at the door, and she, already unwell, felt powerless. Each word he uttered was devoid of disdain. Perhaps merely a rebuttal during an argument, yet a girl's heart is sensitive, especially Sumier's. She remembered it well. Today, when her illness struck, Yin Shu's complexion paled, and he trembled. Was he afraid? If he were to be with her, he might frequently encounter situations like today. Although she tried to control her emotions, who could entirely master their feelings? Sumier murmured, Yan Sha, I am a burden. Indeed, but let's not trouble others. Please allow me to shoulder this small burden. Yin Shu leaned closer, gazing at her as she averted her eyes. Little ear, we have known each other for quite some time, aware of each other's strengths and flaws. Are you afraid? His voice was gentle yet earnest. If you're rejecting me because of me, I can step back and take it slow. But if it is due to your illness, I find that reasoning untenable. Sumier lifted her gaze to meet his, but upon locking eyes with Yin Shu, she was momentarily stunned by the depth of his sincere and tumultuous emotions, momentarily forgetting what she was about to say. Seeing her bewildered expression, Yin Shu felt a pang of reluctance. She had just had an episode earlier that afternoon, and he worried that pressing her too hard might provoke her emotions again. Then tell me, what you plan to do? Not accepting nor rejecting, just waiting to see? Yin Shu sighed, if that is the case. No. Sumier interrupted softly, but resolutely. I want to give you the chance to reconsider. I'm afraid you might regret it. You may think you can accept this now, but regarding our relationship. She turned her gaze to Yin Shu. If we were to be together, I never envisioned a breakup. Do you understand, Yin Shu? I never thought of that either. I don't need you to rush your answer. You know my personality, it's a bit awkward, and I may come off as harsh at times. My health is a trouble, not a small one, but a significant one, Sumier interjected. So, think carefully. If you merely wish to date, I am not suitable. Sumier struggled to articulate her thoughts in absolute terms. She liked Yin Shu, truly did. However, she was no longer the carefree girl from years past who would boldly confess her affections. She was relieved he had not seen that confession letter after all. She had matured and acknowledged her own complications. If she were to be with Yin Shu, she could never let go. And what about Yin Shu? He would be tied down for a lifetime. Perhaps eventually, He might fall out of love, but due to her health, he would never have the chance to voice it. They could never separate. The bonds between them were too many. Tsundere had confided in Jean Lily, stating that as long as it wasn't them, she would not interfere in Yin Shu's friendships. This was genuine. As long as Yin Shu was fond of someone who wouldn't lead him astray, she would silently watch him be with others, no matter how much it pained her. Tsundere's feelings were pure and passionate, yet she was hesitant to express them freely. Today, she could not contain herself, which led to her episode after Yin Shu's confession. Now, looking at him, she remained restrained. You still have choices, many opportunities for romance. But if the partner is Tsundere, you will only have one chance to date me, Yin Shu. So think it through. This may be the only opportunity one afford you to contemplate. Yin Shu gazed at Tsundere, his eyes reddening. Similar words had been uttered by Little Ear in their past life, after he had been frightened into confessing his feelings for her. Chapter 55. My notion of love is akin to a lifelong commitment. At first, Yin Shu believed that after confessing his feelings, it would be natural for the two of them to be together and walk hand in hand into the future. However, while he was still reveling in the joy of finally having a girlfriend, Tsundere, whom he embraced, spoke up. Though it was a dampener, she said, Yin Shu, we cannot be together for the time being. Yin Shu was taken aback, wondering if he had done something wrong. Tsundere shook her head, stating in my eyes, apart from your ridiculous rebellious phase in high school, you are quite wonderful. Her expression was earnest as she continued, the issue lies with me. You are aware of my health condition, and once I enter a relationship, I wish for it to last. If we're to break up, it would mean everything we've built would be for naught. Tsundere looked at Yin Shu intently, her eyes shimmering with light. So, please don't rush your answer. Let's set a timeline. If you wish to pursue a relationship, I cannot accompany you. Once we are together, there will be no other opportunities. She proposed. How about a week? We both need to think things through. At that moment, Yin Shu gazed at the lively young woman before him, her face still carrying a hint of innocence. Although the phrasing differed, the sentiment remained the same. He realized that Tsundere had always possessed an all-or-nothing mentality. He heard the voices of his father and Uncle Sue from the hallway, and he softly replied, all right, let's both consider it. But we should establish a deadline. Shall we say after the final exam results are out? You will have time to assess me. He hesitated to declare that he had already made up his mind, fearing Tsundere would think him impulsive. Indeed, upon hearing this, her expression softened. She looked at Yin Shu and asked, is a month sufficient? Yin Shu smiled and nodded. It is in fact too long. I have been contemplating this far earlier than you might imagine. I stand before you like a little ear traversing through time and space. I love you deeply, yet this secret may remain unspoken. Nonetheless, I will ensure you feel the depth of my affection. He clarified, during this period, you cannot reject my kindness. A prospective boyfriend has certain privileges, wouldn't you agree? Yin Shu leaned in closer, observing her misty and somewhat hesitant eyes. The footsteps of Uncle Sue provided the perfect distraction, and Yin Shu, finding a moment of courage, quickly planted a kiss on her forehead. Standing upright again, he heard his father's gentle voice call from outside the room. What are you two doing standing there? Has Little Ear finished her soup? I'll wash the bowl and return it to you. Tsundere snapped back to reality, her heart racing as she turned to the soup on her desk. Dad, wait a moment. She hastily drank the warm soup in one go, her forehead still tingling from the kiss she had just received. Yin Shu exclaimed, hey, take it slow. Uncle Sue chimed in, no rush. Yet, Tsundere felt her hands tremble at Yin Shu's voice, recalling how close her father was to the door. How could he be so daring? Her face flushed, and she dared not look at Yin Shu, feeling too embarrassed to ask him to retrieve the bowl for her. Instead, she lowered her head and went around to hand the bowl to the waiting Uncle Sue. Noticing her flushed complexion, Uncle Sue inquired with concern, what with your face? Why is it so red? He reached out to touch her forehead, but Tsundere quickly intercepted his hand, insisting, I'm fine, Dad. The soup is just a bit hot, and, Yin Shu frustrated me with his studying. Tsundere was not adept at lying. She had always been a well-behaved child. Thus, she felt guilty uttering those words. Yet because of her inherent goodness, Uncle Sue took her words at face value, merely sighing and advising, be patient. Everyone's capacity for understanding differs. In the end, Tsundere responded absent-mindedly, and Uncle Sue, needing to prepare dinner, turned to the kitchen, kindly suggesting, I might be a bit noisy while cooking, so you two should close the door while you study. It seemed that in the eyes of both families, they were still the same soft, innocent children, oblivious to the fact that they had grown up. Yin Shu acknowledged, understood, Uncle, as he moved toward the door to close it. However, Tsundere's instinct told her that allowing Yin Shu to shut the door was unwise. What if he dared to do something more? They had already shared a kiss. She pressed her hand against the door he was about to close, her voice attempting to sound stern. It came out soft and somewhat timid. What are you doing? Outside, they could hear Uncle Sue starting to chop vegetables. Yen Shu innocently replied, Uncle just told us to close the door if it gets too noisy. Not noisy. Sumia insisted, Herr urgency evident. Yen Shu chuckled at her flustered face. What are you so nervous about? Uncle is still outside. I wouldn't dare do anything. He released his grip, teasingly asking, so, shall I not close the door? Are we still studying? What did he mean by not daring? He had just shown courage. Sumia glanced at Yen Shu's composed demeanor. Realizing he was indeed someone experienced in romance, exuding calmness, a pang of jealousy stirred within her as she turned away to the desk, declaring, I'll go find a chair to bring in. Why have you suddenly switched to a slightly angry tone? Yen Shu pondered, completely unaware that she was mentally revisiting past grievances. He obediently stepped outside to fetch a chair. Upon sitting down, he noticed a yellow river exam paper before him. To be fair, he could tackle it, but Sumir had previously given him foundational materials to improve upon. Why the sudden shift to competition questions? Was a kiss the price to pay? If he completed 10 papers, could he earn 10 kisses? That was not entirely out of reach. Sumir was indeed being deliberate. Yet seeing Yen Shu's lack of action made her wonder if she was being too excessive. Feeling soft-hearted and guilty, she reached out her delicate hand to take the paper from him, replacing it with another, saying, You should do this one instead. Yen Shu stifled a laugh. But knowing he had already pushed his luck tonight, he refrained from teasing further, lest she truly become upset. Despite his regret, he felt elated. After all, he had once thought that his adoration would never find closure, but suddenly, there was a defined timeline. Once that moment arrived, his long journey of pursuing her would step into its first successful chapter, transformation into a girlfriend. Just the thought brought him joy. A prospective boyfriend was still less than a true boyfriend. Otherwise, the kiss would have been on her lips, not her forehead. Yen Shu sighed wistfully. At that moment, Sumir paused in her writing, unable to suppress her curiosity. What's wrong? Is the question still too difficult? Chapter 56. Yen Shu resolved to bring her strawberry milk the next day. After all, it was pink. He turned his profile toward her, resting his head on the table. The desk was small, and by leaning in, he inevitably brushed against Sumir. Habitually, she shrank back, attempting to provide him with more space. Yen Shu noticed her movement and sighed, speaking in a feigned, sorrowful tone. You seem to still be afraid of me. Do you not like me? Sumir was perplexed by the source of his conclusions, unable to suppress a frown. What are you saying? Disliking you? Can I be kissed by someone I dislike? Who do you think you are? Sumir felt a flicker of anger. Yen Shu, quick to read her expression, extended his hand and candidly remarked, Actually, I sense that you also harbor feelings for me. However, your recent act of evasion was truly hurtful. His words were earnest and sincere. Indeed, Sumir's face turned slightly unnatural. She had instinctively recoiled. The warmth from where Yen Shu had kissed her forehead still lingered. That soft touch imprinted on her skin. This was the second time Yen Shu had kissed her. Observing her closely, Yen Shu gently moved his outstretched hand, asking, Shall we hold hands? You should try to reach out to me. His voice was soft, laced with temptation. When one is enamored, the desire to touch the beloved is irresistible. I like you, perhaps even more than you realize. Thus, I cannot help but seek your closeness. And your retreat feels quite painful to me. The last part was Sumir's own guilt-ridden interpretation. She blinked and ultimately chose to grasp Yen Shu's hand, her delicate, pale fingers enveloping his palm. Then, in a swift motion, she turned her head away, exclaiming, No more talking. Focus on your exam, and refused to meet his gaze again. Yen Shu, looking at their intertwined hands, noted that her touch was no longer the icy chill of her earlier distress. Instead, it radiated warmth, resting obediently in his palm. The mirth in Yen Shu's eyes was difficult to contain, and his heartbeat gradually steadied. He tightened his grip slightly. When she shifted uncomfortably, she did not pull away. Their palms pressed together, and it felt as if their heartbeats began to synchronize. Silence enveloped them, one diligently writing, the other with flushed cheeks. Eyes lowered in concentration on her book. Their postures may have been somewhat awkward, yet neither wished to retract their hands. The air conditioning hummed softly in the room. Yet the warmth of their clasped hands rendered the sticky sensation unavoidable. But what did it matter? They continued to hold each other tightly. Yen Shu desired little more than the assurance of her presence in that moment. Eventually, when they parted, they exchanged a glance. Sumir's beautiful eyes sparkled with shyness, tinged with a hint of pride. As Yen Shu prepared to leave, she hastily defended herself. I don't dislike you. I'm not forcing anything. In essence, she conveyed, I like you, and I am willing. Yen Shu smiled, reaching out to affectionately ruffle her hair. I understand. The door swung open to reveal their fathers standing in the living room. Su-mi wanted to caution Yen-shu against such boldness, yet both fathers merely exchanged glances, their interest waning immediately. Yen-shu unabashedly greeted Su Wang before turning to leave with Yen-shang. During dinner, Su Wang suddenly remarked, "It seems Yen-shu has improved quite a bit." Su-mi, who had been serving herself, could not help but smile. "Yes, he is quite good now." Su Wang glanced at her, surprised. "Your relationship with him seemed rather ordinary before." Su-mi whispered, "Not really." Su Wang chuckled and shook his head. "Children your age all have their own ideas." The conversation shifted, and Su-mi silently added, "I never had an ordinary relationship with him. I have always liked him immensely." Yen-shu's day had been a roller coaster of emotions, culminating in joy. That night, he dreamt an unrelated dream, one where he received a love letter from Su-mi in middle school, and they seamlessly became a couple. Upon waking, he wore a smile, tinged with a hint of melancholy for the years lost. Yet, the thought of being Su-mi as prospective boyfriend sent his spirits soaring. In the morning, he intentionally left home early. Thus, when Su-mi stepped out, she was taken aback to see Yen-shu waiting at the elevator. Glancing at her watch, she exclaimed, "Am I late today?" Her voice carried a note of annoyance, yet upon realizing the time, she was confused. It was the usual hour. Yen-shu offered her a bottle of milk, reaching out to take her school bag by habit, only to realize, "No, I left home early." Then he remembered that both their bags were still at school. "Why? Today isn't even your turn for duty?" Su-mi asked, accepting the milk and pressing the elevator button with curiosity. As they ascended together, the elevator was bustling with neighbors heading out to buy groceries. They exchanged greetings with familiar aunties, responding politely. Consequently, Yen-shu did not immediately answer Su-mi's inquiry. It was only when the elevator doors opened, and they followed the aunties out, that he leaned in closer to her ear and whispered, "I'm pursuing you. You ought to be more proactive." Startled while sipping her milk, Su-mi coughed violently. Yen-shu, taken by surprise, quickly patted her back. "Is it really that shocking?" Once she regained her composure, she looked at him, cheeks flushed. "Why are you saying that? I never asked you to pursue me." Yet Yen-shu's gaze lingered on her rosy face. Noting the milk that had spilled from her lips, her eyes misty. As a normal young man, Yen-shu, having just awakened, was not entirely innocent in his thoughts. Inevitably, certain images crossed his mind. Su-mi stared at him, puzzled, calling out, "Yen-shu?" He took a deep breath, awkwardly diverting his gaze, but he soon turned back, softly saying, "Don't move." As he gently wiped away the white smudge from her mouth, his expression grew serious. "Let's go to school." He turned, his posture slightly awkward as he walked ahead. Su-mi stood bewildered, watching his uncomfortable retreat, wondering what had transpired. Yen-shu resolved to bring her strawberry milk the next day. At least it would be pink. Chapter 57. Yen-shu's words, a deceitful charm. The two returned to school, as usual. Upon entering the classroom, Su-mi found herself the center of attention. Her familiar classmates, including Zhang Xian, gathered around her with concern and warmth. Yen-shu observed the seemingly impassive girl blushing under the attention as she shared snacks from her drawer. In many ways, Su-mi was remarkably innocent, responding to kindness with even greater kindness. Yet her reticence led many to perceive her as unapproachable, a proud girl with a tender heart. Feng Zheng broke the silence. "Wipe that smile off your face. It's rather unsettling." Yen-shu rolled his eyes. "Just be quiet." Beside them, the program was munching on bread and interjected with a correction, saying, "What are you babbling about? That's clearly a case of infatuation." His words were somewhat muffled due to the bread in his mouth. Feng Zheng and Chen Feng erupted into hearty laughter. Yen-shu flashed a warm smile at the program, expressing her gratitude. "I truly appreciate your insight." The program chuckled in a simple-minded way, replying, "No need for thanks." Su-mi and the others were drawn to the laughter of Feng Zheng and Chen Feng. Zhang Xian inquired, "What is so funny?" "Ha ha ha, it's just Yinge being infatuated." Feng Zheng replied with mirth. The group responded in unison with an amused "oh," their voices harmonizing perfectly. Yesterday, many had witnessed Yen-shu's anxious demeanor as Su-mi had fallen ill, including the moment when he tenderly kissed her hand. So, in light of this reminder, their gazes toward Yen-shu and Su-mi shifted to a more suggestive nature. Zhang Fei playfully remarked, "With Mi's looks, there are bound to be countless admirers." She winked at Yen-shu, teasing, "What do you think, Yinge?" However, Yen-shu, with a cheerful demeanor, took the bait, saying, "Well, others shouldn't be infatuated." The group erupted into another chorus of "oh, oh, oh." Su-mi's cheeks flushed red. How could he be so lacking in subtlety? Yen-shu, on the other hand, believed he was being quite discreet. He thought to himself that he could have made a declaration, Look, that stunning one is mine. He had effectively claimed his territory, leaving any other suitors with no chance. Fortunately, at that moment, Teacher Sue entered the classroom, admonishing, "What are you all chattering about like monkeys? Settle down and prepare for morning reading." The crowd dispersed. Teacher Sue, noticing Sue Mir's complexion, which seemed excessively rosy, gently asked, "Mir, are you feeling all right?" Sue Mir quickly stood up, reassured her, "I'm fine now, teacher. I apologize for causing you and everyone concerned." "Oh, it's a relief to hear that," Teacher Sue replied, recalling how startled she had been yesterday when this otherwise diligent student suddenly fell ill. Thankfully, someone had noticed in time to administer medication and call an ambulance. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Last night, she had contemplated for a long while about finding an opportunity to speak with Sue Mir and Yin Shu individually. Their situation was quite evident. Yet, upon witnessing Sue Mir in distress yesterday, Teacher Sue hesitated. After all, Sue Mir was such a well-behaved child. Thus, she gently told Sue Mir, "You don't need to stand. Please sit down and focus on your studies." Then, she turned to Yin Shu, saying, "Yin Shu, would you come with me for a moment?" Since there was nothing more Sue Mir could do, she could only seek out Yin Shu. Yin Shu stood up and followed Teacher Sue out of the classroom, casting a reassuring glance back at Sue Mir. Yet, he understood that her inherently anxious nature meant she would not be able to relax easily. Once inside the office, they found it empty, likely because everyone had gone to supervise morning reading. Teacher Sue sat down, observing Yin Shu, who stood somewhat casually, yet undeniably possessed a countenance that would appeal to many girls. Otherwise, the fervent pursuit by Jean Lilly from Class 9 would not have been so public and passionate. At this stage of life, both boys and girls were filled with a sense of yearning for the opposite sex, a sentiment Teacher Sue could relate to from her own past. Indeed, she had spoken to Yin Shu several times when he had frequently skipped classes. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that he would now be so earnest and well-behaved that she would need to initiate a conversation with him. This made it significantly more challenging to broach the subject. After waiting for a while without Teacher Sue speaking, Yin Shu broke the silence, asking, "Teacher, did you call me here to make me stand? Shall I fetch my vocabulary notebook first?" Teacher Sue glanced at him, noting, "Well, it seems you're quite self-aware now." Yin Shu responded with a charming smile, fully aware that he could surmise the reason for Teacher Sue's summons. Her expression during that incident in the park had been quite telling. Teacher Sue gestured for him to sit, saying, "I'm not making you stand, just sit down." Yin Shu complied obediently. Teacher Sue finally spoke. "What is going on between you and me?" Yin Shu responded with a slight surprise. "Which aspect are you referring to, teacher? Are you two in a romantic relationship?" Teacher Sue inquired all at once, feeling somewhat perturbed. Unexpectedly, Yin Shu shook his head, declaring, "No, teacher. At least not at the moment. There won't be any chance this semester." He sighed, reiterating, "I truly mean it, teacher." Teacher Sue frowned, recalling how readily he had acknowledged his relationship with Jean Lilly before. "So, you're being quite candid now, and it's true that you aren't involved, right?" Yin Shu's tone was earnest. "I'm not lying, teacher. It hasn't even begun." He pondered for a moment, reflecting on whether perhaps Sue Mir was concerned about his academic performance, prompting her to motivate him to strive harder. With this thought, he found himself unable to sit still. "Teacher, I must return to morning reading. I genuinely haven't started dating. Sue Mir said she wants to contribute to her country, and I can't be a hindrance on her path. Therefore, I must also contribute to the nation, and alongside that, work towards building a better home." Teacher Sue, not grasping his underlying thoughts, hesitated at his words, asking, "So, were you rejected?" Yin Shu felt as if everyone had been pricking at his heart lately. Although it wasn't a complete rejection, it was close enough to that sentiment. Consequently, his expression darkened. Teacher Sue assumed she had hit the nail on the head. Realizing that today, youth often held their pride in high regard, she swiftly changed the subject. "Oh, Sue Mir has good grades. You should study hard as well. After you enter university, who knows how things might change for you." Unintentionally, the conversation turned into Teacher Sue attempting to console Yin Shu. At first, he didn't interrupt, but as the discussion continued, he felt awkward about not interjecting. He could only listen solemnly as Teacher Sue comforted him, painting an idyllic picture of university life and the many exceptional young women he might encounter. If it weren't for his previous experiences, he might have been convinced. Chapter 58. She responded to Yin Shu in her own clumsy way. Teacher Sue earnestly encouraged him to study until the bell for morning reading rang, allowing Yin Shu to return. Sue Mir, however, was not particularly focused during morning reading. Recently, Yin Shu hadn't caused any trouble, and there had been no instances of tardiness or absences. So, what could Teacher Sue possibly be discussing with him for such an extended period? Sumir's initial thought was that they were discussing early romance. Teacher Su's all-knowing gaze had left a profound impression on her. Unfortunately, after morning reading, class commenced immediately, leaving no time for a break. Yanshu entered the classroom just ahead of Teacher Su, and Sumir found no opportunity to speak with him. However, as he passed by her desk, his hand casually brushed against the surface, leaving behind a small piece of candy, a white rabbit milk candy. Suemiya blinked, glancing at him from the side, but Yanshu maintained a neutral expression, still smiling at her. Perhaps she was merely overthinking things? All right, everyone wake up. Class is starting. Take out the papers we were discussing earlier. I see all of you looking so lethargic. It's almost time for your final year. The Chinese teacher rapped on the desk, urging everyone to pay attention. Sumir shifted her gaze back, reaching for the candy that still bore Yanshu's warmth, thinking, even unwrapped. I can tell it must be sweet. As for the Chinese class, it was somewhat hypnotic for Yanshu. However, today I managed to endure and listen until the end. With only 2 weeks until the final exams, I must strive harder. I aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with his wife soon. Although it has been quite a while since I left high school, the memories of Yanshu's repeated studies remain vividly etched in my mind. Thus, many concepts from textbooks and test papers still linger. Don't ask, for it seems that many times I respond out of instinct. Therefore, Yanshu is quite confident about this final exam, primarily because he had performed so poorly before. Any effort should yield improvement. During the first class, the teacher extended the lesson, and as soon as class ended, Sumir turned around, and Yanshu looked at her, anticipating her question. However, before she could inquire, she was whisked away by Zhang Xian and others to the restroom. Yanshu has yet to comprehend why girls must go to the restroom together. Nonetheless, with Sumir gone, the gossip-monger Feng Zheng approached. Brother Yin, what did Teacher Su want to discuss with you? Chen Fang was also curious. Yes, what was it? Oh, she mentioned that flowers that bloom too early are prone to withering. Yanshu replied lazily. Feng Zheng and Chen Fang exchanged bewildered glances. What does that mean? Yanshu glanced at them. Do you know why Xiaoming's grandfather lived to be 105? I can answer that. Chen Fang interjected. Isn't it because you shouldn't meddle in others' affairs? But does that relate to our conversation? Feng Zheng, catching Yanshu's sarcasm, clicked his tongue in understanding and looked pityingly at Chen Fang. Feng, you should read less and think more flexibly. This guy says we're meddling in others' business. Yanshu chuckled at their banter. Feng Zheng and Chen Fang then conspired on how to tease him further. In such a light-hearted atmosphere, Yanshu felt a sense of ease. After entering the workforce, perhaps due to his profession as a doctor, having witnessed so much of life and death, moments of lightness seemed like a luxury. Yanshu had contemplated whether he would choose to be a doctor again if given another chance. He did not wish for Sumir to follow the same path. In his previous life, she too had pursued medicine for his sake. Yet, Yanshu genuinely enjoyed his work. He had saved numerous lives, and though it was exhausting, witnessing the revival of those on the brink of death filled him with joy. If given another chance, he would still consider studying medicine. However, he would consult Sumir and heed her advice, for ultimately, everything paled in comparison to her importance in his eyes. When Sumir and the others returned, class resumed, and the second period was taught by Teacher Su. Then came the break for running exercises. Sumir felt that despite being separated by just a track, they had no opportunity to exchange a single word. The running sessions were supervised by Teacher Su, and feeling guilty, Sumir dared not act overly familiar with Yanshu in her presence. So she walked alongside Zhang Xian and the others. Yanshu, trailing behind, felt a sigh rising within him. Yet, from Teacher Su's perspective, this scene seemed to confirm her suspicions that Yanshu had indeed not pursued Sumir. During the running exercises, the teachers typically did not follow along, instead congregating in small groups along the track to chat, while occasionally glancing at their classes. Thus, Yanshu slowed his pace to match Sumir. You've been holding it in all morning. Haven tea you? What do you want to ask? Sumir, as always looking somewhat pale while running, managed to maintain steady breathing. What did Teacher Su want with you? As Yanshu kept pace beside Sumir, Zhang Xian, who had been accompanying her, laughed and sprinted ahead. She was discussing the issue of flowers blooming too early. Yanshu teased her. Sumi, her eyes widened in surprise. Her voice tinged with urgency and a hint of a whisper. You're admitting that we're in a premature romance? Isn't a flower that blooms too early just a metaphor for early love? Yanshu fell silent. Sumir understood him too well and was quite astute. She grasped his implication almost immediately. However, he sought to soothe her, albeit somewhat sorrowfully. We aren't in a premature romance. What is there to admit? Teacher Su was simply comforting me after my heartbreak. Sumir found this a bit absurd. She could almost picture how Teacher Su would comfort Yanshu. She was indeed a wonderful teacher. Thus, she hesitated. You can't deceive a teacher like that, wait. I'm not deceiving her. Yin Shu protested, feeling somewhat wronged. Should I admit to a chaotic early romance? But it hasn't even begun yet at that moment. He suddenly smiled at Su Mir, appearing a bit mischievous. Then will you promise to be with me now? I'll immediately go tell Teacher Su that we're in a premature romance. Su Mir retorted. Is your skin as thick as a city wall? How can you be so shameless? With an expressionless face, she turned away. Run faster. Is it acceptable for a boy to run this slowly? Seeing her stern little face, Yin Shu couldn't help but chuckle softly, muttering, so fierce. He then quickened his pace by a couple of steps, only to hear her call out from behind, wait. Yin Shu turned to look at her. As he extended his hand, Su Mir averted her gaze, her expression unchanged, merely placing a piece of candy into his outstretched palm, saying with a fierce tone, go run. Yin Shu felt the soft touch of her fingertips glide across his palm and looked down to see a strawberry milk candy resting there. He had given her a big white rabbit candy, and in return, she offered him a strawberry milk candy. Su Mir was responding to Yin Shu in her clumsy way. I do not dislike you. I will respond to your affections with equal fervor, if not more. Even though she was not good with words and shy to express herself, Yin Shu understood her meaning. He tightened his grip on the candy and quickly reached out to ruffle her hair, I understand. And your ears are turning red, class monitor. He then turned and continued running ahead. She could hide her embarrassment by not looking, but she wouldn't run far. As long as Su Mir took a couple of steps forward, she could catch up with Yin Shu. Yet at that moment, her face was flushed from ear to ear. Sumi, you're truly hopeless. Chapter 59. When you plan to pledge yourself? After completing their running exercises, there was a brief respite, and Yin Shu went to buy water with Feng Zheng and the others. A few boys were playfully discussing whether to go out for lunch. But Yin Shu didn't mind. After all, Su Mir would likely have lunch with Zhang Xian and the other girls. Eating with a bunch of boys was all rather similar. As they playfully made their way back, they passed by class 3 when suddenly a girl dashed out. Yin Shu. Instinctively, he and his friends turned to look. Feng Zheng let out a quiet, oh, here comes the peach blossom. The girl approached Yin Shu with quick steps. Looking up at him with a smile, hello, I'm Li Xian. Thank you for saving me during the trip. Yin Shu recalled her. She was the girl who had suffered an epileptic seizure earlier. He smiled and nodded. Your gratitude is appreciated. It was merely a simple matter. I happened to see it. Having said that, he prepared to leave. Many people were aware that he had assisted a girl during her seizure. So when they realized she was merely here to thank him, they lost interest in gossiping. After all, if someone saved your life, it was only right to express gratitude. However, Li Xian clearly did not expect Yin Shu to accept her thanks so readily and turned to leave. She hurriedly followed a couple of steps and softly said, could I treat you to a meal? My parents want to thank you properly. In the past, Yin Shu, accustomed to his role as a doctor, had encountered family members offering gifts or red envelopes. Thus, dealing with this particularly experienced individual, it is evident that the responsibilities at hand are no longer applicable. He meandered through his words, asserting that it was unnecessary, for the ambulance was already en route. Don't mention it, he said with a nod before departing. Li Xian felt reluctant to pursue further, having faced rejection twice. The young lady was, after all, somewhat bashful. Feng Zheng wrapped his arm around Yin Shu's shoulder, teasingly remarked, Brother Yin, I just now thought you were rather cool. You used to be quite foolish, Yin Shu replied earnestly. Only now do you discover my charm. The surrounding boys erupted into laughter. Feng Zheng exclaimed, get lost. Yin Shu joined in the laughter, entirely unfazed by the incident. However, he remained unaware of Li Xian's steadfast determination. At noon, she awaited him at the classroom entrance. Yin Shu had been engaged in solving a particularly perplexing problem with Su Mir, yet several boys, likely aware that Li Xian was waiting for him, leaned in and called out, Yin, a beautiful girl is waiting for you. Another cheekily added, why does Brother Yin always have girls waiting? What about us? Because Brother Yin is handsome. You're just ugly. They then playfully tussled away. Yin Shu remarked, you all are quite enthusiastic. Su Mir, who had been diligently noting down the solution on her draft paper, paused to glance outside, spotting a girl peering in at the door. She returned her gaze. Coolly falling upon Yin Shu, are you going out? It's inconsiderate to keep someone waiting. Yin Shu observed the indifferent expression on Su Mir's face and thought, she's jealous again. He chuckled helplessly. That's the girl I rescued at the park. She probably just wants to express her gratitude. I had already declined her invitation. Yin Shu innocently blinked. It has nothing to do with me. I wasn't planning on meeting anyone. I intended to ask you out for a meal instead. His straightforwardness and candor made Su Mir's expression falter. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upward, but she swiftly suppressed it, unable to contain her jealousy. Why not give her a chance? Maybe she wants to treat you to a meal. She has been waiting quite a while. Yen Shu gently pressed his hand against her little head. Can you guess why I want to give her that chance? I fear that if I gaze at her too long, someone might drown in a vat of vinegar. At this moment, the classroom was sparsely populated, with students scattered about either seated or resting. The two conversed in hushed tones. Yen Shu gazed into Su Mir's beautiful eyes. Would you like to go out and tell her not to wait? He smiled, subtly asserting his claim. What claim? Su Mir's voice was soft and slightly wavering. Despite having stated they were not together, her jealousy seemed to lack a solid foundation. It's the claim of belonging to you, Yen Shu replied lightly. Even if I haven't officially committed to you, in my eyes, you will always occupy this position. He gently tapped his heart with his pen. One could say that Yen Shu, being older than Su Mir, understood her all too well. In just a few sentences, he could soften her heart. Su Mir felt even more guilty, realizing she had been unfair to Yen Shu. Ultimately, under his persuasion, she found herself approaching Li Xian. Li Xian had been hesitating at the door, unsure whether to call Yen Shu out. She genuinely wished to express her gratitude, but there was also a hint of girlish sentimentality. After all, being rescued by a handsome classmate was rather reminiscent of a romantic drama's opening scene. Thus, despite having been rejected, she wrestled with her emotions and decided to come. Yet, she was met with the sight of Yen Shu and Su Mir huddled together. Engrossed in solving problems, she observed keenly, noticing that while Su Mir was focused on the draft paper, Yen Shu's gaze was firmly fixed on Su Mir's face. The image of a handsome boy and a beautiful girl was strikingly conspicuous, causing her fleeting thoughts to dissipate, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, she refrained from intruding. At that moment, seeing Su Mir step outside while Yen Shu remained seated, Li Xian felt a pang of exasperation. Xu feeling awkward, addressed Li Xuan. Yen Shu isn't going out for lunch. Before she could finish, Li Xian interrupted. That's fine. Can you please give him the snack? I simply cannot bear to leave without expressing my gratitude. Li Xian's laughter was bright and unrestrained, adding, in ancient times, I'd have to repay him with my person. Seeing Su Mir's expression darken, she quickly laughed. I'm just joking. Please give this to him as a token of thanks. And I promise not to disturb him again. In the end, Su Mir took the snack and returned with a serious expression. Her mind was consumed by the phrase, repaying with my person. How could that be? Yen Shu, catching sight of her solemn demeanor, grew concerned and asked, What's wrong? Su Mir placed the snack bag on his desk. Oh, she's offering to repay you with her person. This is the dowry, or rather, the bride price. Yen Shu appeared bewildered. What? Su Mir, however, did not address his confusion, merely glancing at Yen Shu's face, muttering under her breath with indignation. If saving someone warrants such a repayment, then it should rightly be me. After all, it was Yen Shu who had discovered her during her episodes. So how could he not be considered her savior? Though Yen Shu did not grasp what had transpired, upon hearing Su Mir's declaration of offering herself, he replied without a moment's hesitation, Sure. When do you plan to repay? Xu Chapter 60. In ancient times, child brides were kept in their own rooms. Su Mir regarded Yen Shu's expression, which had practically slipped out without thought, with profound complexity. She opened her mouth. I was merely saying that. I don't care. I'm serious. Yen Shu laughed. How did I not think of repaying with my person? If that won't suffice, I could also offer myself to you. You've tutored me for so long, and I have no way to repay you. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. Yen Shu felt he had stumbled upon a shortcut, achieving his goal in one fell swoop. What do you think? Could I be considered a child groom? From now on, you can keep me in your room. I'll be very obedient. Before he could finish, he was silenced by Su Mir, who, with wide eyes and a flushed face, covered his mouth. Shut up. What are you saying? This is a classroom. Yen Shu found his mouth covered by her soft, delicate hand, and upon gazing at her shy visage, he couldn't help but smile. What is so wrong to say? I'm not saying anything inappropriate. In ancient times, weren't child brides raised in their rooms? He genuinely wished to be kept in Su Mir's room. Yen Shu spoke with such innocence. Unfortunately, Su Mir was a girl well-versed in numerous novels. Although the author of Spicy Rabbit Head with a Dash of Sugar was quite pure, the comments from readers often contained more suggestive undertones. Thus, yes, Su Mir indeed understood quite a bit. Upon hearing Yen Shu mention being kept in a room, her mind inevitably conjured certain images. How could Yen Shu know such things? Moreover, being kept in a room, whatever one said or did, sounded rather suggestive. And so, Yen Shu found himself silenced, watching as her face inexplicably turned even redder. Yen Shu? What has happened? He pressed a kiss to Su Mir's palm, only to see her swiftly retract her hand, covering the spot he had kissed. exclaiming, "That is so dirty." Yin Shu reached out and gently touched her adorably flushed face, inquiring, "What occupies your thoughts? Why is your face so crimson?" Sumire certainly would not confide her thoughts to Yin Shu. Flustered, she stood abruptly and declared, "Let us go eat. I'm famished." Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. However, he refrained from pressing further and followed the somewhat flustered Sumire outside. His mind lingered on their earlier conversation. Upon exiting, they discovered that Li Xian had already departed. Yin Shu exhaled in relief, realizing that even his wife was vexed. It was best to maintain a safe distance from the opposite sex. Yet, his curiosity piqued. How had she committed herself so fully? Wasn't his childhood husband suggestion more appropriate? No, childhood husband, full commitment? Yin Shu's gaze flickered as he pondered the reason behind Sumire's blush. His wife. Indeed, she must have read extensively in her past life, which occasionally resulted in her whimsical thoughts. Almost forgotten, the innocent facade of the little white rabbit concealed a rather impure heart. He playfully pressed a finger to Sumire's head, asking, "What thoughts occupy that little mind of yours daily?" Flushing, Sumire swatted his hand away, as they stood in the stairwell, devoid of any onlookers. Instead of releasing Yin Shu's hand, she grasped it tightly and exclaimed, "Why are you so annoying, Yin Shu? Did he somehow suspect something? But that shouldn't be the case, right? If he truly knew, it would be quite embarrassing for her. Moreover, how could Yin Shu forego the opportunity to tease her?" Yin Shu chuckled, reversing his grip to hold her hand firmly. "All right, I will cease to be bothersome, if that pleases you." Of course, Yin Shu would not let this opportunity slip by. He merely chose not to bring it up at that moment. By evening, after completing their study session together, Sumire had nearly forgotten the earlier incident. Her mouth occupied with the strawberry milk candy Yin Shu had just given her, the very one she had gifted him that morning. Yin Shu mentioned that he had been experiencing tooth pain, thus relinquishing all his candy to Sumire while cautioning her against overindulgence. At that moment, seated in the back of the car, Sumire, with the candy in her mouth, spoke with a muffled voice. "How do you have so much candy?" "To help me quit smoking. My mouth has been so bland." Yin Shu sighed, feeling a twinge of tooth discomfort. Sumire fell silent for a moment, realizing she hadn't caught a whiff of smoke from Yin Shu in quite some time. Previously, the scent had lingered, albeit faintly. Now, it was entirely absent. Her eyes crinkled into a smile. "Why quit smoking?" Yin Shu turned to meet her sparkling eyes, understanding that she was feigning ignorance on purpose. He decided to humor her, speaking leisurely for a certain childhood wife, of course. Sumina's face flushed deeply as she abruptly slapped his back, the sound resounding sharply. Concerned, she quickly spoke up. "I'm sorry, did that hurt?" Truthfully, it did not hurt. It merely sounded loud. What strength could such a petite frame possess? Yet, Yin Shu feigned a groan of pain. Naturally, Sumire's hands began to anxiously explore his back. Her voice tinged with worry. "Does it hurt?" Her tone was laced with both annoyance and caution. Yin Shu halted the car by the roadside, turning to face her, and saw the unmasked concern in her eyes. "I'm just teasing. It doesn't hurt," he smiled reassuringly. Sumire shot him an indignant glare, retorting, "Who is the one making absurd claims?" Yin Shu raised an eyebrow. "What absurdity have I uttered? You just mentioned something about a childhood wife. So, you took offense?" His voice was laced with suppressed laughter. Sumire shot him a displeased glance, her expression adorably haughty. "Are you not referring to me? Do you have other childhood friends?" It seemed that the only other female in Yin Shu's life who could qualify as a childhood wife was indeed her alone. How could Yin Shu assert otherwise? He dare not, for he indeed meant her. Observing her prideful demeanor, he found her utterly charming. "I was referring to you, of course. You are unwilling to acknowledge that I am your childhood husband, so I can only imagine you as my childhood wife." Yin Shu proceeded to articulate his thoughts, revealing that in some contexts, a childhood wife was expected to remain indoors, forbidden to study. "But I would attend school, returning to teach you. You must sit on my lap while learning, and if you excel, I will reward you with candy. However, failure entails a punishment in my room, where you cannot wander." He said nothing overtly explicit, yet Sumire's imagination ran wild, her face aflame, forgetting to tell Yin Shu to cease his chatter. How could he speak so brazenly? Chapter 61. "I will accompany you to university. Do not leave." Yin Shu initially intended to tease her, but as he spoke, the imagery became vivid. They both fell silent simultaneously, standing beneath a tree by the roadside, with students occasionally passing by after school. The dim yellow light of the street lamp filtered through the branches, casting a flickering glow upon their faces. Yin Shu could still discern the redness of her cheeks. His throat felt dry as he swallowed. Clearing his throat softly, he suggested, "Well, let us head back. I was merely jesting." He truly wished to amuse Sumire, yet now he found himself in a rather awkward situation. Such thoughts were better left unexamined, lest he risk embarrassing himself in public. Yin Shu reiterated, "Let us get in the car and return home." Sumier's face was also slightly flushed as she averted her gaze, mumbling a soft acknowledgement. She dared not let Yin Shu discover her own vivid imaginings, nor did she wish to meet his gaze, thus failing to notice his peculiar demeanor. During the latter part of the journey, both harbored unspoken thoughts, resulting in a comfortable silence between them. Upon arriving home, they exchanged a brief goodnight before retreating into their respective rooms. Unusually, Yin Shu found his parents together at home, seated side by side, watching television without any quarrel. They turned their attention to him as he entered, in contrast to the relatively harmonious relationship he shared with Yin Cheng. His bond with Lu Ye had always been somewhat strained. In his past life, Lu Ye had been a career-driven woman. Her priorities seldom aligned with family. Many hurtful words had been exchanged during arguments with Yin Cheng. However, perhaps because of this, she did not strongly oppose his marriage to Su Mir in his previous life, likely feeling that she lacked the authority to do so since she had not nurtured him adequately. There might have been other reasons as well. She had also joined Yin Shu in persuading Yin Cheng regarding having children, often stating that with advancements in technology and medicine, alternatives existed. Thus, Yin Shu's feelings toward Lu Ye were quite complex. Of course, upon his rebirth, all that remained was a sense of indifference. Upon noticing his return, Lu Ye called out, "Yin Shu, come here. We need to talk." Yin Shu initially assumed she would broach the topic of their divorce or inquire about his future plans. As he approached, he remarked, "Please don't ask. I'm of age now. If you divorce, I won't side with either of you. Though I won't be moving out just yet." "Divorce? Who was expecting that? You little rascal," Yin Cheng retorted, casting a wary glance at his wife, wary that she might entertain their son as words. It was a rare moment of harmony between them. Yin Shu felt exasperated. Was he the one who had brought it up? It was clearly during one of their daily quarrels. Yet at this moment, he refrained from retorting and instead settled into the solitary armchair nearby. What could he possibly say? Lu Ye handed him a file, which contained information about several foreign universities. "Take a look." Yin Shu paused for a moment, staring at the file without making a move. Did this happen in his previous life? He had forgotten. Back then, he would never have given his parents the chance to speak. Yin Shu exhaled deeply, pondering the implications. Lu Ye, observing his expression of helplessness, remarked, "Given your academic performance these past few years, you're unlikely to gain admission to a prestigious domestic university. It would be more beneficial to study abroad for a few years and then come back to join the company." "I will not study abroad," Yin Shu interrupted her calmly, repeating, "I will not study abroad, and besides, I am only in the second year of high school. There is still a year left." However, Lu Ye, known for her assertive demeanor, interjected with displeasure. "But what does that matter? With the grades, what can possibly change? Studying abroad for 3 to 4 years would only work to your advantage. Otherwise, you might end up attending an ordinary university and choosing a trivial major to coast through 4 years." Had the 18-year-old Yin Shu been in this situation, he would have exploded with anger. Yet, the current Yin Shu quietly listened to his mother's words. Yin Cheng, seated nearby, felt her comments were somewhat harsh and softly urged, "You should speak more kindly." Lu Ye glanced at him but then softened her tone. "If your grades were as good as Showered was, I wouldn't worry, but look at your grades. They are concerning." Yin Cheng, wary of hurting their son's pride, quickly added, "Actually, during the middle school entrance exams, the scores were quite similar. It's just that over these past few years, our son hasn't been very focused." Contrary to Yin Cheng's expectations, Yin Shu did not express anger. Instead, he said, "Mom and Dad, I understand your concerns about my grades. Recently, I have been studying diligently. There is still a year until my senior year, and by the end of this term, you will surely see my progress." Yin Shu stood up, shouldering his backpack, and declared, "My intentions are clear. I will not study abroad, and I have already set my sights on my university goals. You can rest assured, I shall not bring disgrace upon you." With that, he bid them good night and returned to his room. The calmness he exhibited surprised both parents. Only after the sound of his door closing did Lu Ye speak up. "When did our son become so mild-tempered? He used to be impatient even after exchanging a few words with us, but today he was unexpectedly composed." Yin Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. "Actually, he's been quite well-behaved lately. Hardly losing his temper at all, in fact. He has barely shown any signs of anger." "Has the rebellious phase passed?" The couple spoke in unison, exchanging a glance before quickly averting their eyes. Back in his room, Yin Shu attempted to recall whether his parents had contemplated sending him abroad during his second year in his previous life. He truly had no recollection of such a discussion. Based on his past disposition, he would have undoubtedly rejected the idea without a second thought. He placed his backpack down and went to take a shower. Deeming the matter inconsequential, as he was resolute in his decision not to study abroad. After all, there was no Erdwa overseas. Meanwhile, Sumire sat at the dining table, sipping the soup her parents had left for her while listening to their conversation. Suwang suddenly remarked, "By the way, I ran into old Yin today, and it seems he wants Yin Shu to study abroad after graduating from high school, suggesting that with his grades, he might struggle overseas." Wait, would they really do that? Huang Yi's voice carried a note of surprise. A child abroad, she glanced at her daughter. "I could never bear to do that. Wouldn't you agree? What's wrong with Erdwa? She looks unwell. Is she feeling ill?" The atmosphere grew tense. Suwang also looked over. Rising to his feet, "What is the matter?" Sumire lifted her slightly pale face. "I am fine, Dad. I just feel a bit full." Yin Shu is going abroad? Her parents would never allow her to go overseas. "If you're full, then don't eat right as long as you're okay, Mom, Dad. I'm gonna take a shower now. You both should get to bed early." Good night. Sumire quickly grabbed her backpack and hurried into her room, unconcerned about revealing her unease to her parents. As Yin Shu emerged from his shower, he noticed his phone vibrating. Approaching it, he was astonished to see Sumire unusually initiating a video call. Hesitating for even a second would be a disservice to himself. He answered promptly. Just as her face appeared on the screen, he heard her say, "Yin Shu, I will accompany you through university. Don't leave." Chapter 62. At times, Yin Shu felt that even her breath held a fatal allure for him. For a moment, he was taken aback, nearly blurting out, "Where would I go?" But he quickly regained his composure. Gazing at Sumire's face on the screen, her anxious eyes fixed intently on him. He sighed and slowly began. "Did Uncle and Aunt tell you this? Although it's true, it's rather disheartening that you have no reaction to the fact that I'm standing here without shirt on." Only then did Sumire realize that Yin Shu was indeed shirtless. His hair still damp from the shower. Her face flushed crimson, and her grip on the phone trembled slightly as she instinctively lowered it to avoid showing her face. However, since she had just returned home from being summoned for soup, she hadn't had the chance to change or shower. She was still in her school uniform. The buttons at the front likely loosened upon arriving home, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, accentuating her graceful neck and delicate chin. To be fair, this hardly constituted revealing attire. Some girls would dare to unbutton even more. How much could a school uniform expose? Yet, in Yin Shu's eyes, Sumire was entirely different. It was no exaggeration to say that at times, he found her very breath to be irresistibly captivating. This was largely due to his not-so-pure thoughts. Moreover, enduring the torment of being able to see but not touch these days was indeed quite excruciating. Thus, the scene before him compelled an involuntary gasp. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the flustered Sumire, her face now a deep shade of red. "You put on some clothes? What kind of behavior is this?" Despite her reluctance to hang up, she was eager for an answer, justifying, "We used to bathe together when we were children. What's there to be shy about? But the little bean and the current situation are hardly comparable." Yin Shu's attempt to lighten the mood brought a smile to her face, dispelling any extravagant thoughts she had entertained. "You really know how to deflate my ego." Yin Shu chuckled, grabbing a nearby robe to drape over himself. He placed the phone on the bed, which now offered an upward angle. Previously, the view showcased his face, neck, and a bit of shoulders, but now, with a new angle, Sumire could clearly see his bare upper body, revealing hints of well-defined muscles. Sumire felt somewhat scandalous, but quickly took a screenshot, marveling at his six-pack abs, despite the lines not being overly pronounced yet. Ashamed of her actions, she shielded her face with one hand while internally cursing Yin Shu. Blaming him for this situation, what a charming rogue he was. Yin Shu, however, had not intended this. It had taken him less than a minute to throw on a shirt. Little did he know that Sumire's mind was already racing at high speed. He gazed at the serene and enigmatic Sumire, who remained unmasked before him, with a hint of perplexity. "Did you forget to turn on the air conditioning? It seems rather warm. Your skin is flushed." Sumire responded with a slight "oh," deceitfully claiming, "It appears so." In truth, her parents had already activated the air conditioning in her room before she returned home. Unable to articulate why she was blushing, she urged Yin Shu, "Are you truly leaving?" The mention of this subject made her anxious. There was still a year left, and with some effort, it was feasible. "Don't you wish to study medicine? There are excellent schools in our country." "Yin Shu, I cannot accompany you abroad." The last sentence slipped from her lips in a somber tone. "My health is not good, and my parents would never be at ease." "Do you not wish to be with me?" Upon hearing her voice, tinged with despondency, as if she had been abandoned, Yin Shu's heart softened instantly, despite initially seeking to gain an advantage. While he thought he could manipulate Sumire's emotions, the moment she expressed her discontent, he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, Yin Shu's heart ached, and he ceased to contemplate any self-serving motives. "I will not go abroad," he declared resolutely. In the next instant, Su Mier's face finally re-emerged, her eyes sparkling with astonishment as she looked at Yin Shu. Really? Yin Shu felt that Su Mier was increasingly adept at understanding him. Her expression of surprise melted his heart entirely. Yes, truly. My parents mentioned it tonight, but I declined. I will not be going abroad. He smiled, observing her evident joy. What will you do if I go abroad? I am still striving for a formal position. I will definitely not leave. Su Mier's heart began to race slightly. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, allowing her smile and twinkling eyes to betray her excitement. That's good. Rest assured, I will diligently assist you with your studies. And you are indeed quite intelligent. This was not mere flattery. Yin Shu was genuinely a quick learner, adept at drawing inferences from what he had learned. Although the final examinations had yet to arrive, Su Mier sensed that, judging by Yin Shu's usual demeanor, his results would undoubtedly be commendable. Yin Shu nodded, I believe so. Suddenly, he recalled that there was just over a week until the final exams. Do you remember the reward you promised me? If I perform well. Su Mia, caught off guard by a sudden mention of this, became alert after being teased by him earlier that evening. I remember. Have you already thought it through? Indeed, I have. Yin Shu replied with a grin. I am eager for the finals to arrive. Su Mier, observing his demeanor, retorted playfully. How can you be so certain you will excel? Regardless, as long as I do not perform worse than before, you'll certainly reward me. Will you not? Yin Shu countered. Su Mier thought to herself that if he did poorly, she would likely feel concern for his feelings and still provide him with a reward. Alas, she had no principles when it came to Yin Shu. Ultimately, when the call concluded, Su Mier had not inquired about the nature of the reward Yin Shu desired. Ironically, she, the one intended to give a reward, found herself feeling anxious and anticipatory, a most perplexing emotion indeed. Meanwhile, Yin Shu was in high spirits, grateful for Su Mier's immediate attempt to retain him. She always had a way of endearing herself to him, inadvertently deepening his affection. There was no need for her to make any deliberate gestures. Her kindness and concern seemed to be inherent qualities. In his youth, Yin Shu had been rather oblivious, but now he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This girl harbored only him in her heart and mind. Who could resist the allure of being cherished as one of a kind? Yin Shu was no exception. However, the day's conversation had been rather disjointed, and as a result, he did not sleep well that night. Sighing, he rose early. Even as he stepped onto the balcony to hang laundry, his mind wandered, pondering. If only Su Mier were truly my childhood bride. Unfortunately, it seemed that such a notion was now forbidden. A sense of regret lingered. Chapter 63. Are you secretly dating Xiao Erdwa? Before he knew it, Friday had arrived, and exams were just around the corner. Thus, when Yin Shu and Su Mier entered the classroom, they were met with the sight of their classmates anxiously reviewing their materials. It was truly remarkable. Just the day before, everyone had been carefree and nonchalant, yet overnight, they had transformed completely. The finals had indeed instigated a change in attitude. This shift made it nearly impossible for Yin Shu to approach Su Mier during their studies, as she was surrounded by an overwhelming number of inquisitive peers. In fact, it wasn't only Su Mier who attracted attention. The academically proficient students in their class were also inundated with questions. As the bell rang, the onslaught of inquiries commenced. After all, the affiliated school was a prestigious institution, and expectations were high, especially with the impending parent-teacher conferences and the transition to their final year of high school. Who wouldn't aspire to achieve outstanding results? This scenario persisted until the exams drew near. However, Yin Shu's experience was different. Every day, Su Mier returned home to provide him with extra tutoring. Ever since she had vowed to help him gain admission to a good university, Yin Shu felt that his diligent partner had become even more rigorous in her approach to his studies. Previously, he would occasionally feign reluctance to complete his homework, and while she would scold him, she would still allow him to indulge in playful antics. Now, however, things had changed. On Sunday, the two were once again studying in Yin Shu's room. The door was ajar, and Yin Cheng was busy writing in the study, leaving the entire house enveloped in a tranquil silence. Yin Shu had just completed 2 math exercises while Su Mier diligently worked on her English assignment. Her handwriting was exquisite, and even her English script possessed an aesthetic appeal. Yin Shu found himself lost in thought, gazing at Su Mier. Suddenly, she turned to him and inquired, Finished? Seeing her finally acknowledge him, Yin Shu couldn't help but smile. Yes, I have. He then slid the paper toward her, his gaze fixed intently on Su Mier. Now that I've finished, can I hold your hand? Su Mier glanced at the carefree scrawl of his handwriting and felt a sigh of exasperation rise within her. Clearly, he was capable of writing neatly, yet he insisted on scribbling chaotically. After all, Yin Shu had attended calligraphy classes with her when they were younger. Nevertheless, Su Mier refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, as he extended his hand toward her, she placed a copy of 3,500 disordered words for the college entrance examination into his palm. Yen Shu stared at the book in disbelief, a mixture of amusement and irritation bubbling within him. It was not what he had desired. Su Mi-er, of course, was well aware of his intentions. Every time he reached for her hand, she would willingly offer hers to him. However, with finals approaching, she felt anxious. She needed to demonstrate to her uncle and aunt that Yen Shu's academic performance was improving, ensuring that even if he did not study abroad, he could still gain admission to a reputable university. Thus, she adopted a serious demeanor, urging him, "Focus on your studies. Finals are approaching." Yen Shu, witnessing the serious expression on her face, suddenly felt as if he had glimpsed a beacon of righteousness. Perhaps his own expression had been far too disheartened. Iksu-im-ia, ever tender-hearted toward him, softened her voice. "Weren't you discussing vacation plans with Feng Zheng and the others?" Yen Shu's eyes brightened with excitement. "Are we going to the beach? Will you come?" However, he was concerned that her parents might worry. Speaking eagerly, he looked at her with hopeful anticipation. "If your total score exceeds 500, I will accompany you. I will tell my parents." Su Mi-er believed in encouraging education. Although Yen Shu was no longer a child, he still possessed a childlike essence. After all, in truth, Xu Mi-er occasionally perceives a contradiction in Yan Sha. There are moments when he exudes maturity and a sense of security, yet at times, he appears to be nothing more than a child who has yet to grow up. Nevertheless, she has likely discerned a way to navigate her interactions with Yen Shu. With a soft hiss, Yen Shu gazed at Su Mi-er before him, amusement dancing in his eyes, remarking, "Scoring a total of 293 in my midterms. Isn't that a rather steep demand?" Indeed, when it came to the score of 293, Yen Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Su Mi-er, upon hearing this score, adopted an expression devoid of emotion, retorting, "That's because you skipped the comprehensive exam. Otherwise, you surely would have surpassed 300, wouldn't you? In fact, 500 isn't quite out of reach, is it?" After saying this, she bestowed upon him a sweet smile, employing her charm to soften the moment. Yen Shu, feeling that he had been out of the examination loop for quite some time, thought it prudent to have a backup plan just in case. "What if I score over 400? He queried. Su Mi-er continued to smile sweetly. "That would be progress. I recall my father mentioning an uncle who runs a farmstay in the suburbs. We could spend a day there together. A delightful excursion from the seaside to the farmstay." Yen Shu tightened his grip on the book in hand, resolutely stating, "All right, I understand. I shall ensure I score above 500. He then turned away with a serious demeanor to focus on his vocabulary. Upon hearing Su Mi-er suppress a laugh, he turned back to her, his eyes twinkling with mirth. He had intended to make her smile. Yen Shu gently pinched her cheek, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I will study diligently and take you to the seaside." Su Mi-er blushed, yet her gaze remained playful as it fell upon Yen Shu's face, murmuring softly, "You must keep your word." "Very well," Yen Shu replied in a hushed tone. At that moment, Yen Cheng, who had just stepped out to fetch water and casually glanced into Yen Shu's room, was taken aback. What did he just see? Was his son truly pinching someone else's cheek while smiling tenderly? Yen Cheng's face was a portrait of shock, his mind racing through the recent changes in his son. He had previously harbored suspicions about whether this boy was in a romantic relationship. After all, every youth goes through such phases, and Yen Cheng could understand the feeling of striving for someone you admire. However, he had never envisioned that the object of his son's affections would be the girl next door. So that was the reason their relationship had suddenly blossomed. They attended classes together, studied together. Yen Cheng felt as though a light bulb had finally illuminated in his mind. Yet upon closer observation, the two had resumed their studying and problem-solving. He began to question whether he had been overthinking things. Perhaps their close bond stemmed from growing up together? It was not that he looked down upon his son. It was just that, compared to the exceptionally talented girl next door, his son had little to boast about. Yen Cheng stood frozen in place, akin to a statue, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. As Yen Shu turned his head, he was startled to see his father standing there. "Dad, why are you just standing there?" It's a bit eerie. What had begun as a mere complaint transformed into action as Yen Shu picked up their water cups to refill, while Su Mi-er called out uncle as she turned. Yen Cheng smiled at Su Mi-er and said, "Don't mind me. You carry on with your exam." He then followed his son into the kitchen. As Yen Shu was about to pour the water, he reached for his father's cup when he heard his father's voice break the silence. "You have nothing to feel guilty about. Why the sudden fright?" Yen Shu paused mid-motion. He glanced at his father, who, now of similar height, bore a serious expression that inexplicably carried a weight of pressure. "Be honest. Are you secretly dating Xiao Erdwa?" Yen Shu could tell from his father's expression that he was quite serious. He reined in his previous playful demeanor and shook his head. No, we aren't dating. Just as Yin Cheng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yin Shu added, I'm still pursuing her. She hasn't agreed yet. Yin Cheng, taken aback, stared at his son, at a loss for words. His son's unguarded honesty was overwhelming, especially since the response was not what he had hoped for. What nonsense are you spouting? That showered wa. Yin Cheng lowered his voice slightly, wary of being overheard by the girl in Yin Shu's room. You two grew up together. Your parents have a good relationship with her uncle. Yin Shu, observing his father's evident frustration, remained calm. Dad, I understand your concerns, but I genuinely like showered wa, and we will get married. What do you mean marriage? You're still so young. Yin Cheng never expected that after his son reached adulthood, he would contemplate such drastic actions. He took a deep breath. You're only 18. Life is long, and what you perceive as love may not be genuine. Perhaps your frequent contact has clouded your judgment. Xiaoerdwa is quite mature. She has not accepted your advances. Seeing Yin Cheng's disbelief and inability to accept his words, Yin Shu felt a sigh welling up within him. That was precisely why he had chosen to keep things under wraps, to avoid raising suspicion. He estimated that in the eyes of elders, the affection felt at his age, and the mention of marriage held no weight whatsoever. Yin Shu recognized this truth. At 18, he possessed nothing to guarantee a future. However, he was not just any 18-year-old. He refrained from arguing with Yin Cheng, for in the realm of adults, mere words without action were devoid of significance. Glancing at his room, he realized Su Mir would likely soon emerge. Dad, I know what you want to say, but I am putting in the effort. You can see that. Yin Cheng's expression darkened. I'll want to interfere with who you like, but this is Xiaoerdwa. He feared that his son was acting on a whim, and if they truly became involved at 18, the future remained uncertain. The two children had grown up together. In the eyes of their parents, weren't they akin to family? Relationships among family are more resilient than the fleeting affections of youth. If they were to part ways in the future, how would their families maintain their connection? The mere thought sent Yin Cheng's mind spiraling. Yin Shu nodded. I understand, Dad, but I genuinely like her. His voice dropped to a whisper. Just as you love my mother, even though you both argue daily, you still don't wish to divorce. I realize that being together may lead to certain consequences, but I have confidence that my feelings for her will endure. He hesitated to utter the word love, not because his affection was lacking, but out of fear of overwhelming Yin Cheng. He could already envision a scenario where they would convene a family meeting, and perhaps Uncle Su would hastily relocate. Yin Shu added, Dad, I am your son. I will remain devoted in matters of the heart, just as you have been. Yin Cheng felt something was amiss, a sensation that his son was perhaps jesting with him. Was he truly being earnest? Just then, after having waited too long for Yin Shu to return, Su Mir poked her head out of the room, cutely peering at the father-son duo with her large, bright eyes, unable to discern their expressions from a distance, assuming they were merely chatting. Su Mir politely asked, Uncle, could we talk later? I need to discuss a few problems with him, as I'll be heading out with my parents soon. As she spoke, Yin Cheng found himself charmed by the sweet demeanor of Su Mir. He shot a glare at his troublesome son, signaling that they would talk later, then forced a smile at Su Mir, saying, You two focus on your studies. As he watched his son, the little rascal, strut over with 2 cups of water. Yin Cheng's mind was resolutely set on not having a daughter for his second child. Look at Yin Shu with those thick eyebrows and bright eyes, yet still indulging in the grass by the nest. Yet this troublesome boy was indeed his own flesh and blood. Ultimately, Yin Cheng stood on the balcony, smoking 3 cigarettes, unable to quell the simmering anger within him. In truth, Yin Shu was also at a loss regarding how to convince his father. The crux of the matter lay in how to persuade his father to act as if he were oblivious to everything. He understood that outright denial would have been the best course of action, yet he did not wish to disavow his feelings for Su Mir, though she would remain unaware. The mere thought of her discovering that he had denied his feelings made him uneasy. She likely wouldn't say anything, but it would surely hurt her deeply. Moreover, Yin Shu had not spoken a word of denial. They were indeed not together yet, but he was still pursuing her. At present, it seemed that the old man's ire was directed at him, rather than the initial reaction from his previous life, where it was evident that Su Mir's health was a concern. Given a second chance, Yin Shu wished to shoulder all burdens himself, allowing his little ear to simply enjoy their time together. Su Mir noticed Yin Shu's distraction and, concerned, asked, What's wrong? What did Uncle say to you? Yin Shu turned to her, smiling lightly. It's nothing, just a brief squabble. Previously, she often heard the voices of Yin Shu and Uncle Yin arguing. Su Mir wanted to say something, but felt it inappropriate. Having been a well-behaved child herself, with doting parents, she had never encountered issues that warranted arguments with her own. However, she did not align with the neighborhood Andes. who had remarked that Yin Shu's rebellious nature was a misfortune for his parents. It seemed that in disputes between children and parents, the child was always seen as the wrongdoer. Yet Su Mier distinctly remembered that Yin Shu had not always been like this. He ought not to be the inexplicable rebellious child they described. Perhaps she was biased. Regardless, she believed that arguments were never solely the fault of one party. Noticing her frown, as if she wanted to speak, Yin Shu exhaled in a resigned manner and said, "I'm sorry, but I seem to lack the skill to comfort you." The sight of her dejected expression struck him as endearing. "It's all right. If you truly wish to comfort me, why not give me a kiss?" The latter part was intended to tease her, as Yin Shu wished to shield Su Mier's mood from being affected. Su Mie paused it, realizing she had never taken the initiative to kiss Yin Shu. He had, however, kissed her forehead, cheek, and hand. Though time had passed, the memory of where he had touched her lingered vividly. Su Mier averted her gaze, thinking to herself, "Should I not respond in kind?" Chapter 65. A kiss unbeknownst to Yin Shu. Su Mier was lost in her thoughts. He had merely been jesting with her, hoping she wouldn't uncover his own feelings. As Su Mier was to have dinner at her grandmother's house, she needed to leave by around 4. Before departing, she intended to speak with Yin Cheng, but found him absent from the living room. Yin Shu glanced toward the study and said to Su Mier, "He is probably writing something. I'll mention it to him later. Enjoy yourself." Su Mier acknowledged him with a soft "oh," her hand already on the doorknob. Her heart racing, her gaze involuntarily fixated on the study. It felt as though she was about to engage in something mischievous, which made her slightly anxious. Yin Shu sensed her unease and was about to inquire when, before he could utter a word, Su Mier suddenly tugged at the collar of his shirt. Given the warm weather, he had opted for a short-sleeved t-shirt, and he felt his shirt stretching awkwardly due to her forceful grip. Leaning down slightly in response to her pull, he asked, "What's the matter?" just as he was about to finish his sentence. He caught a whiff of her shower gel's fragrance. He had noticed earlier that she seemed to have changed her body wash, now infused with a hint of camellia. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly captivated him was the soft, shy kiss that gently brushed against his cheek. Yin Shu was utterly taken aback by Su Mier's kiss, even if it was merely on his cheek. He mused that such a delightful occurrence might have been a reward for achieving good grades at his upcoming exams. However, the reward had arrived prematurely. In truth, Su Mier's action was swift, the entire encounter lasting no more than a minute. She was so nervous that she felt a ringing in her ears. After planting the kiss, she quickly retreated, unable to bear looking at Yin Shu's expression. "Goodbye," she exclaimed before swiftly turning and dashing away. Yin Shu watched her flustered retreat as she hurriedly opened the door and neglected to close it behind her, scurrying into her own home. He remained bent over from her tug, observing her dart into her house like a startled rabbit, not daring to glance back as she hastily shut the door. A smile crept onto Yin Shu's face, and he felt a grin spread across his lips. Straightening up, he touched his cheek, where the warmth of her soft lips still lingered. Yin Shu chuckled, contemplating whether this could count as an enhanced reward for his upcoming exams. Could a kiss on the lips be in the cards? Imagining her startled expression brought him a sense of anticipation. His previously heavy heart suddenly felt lighter. For Su Mier, nothing else mattered. Moreover, Yin Cheng was arguably the most persuadable of the 4 parents at present. After all, in Yin Cheng's eyes, he was merely a mischievous rabbit seeking to indulge in forbidden grass, while Su Mier remained an innocent little flower. During dinner, Yin Cheng ordered takeout. Having no desire to cook, the father and son quietly consumed their meals. After enduring a prolonged silence, Yin Cheng finally erupted. "Yin Shu." Just as Yin Shu finished his last bite of meat and set down his chopsticks, he turned to face his father. Yin Cheng, irritated by his son's demeanor, demanded, "Don't you have anything to say?" "I already expressed what I wanted to say this afternoon," Yin Shu replied honestly. "If I say more, you might just explode. You know I'm capable of that." Yin Cheng took a deep breath, striving for calmness. "Let us reason this out, shall we? You've known Little Ear for quite some time. How did you suddenly develop feelings for her? Is it possible that this is just a fleeting infatuation?" "But I like her back in middle school," Yin Shu asserted earnestly, though I was awkward then and didn't recognize it as love. Yin Cheng retorted, "I don't want to talk about this. This conversation is futile." Before Yin Cheng could continue, Yin Shu interjected, "Dad, if you keep thinking like that, I haven't even pursued her yet. I understand your urgency, but please don't rush me. What if I catch up with her, and then you get anxious?" Yin Cheng snapped, "Scram. So you're saying you must like her, huh?" In a grave tone, Yin Cheng warned, "Aren't you afraid of getting your legs broken?" "Father, if it were something controllable, it wouldn't be love. If it were as simple as saying, 'Oh, let it go,' then you and Mom wouldn't have remained in such a stalemate," Yin Shu replied, his voice tinged with resignation. Yin Chung felt as if his heart were being pricked by his own son's words. Listen to yourself. Are you even speaking human language? However, he indeed had a point. In an instant, Yin Chung found himself at a loss for words to refute him. Yin Shu, sensing the opportunity, lowered his voice. Dad, I understand that given my current state, you must find it hard to believe that I truly like you. Yin Chung, seeing his son in this manner, felt a twinge of softness in his heart. It seemed inappropriate to so bluntly dismiss his child's feelings. He sighed, rising to his feet. I need to take another drag. My head is buzzing. You know, I can't help but feel that you two are akin to siblings, and you claim to have feelings for Xiao Air Duo. Wait, Dad, what are you thinking? Yin Shu interjected, exasperated. Xiao Air Duo and I are merely childhood friends, certainly not siblings. If it were the case, this wouldn't be possible at all. Yin Chung rolled his eyes. I know. I was just speaking off the cuff. He scrutinized his son, a hint of disdain evident. If my daughter were to court someone like you, not a chance. Yin Shu retorted. Don't you see the flaw in your reasoning? I am your son. Nonetheless, Yin Chung, in his current state, found fault with every aspect of himself, undoubtedly believing that Xiao Air Duo would be settling for less by being with him, which was precisely what Yin Shu aimed for. Yin Chung, wishing to avoid further discussion with his unfortunate son, finally fell silent, sighing deeply and shaking his head. As for your feelings for Xiao Air Duo, let's pretend I am unaware. She probably wouldn't be interested in you anyway. I may be overthinking this. He then recalled to tell Yin Shu to tidy up the table while he retreated inside. Yin Shu released a breath of relief. Also cognizant that this was only a temporary reprieve, Yin Shu would undoubtedly continue to keep an eye on their relationship. Nevertheless, it was fine for the moment. Yin Chung would certainly not blame Xiao Air Duo. It would be best if his parents had another child, a younger brother or sister, thus resolving the greatest issue they faced in their previous lives. It would also provide his rather awkward parents with a chance to address some fundamental problems, which was far better than contemplating a second child after turning 50. Yin Shu knew this was not the optimal solution to their issues, nor had the problems truly been resolved, but for now, it was at least in line with his expectations. Meanwhile, Su Mier felt somewhat distracted throughout the evening. After dinner, she sat in the courtyard. Su Wang appeared with 2 apples, handing one to Su Mier. What is the matter? Are you thinking about Yin Shu? Su Mier was taken aback. Dad, you know? Chapter 66. All right, then let us be together. Su Mier grasped the apple tightly, her voice subdued. What do you mean by that, Dad? Su Wang smiled, sensing he had guessed correctly. When I spoke to your mother last time, I noticed something was off with you. You two seem to be getting along quite well. Are you worried about Yin Shu going abroad? So that's what he meant, Su Mier thought, feeling a sense of relief. Although her parents treated her well, she sensed that revealing her relationship with Yin Shu would be quite a challenge. I asked Yin Shu, and he said he isn't going abroad, she said, taking a bite of her apple, adhering to her mother's daily apple requirement for the father-daughter duo. Su Wang, slightly surprised, chuckled. Well, the old Yin couple is indeed anxious. I see that Yin Shu has been doing quite well lately. Su Mier gazed ahead full, her mouth filled with apple like a little squirrel munching on pine nuts, looking quite adorable. Did her father also think Yin Shu was improving? Surely, he wasn't as terrible as she once thought. As a teacher, Su Wang instinctively considered his students, not giving much thought to Su Mier's words. Of course, children at this age hold infinite potential. He recalled that Yin Shu had been very well behaved as a child. Perhaps it was just a boy's nature. Hearing her father praise, Yin Shu filled Su Mier with joy. After their conversation, she sent Yin Shu a message. My dad thinks you're great. You have infinite possibilities in the future, so don't be upset. Our family likes you. Yin Shu smiled at the message, touched by the sensitive girl who was always thinking of him, even while out having fun. After Sunday, they would have to return to classes. As the examination week approached, it felt as though the very air had thickened. Following the college entrance examination, the campus appeared considerably emptier. The weight of pressure seemed to settle squarely on their shoulders, marking the end of their second year of high school. The next examination would be their first mock test for the third year, scheduled for Wednesday. The test would span 2 consecutive days, and upon completion, they would be free for the holidays. The affiliated school distributed examination rooms based on the previous year's rankings. Thus, Su Mier, being among the top students, and Yin Shu, being at the bottom of the rankings, would certainly not be in the same building for the exams. Su Mier felt a flicker of concern for Yin Shu, but with so many students in the class, she refrained from expressing much, simply wishing him good luck on the exam. Yin Shu, wearing his backpack, flashed her a smile, assuring her, I will. I'm just waiting to go to the beach with you. Su Mier felt more nervous than she did for her own exam, yet Yin Shu's confident demeanor unexpectedly calmed her. The exam stretched over 2 days, and by the time he submitted his final comprehensive paper, Yin Shu felt a sense of disorientation. For a fleeting moment, he was transported back to the college entrance examination. In this building, which was the least desirable for testing, many students finished early, and the teachers were disinterested in monitoring them. Thus, Yen Shu was essentially among the last to exit the examination room. As he stepped out, he spotted Su Mir waiting at the door with her backpack. They had been in the same building for the exam, yet here she was having just arrived. He approached her and took her backpack. "Did you finish early?" 5 minutes early, Su Mir replied, her face taut yet her eyes sparkling with a light-hearted smile. "I just came to see if you had already run off." After all, during the midterm exams, Yen Shu had been absent, a rather notorious record. Yen Shu chuckled. "I don't care. I'll just pretend you came to pick me up. Let us go. I've arranged to eat with Feng Zheng and the others tonight." Originally, it had been a gathering of boys, followed by a visit to the arcade. But a few of those with girlfriends hesitantly inquired if they could bring their partners along. With summer approaching, some who weren't local would likely return home, facing long-distance relationships with their girlfriends. Consequently, the organizer, Feng Zheng, begrudgingly agreed. Upon learning this, Su Mir hesitated. "Maybe I shouldn't go. They're bringing their girlfriends." At this point, they had reached the ground floor, passing by classmates who were joyfully welcoming the summer break. Yen Shu halted, gazing at her with utmost seriousness. "Are you going to keep your word?" Su Mir nodded, "Of course. Then you said that after the exams, I could reveal my choice." Yen Shu's gaze softened as it rested on her astonished face. "You should already know my choice. My intentions have been quite evident. I want to be with you. If I weren't afraid of startling you, I would have exchanged like for love." In that moment, Su Mir became oblivious to the surrounding voices, as if only Yen Shu's declaration, "I truly like you, Su Mir," resonated within her ears. The familiar yet slightly foreign boy stood before her. They had grown up together, bickering and stumbling through their youth, nearly becoming strangers. They had both clumsily and awkwardly harbored secret affections for one another over the years. Now, the boy she had quietly liked for so long stood before her. Professing his feelings, Su Mir felt she shouldn't overthink things. After all, they were still so young, weren't they? She considered herself a pessimist. Due to her health issues, she lacked the courage to be optimistic. Yet, Yen Shu consistently stirred within her boundless joy and unyielding resolve, just like now. Yen Shu had made his final choice clear. Su Mir's hand, resting beside her, stirred slightly before she gently grasped Yen Shu's backpack strap, reminiscent of their childhood when they walked home together after class. "All right, then let us be together," she spoke softly, her voice not only light in volume, but imbued with a sense of ease. She chose not to dwell on the complexities, instead relishing the present moment, allowing herself this one indulgence after always being so sensible and obedient. Yen Shu, upon hearing the answer he longed for, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took her hand, standing amidst the bustling school environment filled with passing classmates, and whispered, "I've finally been promoted. I'm truly happy, my girlfriend." The term girlfriend rendered Su Mir bashful, making it difficult for her to meet his gaze. Her long, fluttering eyelashes trembled with emotion. Yen Shu's heart brimmed with joy. Yet he refrained from teasing her too much, concerned for her well-being. Ultimately, he led her forward, now armed with a legitimate reason to invite her to dinner. The setting sun elongated their shadows, intertwining their excitement over the summer break with the thrill of their newfound relationship, a secret unbeknownst to those around them. It felt as though they harbored a small secret that only they shared amidst the crowd. However, when Feng Zheng spotted them walking side by side among various couples, he inquired, "Yen Gu, bring a +1?" The childhood sweetheart hardly counts as a +1. At least he wasn't the only single one left. Moreover, a bit of heartache lingered for Yen Gu, who had someone he liked but hadn't yet pursued. In comparison, being single didn't feel so burdensome anymore. To this, Yen Shu merely smiled and replied, "She's indeed my +1. Feng Zheng." What does that mean? Is the world truly so cruel? Chapter 67, A Passable Boyfriend. Feng Zheng took a moment to digest Yen Shu's words, and then he was taken aback. His astonishment escaped as a loud exclamation, drawing the attention of other boys nearby, prompting him to lower his voice while staring at the two. "Wait, you're not serious, are you? The vice class leader and you?" His voice quivered in disbelief. He had always thought Yen Shu's pursuit of the vice class leader was futile. But who was it? The vice class leader, known for her studious nature, who was polite to everyone and never afforded anyone the chance to confess. All right, it was evident that Su Mir had a special place in Yen Shu's heart. However, Feng Zheng believed that someone as sensible as Su Mir would never engage in early romance. Now, observing Yen Shu's proud demeanor, Feng Zheng felt as though his previous attempts to tease Yen Shu had turned him into a jester. They had vowed to remain single together. Yet he chose to be in a relationship, leaving Feng Zheng alone in his singlehood. Yinshu, you're ruthless. Sumier felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet she looked at Yinshu, who was gazing back at her, and nodded. Yes, I'm now a +1. Feng Zheng sighed. Let the world devoid of singlehood perish. Yinshu chuckled and patted his shoulder, his good mood preventing him from mocking him today. Yingu will treat you all to dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, the others perked up, their eyes gleaming at the prospect of a meal. Dinner? Yingu is treating? Thank you, Yingu. What generosity. Yinshu, aside from Feng Zheng, didn't he overtly clarify his relationship with Sumier. Their dinner group consisted mainly of boys, including another classmate named Lin Ping, who brought along his girlfriend. The rest were either single or their girlfriends were absent. Everyone had grown accustomed to Sumier's presence beside Yinshu. The two were inseparable, and it was evident to anyone with eyes that there was an undeniable chemistry between them. Moreover, when asked about their relationship, Yinshu would smile and say, "We share a bond akin to childhood sweethearts." Despite the envy, there was also a sense of admiration among their peers. After all, this was Sumier. While they would merely describe their childhood friends as playmates or neighbors, Yinshu referred to her as a childhood sweetheart, a subtle distinction that was unmistakable. As they dined, the group, composed predominantly of boys, eventually settled on a barbecue buffet priced around 68 per person, with 7 boys and 3 girls, totaling 10 individuals. It was clear they wouldn't let Yinshu cover the bill. Although he didn't mind, everyone insisted on splitting the cost and agreed to let Yinshu treat them at the cafeteria when the new semester commenced. Yinshu, smiling, acquiesced. Feng Zheng remarked, "You're so happy. You can't even imagine the joy, given that you're still single." Yinshu merely smiled at him. "Karma is a cycle. I shouldn't have teased you so much." Sumier playfully tugged at Yinshu and made a childish expression. Yinshu couldn't possibly disregard his girlfriend's wishes and chose to let it slide. Sumier was not one to easily engage in social interactions, but fortunately, the girlfriend of their classmate, Luo Yulin, was an outgoing and lively girl, making conversation with the 3 girls easier. However, Lin Ping's girlfriend appeared less than pleased with Sumier. The reason was simple. Lin Ping had pursued her, yet she was aware of his past affection for Sumier and how he had confessed, only to be deftly rejected by her before he could even finish. This was already enough to irk her, and the fact that Sumier was present today caught her off guard. Although she was currently on good terms with Lin Ping, seeing the beautiful Sumier inevitably stirred feelings of jealousy and insecurity within her. Sumier, being quite perceptive, quickly noticed the disdain in Li Su's demeanor towards her. However, unless she was with Yinshu or her family, Sumier would never allow herself to be a pushover in front of anyone else. When Li Su deliberately questioned, "Oh, Sumier, I heard you rarely interact with boys. Why are you out with a bunch of them today? Doesn't tea quite match the rumors, does it?" Several boys who had just returned from fetching meat paused in their tracks. Yinshu glanced at Lin Ping, who wore an awkward expression, his demeanor growing cold. Lin Ping felt genuinely uncomfortable. He realized his girlfriend was sensitive about his past crush on Sumier. Yet, to be fair, having an affection for Sumier was quite normal, wasn't it? She was beautiful, and though she might appear aloof, she rarely turned down requests for help. Even when she rejected him, she did so considerately, making her an undeniably likable girl. Lin Ping stammered. Yinshu had already moved beside Sumier, suggesting, "Shall we change tables? This is rather affecting our appetite." I assent it. He glanced at Li Su, whose expression indicated discomfort due to their presence. "She asked my guest before he could finish." Sumier interjected, "I indeed seldom converse with boys compared to girls, but that doesn't mean I'm unsociable. All the boys here are from our class. Wouldn't it be more reasonable for me to be here than you?" Sumier's expression remained calm as she spoke. "As for the relationship between Cheng and Yulin, many in our class are aware. It seems this is your first encounter, Li classmate." Li Su's face fell further. She had just recently started dating Lin Ping, and this was her first outing with his friends. Yet, she never expected Sumier to be so articulate. Lin Ping quickly attempted to mediate. "Oh, it's all my fault for forgetting to introduce. This is my girlfriend, Li Su. I'm formally introducing her now." She exchanged a knowing glance with the boy she was on good terms with. He chuckled and remarked, "Well, doesn't that mean you owe me a bubble tea today?" Amidst the playful banter of the other boys, Yinshu leaned in and quietly asked Sumier, "Are you all right?" Sumier glanced at him and softly retorted, "Isn't that a bit harsh?" It wasn't that she particularly disliked Li Su. It was merely her tone that irked her. Sumier had never been one to be easily intimidated. In fact, she had completely forgotten that Lin Ping had once harbored feelings for her until he smiled at her apologetically. What she truly feared was that Yinshu would perceive her as unkind. If he genuinely thought that she would find him utterly detestable, let him pursue his own romantic interests. Yen Shu reached out, affectionately ruffling Sumire's hair, taking care not to mess it up. Of course, he wouldn't tea, as he was incredibly handsome. Just like when you argued with other children for my sake when we were little, it was so charming. And now you are mine. Everything about Sumire constitutes the essence of who she is, the Sumire that Yen Shu loves. A hint of relaxation washed over Sumire's expression, dispelling her earlier apprehension. With a reserved smile, she conceded, "All right then, you pass as a boyfriend." Yen Shu feigned a look of grievance. "I barely passed?" He then grinned at her. "Is there a reward for passing?" Chapter 68. May I have a hug, girlfriend? Of course, there were no rewards for such things in public. Yet, the mere utterance of boyfriend instantly lifted Yen Shu's spirits, overshadowing the remarks of the oblivious others, and his joy lingered throughout the evening. Although Li Su seemed to have said little, her snide comments were undeniably discomforting. Lin Ping awkwardly led her to another side, initially intending to sit with Yen Shu and the others, thinking that 3 girls together would alleviate any awkwardness, only to find it even more so. Eventually, Feng Zheng joined them, mumbling as he sat down, "Looks like we've lost Feng." Chen Feng had not attended today. His home was not in the city, and he had gone straight home after the exams, claiming his parents missed him. Although Yen Shu didn't voice it, the program was also in a relationship, and his girlfriend was currently squeezing his hand under the table, perhaps indulging in some real-life couple moments. The program felt enlightened. He poured a glass of cola for Feng Zheng. "Here, bubbles in the cola, but unfortunately it's not sour." Feng Zheng looked utterly shocked, feeling insulted. He abruptly stood up, declaring he was going to fetch some beer. Luo Yulin looked at Sumire and exclaimed, "You were so impressive just now. I always thought you were a beautiful but aloof girl who didn't speak much." When Li Su made her remarks, Luo Yulin was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, even if one found someone displeasing, it shouldn't lead to such snide remarks. Wasn't he that embarrassing for one's boyfriend? It was baffling. However, witnessing Sumire's retort was undeniably satisfying. The pretty girl seemed capable of defending herself without needing a knight in shining armor. Feeling a bit shy from the compliment, Sumire replied, "I was in the debate club during middle school. I simply didn't continue in high school because it became too busy." Yen Shu chimed in with a smile. "Debate club president, the cold-faced killer." Sumire playfully smacked him, saying, "Shut up." Yen Shu placed his hand over his mouth, mimicking a zipper to indicate he understood. Luo Yulin dramatically fell onto the program, whispering, "Ah, how adorable. Childhood sweethearts." Just as Feng Zheng returned with drinks, he muttered, "I shouldn't have come back." Overall, aside from the initial awkwardness, the meal was quite enjoyable, except for Feng Zheng. However, Yen Shu chose not to accompany them to the arcade, partly due to not wanting to see Li Su, but primarily because it would be too noisy, which Sumire would undoubtedly dislike. Besides, Yen Shu had long outgrown the phase of enjoying arcade games. After bidding farewell, they parted ways. Once they had distanced themselves, Yen Shu took Sumire's hand, relishing the opportunity to openly hold his girlfriend's hand. It felt exhilarating. Sumire instinctively glanced around, still in her school uniform, feeling it was a bit inappropriate. However, upon spotting a couple in matching uniforms embracing affectionately, she realized she was being overly anxious. Noticing her silence, Yen Shu turned to her and asked, "Do you not like holding hands?" Although he posed the question, he showed no intention of letting go. Sumire had come to understand Yen Shu's tactics. If she expressed her dislike, he would likely feign disappointment and release her hand, prompting her to relent. So at that moment, Sumire shook her head, saying, "No, I just momentarily didn't know what to say." "How do you feel about the exams?" "What a dreadful topic." Yen Shu thought to himself, "Perhaps we should just not talk. Who asks about exams on a date?" But looking into her earnest eyes, he sighed. "It was okay. I think I did well enough to take you to the seaside." Sumi smiled in response. "So confident. What if you didn't do well?" Yen Shu was somewhat surprised. Sumire had been more anxious about this exam than he was. She had never asked what would happen if he didn't perform well. However, sensing her relaxed tone, he decided to play along, asking, "What if you don't do well?" Sumire blinked. "What else can we do? The exam is done. If it didn't go well, then I suppose we'll just stay home and study hard to do better next time." Yen Shu chuckled. That sounds rather grim. He knew Sumire had run out of more formidable punishments. Then Sumire added, "Now that I'm your girlfriend, can't I take charge of you?" "You can always take charge. It was just that you didn't want it before," Yen Shu replied, his tone tinged with mock sorrow. Sumire was well acquainted with his dramatics, and she inquired nonchalantly, "Will you heed my words?" "Of course," Yen Shu replied without hesitation. "If I don't listen to you, who will I listen to?" Seeing her smile, sweetly made, Yen Shu feel a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, her next line was, Then you need to finish your homework and memorize 100 words every day. Yen Shu? Did he just appoint himself a tutor? Tsundere noticed his shocked expression and added softly, otherwise there won't be any kisses or hugs. They hadn't really shared any formal kisses or hugs yet, and the thought made Tsundere feel a bit bashful. However, she understood that regardless of Yen Shu's results, if he wished to attend a good university, he would need to put in more effort. With only a year left in their senior year, he had to outpace others, as he had a weaker foundation. After all, she would always be there to support him. Yen Shu observed her blushing demeanor and thought, wow, is this a stroke of luck? If memorizing an additional 200 words would yield more benefits, he wouldn't mind. However, he feigned a troubled expression. Isn't that a bit harsh? He gazed at Tsundere, pondering the fact that they had only just begun their relationship, yet he had yet to share tender embraces or kisses with her. Must these intimate gestures be postponed until certain goals were achieved? Was this not a tad utilitarian? As he spoke, a slight frown graced his brow, indicating his discontent. Tsundere reflected on this and realized that it did indeed seem that way. Was she, in expressing her thoughts, being a dampener on the mood? With a hint of melancholy, she apologized. I'm sorry if I've spoiled the moment. That's not my intention. I just wish for you to perform well. If you dislike, no dislike whatsoever, Yen Shu replied with a chuckle. I understand you mean well. But may I request an embrace with my girlfriend before these regulations come into effect? Tsundere was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to find Yen Shu with his arms outstretched. Can I really? She thought, her eyes brightening at the term girlfriend. The earlier gloom dissipated, eclipsed by his smile and open arms. Without hesitation, she stepped into his embrace. Chapter 69. A direct approach leads to a kiss. Yen Shu's arms tightened ever so slightly as he felt her warmth. They were still in the shopping mall, and passers-by might have stolen glances at the young couple clad in school uniforms. Yet, in that moment, Yen Shu was unconcerned with onlookers. He was cautious not to hold her too tightly, fearing that a firmer grip might cause her to vanish into thin air. You have no idea how long I have waited for this hug, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, almost a sigh. Even Tsundere, nestled in his arms, could barely decipher his words, only catching the sound of his voice. What did you say? She asked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Yen Shu simply smiled mischievously. I said you smell and feel just as delightful as I imagined. His words elicited a playful shove from the blushing girl, who attempted to escape his embrace. Stop being a rogue. We are in a mall, she protested, her tone tinged with embarrassment despite her attempts at indignation. Though she voiced her complaints, she remained willingly ensconced in his arms, her feigned stubbornness only adding to her charm. All right, Yen Shu conceded with a grin, I'll hold you without uttering another word. Eventually, Tsundere felt herself flush with warmth. She was, after all, just a young girl, lacking the boldness of Yen Shu. She gently nudged him away, sensing her embarrassment. He relented, taking her hand as they made their way home. Seated in the back of Yen Shu's bike, Tsundere noted his steady ride. The summer breeze was warm, causing her school uniform to cling to her. She observed the lean physique typical of boys his age. In a moment of reflection, she realized that today marked the end of their semester exams, and here she was, riding behind Yen Shu, having spent half a semester together. Walking into that internet cafe that day had been one of her wisest decisions. She had brought Yen Shu into her life. A smile crept onto her lips at this thought. Resting her forehead against Yen Shu's back, she playfully lamented, "You are so thin." Yen Shu, pedaling away, retorted, "I'm not thin. I have six-pack abs, you know. It's just that clothes make me look leaner." Tsundere stifled a giggle against his back, replying, "Of course I know. I've seen them." Yet she feigned disdain, insisting, "I just hear you bragging." "Ah, you little rascal." Yen Shu teased, and emboldened, he pulled her hand toward his abdomen. "Feel this." Initially, he expected Tsundere's shy nature to prompt her to retract her hand immediately. To his surprise, her soft hand lingered on his abdomen, moving gently as she playfully declared, "But I can't feel anything." "Just because you can't feel it doesn't mean it's not there," he countered, a hint of breathlessness in his voice. "But you certainly ignited a fire within me." As if scorched, her hand flew back, and the previously chattering girl fell silent. Yen Shu couldn't help but chuckle at her sudden shyness. After riding for a while, he broke the silence. "Why so quiet?" "Just focus on riding," she replied, her tone dry. Yen Shu laughed. "You know, I'm the one steering the bike, and you were just groping around a moment ago. It was you who pulled my hand over." Tsundere defended herself, adding defiantly, "And what if I touch my boyfriend? Isn't that permissible?" Yen Shu nodded, "Of course. It's only right. But can I request a little more touching?" "Don't be a rogue." "I'm not. Perhaps some people just have impure thoughts." "That's nonsense. I'm as pure as a rabbit." Despite their new relationship, nothing had fundamentally changed. Tsundere still tutored Yen Shu. often with even greater rigor than before. Their study sessions were conducted with the door ajar, and whenever Yin Chung intruded, he would only catch sight of their diligent forms. This led him to believe his son's claims were indeed true. Yin Chung worried that his son might become overly zealous in pursuing Su Mi'er, potentially sacrificing his academic standing. If that were the case, he would be embarrassed to intervene and might even have to reward Su Mi'er with a generous red envelope. Yet, only Yin Shu recognized the subtle shifts in their dynamic. For instance, after completing an exam, he would receive a gentle hand in return. When he accompanied her home after tutoring, a brief embrace would ensue. Yin Shu yearned to advance their relationship, but understanding that it was Su Mi'er's first romance, he refrained from appearing too eager. The first kiss needed to be perfect, a cherished memory. His father had a knack for appearing at the most inconvenient times and places, complicating matters further. At that moment, having just bid farewell to Su Mi'er, Yin Shu turned to see Yin Chung at the study door, his eyes gleaming with intensity. It was no wonder Su Mi'er had left with a serious expression after sharing a couple of formulas with him. "Dad, isn't today your wedding anniversary with Mom? Why aren't you getting ready?" Yin Shu asked, exasperation evident in his voice. Yin Chung shrugged dismissively. "What's there to prepare? Your mother said she might be working late. So what? If she's working late, wouldn't it be wise to wait for her? Imagine how touched she would be to see her husband bring flowers and a reservation for dinner." Yin Shu regarded his father incredulously. "Old Yin. Marriage issues aren't solely your mother's fault. Perhaps you share some responsibility too." With a shake of his head, he retreated into his room. Yin Chung stood there, astonished, pondering what did my son just say? Yet, his words seemed to carry a profound truth. After about half an hour in his room, Yin Shu heard his father exiting, coinciding with a notification of a bank transfer on his phone accompanied by a message. "Dinner's on you tonight." What a splendid turn of events. Yin Shu opened his pinned message. "Wifey, shall we go on a date tonight? I heard the new roller skating rink has opened near Huangshi Road. Shall I take you there after dinner?" At least moment, Su Mi'er was on the phone with Zhang Xian, listening to her utter bold words, urging her to take the initiative and kiss him. "If you're not tall enough, just tiptoe. Seize the opportunity, Mi'er." Her enthusiasm was palpable. Su Mi'er struggled to interject, but there was no but. "Darling, who says women are inferior to men? What is the big deal about a first kiss? Just go for it. Who says women are inferior to men in such a manner?" Su Mi'er inwardly refuted, sensing that perhaps it wasn't quite so. Indeed, she should not have consulted Zhang Xian about this matter. Chapter 70, Couple's Photograph. The situation is as follows. They had been together for nearly a week. Su Mi'er estimated that their exam results would emerge in the coming days. Since they became a couple, she occasionally felt Yin Shu's gaze resting upon her face. To be precise, it lingered on her lips. Once, he even reached out and gently touched her lips. Each time, Su Mi'er felt a flutter of anxiety, as if the next moment he would lean in to kiss her. Although they were now officially together, Su Mi'er was prepared for the inevitable kisses and embraces. Thus, while she felt nervous, it was not something she could not accept. However, she was ready. Yet Yin Shu had yet to make a move. Being somewhat sensitive, Su Mi'er couldn't help but recall how she had reacted when Yin Shu confessed his feelings for her. Was he overly anxious because of that? Viewing her as a fragile doll, the thought left her feeling slightly disheartened. She wished to be seen as an ordinary girl in Yin Shu's eyes. She did not want to witness him being overly tense. Thus, on a sudden whim, she sent Zhang Xian a text message. "I have a friend who just started dating her boyfriend. Is it normal for them not to have kissed yet?" The clumsy opening line of "I have a friend" could not escape Zhang Xian's notice, and her phone rang immediately, filled with excitement. "Mi'er, are you with Brother Yin?" Su Mi'er could only respond with an embarrassed aha, but Zhang Xian did not give her a chance to speak further. In a hurry, she interrupted Zhang Xian, who was continuously urging her to take the initiative, but I'm afraid. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, striving to calm her excitement. "Mi'er, do you know the biggest difference between you and a mature woman? Do you realize how elegant you look? Aside from lacking a bit in height, your appearance perfectly embodies the image of a refined lady. And now, you softly tell me that you're afraid? That's just too adorable." Zhang Xian thought it fortunate that Yin Shu was not blind. Anyone who did not appreciate Su Mi'er would indeed be blind. Hearing Zhang Xian's enthusiastic remarks, Su Mi'er hesitantly asked, "Should I be a bit more elegant then?" "Absolutely." Zhang Xian replied firmly, even with a hint of excitement. "If you apply even 1/3 of your decisive attitude towards others to Brother Yin, could he possibly bully you?" "Not a chance." Zhang Xian felt that Yin Shu would owe her more than just a thank you after this. Their wedding would require her own table at the banquet. At the very least, needing the bride and groom to share drinks with her, right? Zhang Xian's imagination conjured an image of a composed Su Mi'er kissing Yin Shu forcefully, and she squealed with excitement. Could she sneak a peek? Sumire sensed something amiss, yet, being her trusting self, she always succumbed to the influence of familiar people. Ultimately, she found Zhang Xian's reasoning compelling. Yin Shu always teased her, knowing that she would shy away, while she was not really like that at all. Reflecting on how others perceive her compared to her demeanor in front of Yin Shu, Sumire decided that Zhang Xian was right. She needed to assert herself. She couldn't let Yin Shu control everything. Thus, when Sumire saw Yin Shu's message, she replied simply sure. This conveniently spared her the trouble of finding an excuse to invite him out. Surely, they would find a secluded spot to engage in some playful antics. Perhaps a wall embrace? Sumire's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a minor adventure her heart could withstand. Moreover, Zhang Xian's encouraging words made her feel that perhaps she might witness Yin Shu's astonished and flustered face tonight. The thought made her smile. Yin Shu, noticing Sumire had not replied, decided to take a shower. Upon emerging, he saw her message, along with a text from Zhang Xian saying, "No need to thank me." Yin Shu was slightly puzzled, wondering if it had been sent by mistake. He chose not to respond, and simply confirmed the time to meet with Sumire, who mentioned she was going to shower. In the meantime, he occupied himself by completing some exercises, as he still wished to attend the same school as his beloved. While Yin Shu was engaged with his studies, his phone vibrated several times with messages from acquaintances he had met during a previous outing with Jean Lily. They had previously communicated frequently, but after Yin Shu stopped responding, they had quieted down. It seemed likely that Jean Lily had informed them of his breakup, though he was unsure why they were reaching out again today. Having nearly forgotten about them, he realized it was indeed time to remove them from his contacts, especially given the vulgarity of their messages. It wasn't much, but they couldn't even ask him why he hadn't been out to play for such a long time, instead inviting him to gaming sessions or all-nighters at internet cafes. Most of these individuals were either already in the workforce or simply coasting through school, drawn to Yin Shu solely for his previous generosity. When Yin Shu had repeated a year, they had sought him out, but upon seeing him committed to his studies, they had drifted away. Now, he had no intention of re-engaging with them. With time, they would naturally disperse. After packing his things, Yin Shu stepped outside, and, just as he did, he noticed the door across the hall opening. Sumire appeared, dressed in a white t-shirt and a cute skirt, her hair tied in a fluffy high ponytail. Youthful and beautiful, her already lovely features and delicate face appeared even more exquisite. Although Sumire looked great in her school uniform, her casual attire undeniably captured Yin Shu's attention more effectively, accentuating her figure. Recently, it seemed she had started to grow taller. The high-waisted skirt showcased her long legs beautifully. In the brief span of seconds, numerous compliments raced through Yin Shu's mind, and he finally smiled, saying, "You look stunning. We make quite the pair." Yin Shu also donned a white t-shirt and jeans. While this combination was rather commonplace in summer, Sumire still felt elated by his compliment and the notion that they matched well. Yin Shu approached and took her hand. Perhaps due to just emerging from the air-conditioned room, his hand felt only warm against the summer heat. He murmured, "Don't get too cool. You're not sitting directly in front of the air conditioning, are you?" The sweet girl's compliance only made Yin Shu want to tease her more. When the elevator arrived, he led her inside. The mirrored walls reflected their figures, and with a smile, Yin Shu suggested, "Shall we take a photo?" Sumire gasped in surprise, but was soon enveloped in his embrace. Her body instinctively leaned into him. "Look at the mirror," he instructed. Sumire raised her gaze, and in the mirror, she beheld a tall, slender young man cradling a petite girl in his arms. With a smile gracing his lips, he lowered his head and placed a kiss upon the girl's exposed neck, causing her to part her lips slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. The photograph captured this fleeting moment. Chapter 71. No vermilion birthmark, no white moonlight, only a little green plum. Yin Shu was quick in his actions. The instant his lips departed from Sumire's neck, she instinctively reached up to cover it, feeling flustered. A rosy blush spread from the spot where he had touched her, even as she remained enveloped in Yin Shu's embrace. A strange sense of rivalry and frustration at her own blushing reaction surged within Sumire. Zhang Xian was right. She couldn't possibly remain aloof forever, could she? "What are you doing?" Sumire inquired, glancing at Yin Shu in the mirror. Their eyes met in the reflection. "I'm taking a picture," Yin Shu replied, his tone innocent. Ding dong, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Their entangled gazes broke apart, and Sumire stepped away from Yin Shu, who straightened up slightly. After all, they had lived in the same neighborhood for over a decade. They ought not to be so overtly affectionate in public. As the doors opened, a few aunties accompanied by their grandchildren entered, cheerfully greeting the pair. "Out for some fun?" they asked. Both nodded obediently. One of the aunties complimented, "You two are dressed like siblings today, looking good. Both children are quite handsome. Hey, didn't I remember Mir being older than Yinshu? Well, they're about the same age. Siblings or not. These two have grown up together, and now they look increasingly alike. After the aunties and children departed, Sumir's embarrassment began to dissipate. Yinshu noticed her slight frown as she glanced at her outfit, then at him, and quietly asked, "Do we really look like siblings?" Yinshu reached out to playfully touch her high ponytail. Not really. They might not have considered the other type, known as a couple S resemblance. We fit that description. He gently tugged her ponytail. Don't be unhappy. Let us go. Sumire slightly tilted her head in response to his gentle pull, and seeing the soothing warmth and smile in his eyes lightened her mood. As they walked, an uncle called out, "Hey, Yinshu, don't bully me or you're both grown-ups and still playing around?" Sumire quickly interjected, "No, uncle, we're just joking." Yinshu sighed and muttered, "See, this is the downside of living here for so long. Everyone knows us." He glanced at Sumire. "Our relationship feels like we're living in secrecy." They had previously discussed the matter of their relationship and unanimously agreed that it was not the right time to go public. After all, being discovered would bring about too many complications. On the day they reached this conclusion, Yinshu had the chance to inquire further when Sumire, with a conflicted expression, asked, "Do you feel wronged?" At that moment, Yinshu pondered whether he was coming across as overly dramatic in Sumire's eyes. But following that topic led him to receive a spontaneous embrace from her, which felt rewarding. As they walked out of their residential area, they encountered neighbors along the way. Since he intended to teach Sumire how to rollerblade, Yinshu opted for a taxi instead of riding his bike. He wanted to minimize any potential accidents during her learning process, as he feared that falling while riding would only cause more pain. They chose to dine at Huangshi Road, as it was nearby. However, it seemed that Yinshu had overlooked his luck for the day, as they unexpectedly ran into a group of people he had communicated with earlier that afternoon. After their meal, Yinshu and Sumire headed to the roller skating rink. But before they could enter, they spotted several individuals smoking at the entrance. Yinshu instinctively pulled Sumire to the other side, knowing she was sensitive to smoke. Yet, one of the individuals looked up and recognized them. "Oh, isn't that Yinshu? Here to have some fun?" The boys began to tease, their eyebrows raised in amusement. Yinshu's expression soured. He did not wish for Sumire to associate with these people, preferring to keep her away from reminders of his troubled past. As expected, upon hearing them call Yinshu's name, Sumire nervously grasped his wrist. Yinshu responded by clasping her hand firmly and called out to the leading boy, "Bingo." The man, clearly older than the others and likely in his 20s, scanned Sumire before turning his attention back to Yinshu with a grin. "Is this your new girlfriend? I remember Lily mentioning something about a vermilion birthmark or a white moonlight in your heart. Looks like she fits the obedient girl type. Seems true." Sumire's expression darkened further upon hearing this. It was not just an ex-girlfriend, but also the mention of a vermilion birthmark and white moonlight. Yinshu chuckled lightly. "Bingo is just joking. There are no such things as vermilion birthmarks or white moonlights. It has always been her. As for my past with Jean Li, that S behind me." Fortunately, the group did not press the matter further. They seemed indifferent to these obedient students, and after all, Yinshu had shown loyalty in the past. "Being ye evaded dismissively. Who cares about you kids playing house? Just enjoy yourselves." Yinshu let out a sigh of relief, glancing at Sumire with a hint of regret. "I didn't realize this area was a no-smoking zone. Let us find another spot." Sumire was still grappling with Bingu's words, feeling disinclined to rollerblade any longer. Ultimately, Yinshu led her away. As they strolled along the street, silence enveloped them. Yinshu was annoyed with his own carelessness. Sumire, on the other hand, assumed he was reminiscing about the vermilion birthmark and white moonlight. Upon reaching a corner, she abruptly halted. Yinshu followed suit. "What's wrong? Are you tired? What's the deal with the vermilion birthmark and white moonlight?" Sumire asked directly. "Yinshu, I'm quite stubborn. If you don't ask, I feel uneasy." Yinshu gazed at her, his beautiful eyes reflecting a trace of vulnerability under the nearby lights. Suddenly, he smiled, pulling her into an embrace. "There are no vermilion birthmarks or white moonlight. It's all about you." It was merely a playful moment during their first outing with Jean Li, where they had played truth or dare. He had chosen truth, and the question had been whether he had someone like a vermilion birthmark or white moonlight in his heart. His immediate thought had been of the dream that had awakened his feelings. "Well, sort of," he replied. "What type?" Someone had teased. "Is it someone as fiery as Li?" Yinshu had merely replied, "No, it's the very obedient kind." And thus, the rumor had taken root. After hearing Yinshu's explanation, Sumire fell silent, her thoughts swirling. Yinshu, concerned, leaned down to look at her. "What's wrong? I truly don't have anyone else. I only have my little green plum." Just as he was about to lift her chin gently, she unexpectedly pushed him back with force, catching him off guard. He stumbled against the painted wall outside a café, feeling a twinge of pain. Yet his hands instinctively shielded Tsundere. Are you all right? But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Tsundere lean in, eyes closed, drawing closer. Chapter 72. Little ear, this is what we call a kiss. Yanshu's first reaction was one of bewilderment. Just a moment ago, he had been contemplating how to comfort her. When he had uttered those words, he had indeed been thinking of Tsundere. Yet at that moment, explaining felt rather out of place. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate had occurred. Yanshu did not retreat. After all, this was his little ear. How could he possibly pull away? However, as she had her eyes closed, the kiss ultimately landed softly on his chin. Tsundere felt a wave of nervousness. She had been contemplating when to find the perfect opportunity to wall him in and press forward. Yet, before she could seize the moment, she stumbled upon Bingu and his companions. Nothing particularly disastrous transpired, but she unexpectedly overheard some words that struck a chord within her. It wasn't that she disbelieved Yanshu. Rather, she felt a lingering sense of regret. Had Yanshu not accompanied her home that day, would they have missed their chance entirely? Or might they find themselves walking together again? This thought ignited a flurry of emotions within Tsundere, prompting her to abandon all contemplation. After all, any time and any place, as long as they were together, seemed perfectly right, didn't it? Yet, she remained shy and chose to keep her eyes shut. However, upon truly kissing him, she sensed that the sensation was somewhat amiss. She quietly opened her eyes to find Yanshu's surprised gaze, sparkling with laughter and the delightful curve of his lips. Tsundere face instantly flushed crimson. It seemed she hadn't truly kissed him after all. In that moment, her courage wavered, and as she attempted to retreat, she found her waist firmly held in place. The moment his soft lips left her chin, Yanshu could almost predict her intention to flee. Yet how could he allow this little girl to escape? Absolutely impossible. With a smile in his eyes, he mused about the strange feeling of the day, as if his heart was somewhat elsewhere. He gently inclined his head, resting his forehead against hers, their noses brushing softly together. Yanshu could see the shyness and a hint of stubbornness in her eyes, which, it seemed, prevented her from shying away from him. Their breaths intertwined, and passers-by might have thought them a young couple sharing affection. Yet only they understood the distance that still lingered between them. Yanshu sensed her breath quickening. He couldn't bear to let go, sighing inwardly at her timidity. Before he could finish his thought, the girl he had just chided for her lack of courage suddenly leaned in, swiftly kissing his lips. Her soft lips tasted like strawberry milk. In a flash, Yanshu recalled a rather enigmatic message from Zhang Xian earlier that afternoon. He began to piece together the situation. Reacting instinctively, he wrapped an arm around Tsundere's waist while his other hand, filled with concern, sought her heartbeat. Yet this gesture was misunderstood by the already flustered Tsundere, who grasped his hand firmly, bringing their brief kiss to an abrupt end. "Yanshu," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with annoyance. "Why are you still touching me?" Yanshu, bewildered, thought, "I barely touched anything. Was their first kiss truly over? Was it just that fleeting?" As he observed Tsundere's wary expression, a mixture of helplessness and amusement washed over him. "I merely wish to check your heartbeat," he explained, though it seemed there was no cause for concern. Suddenly, he remarked, "Little ear, your eyes are filled with the brilliance of the galaxy. Xuemia pausit." And then he leaned down gently, kissing her lips. Unlike their previous gentle brush, this kiss was a true kiss, tender yet forceful, impossible to reject. Tsundere found herself unable to resist, her hand slipping from his grasp, resting instead against her heart. The owner of that hand was now tenderly kissing her. Her eyelashes fluttered anxiously. She recalled she was supposed to close her eyes during a kiss. Finally, she shut her beautiful eyes, which sparkled like a galaxy, feeling nervous. Yanshu knew how to kiss and understood the kind of kiss Tsundere cherished. It wasn't long before her legs felt weak from the intensity of his affection. Yanshu's arm remained securely around her waist while his other hand lingered against her heart, careful not to overwhelm her, for her heartbeat raced far too quickly. When he finally departed from her lips, a glimmer of moisture remained. He placed a gentle kiss upon her closed eyelids, whispering, "Little ear, this is what kissing is." Her trembling eyelashes gradually opened. Yanshu gazed into her misty eyes and murmured, "Now they hold the foggy light of the galaxy, and they are still beautiful." Tsundere had always appeared lovely in Yanshu's eyes. She buried her face in his chest, feeling shy. Had she truly done everything Zhang Xian suggested? Yet the outcome was not as anticipated. Her eyes brimmed with frustration, and she pondered how Yanshu seemed so adept. Hadn't he claimed to have done nothing with Jean Lily? Was it possible that boys instinctively grasp such matters? Still, the thought of kissing Yanshu felt so delightful. The moment that idea crossed her mind, Su Mier's face pressed further into his chest, shyly scolding herself for the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Yin Shu embraced her, providing a perfect cover for his own embarrassment. They were, after all, on the roadside, with pedestrians occasionally passing by. To his surprise, Su Mier chose such a public location for their moment. Given her nature, wouldn't she typically seek a secluded corner? The two remained silent, simply holding each other in quietude. After a considerable time, Su Mier finally murmured, "Are there people nearby?" Unable to contain his laughter, Yin Shu replied, "If there are people, are you planning to stay like this?" Xu Mia grumbled softly. Her voice carried a hint of determination. "If there are people, I will stay like this." Yin Shu's palm gently rested atop her head. "So shy yet bold enough to wall me in and kiss me here?" Su Mier abruptly raised her head. Had Yin Shu not evaded quickly, her chin would have collided with his. She looked at him. "I wouldn't call that a strong kiss, would you?" A tinge of guilt crept in her voice, growing softer as she added, "You did come back too, didn't you?" Her words were muddled and unclear. Yet Yin Shu understood. Nodding in acknowledgement, "Yes, I kissed you back." His smile was radiant. "Thank goodness you took the initiative. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found an appropriate reason to kiss you. So tell me, what suddenly made you so brave?" Su Mier shot him a glance before swiftly averting her gaze. "Well, is it wrong to suddenly want to kiss?" Saying this, she quickly tiptoed and pecked his lips again, this time with permission. Flushed and feigning composure, she declared, "Is it not acceptable for me to kiss my own boyfriend? Must I always find an excuse?" Yin Shu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, this Su Mier. How adorable. Chapter 73, because Xu truly adored Yan Sha. All right, kisses are absolutely warranted," he said with a chuckle, lightly touching her face. "Don't be upset. You can tease me however you wish." Su Mier felt a hint of mischief within her. Hearing Yin Shu's words, which seemed to carry an air of flirtation, made her heart race, though not to the point of distress. Surely, it was normal for a girl who had just kissed her boyfriend to feel this way, right? Noticing her flushed silence, Yin Shu refrained from teasing her further. After a moment of holding her, he softly said, "Little ear, I am very happy." Su Mier looked up at him, and from the very beginning, there had always been a smile and unmasked joy in Yin Shu's eyes. Su Mier's lips curled into a faint smile. "I am also you, and you should not be unhappy. Everything is past." Yin Shu was aware of her sensitivity to his emotional fluctuations, yet he was somewhat astonished that, despite her recent discontent, she could still discern the subtleties of his feelings. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek, declaring, "As long as you're not unhappy, I shall not be either." He paused then, for the first time, spoke candidly to Su Mier about their shared past. "Have you seen Bingo and the others? There was a time when I was one of them, and I feared that seeing them might remind you of the person I once was." With a self-deprecating chuckle, he continued, "I worry you might suddenly think poorly of me, deeming me unworthy." The light in Su Mier's eyes shone brightly, more luminous than the streetlights beside them, as if they contained a fragment of her own universe. Her voice, though soft, resonated with conviction. "But Yin Shu, I have always known who you truly are." Su Mier regarded Yin Shu with a hint of discontent. "Who do you look down upon? My affection for you exceeds what you might presume." With a smile gracing her lips, she added, "Do you understand why I have persistently sought you out all this time? Because I know you frequent only a few internet cafes, ensuring I can always find you. Each time I enter, you emerge, never allowing me to linger too long inside." The boy, exuding impatience, would not tolerate any undue behavior towards her, even if his tone was harsh. "Don't provoke her. She isn't well. Su Mier, you should go home. This isn't a place for a good child like you." For Su Mier understood that Yin Shu was merely a child awaiting someone to take him home. It mattered not if his parents had forgotten, for she would not. Many deemed the rebellious phase as mere idleness, but Su Mier disagreed. One should not hastily judge what they have not experienced. She knew, without a doubt, that Yin Shu, even in his so-called rebellious phase, remained the same Yin Shu she had known for over a decade. He was the boy who held her hand to school and kindergarten. He was the one who fought with other boys, bleeding from his nose, only to scold her. "Why are you crying? It's so ugly." He was the boy who, despite being punished by his father, fiercely declared, "If they bully Su Mier again, I will hit them." He had always been Yin Shu. Su Mier, sensitive and mature, remembered everything. For her, childhood sweethearts were not merely a descriptor, but an action. Over the years, Yin Shu had fought countless battles for her, often exasperatedly calling out to her, "Little ear," for she belonged to him. He had always protected Su Mier. Thus, she repeatedly snuck out of her house to find that little boy waiting for someone to take him home. "If you remain the same, I will still seek you out. Yin Shu, I am your little childhood sweetheart. I will bring you home. You protected me before. It is only right that I protect you now. Love is mutual." Yinshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In their past life, he had thought her foolish, yet he could not help but anticipate her arrival. He dared not change internet cafes, opting for the simpler ones. Whenever new cafes opened, his friends would urge him to try them, but he would impatiently reply, lazy. It turned out Tsundere understood him more than he had imagined. They stood at the street corner, with pedestrians continually passing by. Yinshu blinked. What should I do? Little ear? You're making me want to cry. Tsundere reached out, attempting to touch his eyes, but missed. Don't cry, or I want to know how to comfort you. I'm rather clumsy with words. Yinshu grasped her hand, gently bringing it to his lips. All right, no tears. Let's go home. Yet Tsundere stood still, her lips pressed tightly together. Yinshu looked at her, puzzled. What's wrong? Tsundere's expression was awkward. My foot is numb. Yinshu replied, You've been standing there in silence with a numb foot? He chuckled helplessly, then knelt before her, reaching out to touch her delicate, slender calf. Which one? Tsundere winced. It's numb. Don't touch it. Her voice trembled. Yinshu's hand brushed against her soft skin, and despite his attempts to control himself, he instinctively rubbed gently. Sensing Tsundere retreating, her soft hand rested on his shoulder. Yinshu. Her voice carried a different emotion, one of shyness and fear. Yinshu looked up, noticing her face had flushed and appeared somewhat unnatural. Her legs were sensitive, his throat tightened, and he finally released her, turning his back to her. Shall I carry you home? Tsundere hesitated, glancing ahead a little place, pondering the implications of being carried. Although she wore leggings and it was not a short dress, she still felt uncertain. Yet, seeing Yinshu's back, she could not resist bending down. It didn't seem matter if it seemed improper. After all, Yinshu could not see. As Yinshu felt her soft body press against his back, the fragrance of camellias enveloped them. Perhaps it was not merely the scent of camellias, but rather the aroma emanating from Tsundere that made it delightful. He stood, carrying her, and let out a slight sound of discontent. You're so light. As he walked out, he remarked, Fortunately, you are not wearing a short skirt today, or I would have to carry you like a princess. Everyone would be staring at us. Tsundere's small face rested against Yinshu's shoulder. With a slight tilt, she could see his face right before her. Many people were observing them. Let them watch. Let them envy a little. What is there to envy? He replied, I carry my entire world. They have yet to find theirs. Yinshu's words were somewhat clumsy. Tsundere's voice was soft and hesitant. Yinshu chuckled, admitting, Yes, I learned those cheesy lines online, but my feelings for you are genuine. Tsundere's lips curled into a smile, her embrace around him tightening. I know. Just as I may not favor sweet nothings, I cherish everything you say, even if they are cliché. Because, truly adolescente. Chapter 74. Let your bikini tutor you. Just as Tsundere anticipated, the results were released the following day. Teacher Sue posted them directly in the class group chat. At around 9 in the morning, Tsundere opened the message, instinctively searching for the scores in descending order. Her reflexes kicked in. She dared not be overly confident. She scrolled up, not seeing Yinshu's name until she reached a score in the 500s. Slowly, her smile emerged, and her heartbeat steadied. Finally, upon seeing a score starting with 5, she exclaimed, Yinshu, you are amazing. As she reached for her phone, it vibrated. It was a call from Yinshu. He had been reminded by Feng Zheng about the results being released that day. Honestly, I haven't even checked yet. Yinshu interrupted Feng Zheng, who was incredulous. Wait. Yinshu, do you really feel alright about your score? Even with the aura of a top student, this seems too much. And why are you catching up to me so quickly? Yinshu cut him off. Just tell me the score. Feng Zheng continued to rave. But Yinshu was only focused on the fact that this was a score perfectly suited for a confession. It was also a score that could take little ear out for a fun outing. Hang on, we'll talk later. Yinshu exclaimed, hanging up abruptly. Feng Zheng was left bewildered. What? We haven't even arranged to play basketball yet. The call was currently in progress. As Yinshu and Tsundere connected, she chuckled, announcing that the scores were out. Tsundere's voice came through, filled with astonishment. Yinshu, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, Yinshu had just opened the score report, and the first name he saw was Tsundere, with a total score of 731. Yinshu smiled, his tone tinged with playful exasperation. Have you seen your own scores yet? There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a hesitant, not yet. How can you praise me when you haven't looked at your own results? Yinshu's tone remained relaxed. Well, you scored 520, a number quite suitable for a confession. Would you agree? The young lady on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding slowly with an O. Yinshu raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of regret for not going over in person instead of opting for a call. Are you blushing? No, came the quick denial from the other side. Yinshu nodded knowingly. All right, I've got it. You are blushing. Tsundere gently bit her soft pink lips, exclaiming, Yinshu, you are so annoying. Yet, She couldn't deny that her cheeks were indeed flushed, berating herself internally for her lack of composure. After all, he hadn't said anything yet. Why was she blushing? Yanshu hurried to console her. Okay. No blushing. It's me who's blushing. But little ear, we agreed that I would score over 500. Tsundere responded with a soft I will inform my parents. When are we going? For how many days? Yanshu's face lit up with joy. After working in their previous lives, the two had been quite busy, and the opportunities to spend time together were scarce. Not to mention, even just spending a day at home together was a challenge. The prospect of going out with Tsundere genuinely thrilled Yanshu. Can we set off the day after tomorrow? 3 days and 2 nights, just to H City. There's a beach not far from there. And we can take the high-speed train. Yanshu's buoyant voice lifted Tsumire's spirits, and a smile crept on her lips. All right, I will tell my parents tonight. There were no issues on Tsumire's side. Although her parents were slightly concerned, the trip was short, and with Yanshu accompanying her, they quickly relented. On the other hand, Yanshu faced a somewhat awkward situation with his knowledgeable relative, Yin Chung. Who are you going with? Yin Chung inquired, looking at his son, who had initially been quite pleased with his score, which had at least started with a 5. He was taken aback when his son mentioned he was going on a trip with little ear. Is it appropriate for a young man and a young woman to go together? Luya, who was uncharacteristically home for dinner, shot a glance at Yin Chung. Why are you so loud? Your son hasn't even finished speaking. This recent score had somewhat softened Luya's previously firm stance on sending Yanshu abroad. If it weren't for the circumstances, who would willingly send their son to endure hardships? However, the previous total score of just over 200 was indeed unacceptable. Yanshu added with a smile, Little ear, we have Feng Zheng from our class, and there's also a girl named Zhang Xian. They are both classmates. Yin Chung responded with an O, casting a knowing glance at his son. Yanshu met his gaze with calm assurance. Yin Chung began to doubt whether he was being overly sensitive. Perhaps the children were simply going out for fun? Ultimately, things settled down. That evening, Su Wang approached Yanshu, requesting that he take good care of Tsundere. Honestly, neither her mother nor I are entirely at ease. But it's rare for her to want to go out with friends. The kids are growing up. It's her body after all. Yanshu listened patiently and assured Su Wang that he would look after little ear. After returning home, Su Wang couldn't help but reflect on how much more mature Yanshu seemed. He appeared quite reliable now. Yet, Tsundere found herself thinking about the chat history stored in her phone. Mature? Not in the slightest. Her expression grew slightly awkward as she hastily concocted an excuse to retreat to her room, fearing her parents might discern something. Meanwhile, Yanshu was eagerly awaiting replies to the chat records he had sent earlier. The last 3 messages were dispatched half an hour ago, just as he sent them. Su Wang had arrived, and Yanshu had briefly feared that his playful teasing had been discovered. But that was not the case. His phone displayed 3 unanswered messages. Little ear, we're going to the seaside to the summer beach. So, will you go swimming? In a swimsuit. But no bikinis allowed. I might get jealous. Throws a tantrum. Half an hour passed with no response. Yanshu sighed, sincerely apologizing. Sorry, I wasn't joking. Please reply to me. No reply came. Are we still studying tonight? The other party was typing. A minute later, let your bikini give you a lesson instead. Just mentioning the beach reminded her of bikinis. Tsundere dropped her phone and stared at her open wardrobe. She had previously gone to the beach with her parents, but didn't own a bikini. Her swimsuits were rather modest. Yet, perhaps influenced by Yanshu's words, she felt a rebellious urge and picked up her phone again to send Zhang Xian a message. Are we going shopping tomorrow? I want to buy a swimsuit. The response came swiftly, complete with an OK emoji. Perfect timing. I want one too. Let us match, me air. A bikini is a must for the beach. Yay. Tsundere chuckled at Zhang Xian's message, then hesitated, glancing down her figure. Would she look good in a bikini? Her legs weren't long enough, though her waist was somewhat slender. However, her chest wasn't particularly ample either. Was it said that boys preferred a D cup? Did Yanshu prefer that too? Chapter 75. The Sweetness of True CPs. Yanshu truly had a fondness for her, considering that in their past life when they were in a relationship, Tsundere indeed had a D cup. Cough, cough. She wasn't lacking now either. Moreover, as long as it was Tsundere, Yanshu would adore her in any form, a fact that Tsundere was yet unaware of. That night, Yanshu actually dreamt of Tsundere in a bikini tutoring him on the beach. The beach was deserted, just the two of them, in a realm where they could do as they pleased. Ultimately, he found himself rather embarrassed. Upon waking, he wanted to invite someone to study together, only to discover that Tsundere was out shopping with Zhang Xian. Yanshu thought, could she still be upset about yesterday? However, by noon, this thought was dispelled when Zhang Xian sent him another message. Yingo, even though I'm a girl, I truly envy you. Yanshu replied with 3 question marks. Yet Zhang Xian insisted on keeping a secret. Honestly, if this were Feng Zheng, he would have been scolded by Yin Shu for such half-finished statements. But Zhang Xian was different. Yin Shu felt that even treating her to a meal would be a disservice. Thus, he endured it, although he could somewhat guess what was implied, especially since they were heading to the beach the next day, and Sumier was out shopping with Zhang Xian, who had just messaged him about her good fortune. TSK, quite easy to deduce. Yin Shu felt a wave of anticipation. Early the next morning, it was Yin Sheng who drove the two to the high-speed train station to meet up with their classmates. Throughout the ride, Yin Sheng provided numerous reminders, primarily urging Yin Shu not to get too caught up in his own enjoyment and to pay attention to Sumier. Well, Sumier couldn't shake the feeling that Uncle Yin was subtly advising her to keep an eye on things, not to indulge Yin Shu too much, and to learn to say no. It felt somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, Sumier had always been obedient to her elders, so she simply nodded and complied. Upon arriving at the high-speed railway station, an unexpected addition to the group emerged. Luo Yulin, the girlfriend of the program's protagonist, also made her appearance. Both parties, a bit bashful, explained that they hadn't mentioned it beforehand because Luo Yulin hadn't confirmed her attendance until now. Sumier held a favorable impression of this young lady, and Zhang Xian proved to be quite amiable as well. The three girls quickly found common ground for conversation. Typically, in such scenarios, if the girls are unbothered, the boys naturally have no objections either. However, once aboard, Zhang Xian remarked, "Wait a minute, Zhengge, it seems we've been left out. Being in pairs. Did that not imply they were indeed alone?" Feng Zheng wore a pained expression, lamenting, "We're the type that trails behind couples to snap pictures. So let us just make do and sit together." Sumier felt a flicker of embarrassment, but before she could speak, Zhang Xian had already cheerfully taken a seat beside Feng Zheng. Yin Shu cast a playful glance at Sumier, stating now, "It appears you'll have to sit with me." Sumier offered him a sidelong glance, but refrained from responding. It wasn't until the train began its journey that Yin Shu inquired, "Are you still upset?" Sumier wore a puzzled expression, replying, "Why would I be angry?" Yin Shu raised an eyebrow, retorting, "You haven't spoken to me all day?" As he spoke, he took hold of her hand that rested beside him. Sumier shifted slightly, prompting Yin Shu to tighten his grip, fearing she might withdraw. "I was wrong. I want to do it again. I truly don't like bikinis. I swear." Little did he know, Sumier merely intertwined their fingers more tightly, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. "Oh, you don't like them? Then don't look later." "Huh? What do you mean? You really brought them?" Yin Shu's voice rose slightly, only to be hushed by Sumier tugging at his hand. He lowered his voice, a hint of urgency creeping in. "I was just teasing you. Who would want their girlfriend in a bikini for others to see?" Although the current era champions freedom of attire, who could deny a twinge of possessiveness? Yin Shu had originally planned to merely tease her, but then he envisioned Sumier striding along the beach in a bikini, her porcelain skin glimmering under the sun, her alluring figure on full display, drawing the gazes of those around her. Yin Shu thought to himself, "No way, absolutely not." Yet, Sumier had already inserted her earplugs. Dismissing him entirely, a smile gracing her lips. It seemed the tables had finally turned. She had always been the one to tease him. Just as Yin Shu was about to interject, Sumier popped a piece of candy into his mouth, softly saying, "I'm going to take a nap now. I didn't sleep well last night." Her voice was sweet and soft, akin to a gentle pout. When Yin Shu looked over again, she had already closed her eyes, the candy in her mouth a flavor of lemon. Observing the smile at the corner of her lips, Yin Shu couldn't help but grin himself, noting her ears peeking out intentionally. However, it mattered not. He had ample means to ensure she wouldn't wear a swimsuit outside. The 3-hour journey on the high-speed train brought them to their destination. While not particularly close, at least it was a direct route. They departed at 9 o'clock, arriving precisely at noon. Being young, they hardly felt fatigued. They immediately set off to sample the culinary delights near the train station as per their pre-planned itinerary before heading straight for the beach, where their hotel was conveniently located. Initially, Yin Shu harbored concerns about Sumier's ability to endure the outing. However, she appeared quite delighted, her demeanor bright, asserting, "I'm fine, Yin Shu. I'm not as fragile as you think." Their exchange caught the attention of the other four, prompting them to recall Sumier's health condition. Zhang Xian exclaimed in dismay, "Let us head back to the hotel. Mir, if you feel unwell, you must tell us. There is no need to accommodate us." Sumier, feeling a tad embarrassed, replied, "It's you all who need not accommodate me. I'm perfectly fine. If I were unwell, I wouldn't force myself." After repeated assurances that she truly felt well, the group finally relaxed. Originally, they had booked 2 rooms, 3 boys squeezed into one, and 2 girls in another, which was just right. However, with the unexpected addition of another person, the program's team had to reserve a separate room. At that moment, Yanshu felt a pang of envy. Sumire also cast a quick, shy glance at Yanshu. Yet, it was evident they could not share a room. What would Feng Zheng and Zhang Xian do? Ultimately, they decided to separate by gender for accommodations. Upon returning, they had no intention of resting. They agreed to drop off their belongings and immediately change into swimsuits for the beach. At that moment, Sumire hesitated as she gazed at the 2 swimsuits she had brought. Although she had purchased them and even playfully teased Yanshu, she felt bashful about wearing them. Zhang Xian, having changed quickly, emerged in a cover-up that was not overly revealing. Spotting Sumire standing by the bed in indecision, she laughed, "Darling, it's not a real bikini. You're being too shy." Sumire felt her cheeks flush at the comment, grabbing her swimsuit and retreating into the bathroom, exclaiming, "I'm not." Zhang Xian sighed. "Yinggu is so lucky. I'm envious." Shortly thereafter, she received a message from her Yinggu. Upon reading the message, Zhang Xian firmly declined for the first time, stating, "Yinggu, that's inappropriate." Standing at the door, Yanshu was not angered, replying, "You can let me in. I'm not asking you to come out. I just want to glance. Aren't you in there too? If your little ears peek out, I'll see them anyway. It's inevitable." Zhang Xian stared at the text, pondering it made some sense. And he even called Sumire little ears. Shipping this couple is undeniably sweet. Chapter 76, Soft and Timid. The boys could simply don beach shorts and head to the shore, so Yanshu changed quickly. After getting ready, he informed Feng Zheng and waited outside Sumire's room. He refrained from knocking, fearing the girls might feel pressured, so he sent a message to Zhang Xian. As for why he didn't team message Sumire, that was self-evident. He knew she would never open the door for him. Zhang Xian, despite usually siding with him, still maintained a level of vigilance. Thus, Yanshu took some time to cleverly convince her to open the door. Thankfully, Zhang Xian was dressed appropriately, or else Yanshu would have felt awkward either way, looking or not looking. When Zhang Xian opened the door, she gestured towards the bathroom with her chin, indicating Sumire had just gone in. Exhibiting a certain level of caution, the door was not locked, merely closed. Well, that's typical. A lone man and a lone woman, Yanshu thought, quite pleased. A girl should indeed be cautious. He glanced toward the bathroom. Had she been in there for long? It seemed a while. Surely, she had changed by now. Zhang Xian chuckled. "I'm telling you, Yinggu, if Mir walks out like that, she'll attract the attention of most people. I swear." Yanshu thought to himself, "That's quite unfortunate." His brow twitched. "Did you really go by bikinis?" "Of course not. Mir is far too shy," Zhang Xian replied, a hint of regret in her tone. "With that waist, those legs, that chest, and that porcelain skin, really? Yinggu, I feel it will be such a waste if she doesn't wear one. If I had that figure, I'd de-change into 3 different outfits in a day." Despite having said nothing, Yanshu, relying on his past memories, filled in the gaps in his mind. He coughed lightly, exclaiming, "Oh, thank goodness she didn't tea." Zhang Xian let out a soft "oh." Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Initially, Sumire thought she had misheard, feeling as though she had caught a glimpse of Yanshu's voice. Curiously, she poked her head out and indeed found Yanshu standing there, staring at her. Sumia's cheeks flushed. "Yansha, what are you doing here?" Zhang Xian feigned innocence, explaining, "Yinggu said he could see you if you went out, and he wanted to take a look first. I thought you two were a couple, after all." Zhang Xian's voice dwindled to a whisper, imbued with a hint of trepidation. Sumire caught sight of the smile gracing Yanshu's face and felt an ominous premonition. Her instinct suggested that she would not be able to wear this outfit today. Fortunately, she too found it overly revealing and preferred not to wear it. Blushing, she turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Please fetch me the black swimsuit from the bed." However, Yanshu had overheard and swiftly seized the black swimsuit, which, while modest, still felt too revealing to him. He approached, asking, "May I see your bikini?" At that moment, Zhang Xian wished to capture the scene on her phone, exclaiming, "Oh my, is this even appropriate? A bikini? What else is supposed to happen according to the plot?" Sumire now understood the meaning of being caught in a dilemma. She wanted to close the door, but Yanshu had already stepped inside, preventing her from doing so. His voice lowered, likely audible only to Sumire. He said, "Just let me have a quick glance. Otherwise, Zhang Xian is still here. Will you allow me to see, or shall we remain in this stalemate?" It was evident that Sumire was quite bashful. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and Yanshu, gazing at her blushing face, worried she might faint from embarrassment. Yet, the delicate hands that had been pressing against the door relaxed their grip. After all, she was not entirely undressed. What was there to hide? The bathroom door creaked open, revealing the young girl standing there with her head bowed, her face tinged with red. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and the soft yellow hue was indeed a challenging color to pull off. Thus far, Yanshu had not witnessed anyone, apart from Sumire, Who could wear that shade so beautifully? The girl possessed an exquisite figure, slender waist and long legs, her fair skin devoid of any blemishes. What she wore was not a bikini. Even among swimsuits, this ensemble boasted considerable fabric. The entire swimsuit was crafted from delicate yellow silk, which accentuated her curves, crossing over at the front and flowing towards the back. The soft yellow satin enveloped her alabaster skin, culminating in a bow at her lower back, the material hanging with a certain elegance. It was indeed a stunning swimsuit, and Yin Shu's gaze lingered on her back, obscured from his view. It was simply too lovely. He could not allow Su Mier to step outside in such an outfit. Zhang Xian chimed in, isn't it beautiful? I chose it. Yin Shu smiled at her sideways. Is indeed lovely, but could you momentarily close your eyes? Su Mier's voice was barely a whisper. After you've finished admiring the outfit, return it to me. I refuse to wear this. Yin Shu replied affirmatively and stepped in the bathroom. Zhang Xian gasped. Not Yin Go. Before she could finish her thought, the door was shut. Su Mier's eyes widened in surprise before she could react. Yin Shu had grasped her arm, gently yet firmly, pulling her into his embrace. Zhang Xian outside exclaimed, no. Yin Shu declared, 1 minute. Let's converse. The outside fell silent. Su Mier, feeling guilty, murmured, I never intended to wear it. It is quite beautiful. Yin Shu's breath seemed heavier. He pressed a kiss to Su Mier's face and, seizing the moment of her astonishment, covered her lovely eyes with his hand, turning her body around and placing his warm hand on her waist, finally leaning down to place a delicate pink plum blossom at the location of the bow on her waist. Little ears, I am quite possessive. Even if it is merely an ordinary swimsuit, I do not wish for others to see it. It belongs solely to me. Yin Shu's breath brushed against Su Mier's waist. Once deprived of light, her body's sensations became sharply pronounced. Su Mier felt a shiver run down her spine, goosebumps erupting across her skin. Instinctively, she uttered a soft okay. Her voice trembled slightly, as intuition told her that refusing would lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Yin Shu smiled in satisfaction. His free hand slowly traversed from her waist to gently touch the lovely pink blossom. Good girl. At last he stood up, releasing his hold over Su Mier's eyes, revealing her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He sighed, I have done nothing wrong. Why do you appear as though you've been wronged? A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Yin Shu's lips. You act this way, and it only makes me want to tease you more. Su Mier attempted to glare at him, but her resolve faltered, and she sensed a palpable danger in his demeanor. All she could muster was a meek, I won't wear a swimsuit anymore. Weak and timid, unable to resist, Yin Shu pinched her cheek. Our little ears are indeed obedient. Chapter 77. I will take you to seek the romance I.O. The atmosphere in the bathroom was charged with intimacy, while outside, Zhang Xian anxiously focused on her phone. If Su Mier uttered even the slightest hint of discomfort, she would burst in. Just as a minute passed perfectly, Yin Shu emerged. Inside, Su Mier had yet to comprehend the situation when she heard her say, I'll change outfits. The door closed once more. Zhang Xian sighed, glancing at the black swimsuit still in Yin Shu's possession. Wait, the swimsuit is still here. What are you changing into? Yin Shu, in high spirits, replied, changing outfits. Of course. Zhang Xian was taken aback as Su Mier emerged in her new attire. No, this is not what we agreed upon. What are you going to do inside? Why is Mier's face so flushed? She is not even wearing a swimsuit. But what could possibly transpire in just a minute? Zhang Xian felt her mind racing, struggling to fathom what had occurred within that brief span. She observed Su Mier obediently following Yin Shu's every word. Most notably, the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. The trio did not linger, as others were still waiting. Zhang Xian linked arms with Su Mier, walking behind Yin Shu. Her voice lowered. Mier, why aren't you wearing a swimsuit? Is your upbringing that strict? Su Mier recalled the mark on her waist that Yin Shu had left. It was considerate of him, as it would remain hidden unless she donned a swimsuit or cropped attire. All she could muster was a feeble no. I just feel a bit shy. But you brought a regular swimsuit, didn't you? Zhang Xian wore an expression of understanding. Our adorable Mier. How are you going to survive being so thoroughly captivated? Su Mier's face reddened even further. I'm not being thoroughly captivated. It was merely that she lacked his audacity. The retort she had almost voiced evaporated upon seeing Yin Shu extend his hand toward her, causing her to swallow her words once more. The fleeting minute in the bathroom left Su Mier with sensations and flutterings within her heart that only she could comprehend. Zhang Xian watched in disbelief as her previously indignant friend, upon seeing Yin Shu's outstretched hand, lowered her gaze and approached him, placing her delicate hand into his. Zhang Xian thought to herself, how frustrating. The next moment, she pulled out her phone to capture a few photos. Indeed, handsome men and beautiful women always looked exquisite. Even from behind, Yin Shu was surprised to see Su Mir obediently place her hand in his. He had anticipated she might be a bit upset. Yet now she appeared so compliant. Perhaps she was still shy? Yin Shu found himself irresistibly drawn to tease Su Mir, who appeared far too tempting to bully. Luo Yulin, noticing that Su Mir had not changed her attire, expressed mild surprise, glancing at Yin Shu, who held her hand, and jested, "Your possessiveness is quite overwhelming, isn't it?" Cheng Yu, vigilant, cast a wary glance at his girlfriend. "I told you not to wear a swimsuit, and then you hit me. You can't say I lacked the possessiveness of her boyfriend." His desire for self-preservation was palpable, leaving the others momentarily speechless. Luo Yulin, blushing, playfully smacked him a few times, exclaiming, "You talk too much." It was evident that the two shared a deep bond, having been together for 2 or 3 years since their middle school days. Yin Shu noticed Su Mir casting a somewhat envious glance at the playful couple. He gently squeezed her small hand in his palm and whispered, "There's no need to envy others. We two will share a long and enduring love. Until the very end of our lives, we shall continue to cherish one another." Su Mir lifted her gaze to him, her lips finally curving into a smile as she softly acknowledged him with a gentle Feng Zheng deliberately sighed loudly, then turned to the earnest Zhang Xian, who was busy photographing the two couples. "Wait, Xian, are you really taking pictures?" Zhang Xian responded with a casual and continued, "You wouldn't understand. It's a long-term investment. If these two couples ever get engaged or married, they'll need photos. It's a guaranteed profit." Feng Zheng was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Xian with incredulity as she diligently captured images. He marveled, "Are you some sort of business prodigy?" After feeling satisfied with her shots, Zhang Xian put her phone away and looked at Feng Zheng. Why not? Capturing beautiful moments and making a bit of pocket money isn't bad at all. At this moment, the two had fallen quite behind, and Feng Zheng glanced at the couples ahead, lowering his voice to ask, "What if they break up?" Zhang Xian remarked, "I can understand why Yin Gu beats Feng Zheng daily. Your mouth truly fails you." Watching Yin Shu and Su Mir ahead, she wagered, "I bet Yin Gu and Mir will not break up." No one understood better than her how cautiously the young girl harbored feelings for Yin Shu. Though she had never been in love, the affection in Yin Shu's unguarded gaze upon Su Mir was unmistakable. How should one describe it? She was still too young, aware only that they clearly adored each other immensely. Feng Zheng chuckled and shook his head. "I won't bet. Emotions are notoriously unpredictable. Anyone's word holds no weight. Let us move on." Yin Shu and the others turned back to see the lagging pair, calling out, "What are you doing? Hurry up." In truth, Su Mir had limited options at the beach. She was apprehensive about water sports like jet skiing or paragliding. Indeed, Su Mir could not swim. However, just the sight of the blue sky and white clouds could uplift her spirits, especially the pristine blue that seemed capable of healing all her woes. Sitting beneath a sunshade on a beach chair, with Zhang Xian's belongings beside her, Su Mir felt at ease while Yin Shu was not far away, buying her a drink. She watched his silhouette, with friends splashing in the nearby sea, soaking in the comfort of the moment. At this point, Yin Shu noticed fireworks for sale at the beverage stand, and a thought flickered in his mind. "Excuse me, do you sell fireworks?" "Of course." The vendor replied with a smile. "What would I let them out for if I didn't sell them?" Yin Shu, seeking confirmation, inquired, "Can they be set off here by the beach?" "Yes, but you must clean up afterward," the vendor eagerly promoted. "Many young people set them off at night." Yin Shu nodded. "I'll take them all, but I'll come back to collect later." When Yin Shu returned to Su Mir with her juice, he noticed her cheeks had turned a shade of red, despite her not being overly sun-kissed. Su Mir glanced toward the drink stand. "What were you discussing with the vendor?" Yin Shu smiled at her. "I can't tell you. It's a secret." Su Mir pouted. "What's so special about it?" Yet, Yin Shu truly kept her in suspense. I'll be upset for 10 minutes. That evening, after Su Mir finished her shower, she discovered Zhang Xian was missing from their room. Just as she reached for her phone to call her, a knock on the door sounded, accompanied by Yin Shu's voice. "Little ear, open the door." Su Mir exclaimed as she opened the door. "What is up?" With a smile in his eyes, Yin Shu ruffled her hair. "Come, I'll take you somewhere." "But Zhang Xian isn't here. I need to inform her." "It's fine. I know where she is." "So where are we going?" Yin Shu shushed her. "It's a secret. I'm taking you to seek the romance I owe you." Chapter 78. Yin Shu always brought vibrant colors to her world. His cryptic words only heightened Su Mir's curiosity. Primarily, she recalled asking him earlier that afternoon, when he had also grinned and declared a secret. During dinner, when she stepped out briefly, she returned to find everyone engrossed in their phones, and, unusually, Zhang Xian suggested she shower first instead of her usual routine. Piecing it all together, She couldn't shake the feeling that they were conspiring to surprise her. Unable to contain herself, Tsundere asked, "Are you preparing a surprise for me? Did Zhang Xian and the others help set it up?" Yin Shu sighed. Sometimes, having a wife who is too clever can be a burden. He lamented, "No, little ear. Your brilliance puts me under pressure." Yin Shu turned to face her, "But you probably can't guess what the surprise is, right? Now that you know it's a surprise, you can probably calm your excitement a bit, can't you?" Tsundere laughed at his antics. "I can't guess. I once let myself get too excited." Yin Shu chuckled as he led her out of the hotel. Tsundere asked curiously, "Are we going out? I thought you were going to decorate the room with balloons and flowers and confess your feelings or something." Even that would have made her immensely happy, especially since it was Yin Shu. But why go outside? The night breeze carried a slight chill, yet remained humid. Yin Shu had remembered to bring a jacket for her. "Put this on. The surprise is outside." Tsundere became even more curious. What kind of surprise is outside? Yin Shu guided her toward the darkened shoreline. In truth, Tsundere felt a twinge of anxiety. The nighttime ocean appeared rather uninviting. Although there was some light, it seemed overwhelmingly dark and oppressive, as if all the negative emotions accumulated during the day were released into the night. Tsundere tugged at Yin Shu's sleeve. "Do we have to go to the beach?" Yin Shu tightened his grip on her hand. "We don't need to go too close. We can keep our distance." He led the visibly anxious Tsundere to the spot where she had sat during the day, glancing at the time. He settled her into a beach chair. "Wait a moment." Then he pulled out his phone, positioning himself to shield her view of the ocean. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, Tsundere wondered what was about to unfold. Yin Shu discreetly sent a red envelope in their group chat, the message reading, "You may begin." After about a minute, they both heard a sound, and Tsundere exclaimed in surprise, "Someone is setting off fireworks." One by one, the fireworks ascended, bursting into brilliant displays above them. Tsundere's gaze was captivated by the fireworks overhead. As Yin Shu urged her to stand, "Darling, why not look over there instead of just at the fireworks?" Tsundere felt her ears flush at the affectionate term he uttered, and soon realized that the fireworks were a surprise prepared by Yin Shu, a delightful gift for herself. Turning her gaze in the direction he indicated, she saw the shoreline illuminated by the dazzling display, where a small cluster of red roses stood proudly. Noticing their attention, the four individuals nearby ignited the fireworks that had been previously planted in the sand. The vibrant bursts of light mingled with the scarlet roses, while the fireworks above continued their splendid show. At that moment, the four individuals by the beach dashed away. Her eye sparkled. She was uncertain where to direct her gaze. Although she recognized the surprise orchestrated by Yin Shu, it surpassed her imagination in its romance and beauty. Her heart raced with excitement. Ultimately, her focus shifted not to the fireworks or the flowers, but to Yin Shu's face. "Yin Shu." He reached out to embrace her, his eyes brimming with joy. "Can I confess now? I like you, Tsundere, in a way that is quite profound. Will you grant me the opportunity to be together?" He continued, "I have done many foolish things in the past, but I promise to heed your every word from now on. Will you be my girlfriend? I relish the idea of you overseeing me, my little housekeeper. No, wait. With your beauty, you are both the housekeeper and the heart of my home." Tsundere found it difficult to articulate her emotions at that moment. He mentioned the term housekeeper, recalling the taunts from Jean Lilly, yet Yin Shu transformed that mockery into a term of endearment through his own unique way. Fireworks, however, are fleeting, and gradually, even the most resplendent displays must come to an end. The cluster of red roses would soon be enveloped in darkness. Though the fireworks would extinguish and the flowers would wilt, Yin Shu before her remained an unparalleled vibrancy in her eyes and heart. "Tsumi," I heard herself whisper, "Allicht. Even without this confession and surprise, I would still be your girlfriend. May I continue to oversee you?" "Of course," Yin Shu replied without hesitation, "as long as you wish." He leaned down, ready to kiss her lips. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng hurriedly approached from the beach, exclaiming, "Damn, this wind is treacherous. No wonder you stood so far away. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" His words were laced with playful curses. Tsundere blushed, gently pushing Yin Shu's face away. Yin Shu retorted, "Feng Zheng, you better keep both eyes on guard tonight." He turned away, gritting his teeth, just as Feng Zheng reached them. Tsundere and Yin Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter simultaneously. Feng Zheng's face was smeared with dark ash, and it wasn't just him. The other three, who were slowly approaching, bore the same grimy appearance. Zhang Xian teased, "Yingge, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Your romance is quite taxing on friendships. It's easy to lose friends like this." Chengsu reached out to wipe Luo Yulin's face. Yet, Luo Yulin's eyes shone brightly. "But this is truly romantic." Chengsu looked at her soot-streaked face and said, "No, dear, let us be rational. We are not the protagonists here." Tsundere laughed. "Thank you all." Finally, unable to contain herself, She laughed out loud at their sooty faces. Sumire's laughter was infectious, and the others couldn't help but join in. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Feng Zheng, amidst his laughter, exclaimed, "Damn it. Yin Shu, when I chase girls in the future, you better contribute something." Cheng Su, somewhat disgruntled, said, "But I don't need to chase." Zhang Xian reminded, "You'll be proposing in the future." Luo Yulin blushed. "What are you all talking about?" Sumire observed the playful banter among her friends, gazing at Yin Shu's radiant smile. This was a scene she had never envisioned. Initially, she thought her youth would pass in a mundane and predictable manner. But because of Yin Shu, everything had transformed. It was as if a plain canvas had transformed into a vibrant watercolor painting. Yin Shu always managed to infuse her world with color. As Yin Shu exchanged playful jibes with Feng Zheng, he caught Sumire's bright eyes once more. He covered her gaze with his hand, his voice low and tinged with helplessness. "Don't look at me like that. I want to kiss you." But the circumstances are not conducive. It was evident he needed to deal with Feng Zheng. Had he delayed even a second, he might have already kissed her. Chapter 79. I want to give you a gift. It's Natsume Soseki's Moonlight. Romance was indeed in the air, but ultimately, the six of them had to return to the reality of tidying up the aftermath. The vibrant red roses swayed in the wind as Sumire bent down, carefully plucking them from the sand and gathering them in her arms. The thorns had been trimmed, rendering the roses docile. The others quickly tidied up, tossing the remnants into the pre-prepared trash bags. This was courtesy of the boss, no less. Feng Zheng remarked while cleaning, "Yengu is truly wealthy. You must know that fireworks cost not just romance, but money as well." Yin Shu, initially intending to downplay the expense, found himself saying, "Ah, it's no big deal. We'll save a bit for later." Sumire shot him a glance, her expression conveying a hint of sympathy. Yin Shu mentally noted, "Mission accomplished. Today's task was to elicit my wife's concern." Zhang Xian had already set up her phone and approached, saying, "Stop chatting and look at the camera." The group of young people turned their attention to the lens as the camera counted down 3 seconds, freezing the moment. Behind them lay the inky night and the deep sea, yet their faces radiated with bright smiles. Apart from the central duo, who were somewhat disheveled, each of the 3 boys held a trash bag. Nevertheless, the girl in the middle, cradling the roses, had eyes that sparkled and a smile bright enough to illuminate the darkest night, also brightening Yin Shu's life. On the way back, Zhang Xian shared the photos in the group chat, where Sumire was naturally present. She linked her arm with Sumire's, proclaiming, "I feel I possess a great talent for photography." The pictures turn out beautifully. Sumire gazed at her reflection in the photograph, with Yin Shu by her side. The pictures were taken in succession, and apart from the first shot where he looked at the camera, Yin Shu's gaze remained fixed on Sumire. At that moment, she glanced up at him, just as Feng Zheng was attempting to drag him towards the room by his neck. He made an effort to turn and wave at Sumire and Zhang Xian. Sumire waved back, while Zhang Xian had already opened the door. Cheng Su and Luo Yulin had booked a different room on another floor. Upon entering, Zhang Xian announced her intention to shower, but before stepping in, she remembered Sumire's cleanliness obsession. "Mir, do you want to shower first?" Sumire waved her hand. "No need. You go ahead. You must be uncomfortable." After Zhang Xian entered, Sumire saved all the photos and created a separate album. The title was quite lengthy, Natsume Soseki's Moonlight. Inside were pictures of Yin Shu and Sumire. She gazed tenderly at the album's title, her smile sweet. In her confession letter to Yin Shu, she had written, "I want to give you a gift. It is Natsume Soseki's Moonlight." This phrase was equivalent to saying "I like you." At that time, Yin Shu hadn't seen it, but Sumire believed that one day he would discover its significance. In contrast to Sumire's thoughtful musings, Yin Shu, who had just returned to his room, was nearly ambushed by Feng Zheng. After a struggle to push him away, Yin Shu decisively declared, "Tonight, you're sleeping on this bed." Feng Zheng cursed, "Get lost." He glanced at Yin Shu's face and exclaimed, "Your commotion tonight is quite impressive. To be honest, if a girl were to pursue me like that, I would undoubtedly be moved." Yin Shu cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "What do you expect? This is for my future wife." "Wait, so she is already your wife?" Feng Zheng questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. "Is she really your wife?" Upon thinking of Sumire, Yin Shu's expression softened. "Indeed, she is my wife. Has anyone ever told you that you have the face of a scoundrel?" Feng Zheng quipped. Yin Shu's expression stiffened momentarily, and with a forced smile, he replied, "No, but I'm certain someone must have told you that you are quite the annoyance. If they hadn't before, they surely will now." Feng Zheng exclaimed in disbelief and hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Yin Shu rolled his eyes at the closed bathroom door, muttering to himself, "This person's mouth should be welded shut." He then pulled out his phone to save a photo, including a private picture of Su Mir that Zhang Xian had sent him. Stealthily, Yanshu saved the photo and sent Zhang Xian a generous red envelope. Then, he messaged Su Mir, "Have you finished bathing?" "Not yet. Zhang Xian is washing first." She replied. Just as Yanshu was about to ask her if she wanted a midnight snack, Su Mir sent another message. "I'm really happy tonight, Yanshu. I feel like I might not be able to sleep." Reading her message, he pondered for a moment. "As a reward for making you happy, may I make a request?" "I promise it's not unreasonable." "Sure, but no love letters," she swiftly responded. Yanshu had indeed contemplated various ways to coax Su Mir into revealing the contents of a love letter she had written him long ago. He felt that if he remained oblivious, it might haunt him for the rest of his life, leaving him with an insatiable regret. With a resigned sigh, he thought about Su Mir's understanding of him. "So, tell me why me? Why Yanshu?" This was the question Zhang Xian posed to Su Mir while lying on the bed after a bath. Many admired Su Mir, and while Yanshu was undeniably handsome, he hardly stood out as the most exceptional among them. Su Mir turned to Zhang Xian and replied, "Because in his eyes, I'm just an ordinary person. A sick child, regardless of how cherished they are by teachers and parents, remains an outsider in the eyes of their peers, a situation that becomes more pronounced with age. Teachers would advise, be careful not to provoke Mir. Don't lead her into mischief. Other parents, aware of her illness, would caution their children to steer clear of her. I've never had many friends. Rather, I've only ever had Yanshu." To Yanshu, Su Mir was merely a slightly frail friend, someone he always brought along wherever he went. He was unafraid of mockery from other children, even when they had quarreled just the day before. Yanshu would steadfastly wait for Su Mir the next day, his expression serious. This continued throughout middle school. He would grumble about her being bothersome, yet never abandon her. Su Mir murmured, "He told me I was just like everyone else. If I couldn't exercise vigorously, then I simply wouldn't." "But exercise is invigorating," Yanshu insisted. "Girls are delightful when they're lively. They discuss you out of jealousy." "Su Mir, you're already so exceptional. Let them be." Remembering that afternoon when Yanshu, despite his discomfort, still consoled her, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. "Zhang Xian, you only met us in high school. Perhaps you can't understand. I was raised by Yanshu. He has protected me all these years. You might only see me chasing after him every day, but you want to notice that he is always careful not to quicken his pace." Yanshu, perhaps unknowingly, was also afraid of her falling behind or being lost. He understood her limitations in sports. Yanshu might not even realize it himself, but Su Mir certainly did. Chapter 80, Strawberry Milk Candy. Yanshu, however, could not grasp the myriad of delicate sentiments harbored by the young girl. Yet, he could discern the hint of helplessness and melancholy in Su Mir's words. "You treat me as an ordinary person." Su Mir's heart condition was congenital, and Yanshu recalled the first time she had an episode as a child when a large dog frightened her. She was only 3 years old then. Contemplating Su Mir's illness, Yansha exhaled deeply. Her condition was treatable, though not always curable. At the very least, surgery could correct her heart's shape, bringing it closer to normal function. Now, they awaited the return of that doctor. In his previous life, he had been preparing to propose just as he learned the doctor was returning, only for Su Mir to go on a business trip. Regrettably, they never made it to that surgery. Yanshu lowered his gaze. Perhaps this time, he could devise a way for Su Mir to see the doctor after the college entrance examination. As long as the surgery appeared feasible, her parents would never forfeit such an opportunity. She was, after all, a girl destined to shine among ordinary people. Yanshu slowly closed his eyes. At least this time, he still had an advantage, didn't he? The group only spent 2 or 3 days by the seaside before they had to return. The results were out, signaling the imminent start of school. After all, they were entering their final year of high school. It seemed they had no choice but to prepare for the September 1st start date. The senior year exams were bound to be excruciating. Yet, at least before that, they had a chance to unwind. After 3 days at home, they would soon resume classes. During their senior year, they would switch classrooms. They would be moving to the Mountain Sea building, aptly nicknamed the Silent Building. This was because it housed only the senior students. And when Yanshu and his friends were in their first and second years, they would often see older students glancing over toward the Mountain Sea building during breaks. This side remained quiet except during early study sessions, with seniors rarely venturing out, even hurrying past when they needed to use the restroom. It gave off a rather oppressive vibe. Everyone had sworn that even if they became seniors, they would never become like that, utterly soulless. However, just a few days into the new term, they were already overwhelmed by piles of assignments and rapid-fire knowledge from various teachers. In their senior year, they wouldn't even switch classes. Their seating arrangements remained the same as before. All the teachers followed them up from the second year. In just 3 days of school, They had already been inundated with exam papers. Yin Shu stood out as an anomaly, amidst the sea of students criticized by teachers. His rapid improvement in grades earned him rare praise, albeit always accompanied by a reminder to maintain his momentum. Even Mr. Wang from the physics department had become notably more amiable. However, the kindness of the teachers did not ease Yin Shu's apprehension toward the senior exams. He had been studying for 3 years. Adding this final year, that made it 3 grueling years of high school. Who could possibly understand, right? 3 years. 3 years comprised countless days and nights. For adults, disillusionment with academics did not manifest in loud protests, but rather in a profound lethargy. Xu Mia, seated beside Yansha, quickly noticed his mood. The teachers wasted no time in bombarding them with pressure, started from day one by displaying a countdown to the college entrance exam on the blackboard, immediately following up with a barrage of practice questions. Even Su Mir, who usually adapted well to her studies, found herself struggling to adjust initially. At that moment, she gazed at the expressionless Yin Shu, who was fervently scribbling on the draft paper, feeling a twinge of compassion. Glancing at the paper, she found herself unable to decipher the scrawled text. Su Mir retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket, but recalling his previous complaint of a toothache, she ultimately placed a small packet of crispy noodles on Yin Shu's desk instead. Yin Shu paused mid-stroke, observing a tiny hand, akin to a little squirrel gathering provisions for winter, meticulously placing various snacks upon his desk: crispy noodles, jelly, and energy bars. The numbness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a hint of amusement. He watched her as she continued to lay out a plethora of assorted treats without uttering a word. Finally, as she set down a small packet of potato chips and attempted to retract her hand, he reached out to gently press down on her delicate, fair hand. "Why is there no candy? Are you not giving me any?" Su Mir cast a swift glance around, fearful of being observed, then tried to withdraw her hand. "Let go. Aren't you in pain from your tooth? No more candy for you." Yet, Yin Shu did not acquiesce to Su Mir's request. Instead, he playfully insisted, "I don't care. I want candy today." Su Mir, feeling slightly overwhelmed by his audacity, fished a handful of candies from the depths of her bag and placed them on his desk. "There. Now let go. It's break time. What if someone sees us?" She was reluctant to be discovered, as a revelation of their relationship would likely result in a barrage of inquiries from all their teachers. With that precious time for discussion, they could have been tackling practice papers instead. Indeed, her mind had already shifted to the pressures of senior year. Seeing the situation, Yin Shu wisely chose to relent. His face flushed as he released her hand with a smile. He then selected a single strawberry milk candy from the pile, deeming one sufficient. Su Mir's face reddened further at the sight of the candy in his hand, for that very morning, feeling somewhat lethargic. She had popped a strawberry milk candy into her mouth. In the elevator, Yin Shu had noticed and inquired about her snack, to which she had replied, "Milk candy." Unbeknownst to her, a mischievous grin had danced in his eyes. "A pick-me-up?" "Yes," she had affirmed, just as the elevator doors opened to the ground floor. Due to the demands of their senior year, they had departed earlier than usual, thus encountering few neighbors on their way. As they exited the elevator and passed through the safety corridor of the first floor, Yin Shu suddenly grasped her wrist, asking, "Do you know an effective way to wake up?" Su Mir, taken aback, replied, "I feel alert once I reach school." "Well, if you were awake now, you could memorize a couple more words in the back seat of my car," Yin Shu asserted, his tone unapologetically confident. Su Mir longed to retort that she had already memorized them all, but before she could voice her thoughts, he pulled her into the stairwell. Holding Su Mir's backpack in one hand while his own hung over his shoulder, he nevertheless managed to embrace her. Su Mir was indeed jolted into consciousness by his sudden gesture. "You," she began, but before she could finish her sentence, Yin Shu leaned down, whispering, "I want to taste the candy, but my tooth hurts. Just let me savor the flavor." What ensued was a kiss flavored with strawberry milk. As they emerged, Yin Shu had indeed savored the sweetness of the candy, and Su Mir felt invigorated as well. Now, observing the piece of strawberry milk candy in his hand, her previously foggy mind was instantly revitalized. She shot Yin Shu an indignant glare and snatched her candies away. Yet her heart softened as she left the table full of snacks behind.